So it is Fairy Fengling in person. The demonic cultivator elder who called himself Gu Xian let a glint flash in his eyes, a just right look of surprise and courteous warmth appearing on his face as he cupped his hands. For Fairy to receive me personally truly leaves Gu feeling flattered and overwhelmed. Su Deling's expression did not change. Fellow Taoist, Gu has seen me before. Within the innate secret realm of Taihe Lake, by a twist of fate, I once caught a distant glimpse of Fairy's grace, yet unfortunately did not have the honor of crossing moves, Gu Xian replied calmly. So that is how it was. Su Deling inclined her head slightly, dropped the small talk, and went straight to the point. I have heard that fellow Taoist carries upon you a piece of exceedingly rare spatial treasure material known as the Kongming Stone, and that you wish to consign it to participate in the grand auction 3 months hence. This item is seldom seen. Ordinary stewards have limited experience and may struggle to accurately judge its quality and value. Would fellow Taoist be willing to take it out and allow me a look? Gu Xian pondered briefly, then nodded. Since Fairy will personally appraise it, Gu naturally has full confidence. With that, his expression grew a shade more solemn as he swept his right hand across the storage pouch at his waist. A fist-sized orb of light appeared above his palm, tightly wrapped in several layers of restrictive talisman seals that flickered with a faint silvery glow. As he lightly guided it with a hand seal, the outer restrictions unraveled layer by layer. In an instant, a strange spatial fluctuation quietly spread out, and even the air within the private room seemed to ripple with barely perceptible waves. At the orb's center was revealed a peculiar stone roughly the size of a goose egg, its entire body a deep, profound silver gray. The stone's surface was not smooth, instead it was covered in naturally formed fine silvery lines. These lines were not static, but slowly flowed and winked in and out of sight. It was as though a miniature spatial vortex was sealed within. The stone itself seemed to lack any real weight, floating lightly in the air, yet its presence caused the surrounding light to twist and refract in subtle ways. Pure yet obscure spatial power spread out like ripples of water, with the stone at its center undulating outward layer upon layer. Su Deling's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Though it was her first time seeing the real thing, she recognized at a glance that this was indeed that rare treasure material with spatial attributes, the Kongming Stone. The spatial fluctuations of a Kongming Stone were something difficult to detect without at least golden corsted strength. She then released her spiritual sense, cautiously probing toward the stone. She confirmed that it possessed a faint pulling force. If one delved too deep, that force could even completely devour one's spiritual sense. This was precisely a characteristic common to spatial-type treasure materials. Su Deling withdrew her spiritual sense, looked at Gu Xian, and spoke frankly. Fellow Taoist Gu, this piece of Kongming Stone is indeed of fine quality, worthy of being ranked as superior grade. If fellow Taoist wishes to consign it, my Su clan naturally welcomes it. However, her tone shifted as her gaze remained level, a faint smile touching her lips. Though Kongming Stone is rare, its applications are not considered particularly broad. The auction will be attended entirely by cultivators beneath the golden core stage. They will basically be unable to afford it, nor will anyone be inclined to bid. As for high-level trade gatherings, there may be those who want it, but they may not be able to offer what you truly seek in exchange. I imagine that you fellow Taoist Gu did not take out this Kongming Stone merely in pursuit of spirit stones, did you? Gu Xian's eyes flickered slightly before he smiled lightly. Fairy has guessed correctly. I indeed intend to sell it directly to the Su clan. Su Deling's lips curved in a slight smile. To be candid, our Su clan is likewise quite interested in this Kongming Stone. If fellow Taoist Gu's price is reasonable, my Su clan is willing to purchase this stone in a direct transaction. Fairy is refreshingly straightforward, Gu Xian said slowly. Then I shall lay out my own conditions. This stone was not easily obtained, and I require some resources to help me elevate my strength. He paused for a moment, then continued, 3 bottles of pills capable of advancing one's cultivation in the middle stage of the golden core, and in addition 1 mid-grade offensive magic treasure and 1 mid-grade defensive magic treasure. Only thus can I gain a bit more power to protect myself on the path of cultivation ahead. If Fairy can agree, Gu is willing to present this Kongming Stone on the spot. It was a rather steep asking price. 3 bottles of pills that could refine one's cultivation in the mid-golden core stage, coupled with 2 mid-grade magic treasures for both offense and defense. Valued in spirit stones, this exceeded 250,000. Hearing this, Su Deling's delicate brows knit slightly. After a brief moment, she gently shook her head. Fellow Taoist Gu, that price is too high. What does Fairy deem appropriate then? Since fellow Taoist is in urgent need of resources, my Su clan is willing to show sincerity. As for pills, I can make the decision to offer 2 bottles of mid-grade Qingyun pills. Mid-grade Qingyun pills are several degrees more effective than their low-grade counterparts and work even better for mid-stage golden core cultivators. As for magic treasures, you may choose only one, either offensive or defensive. You should be well aware of the value of mid-grade magic treasures. The vast majority of mid-stage golden core cultivators do not possess a single mid-grade treasure. They are only commonly seen among latest-stage golden core experts. I imagine that even if you were to attend a high-level trade gathering, it is unlikely you could exchange this stone for a mid-grade magic treasure. Gu Xian's expression flickered through several changes as he clearly raced through calculations in his mind. The elegant room fell abruptly silent, with only the faint spatial fluctuations emitted by the Kongming stone gently rippling outward. After a short while, Gu Xian drew in a deep breath, a hint of resolve flashing through his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. What fairy says does have its reason. Then let us trade the Kongming stone for 2 bottles of mid-grade Qingyun pills plus 1 mid-grade magic treasure. As for the treasure, I want a defensive one. That is acceptable. A faint smile appeared on Su Deling's face, and she felt a weight lift in her heart. Then I must trouble fellow Taoists to wait here a short while. Our pavilion currently does not have so many Qingyun pills in stock. I will need to return to the clan to retrieve them. Many thanks, fairy. Gu Xian cupped his fists. Su Deling inclined her head slightly, left the ascending Immortal pavilion, and rode a streak of crimson light toward the Su residence. She descended directly into Su Chuan's courtyard. Grandfather, Su Deling cupped her hands. The negotiations are settled. 2 bottles of mid-grade Qingyun pills plus 1 mid-grade defensive magic treasure. If not for the fact that our Su clan has too few low-grade pills, your granddaughter would have preferred to simply settle it with 3 bottles of low-grade Qingyun pills. Su Chuan chuckled. Are you blaming your grandfather's alchemy skills for being too high? With a sweep of his sleeve, 2 bottles of Qingyun pills flew out and landed before her. In the days to come, mid-grade Qingyun pills will also become increasingly scarce. That only proves grandfather's alchemical attainments keep advancing. It is a good thing. In the coming period, refine more low-grade defensive magic treasures, as well as mid-grade offensive and defensive treasures. They should prove useful at the trade gathering. I know, grandfather. Your granddaughter has indeed been refining artifacts these past days, Su Deling said. Then I shall go complete the trade. Go. Su Deling once again turned into an escaping streak of light and departed. Before long, she had returned to the ascending Immortal pavilion in the Eastern District. She handed the Qingyun pills and a brown shield to Gu Xian for inspection. Gu Xian carefully examined the appearance and medicinal potency of the Qingyun pills, then infused the brown shield with his magic power. After confirming that all was in order, he nodded in satisfaction. The 2 sides completed the exchange and settled goods and payment in full. A pleasant transaction. I hope there will be chances to cooperate with the Su clan again in the future. Gu Xian stowed away his items and rose to cup his hands. Fellow Taoist Gu, take care. Should you obtain other rare treasures or have other needs, you are welcome to return to my ascending Immortal pavilion. Su Deling also rose to see him out. Gu Xian said no more, turned and departed, his figure soon vanishing into the stream of people outside the pavilion. Su Deling, holding the jade box containing the Kongming stone, returned once more to the Su residence, handed the item to Su Chuan, and then set off back toward Tianling's sect. Su Chuan's figure blurred as he entered the Su clan cave heaven. He took out the jade box. Inside, the goose-sized silver-gray Kongming stone lay quietly. After a moment, the silver lines on the stone's surface actually resonated with the Su clan cave heaven, faintly lighting up as the spatial fluctuations it emitted grew ever more active. Su Chuan's gaze remained calm as he supported the Kongming stone in his palm. With a thought, he attempted to link it with the cave heaven and have it be assimilated. A strange scene unfolded. Drawn by an uncanny power, the Kongming stone floated into midair, the silver lines on its surface suddenly blazing with light. Next, its hard stone body began to decompose and melt from the edges, bit by bit, transforming into countless silver points of light. These light points, guided by an invisible force, drifted and scattered toward the intangible spatial barriers around the cave heaven. When they touched the barriers, they silently merged into them. A deep, distant hum suddenly reverberated through the cave heaven. In that instant, Su Chuan clearly sensed that the originally distinct and stable boundary of the cave heaven began to ripple outward like waves on water expanding. The whole expansion process lasted roughly the time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. During this period, the spatial power within the Su clan cave heaven fluctuated violently, its clarity reaching a level even Foundation establishment cultivators could perceive. When all finally grew calm, Su Chuan swept his spiritual sense across the entire cave heaven, roughly 3 li in radius. It truly worked. Su Chuan spoke to himself, though his face showed little joy. Instead, he wore a contemplative look. The spatial origin power contained in the Kongming stone can indeed nourish and expand the foundations of the cave heaven. Yet to expand only from about 1 li to 3 li seems somewhat not worth the cost. If others knew of this, they would undoubtedly curse Su Chuan soundly for his lack of appreciation. But the Su clan cave heaven was unique. It would automatically expand along with Su Chuan's cultivation realm and might even exceed this area in the future. Forget it, consider it a trial. Still, it is truly peculiar. Su Chuan carefully sensed the changes in spiritual energy within the cave heaven. The cave heaven's area has grown nearly threefold. By common reasoning, with the total spiritual energy unchanged, its concentration should have dropped markedly. Yet at present there is scarcely any change. From where does the cave heaven's spiritual energy originate? Could it be that the spatial membrane of the cave heaven automatically draws in and replenishes qi from the surrounding void? Su Chuan could not quite make sense of it, and he was equally curious about what lay beyond the cave heaven. But he quickly stopped dwelling on the matter, withdrew his mind, and began organizing the newly expanded land. What was remarkable was that all of this land was rich black soil, ideal for cultivating various spirit herbs. According to Su Chuan's deductions, this should be the cave heaven's initial land, its land of origin. The earliest expansions would all be within the scope of this origin land. Only once it reached a certain scale would it begin to resemble the space of a normal secret realm. In cave heaven, secret realms opened by ancient sects, the space of the land of origin could only be entered by the founder or those with sufficient authority. Soon Su Chuan left the cave heaven. He then sent a message to inform Su Deling that the Kongming stone had already been used. Su Deling was rather surprised, but did not inquire further. Afterwards, Su Chuan sat cultivating silently beneath the withering Gan flourishing tree in his courtyard. As for withering and flourishing, life and death, the withering and flourishing aspect was already perfected, but what remained was life and death. At present, Su Chuan had only just set foot on comprehending the intent of life and death, barely having entered the doorway. It could be seen how arduous this insight was. Still, with such a fatalent, it was ultimately easier for him to comprehend than for others, especially with the boon of heaven rewards diligence. Accumulated day by day, he would surely bring it to great completion. Su Chuan felt that if he could fully comprehend withering and flourishing life and death, it would become an extraordinary divine ability in no way inferior to the 5 elements creation palm. At Tianling Sect's main square, a streak of scarlet light fell like a meteor, landing lightly and precisely at the center of the vast white jade plaza. As the radiance faded, Su Deling's clear, valiant figure appeared. Her red gold robes were unchanged, her expression calm. It's the sect master. Sect master has returned. Disciples pay respects to sect master. The disciples all stopped what they were doing, turned towards Su Deling in unison, and cupped their hands in salute. Their voices were not perfectly synchronized, yet were filled with heartfelt reverence. Su Deling's gaze swept gently across the disciples, and she inclined her head slightly. Her clear voice rang out, "No need for excessive ceremony." With that, she turned and headed toward the sect master hall. Just then, a figure in golden robes approached from the side. Rong Tianyang, one of Tianling Sect's elders, and the disciple of true Lord Liang. "Sect master, please wait." Rong Tianyang hurried forward and cupped his hands. Rong has a matter he wishes to discuss with sect master. Su Deling's steps paused slightly as she looked toward him and nodded. "If Elder Rong has business, let us speak of it in the main hall." "Yes." Rong Tianyang replied at once, then followed behind Su Deling into the towering, solemn sect master hall. As the doors closed, the restrictions silently rose. Su Deling took the main seat and gestured for Rong Tianyang to sit as well. Her tone was indifferent. "Elder Rong, speak your mind directly." Rong Tianyang briefly weighed his words, then said, "Sect master, true Lord Kurong once said that the Su clan possesses a chance for forming a nascent soul, which will be brought out at the High-Level Trade Conference 3 months from now." As he spoke, he observed Su Deling's expression. Su Deling lifted her cup of spirit tea, took a light sip, and did not respond, waiting for him to continue. Seeing this, Rong Tianyang voiced his true thoughts directly. "Sect master is peerlessly gifted and bears true spirit blood. In but a little over a decade since forming your golden core, you have already reached such a realm. The great path to nascent soul lies clearly before you." Rong is curious regarding that chance for forming a nascent soul. Why did true Lord Kurong not reserve it for sect master to assist you in ascending to nascent soul in the future? Su Deling set down her teacup and looked steadily at Rong Tianyang. "Elder Rong, this is something my grandfather has his own considerations and arrangements for. How he chooses to act is not for a junior like me to comment upon. That goes without saying." Rong Tianyang nodded, but his words soon shifted as he sighed softly. "My master has been at peak golden core for quite some time, yet has regrettably lacked a chance for forming a nascent soul. If he could break through to nascent soul, our Tianju sect would gain another nascent soul supreme elder. Might sect master perhaps say a word or two to true Lord Kurong, and gift this opportunity to my master? Our Tianju sect would certainly offer a generous recompense. After a pause, he continued, I imagine sect master would not wish for my master to be stuck at his current realm, would you, given how exceptionally he has looked after you? Su Deling's brows creased slightly at his words. She said coolly, Senior brother Liang has indeed looked after me. If there were a way to repay him, I would naturally be willing. But Elder Rong, her voice remained even yet carried a hint of unquestionable chill. I have already stated this quite clearly. How my grandfather handles that opportunity is his affair. As a junior, I will not pry, nor will I presumptuously speculate, much less beg for it on behalf of another. I naturally care about Senior brother Liang's progress in cultivation. But whether he can form a nascent soul, in the end, everything still depends on their own fortune and accumulation. How the resources of my Su family are distributed is no concern of outsiders. This matter ends here. Rong Tianyong had not expected Su Deling's attitude to be so firm and decisive, leaving not the slightest room for maneuver. He had thought that once he invoked the lofty righteousness of the Tianju sect and the personal bond with true Lord Liang, Su Deling would at least give it some consideration or soften her stance a little. Now that he had been rebuffed, he immediately felt he could not save face. Green and white hues flickered across his complexion. He sprang to his feet, chest heaving, clearly seething with anger. He wanted to say something, yet faced with the calm gaze of Su Deling within which an unspoken majesty lay hidden, he ultimately did not dare utter a single harsh word. In the end, he cupped his fists in a heavy salute and said stiffly, in that case, this elder has spoken out of turn. I take my leave. With that, he turned and swept his sleeves, striding away without waiting for Su Deling's reply, his hurried steps betraying the indignation he could not quell. Watching his departing back, Su Deling gently shook her head and murmured to herself, Grandfather, with this nascent soul fate, nascent soul bond, you propose the minds of all these clans have become lively indeed. She understood Rong Tianyong's intentions clearly. Nothing more than wishing to use her as a bridge to secure the greatest possible benefit for the Tianju sect and for his own faction within it. But she could distinguish between what was weighty and what was light. In her heart, she had always been a daughter of the Su family first, then a disciple of the Tianju sect, and only after that the sect master of the Tianling sect. If she had to choose between the two, she would, without the slightest hesitation, choose the Su family. After leaving Rong, Tianyong did not return to his own residence, but wandered in circles before finally heading to true Lord Liang's cave abode. He drew in a deep breath, suppressing the anger written too plainly across his face, straightened his robes, and only then touched the restrictive formation at the cave entrance to request an audience. Before long, the cave's barriers opened. Rong Tianyong strode quickly inside. In the great hall deep within the cave, he saw his own master, true Lord Liang, seated cross-legged upon a crimson jade cushion, faint golden flames circulating around his entire body. Sensing his disciple's chaotic aura, true Lord Liang slowly opened his eyes. Tianyong, what has angered you, so that even your chi has become this unsteady? His voice was deep and steady, carrying his habitual gentleness. Seeing his master, Rong Tianyong felt his grievance and indignation surge even more. He bowed deeply and spoke in an agitated tone, Master, this disciple just went to speak with the sect master about that nascent soul opportunity. Oh, true Lord Liang's expression did not change. What did the sect master say? She rejected it entirely. Rong Tianyong's words quickened. This disciple clearly stated that if that opportunity could be secured for you and help you ascend to the nascent soul realm, it would be a tremendous blessing for our Tianju sect. In that way, the bond between the Su family and the Tianju sect would also become even closer. As the disciple of their supreme elder enjoying the sect's full nurturing and support, she should by rights aid in this matter. Yet she merely replied, Grandfather has his own plans, and there is no need for outsiders to interfere. Her attitude was unyielding, without giving the slightest face. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his voice unconsciously rising. Master, Su Deling has not in the slightest regarded herself as a member of the Tianju sect. In her heart, there is only that Su family of hers. If she were truly willing to speak for you, given how highly true Lord Kurong values her, that opportunity might well have fallen into our hands. But she is truly chilling to the heart. Have you finished? True Lord Liang asked slowly. Rong Tianyong started, and seeing his master's calm reaction, grew even more anxious. Master, this matter. In this matter, the sect master is not in the wrong. True Lord Liang cut him off, his tone mild, yet carrying an irrefutable steadiness. If you were in her position, what would you do? For a scion of a great clan, choosing between family and sect is a dilemma by its very nature. Though she leans more toward the Su family as your teacher, I believe her heart is not entirely devoid of our Tianju sect. Then why is the sect master unwilling to speak up? A nascent soul opportunity. How precious is such a thing? True Lord Liang sighed lightly. If our Tianju sect possessed such a chance, do you think we would hand it over merely because someone asked with a few words? Even if a great cultivator came to demand it, the supreme elders would certainly refuse. The Su family is no different. This concerns a momentous opportunity that may shape the next hundreds or thousands of years of a clan or sect's future. Although I do not know why Taoist friend Kurong has chosen to offer it for open trade, it is certain he has his own designs. How could he be swayed so easily by another's persuasion and change its destination? Even for Su Deliang the Junior he values most, it would still be the same. Asking the sect master to go and plead for it is no different from sending her to be scolded. It might even damage the closeness between grandfather and granddaughter. Hearing this, Rong Tianyang broke into a cold sweat. Master, this disciple was in the wrong. I did not think it through clearly enough. You were thinking for your teacher's sake as well. Master, with what this disciple just said, I must have offended the sect master. What should I do? True Lord Liang sighed softly. You need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. Return to your own cave abode and enter secluded cultivation for a time to temper both body and mind. Do not let external things blind your eyes again. As for the sect master, I will pay her a visit and explain. I believe with her broad heart, she will not take excessive offense. Many thanks, master. With that, Rong Tianyang bowed and withdrew from the cave abode, returning to his own dwelling. A short while later, True Lord Liang left his cave and flew toward the sect master's main hall. Within the great hall, a streak of red light descended. Su Deliang opened her eyes to look over and said, Senior Brother Liang, what brings you here with time to spare? It is all because of that foolish disciple of mine whose heart was momentarily thrown into disarray by the nascent soul opportunity and who has done something that offended you, junior sister. I have come specially to offer my apologies. True Lord Liang lowered his head with his hands cupped. Senior Brother Liang, you speak too heavily. Su Deliang sighed softly. I can understand Elder Rong's thoughts. He venerates you too much in his heart and hopes you can form a nascent soul, so he pressed step by step. Junior sister need not cover for him. Respect there is, but private motives there are as well. It is like how with a transformed great demon, as the Su family's backing, many matters naturally become far easier to handle. And no one dare say a word against you. Su Deliang smiled slightly and cupped her fists. Junior sister truly admires Senior Brother Liang for being able to endure the temptation of a nascent soul opportunity without losing your heart. I believe that in the future you will surely be able to form a nascent soul. Junior sister, do not mock your senior brother. True Lord Liang replied with a bitter smile. In the past few days, I too could hardly restrain the urge to go to Taoist friend Kurong and negotiate. My mind was so disturbed that I could not calm myself at all. Only after a long time did I finally realize that Taoist friend Kurong must have his own deeper intention in doing this. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly have kept that nascent soul opportunity for himself. Oh, at the very least, he would have left it to the members of your Su family. To bring it out now must be in order to exchange for an even greater benefit. And the weight behind such benefit is far too heavy, far beyond what I can bear. Only when I understood this did my heart gradually grow calm. Since it is not fated for me, and cannot be forced, the best course is to let it go. A sense of admiration rose in Su Deliang's heart. With such a state of mind, True Lord Liang might truly overcome his inner demon tribulation in the future. Senior Brother Liang, to tell you the truth, I also do not know my grandfather's plan this time, she said. There are matters grandfather will tell us, and others he will not. We of the Su family have never tried to force such things. We need only follow grandfather's arrangements. When he wishes to speak, he naturally will. Grandfather's gaze has never been fixed on the present moment. Many people have only seen the prosperity of the auction and trade gatherings of the 3-month assembly and the current might of the Su family, but grandfather looks decades, even centuries ahead. Su Deliang enunciated each word. Where his gaze falls is precisely the future of my Su family. Having received such an explanation from you, junior sister, this senior brother is already content. I will not disturb your cultivation further, and as for that disciple of mine, rest assured, senior brother, I will not blame him, nor will I forget the nurturing of the Tianju sect. True Lord Liang nodded slightly and left with a smile. Su Deliang sent a message to Su Chuan to inform him of what had transpired. Su Chuan also praised, saying Taoist friend Liang's state of mind is not bad at all. If there is a chance in the future, grandfather will lend him a helping hand. But not now, unless one day our Su family has a nascent soul great cultivator sitting in town, becoming one of the foremost powers in the entire Tianan region. Only then might we bestow a nascent soul opportunity as we please. To act too ostentatiously before that would only bring calamity upon our Sioux family. Granddaughter understands. Time slipped by in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, only 1 month remained before the Yunshi conference. The auction venue and the trade fair were set within the inner city. By now they were already complete. Whether from Tiansong Prefecture or Tanling Prefecture, many people had consigned items for auction. Others were unwilling to wait and directly traded with the Sioux family, instead exchanging their goods for the cultivation resources they desired. Before long, Mo Wentian paid a quiet visit. In the main hall of the Sioux family's central residence, Su Chuan smiled mildly at Mo Wentian and said, "Taoist friend Mo, what wind has blown you here today?" "Strictly speaking, this is the first time I have come calling since Yunshi City was established," Mo Wentian said with emotion. "Given the relationship between our two families, I should have come much earlier. Alas, mundane affairs have kept me entangled. If Taoist friend Mo has anything to say, please speak openly. Taoist friend Su, our combat strength is not much different. We should address each other as fellow Taoists. Calling me senior truly feels somewhat distant. Since you put it that way, I shall obey rather than decline. Whatever it is, Taoist friend Mo, just speak plainly," Su Chuan said with a faint smile. He could already guess a few things, but matters such as this naturally had to be voiced by Mo Wentian himself. "First, I have come to make amends," Mo Wentian said. "When the Tiansong sect was grievously wounded, you already knew of the past conflicts between my Mo family and the Shi family. To expand our own strength and oppose the Shi family, it was hard to avoid doing a few things that offended the Su family. I must ask Taoist friend Su not to hold it against us. Mainly it was that the Tiansong prefecture then was like a dragon without a head, which led me Mo to harbor many ambitions. Looking at it now, it is the Su family that is better suited to replace the Tiansong sect and hold the reins of Tiansong prefecture." After a brief pause, he looked straight into Su Chuan's eyes and continued, "This is my gift of apology. Please, Taoist friend Su, take a look." Mo Wentian produced a storage pouch and placed it on the case table beside Su Chuan. Su Chuan swept it once with his spiritual sense and smiled faintly. "As for apologies and such, I do not recall there being any such matter at all." Mo Wentian truly knew how to conduct himself, or what he offered was not small in the least. Rare spirit herbs and spiritual materials one after another. There was even an auxiliary ingredient they still lacked for the Xiaming pill. However, there was not a single innate spiritual object. The Mo family's golden core foundation was not particularly strong, in fact weaker even than the Lei family, which ranked last among the four great powers. Innate spiritual objects, aside from assisting in core formation, could also be used to comprehend divine abilities and forge magic treasures, among many other uses. The Mo family naturally could not bear to give such things away. But Mo Wentian understood clearly that Su Chuan placed greater value on these spirit herbs and materials, so he had prepared them in abundance. "As long as Taoist friend Su is willing to accept them all, as well," Mo Wentian said with a smile as he stroked his beard. "Second, now that the situation in Tiansong Prefecture is clear, it still will not be achieved in a single day or night for the Su family to truly gain complete control over it. My Mo family is willing to form an alliance with the Su family, helping Yunshi City to replace the Tiansong sect all the faster. What does Taoist friend Su think? The Lei family has already taken your Su family's side. Now that my Mo family joins in, as well, the Tiansong sect is already a lone log in a great sea. As long as your Su family is willing, you can suppress the Tiansong sect at any time and seize the helm of Tiansong Prefecture. The Yunshi conference in 1 month is also meant, is it not, to declare the Su family strength to all. With the people's hearts leaning toward you and all forces flocking to you, even if the Su family has not yet formally replaced the Tiansong sect by then, in the eyes of the various powers of Tiansong Prefecture, Yunshi City will already be its uncrowned king. No one will dare disobey the Su family's decrees. As for the Tiansong sect, it will be nothing more than a struggling prisoner." Su Chuan waved his hand and said with a smile blossoming like a flower, "Taoist friend Mo, you truly overpraise us. My Su family has only 7 people. Speaking of seizing the helm of Tiansong Prefecture is somewhat excessive. Does Taoist friend Su think I am joking?" Mo Wentian said. "You may fully trust in my Mo family's sincerity, and besides, I am unable to make a move against any one of the Su family, and I still owe you a favor. Our two families are natural allies. Natural allies, yet you had someone attempt to assassinate my granddaughter to you. Natural allies, yet you orchestrated a beast tied to destroy my Yunshi City. Natural allies, yet you specifically warned the Tsang family not to assist the Su family in setting up their formation. So you did know everything." Mo Wentian sighed softly, his eyes complex, containing both admiration and a trace of fear. It seems that when you made that agreement with me back, then you deliberately did not seal off all avenues, did you? Who could say? Su Chuan's lips curved slightly. Whatever conditions you have, Taoist friend Su, just state them. As long as my Mo family can bear it, feel free to speak. Though Su Chuan was only a golden core cultivator, he nonetheless inspired a thread of fear in Mo Wentian's heart. He had always thought his own foresight and strategy not bad, and that he could endure much, yet compared with Su Chuan he realized he had been played in the palm of the other's hand, while still feeling pleased with himself. Thinking he held the world in his grasp, when in truth, he was only a chess piece on someone else's board. Back then, when the war between the two prefectures had only just shown signs of breaking out, you had already foreseen it would inevitably erupt into full conflict, and that both sides would end in mutual injury. Of course, according to the original situation, Tanling Prefecture should have been the certain victor. If I have not guessed incorrectly, it was that you Taoist friend Su judged Tanling Prefecture's victory would not be in the Su family's interest, and thus by some unknown means invited ancestor Xianyu and Yin Longzi of the Tianju sect to intervene. Only your timing was too precise. When the Tiansong sect had been grievously wounded, and Shi Daoyan lay at death's door, ancestor Xianyu and the others appeared. The timing was so exact that it almost made it seem more like a coincidence. Some of Su Chuan's methods were far from perfect. They could not be deciphered at the time, but by tracing back along the faint clues left afterward, the hidden threads naturally emerged. Su Chuan knew he could not hide it, and had never intended to. After all, the dust had already settled, a few individuals harping on the past would change nothing. The Su family had in the end risen swiftly and reached the summit of Tiansong Prefecture. In all my life, Mo Wentian said, I have never admired anyone. Taoist friend Su, you are the first to make me feel admiration and at the same time fear. Taoist friend Mo, I am but a minor golden core cultivator, Su Chuan replied mildly. You flatter me too much. Moreover, if you are afraid, why still seek an alliance with my Su family? Precisely because of this, I all the more must form an alliance. If I do not stand in the same camp as your Su family, I am afraid that one day my Mo family will simply vanish without reason. Just like the Tiansong sect. Up to this very moment, they probably still believe that their downfall is entirely due to the Tanling sect. In truth, they should be thanking you, Taoist friend Su. It is you who allowed them to cling to life for these extra years. Friend Su, with my frankness, you should trust in my sincerity now, right? Sincerity is present, but I sense a threat from you. To destroy it, one must first drive it to madness. Friend Mo, do not be foolish and make a mistake. Mo Wentian was startled internally, thinking, did he guess even this? He smiled wryly and said, I am not that foolish. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. Mo Wentian was already prepared to be cut by the Su family. First, a fire type or earth type, top tier spiritual vein of the third rank. Second, like the Lei family, allow my Su family to command you for 10 years. Third, an additional clause to the original oath in your lifetime, you must not use any means to bully the younger generation of my Su family, including hiring assassins or other indirect methods. If you agree to these 3 conditions, the past grievances will be set aside. Mo Wentian felt helpless. His Mo family had no possibility of refusal. I agree. Mo Wentian raised his weary eyes. The spiritual vein will be delivered personally by me in a few days. Thank you, friend Mo. However, let me remind you once more, the Mo family will not have another opportunity. Then Su Chuan smiled and added, of course the competition among peers should be left to them. As elders we cannot treat them like lambs to be raised. Understood, then I shall take my leave. As he departed, a figure appeared. It was Mo Wentian had his divine sense focused on him since his arrival. If he dared to make any slight movement, Mo would strike with thunderous force. Both were new nascent soul-level powerhouses. But Mo was a prodigy while Mo Wentian was merely an ordinary nascent soul. Even Su Chuan could fight him in a direct confrontation for a short time using the power of the sword formation. During the peak of Tiansong Fu, only Shi Dao Yun could slightly suppress Mo. No need to be so vigilant, Mo Wentian, this old fox, is not that irrational. Su Chuan said with a faint smile. He was able to remain low-key for hundreds of years, quietly perfecting his divine abilities. Only after breaking through to nascent soul did he become active. This level of restraint is rare. If it were anyone else, upon achieving mastery of their divine abilities, they would be eager to show off. Those truly aspiring to reach nascent soul will find ways to diligently refine their divine abilities to perfection. Achieving mastery is merely a threshold to nascent soul, and only by perfecting their abilities can they hope to cross that threshold. I am not worried about you. Mo snorted and said, your thoughts are so profound. Oh, I am quite curious about what your inner demon might be. The inner demon is still too far from me. Once the situation stabilizes, I must also find ways to enhance my own qualifications. That makes sense. At your current pace, by the time Deling reaches nascent soul, you may not have even reached the golden core stage. At that time, you, the ancestor of the Su family, might be a mere name without substance. Su Chuan remained silent. Mo thought he had suffered a setback and left with a sense of pride, leaving behind a remark. I will go out for a stroll and return before the Yunshi conference. A few days later, Mo and Tian delivered a third-rank top-tier spiritual vein. For the Mo family, this was a significant loss of vitality. After all, the Mo family did not have the same foundation as Tian Songzong. As a newly risen nascent soul family, setting aside the nascent soul, without decades or even hundreds of years of development, they are not much different from the top golden core families. Half a month later in Guyu City, the Sima family, Nya family, and Chao family arrived in succession. They all secretly visited the Su family, intending to seize the nascent soul opportunity in advance. Naturally, Su Chuan did not agree to any of them. As for how to trade for the nascent soul opportunity, he merely said they would know when the time came. The several families were all helpless. But at this moment, the Su family was no longer the Su family of a few years ago. Even though the protective formation of Yunshi City was only a low-tier third rank, they did not dare to act recklessly. Without a teleportation technique above great completion, those in the golden core stage could not possibly match the speed of a transforming great demon. A few days later, Mo returned from somewhere, bringing back a substantial amount of first and second rank spiritual herbs materials, beast materials, and some second and third rank, even fourth rank resources. Upon inquiry, he learned that he had gone around the Black Wind Mountain range, and even fought with the transforming demon beast, there seizing a considerable amount of resources. Su Chuan, I avenged you. The great demon from the Black Wind Mountain range that hunted you down, I fought him fiercely. If it weren't for my awakening of the true dragon pressure, it would have been difficult to suppress him. That dead tiger was almost at the mid-level of the fourth rank. It had lived for at least 2,000 years. You really are too idle. If a fourth rank beast is seriously injured, I don't have that many precious medicines to treat you. Do you think my Jiaolong bloodline and defenses are mere boasting? Mo scoffed, then waved his hand. No more idle chatter, I need to take a nap. Call me when the Yunshi conference starts, and I will support you. Thank you. Su Chuan smiled slightly. Mo transformed into a blue light, and entered the back courtyard of Su Chuan, diving into the deep pool. His three offspring, the white snake, followed Su De Yue, Jia followed Su Chong Fei, and Jada went to manage Yun Lake. There were many second-ranked demon beasts in Yun Lake, perfect for his training and serving as his stepping stone. After Mo transformed into a great demon, he took the time to use 3 drops of his essence blood to help them refine their bloodlines, making their Jiaolong bloodline even richer. Even the white snake had sprouted small sharp horns on its forehead. Although Jada was only at the early second rank, unless it had a powerful bloodline, it would be hard to surpass in the late second rank. However, to completely dominate Yun Lake, it must at least grow into a third-rank demon beast. Of course, with his bloodline potential and the full support of the Su family, it is highly likely he will reach such strength in the future. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the Yunshi conference. Yunshi City welcomed an unprecedented hustle and bustle. By today, the nascent soul and golden core cultivators of Tiansong Zone and Tanlang Zone had all arrived. There were also some notable golden core families within the 2 domains, foundational building families of substantial standing, and many scattered cultivators of varying levels who had come at the news. Various forces from all walks of life gathered like rivers converging into the sea from all directions. In the vast outer city of Yunshi, nearly every inn and cave-dwelling rental point was packed to capacity, with streets bustling and mixed with various energies. Over the past 3 months, all kinds of shops in the city, whether selling pill medicines, talismans, and materials for magical artifacts, or providing food, lodging, and spiritual drinks, were all making a fortune. This was because the inner city area had strict regulations. Unless it was the official day of the conference, the formations remained closed and ordinary people could not enter. All attendees who arrived early had to wait outside the city. The next day, as dawn broke and the first golden rays of sunlight fell upon the city, the massive formation covering the inner city emitted a low rumbling hum. As the light flowed and gradually dissipated, the inner city is open. The Yunshi conference has finally begun. Let's go. In an instant, countless cultivators who had been waiting in various places in the outer city ready to go transformed into streams of varying colors and strengths, dashing towards the Yunshi auction house. The sound of breaking air filled the air. The sky was painted with brilliant flowing lights, rendering the morning sky spectacular, a truly magnificent scene. The Yunshi auction house is situated in the most central open area of the inner city. It was a newly built colossal structure constructed specifically for this conference. It covered an area of nearly 1,000 acres built entirely with deep dark stones mixed with spiritual wood, its lines strong and grand, standing over 30 feet tall and divided into 3 levels. From a distance it resembled a great beast lying and waiting, steady and majestic. The surface of the building was subtly illuminated with complex array patterns, clearly indicating that its defenses and isolation restrictions were extremely well designed. The main entrance of the auction house was extremely wide, capable of accommodating 10 riders side by side. Above it hung a massive plaque reading Yunchi Auction House, intricately crafted and imposing. At this moment the main entrance was wide open, with Sioux family guards in uniform exuding a disciplined aura standing on either side to maintain order and guide the flow of people. Upon entering, it was a whole new world. The first floor was an incredibly spacious circular hall, with a floor paved with gleaming jade stone capable of comfortably seating tens of thousands. The seats were arranged in a fan shape, ascending from low to high, ensuring that every view could clearly focus on the front of the hall. There stood a wide auction platform about 10 feet high, made of a massive slab of black rock with a surface as smooth as a mirror behind, which was a large spirit wall capable of displaying images and details of the treasures. At this moment the platform was empty, but had naturally become the focal point of the entire hall. The dome of the hall was high above, embedded with countless luminous pearls and gathering formations, casting soft and bright light, with spiritual energy denser than the outside world. The second and third floors were surrounded by a circle of independent, elegant rooms. The side of the elegant rooms facing the hall was not an ordinary wall, but a one-way transparent special glass or formation barrier. From the inside one can clearly overlook the auction platform and most of the hall's scene, but from the outside one cannot peek inside the elegant rooms at all. Clearly they were equipped with strong soundproofing, anti-peeping, and even anti-spiritual sense-probing restrictions to ensure the privacy of the esteemed guests. There were quite a number of elegant rooms, adding up to over 1,000 on the second and third floors, with little difference in specifications. Seniors, those above the golden core stage, can enter the elegant rooms on the second and third floors for free. Each elegant room can accommodate 5 people. Please follow me this way. One by one, representatives from golden core powers were led to the second or third floor. They could choose their elegant rooms. Others who also wanted elegant rooms needed to pay 100 low-grade spirit stones, also allowing 5 people to enter. Those foundation building cultivators who came here naturally would not mind a mere 100 spirit stones. They cared more about confidentiality and privacy. Thus, aside from leaving some elegant rooms for certain golden core powers, the remaining elegant rooms on the second and third floors were fully booked. Many foundation building cultivators regretted coming late. Shi Dao Yun Mo when Tian and Shi Tian Xiong casually selected an elegant room, although the first 3 days were auctions of low-tier items. But with 3 consecutive days of auctions, they also wanted to see just how profound the foundation of the Su family truly was. Qing Mu Jinjun looked at the packed first-floor hall, and the cultivators continuously streaming in, not only marveling, such a grand scene, perhaps it is the first in 100 years for Tian Songfu. Shi Feng, you said, senior brother, the Su family is merely taking advantage of the opportunity of the innate secret realm appearing. If it weren't for countless forces and scattered cultivators wanting to digest a part of the resources gained to strengthen their own power, relying solely on the Su family, it seems unlikely they could produce so many auction items. Qing Mu Junjun's eyes shimmered slightly. But how do you know this isn't something Su Chuan has been planning for a long time? The name of the Jiaing opportunity is enough to attract countless people. No need for more words, do just watch quietly. As Shi Dao Yun spoke, the other two immediately fell. Bing Qian Jinjun did not come knowing that this Jiaing opportunity had nothing to do with him, so he simply quietly secluded himself within Tiansong zone, focusing on refining his divine ability. Half an hour later, with a clear bell ringing throughout the auction hall, the clamor of voices gradually subsided, and all eyes focused on the warm jade platform. A middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe with a lean face and bright piercing eyes stepped onto the stage. He was Chen Changgu, the host of this auction. Friends, you have traveled from afar, and the Yunchi auction house shines with glory. I am Chen Changgu, honored to be the host of today's auction. Many friends should know me. I am also the Vice City Lord of Yunchi City, responsible for all matters here. The rules can be summarized simply: the highest bidder wins. Spirit stones take precedence, and some items can be exchanged. Let's skip the small talk. Now presenting the first auction item of the day. With a wave of his sleeve, brilliance surged on the jade platform beside him. Appearing was a large set of 8 small needles, 9 fine needles as thin as cow hair, glowing with a dark blue cold light, quietly floating in an open jade box. The first item is a top-tier magical artifact set, the Mother and Child Soul Snatching Needles. Chen Chang's voice was loud, echoing in every corner of the auction house. This set of flying needles is forged from deep-sea cold iron mixed with soul ghost gold. The mother needle controls while the 8 child needles hide and deceive, designed to break through protective spiritual light and magical shields. Additionally, it possesses a frightening characteristic capable of briefly disrupting the divine soul of a foundation-building cultivator. This is an exceptionally good magical artifact. The starting price is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each raised not less than 50. Top-tier magical artifact sets are worth no less than 1 pattern magical artifacts, and those capable of injuring divine senses with some hidden effects are even rarer. They are undoubtedly tools for ambushing others, the first choice for scattered cultivators when they go out. Its value is not inferior to 2 pattern magical artifacts. 2,500 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones. 3,200 spirit stones. In the hall, a wave of enthusiastic bidding erupted, especially from scattered cultivators or representatives of small families in the mid to late stages of foundation building who were quite keen on such sharp and insidious magical artifacts. The price quickly climbed above 3,200 spirit stones, 3,550 spirit stones, 3,600 spirit stones, 3,800 spirit stones. Ultimately, it was won by a peak foundation building scattered cultivator in a second-floor elegant room for 4,050 spirit stones. The next few items were mostly magical artifacts, all above quality, such as the exceptionally sharp golden rainbow sword, the blue wave ring capable of briefly trapping enemies, etc. Among them were not lacking 1 pattern and 2 pattern magical artifacts, especially a mystic turtle trifolding shield that could transform into 3 layers of shield shadows. This 2-pattern defensive magical artifact was purchased by a Golden Core family's Golden Core ancestor for 4,500 spirit stones. Time soon reached the afternoon. First were the spiritual herbs and medicines. 300 years old blood spirit mushroom, the main ingredient for refining the second-rank healing pill, jade marrow blood pill, can also be consumed directly, remarkably effective in replenishing vitality. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. 500 years old purple smoke grass, 3 stalks auxiliary material for refining the second-rank pill, purple rhythm pill, can slightly purify magical power, starting price 200 spirit stones per stalk. A single 800-year-old earth core flame lotus, petals slightly damaged, suitable for fire affinity cultivators to refine and advance their cultivation or as an auxiliary ingredient in certain third-rank fire element pills. Starting bid 500 spirit stones. These centuries-old rare spirit herbs attracted numerous alchemists and elemental cultivators, driving prices steadily upward. Next, a pill the size of a dragon eye was presented, fragrant and alluring. A supreme-grade Chengshu pill, a breakthrough pill for foundation establishment cultivators. Starting bid 1,000 spirit stones. At its unveiling, many foundation establishment cultivators in the early or middle stages, stuck at bottlenecks, began breathing rapidly, and bidding erupted from all corners of the hall. 1,200, 1,300, 1,800 spirit stones. Ultimately, it was secured by an elderly voice emanating from a private chamber on the second floor for 2,300 spirit stones. 9 more supreme-grade Chengshu pills followed consecutively, each sold for over 2,000 spirit stones. While raw materials for a single Chengshu pill cost only a few hundred spirit stones, Chuan's mastery allowed him to produce 9 supreme-grade pills per furnace, a truly extraordinary profit margin. Supreme-grade Shen Nian Dan, 3 vials, 9 pills per vial. Each vial auctioned separate. Shen Nian Dan is a second-rank pill that enhances spiritual sense for qi refinement cultivators. Each cultivator may consume no more than 3 pills. Beyond that, further ingestion yields no additional benefit. Truly an unparalleled elixir for nurturing prodigies at the qi refinement stage. Without further delay, the supreme-grade Shen Nian Dan, starting bid 1,000 spirit stones per vial. Esteemed cultivators, begin your bidding. Scarcely had the words faded when attendees exchanged bewildered glances. Few in the main hall placed bids, yet numerous foundation establishment and golden core cultivators from private chambers on the second and third floors eagerly entered the fray. 1,200, 1,250, 1,350, 2,000 spirit stones, 2,100 spirit stones. The first vial of Shen Nian Dan was acquired for 2,400 spirit stones, its per pill price already exceeding the total material cost of an entire batch. Yet this came as no surprise. Pills that enhance spiritual sense or break through major cultivation barriers are among the rarest and most precious of all. The higher the rank, the scarcer they become. Pills assisting transcendence across great cultivation realms are even rarer, priceless, unobtainable by mere coin. They appear only sporadically at grand auctions. Subsequent offerings included Supreme Grade Zhu Ling Dan and Zhu Yuan Dan, both enhancing cultivation progress, and were sold in full vials igniting unprecedented fervor. While potency-enhancing pills are commonplace in apothecary shops, Supreme Grade batches sold intact are exceedingly rare. Next, esteemed Xianzi. Ladies of Immortal Cultivation, please take special note. A paired offering Supreme Grade Zhu Yin Dan and Hui Chun Dan. 10 sets available. First, ingest Hui Chun Dan to restore youthful vitality. Then Zhu Yin Dan to preserve that youth eternally. Starting bid, 1,500 spirit stones per set. Minimum increment, 100 spirit stones. Ladies within 500 years of age may fully benefit. Those beyond that threshold will revert only to middle age. Both Zhu Yin Dan and Hui Chun Dan may be consumed only once. Repeated use yields no further effect. When next such a pairing appears remains uncertain. Thereafter female cultivators nearly erupted into frenzy. Even Golden Core Xianzi joined the bidding war. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. 2 pills fetched the price of a second-tier artifact. The final set soared to 5,000 spirit stones, leaving countless male cultivators speechless with awe. Such formidable resolve left even seasoned cultivators humbled. The raw materials for these 20 pills cost barely over 1,000 spirit stones. Hui Chun Dan is uniquely potent, containing a sliver of the profound truth of life's Tao, hence its miraculous power to revive withering life, like spring returning to barren wood. Also offered Supreme Grade Tua Hai Dan, capable of expanding a foundation establishment cultivator's Dantian and Qi Si by 30%. Granting markedly superior reserves of cultivation energy, often proving decisive in combat. 9 Tua Hai Dan, each sold for over 1,000 spirit stones. As the pill frenzy subsided, the auction shifted to raw materials. A third-rank foam Hosher stone, ideal for forging wind element second-tier artifacts or cultivating related techniques. Starting bid, 800 spirit stones. Acquired by a young foundation establishment cultivator. A segment of 800-year-old In Hun Mu, exceptional for crafting ghost path or in-element artifacts, or nurturing in spirits. Starting bid, 600 spirit stones. A black-robed cultivator in the hall calmly bid 750 spirit stones and claimed it uncontested. A fist-sized piece of Qiyang Jingtong, a supremely yang-aligned refining material. Starting bid, 800 spirit stones. Several bidders competed this time, and it was ultimately secured by a private chamber on the 3rd floor for 1,300 spirit stones. A 1-foot-long segment of 3rd-rank Lei Ji Mu infused with faint celestial thunder essence. Its applications vast and mysterious. Starting bid, 1,500 spirit stones. This item sparked modest contention, eventually acquired by the Lei clan for 3,200 spirit stones. A piece of Bing Peixin Jing exuding pure penetrating cold. Starting bid, 700 spirit stones. Multiple cultivators practicing ice element arts fiercely contested it. One secured it for over 1,400 spirit stones. Next came talismans and formation discs. More popular than raw materials, yet still comprising less than 1/10 of total auction volume compared to artifacts, pills, and materials. As the sun descended behind the western peaks, Chunchanga announced today's auction draws near its close. Next, the 3 meticulously prepared grand finales. First, the Supreme Grade Yang Shun Dan 7 pills, each auctioned individually. He held aloft a white jade pill vial and smiled. Its function requires no elaboration, I trust. Each pill, 3,000 spirit stones. Minimum increment, 100 spirit stones. At its unveiling, multiple voices surged forth from private chambers on the 2nd and 3rd floors. 3,200, 3,500, 3,800, 4,000. Ultimately, a calm, yet unassailable voice from the 3rd floor secured it for 4,500 spirit stones. Second pill, bidding commences. 3,100, 3,200. The second pill sold for 4,200 spirit stones. The remaining 5 each exceeded 4,000 spirit stones. Unlike Zhu Yin Dan, this value was genuine and justified. Historically, only Tiansong sect possessed abundant supplies of Supreme Grade Yang Shun Dan. The other 2 sects held only meager quantities. Yet during the last realm's opening, scarcely any Tian Shun Gua fruits emerged, causing Tiansong Prefecture's stock to dwindle sharply. Even Tiansong sect now dispenses only residual stores as rewards to disciples. How does the Su family possess Yang Shun Dan? Where did they obtain the formula? Where did they source the Tian? Shifeng receive it. Across the entire southern, northern, eastern, and western regions of Tian only our Tiansung sect, and perhaps 2 or 3 other minor powers, possess Tianxin Shu, the sole tree capable of yielding Yangshin Dan. Qingmu Jinjuan and Shi Daoyuan remained silent. That the Su family could offer such pills strongly implied a stable supply chain. Silence. Such clamor betrays no dignity befitting the patriarch of Tiansung sect. Shi Daoyuan let out a cold snort. Realizing his lapse, Shi Fengyue immediately bowed deeply. Forgive this junior elder ancestor. I meant no disrespect, only profound astonishment. By then the auction stage had already revealed the second grand finale. Shinchanga gestured for an attendant to present a red silk draped tray. Upon lifting the silk, a palm-sized ancient weighty bronze bell was revealed, its surface engraved with dense cloud and thunder motifs, its aura subtly luminous. This is the Xiao Lei Yin Zhong, a dual-purpose artifact of second-tier refinement. He continued with a smile. When activated, it expands to cover the user, over 10 feet wide, with defensive power surpassing ordinary second-tier defensive artifacts. Simultaneously, it emits thunderous resonance, sound waves striking directly at the soul, especially devastating against specters and those with wavering willpower. I Chunchanga declare boldly, with mastery of this artifact, even within the Foundation establishment realm, only the absolute pinnacle of Tiannan's young geniuses could hope to defeat its wielder alone. Xiao Lei Yin Zhong, starting bid 4,000 low-tier spirit stones. This rare, dual-purpose second-tier artifact instantly drew keen interest from Golden Core factions. The main hall erupted in murmurs, private chambers likewise echoed with rapid bids. 4,200, 4,800, 5,000, 5,600, 6,000. A voice with metallic timbre rang out from a second-floor chamber. The price climbed. Ultimately, a previously silent chamber on the third floor, speaking for the first time, secured it for 7,200 spirit stones. The final grand finale of today is... Chunchanga's voice rose sharply as he placed a hand upon his storage pouch. In the next instant, a heavy, domineering, razor-sharp aura, capable of piercing the heavens, surged forth from his pouch and hovered before him, spearhead raised high, vibrating with resonant hum. Its shaft was neither metal nor wood, but bore natural scale-like patterns resembling dragon scales, gleaming with a deep obsidian luster. Its tip was no ordinary silvery gleam, but resembled solidified crimson blood crystal, or molten lava drawn from the earth's core. Its tassel, woven from unknown demonic beast hair, burned blood red, rippling without wind. Chinchanga drew a deep breath and proclaimed, "This is the third-tier artifact, the Tian Wang Chang. Adorned with 3 sacred inscriptions, Wang Ba and Shang, it radiates overwhelming spiritual pressure capable of subduing the will. You yourselves can feel its oppressive aura, rivaling that of a low-tier treasure. Few third-tier artifacts manifest such sheer dominance. Frankly speaking, any Foundation establishment cultivator who masters even part of its power would earn recognition among the elite geniuses. Fully master it, and victory at the next Genius Summit is assured." For a heartbeat, the auction house fell into absolute silence, then exploded into unprecedented fervor. Only Xianyu sect in the southern, northern, eastern, and western regions of Tian possesses third-tier artifacts, and even theirs are not self-forged. They've actually unveiled a third-tier artifact. Has the Su family lost its mind? A Golden Core cultivator murmured from his chamber. Though priceless to those present, any Golden Core cultivator here could afford it outright. What mattered was scarcity. Shinchanga spoke truth. Any Foundation establishment cultivator wielding this spear, even at peak cultivation, could ascend to legendary status. Truly audacious. Were I Su Chuan, I'd never allow a single third-tier artifact to leave my clan. The Nye clan patriarch marveled. Though my kin excel with blades, we could certainly cultivate a spear-wielding. Nearly every cultivator in the main hall stood up, craning their necks, eyes blazing with fervent desire fixed upon the Tian Wang Chang. From private chambers on the second and third floors, dozens of powerful divine senses swept toward the jade platform, eager to scrutinize it minutely. Tian Wang Chang, starting bid 150 mid-tier spirit stones. Minimum increment 10 mid-tier spirit stones. Payment accepted only in mid-tier or higher spirit stones. After a brief hush, bidding erupted like a volcanic eruption. 170 mid-tier spirit stones, announced the Nya clan patriarch. 200 mid-tier spirit stones, boomed the Sima clan patriarch from the second floor. 230 mid-tier spirit stones, declared Tian Langjinjuan. 280 mid-tier spirit stones, intoned a Lei clan elder. 300, declared Mo Wenshang. Within mere heartbeats, the price galloped past 300 mid-tier spirit stones. Nearly all bidders were representatives of Golden Core factions. Ordinary cultivators could only watch silently as these titans clashed. 350, 380, 420. Bidding soared ever higher, the tension thick enough to congeal. Only when the price reached 500 mid-tier spirit stones did the pace slow slightly. Yet competition. After nearly 20 fierce rounds, the Tian Wang Chong was acquired by the Tanlang sect for 720 mid-tier spirit stones. After nearly 20 fierce rounds, the Tian Wang Chong was acquired by the Tanlang sect for 700 as Chen Chang's jade mallet struck with a resonant lingering chime. Dong. The first day's auction concluded definitively. Today's auction has ended. Esteemed cultivators, we meet again tomorrow at dawn. Attendees began departing, but discussions about the day's marvels continued unabated. Today's finales were Yang Shun Dan, a refined second-tier artifact, and a third-tier artifact. What do you suppose tomorrow's grand finale will be? It must rival the third-tier artifact in value, or else the prestige of this Yun Shi Grand Assembly would be irreparably tarnished. I agree. Alas, we're excluded from the high-rank exchange assembly 3 days hence. That is where true treasures abound. At the Su residence, the main hall, Chen Chang'e reported the auction's results to Su Chuan. Mo Yue Yi Fan Su Deling and Su De were also present. After listening, Su Deling smiled faintly. Many auction items originated from cultivators slain within the realm. Lesser ones are displayed at Dengxian Pavilion or reserved as future rewards for household guards. Slightly better items appear at auctions, but many are of little use to our family. As for true masterpieces, only fools would sell them. Yi Fan remarked today's auction revenue stemmed chiefly from Master's Supreme Grade pills followed by Sisterling's artifacts. Though earnings are substantial, both prefectures' major powers now recognize the Su family's immense depth of resources. Young Yi, what is there to fear with this sovereign present? Mou clenched his fist joints cracking. Let them come. I'll shatter them. Yi Fan's lips twitched. Of course I believe Senior Elder's words. Rest assured, Yunshi City's momentum is unstoppable. Even the Tanlang sect dares not move against us. Su Chuan smiled serenely. Seeing a few people puzzled, Su Chuan said, the Mo family has reconciled and is willing to follow the Su family's orders for 10 years, just like the Lei family. Even the Tanlang sect and the Tiansong sect cannot shake our Su family. As for inciting other Golden Core families, they are not foolish. Compared to the Tiansong sect, they will definitely be more willing to heed the commands of our Yunshi City. As for the various factions of the Tanlang Mansion, after the recent two-family battle, no faction will easily take action without a decade or two of cultivation. They are not rogue cultivators who can afford to be thoughtless. Everyone found this reasonable and nodded slightly. But they were even more surprised that the Mo family had so easily withdrawn from the contention. Su Deling said, Grandfather, since the Mo family's ancestor has reconciled, they must have something substantial to offer in return, right? Of course I wouldn't let it go easily. Quite a few spirit herbs and a third-grade superior spirit vein. Yi Fan exclaimed, is he really willing to give this up? The Mo family's heritage only has one, or at most two, third-grade superior spirit veins, right? Perhaps they have gained something in this secret realm. It's not just our Su family that can encounter spirit veins. That might be the case. Yi Fan nodded, but this will certainly make the Mo family feel the pinch for a long time. If not, he probably wouldn't easily believe it. Su Chuan smiled, and then looked at Elder Chen Chang'e. Elder Chen, you should return today. You still have to preside over the auction tomorrow. If you are unwilling, I can replace you with someone else. Elder Chen Chang'e clasped his fists, saying, thank you for your kindness, but I can continue. Su Chuan nodded in agreement. Then Chen Chang'e left the Su residence. Su Chuan said to Mo Yue, tonight you should patrol the 4 major districts. Keep an eye on things and see if anyone is causing trouble. If someone acts out, show no mercy and kill them directly. Understood. Mou grinned, seemingly eager for trouble to arise. Unfortunately, no one gave him the opportunity. Master, the Su family's transforming dragon seems to be patrolling, said Tianlang Jinjuan with a slight frown. It seems to be more than just an elder of the Su family. Could it be a spirit pet of a certain ancestor of the Su family? Otherwise, most dragon beasts are violent. How could it be so obedient? Qi Tianxiong gazed out at the massive dragon silhouette hidden in the night sky, his eyes shining with insight. Perhaps the Su family could rise so quickly because they were once a powerful nascent soul family. Thus they have such a foundation. It is rumored that they fled to the Tiansong mansion, but from which region in the south they came is unknown. The Su family. Qi Tianxiong, although in the nascent soul stage, did not know how many nascent soul forces there were in the entire southern region. He was the type who dominated a territory, invading others. Not someone who roams around leisurely like a wild crane. The next day at dawn, the second day of the Yunshi conference began. Thousands of private rooms were still packed, and the hall was also full. Dear friends, greetings. Today Chunchanga will again host the auction. Without further ado, let's present the first item for today's auction. Everyone looked at the demonic artifact on stage, revealing expressions of surprise. Chunchanga introduced, "This is a demonic artifact known as the Blood Evil Chain, ranked at the first pattern level, which has binding effects. Once entangled, it will disrupt the flow of power within the body. The longer it lasts, the stronger the binding effect. In less than half a stick of incense, it can completely seal the dantian. Additionally, the physical body will gradually be corroded. This auction item starts at 1,500 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 50 spirit stones. The bidding begins. Compared to the first day, today's auction items appeared more mixed, with a wider variety and greater specificity. Although some pills for refining power reappeared, many types not seen yesterday also appeared. For example, the Meridian Expansion Pill, which can expand meridians and enhance the speed of spiritual energy circulation, and the Washing Marrow Pill, which can cleanse impurities from the body and slightly enhance root bone. These pills that enhance physical constitution are quite attractive to families that focus on nurturing disciples. 3 Superior Foundation Establishment Pills can increase the success rate of foundation establishment for Chi refining great perfection cultivators by 30%. Starting price for each is 1,200 spirit stones. Now let's start the auction for the first one. 1,250 spirit stones. 1,500 spirit stones. 1,800 spirit stones. 9 Superior Yuji Pills. They can increase the foundation establishment chance by 20% and can be taken in conjunction with the foundation establishment pill. Starting price for each is 800 spirit stones. As soon as these pills appeared, they immediately attracted heated competition from many foundation establishment family representatives, with bidding voices rising and falling, often increasing by 70 to 80% in just a few rounds. Even some Golden Core families occasionally joined in to pave the way for their outstanding juniors, pushing the prices even higher. Each foundation establishment pill was at least 2,500 spirit stones, and the Yuji pills were also traded for over 2,000 spirit stones. Compared to the Great Way, there are more talents in the southern region, more abundant spiritual energy, and richer resources, so foundation establishment is not too difficult. Those who are trapped are often cultivators below the true spiritual root. Without these pills as assistance, the chances of breaking through are slim. As for being able to fetch this price, it is mainly because the quality of these pills is high enough. If they were of inferior quality, fetching over 1,000 spirit stones would be considered good. The quantity and variety of spirit herbs and materials were clearly greater than yesterday, and their years were also a bit older. In addition, beast materials started to appear. A complete soul of a latest-stage second-grade wind howling wolf, sealed perfectly, can be refined into a wind attribute artifact spirit or used to practice related secret arts. Starting price 900 spirit stones. A bottle of blood from an early-stage third-grade crimson scale python containing fire poison is a precious material for body refining or refining special pills. Starting price 1,200 spirit stones. A demon pill from a peak second-grade iron-armored rhino, which is earth attribute with immense demon power, versatile in use. Starting price 2,000 spirit stones. Demon beast materials were hotly contested, very popular. Following that were items like spells and secret arts. The sharp gold sword art, the Chi refining section up to the mid-foundation establishment stage, is a golden sword art with fierce offensive capabilities. Starting price 200 spirit stones. A jade slip for practicing the water attribute mid-level spell, Xianbing Shield. Starting price 300 spirit stones. Notes on the alchemy insights of a second-grade superior alchemist. Starting price 600 spirit stones. Records detailing the key points of arranging 3 types of second-grade inferior formations. Starting price 1,000 spirit stones. In terms of artifacts, today's categories were distinctly skewed. Aside from a few regular artifacts, 4 or 5 demonic artifacts appeared in succession. For example, the Filthy Spike, which can sully artifacts, the Blood-Devouring Blade, which devours blood to nourish itself, and the Illusion Heartbell, etc. A day passed quickly in this manner. Everyone, the next items are the 3 highlights of today. Chunchanga said energetically. As he spoke, he took out a green jade slip, its surface shimmering like flowing wind. This is a complete inheritance jade slip for the wood attribute escape technique. Imu Qingwang done. As everyone knows, escape techniques are rarer than combat techniques. Starting price 2,000 inferior spirit stones, with each bid not less than 100. A complete escape technique's value is self-evident, especially for wood attribute cultivators or those lacking superior means of survival. The bidding mainly unfolded between several Golden Core loose cultivators and some Golden Core families lacking escape techniques. This item was eventually bought by a Golden Core family for 4,200 spirit stones. Please bring out the second highlight item, Chunchanga said calmly. At this moment, the servant presented a tray containing a fist-sized dark red net-like artifact covered in gruesome vein-like patterns exuding wisps of blood evil energy. This is a demonic 2-pattern killing artifact, Blood Luo cover, he said solemnly. Once this cover is summoned, it can instantly expand, sealing the surrounding area within 100 feet. Within the cover, blood evil spreads, able to corrode power and sully artifacts. It can also condense the blood evil force into blood spears for attack with power comparable to a first pattern offensive artifact. Those without golden core cultivation or top-tier strength will find it extremely difficult to escape once trapped. It is most suitable for cultivators using blood arts or evil techniques. Its starting price, 3,600 inferior spirit stones. As soon as this item emerged, the temperature in the auction hall seemed to drop a few degrees. Almost all the cultivators who had previously bid for demonic artifacts were holding their breath. The bidding quickly reached a fever pitch. 3,008 spirit stones. 4,000 spirit stones. 4,300 spirit stones. Bidders were concentrated among the private rooms on the second and third floors, and they refused to give way to each other, as the price soared to 5,800 spirit stones. In the end, it was bought by the Sima family for 6,000 spirit stones, drawing the attention of the entire. Chunchanga paused for a moment, waiting for the commotion caused by the Blood Luo cover to subside slightly before speaking in an unprecedented serious tone. The last highlight item of today is a treasure that many present cannot afford to miss, and even Golden Core families cannot overlook it. If you acquire it, you may soar to great heights. If you acquire it, your family's foundation may greatly increase. He gestured for the servant to present a jade box made of warm jade covered in restrictions. As the lid slowly opened, a pill the size of a dragon, eye perfectly round, and exhibiting a profound yet pure golden color, lay quietly on the soft cushion in the center of the jade box, emanating a majestic yet gentle aura. At the moment the pill appeared, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit and seemingly invigorating the power within. Countless foundation establishment, great perfection cultivators instantly stood up, revealing expressions of disbelief. That is, I can't be mistaken. The Su family is truly generous. Do they really think their descendants won't need it? The discussions were unending. Chunchanga smiled slightly. It seems many friends have recognized it. Yes, it is one of the most famous aids for golden core breakthroughs, called Jiejin Dan. Moreover, the quality of this pill has reached superior. It can increase the success rate of forming a golden core by 30%. With it, I believe that the vast majority of foundation establishment great perfection cultivators present have the possibility of breaking through to golden core and becoming high-level cultivators. Chun Change's voice resounded like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. It's actually superior. The entire auction house erupted into a frenzy. All foundation establishment great perfection cultivators' eyes turned red in an instant. They wanted it. They desperately wanted it. All representatives of foundation establishment families were breathing heavily, fists clenched. Elders of all golden core families had sharp gazes, determined to obtain it. Even some golden core loose cultivators had flickering eyes, clearly considering acquiring this chance to change their fate for their juniors or disciples. This pill's effects need not be elaborated by me. Superior quality, the medicinal power, is naturally perfect, crafted by the hand of the true monarch of withering and flourishing. This Jiejin Dan starts at 100 medium spirit stones, with each bid not less than 5 medium spirit stones. The bidding begins. Boom. 120 medium spirit stones. 130. 150. 200. 205. The bidding surged like a tsunami, with the number of participants far exceeding any previous item. Hundreds of foundation establishment great perfection loose cultivators in the hall shouted out bids recklessly, but soon their voices were drowned out by the steady and powerful voices coming from the private rooms on the second and third floors. The price skyrocketed at a jaw-dropping speed, almost instantly breaking through the 200 medium spirit stone barrier, showing no signs of stopping. 220, 250, 280, 300. The Tiansong sect, the Tanlang sect, the Mo family, the Lei family, Guyo City, and the Sima family. Even some ordinary golden core families with weaker foundations joined the fray, showing no intention of backing down. Each increment in price drew gasps from the crowd. This was not merely a battle of financial power, but a contest for the future core strength of the families. Ultimately, after a nearly brutal price rivalry, this superior Jiejin Dan, capable of changing the fate of a cultivator or even a family was bought by the Yin family for 880 medium spirit stones with great difficulty. As the gavel came down, many unsuccessful bidders among the foundation establishment, great perfection cultivators, looked despondent, slumping in their seats. The elder of the Yin family looked at the young man beside him, patting his shoulder, and said solemnly, "Where do not let me down." Yin Yu solemnly bowed. "Grandson understands." The second day's auction concluded amidst the frenzy and endless shock caused by this Jiejin Dan. Many cultivators felt that the Su family had gone mad for offering the superior Jiejin Dan. But who knew that due to the harvest from the innate secret realm, the Su family had a reserve of dozens of Jiejin Dan. That night, Yu patrolled the skies again. Feeling the faint dragon might from above, no one dared to act recklessly. Even those nearly crazy foundation establishment, great perfection cultivators did not want to challenge a transformed great demon and die for nothing. On the third day, it was the last day of the auction. It was also the craziest day. The Su family presented over a dozen exquisite two-pattern artifacts, including demonic artifacts with 3 or 4 items, even rivaling the highlights from the previous 2 days. Additionally, there were 2-pattern spirit beast artifacts, second only to 3-pattern artifacts, but more powerful than all other 2-pattern artifacts. Shinchanga demonstrated a bit, causing quite a stir. This spirit beast artifact sold for 180 medium spirit stones. The Su family would never release too many such artifacts. In the northwest regions, 2-pattern artifacts are not commonly seen, let alone these heirloom artifacts that can be passed down for generations. This will also serve as a live advertisement for the future Yunchi conference. Even spirit beast artifacts, such a special artifact, cannot be the highlight item if a second-grade superior protective formation disc is present. How precious must the highlight item be on the last day? Indeed, I am also very curious. Although I know it has nothing to do with me afterwards, I just want to know what precious items the Su family can still bring out. Today's first highlight item, Qinghua Dan. Opening a palm-sized Zeton wood box, a soft cushion reveals a pair of blue and white patterned pills. Smiling, he said, "This pill is the longevity pill, suitable only for those below the foundation establishment stage, prolonging life by 30 years. The starting bid is 3,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100 spirit stones. It's actually the longevity pill, a priceless item in the eyes of cultivators facing a life-threatening crisis. Longevity is priceless, but the pill has a price. The Su family's heritage is terrifying. They can even procure the longevity pill." A wave of gasps and discussions erupted in the hall. Countless gazes became fervent, especially from those foundation establishment cultivators whose auras appeared slightly frail, their lifespans evidently dwindling, trembling with excitement. For them, an extra 30 years means an additional chance to break through bottlenecks and extend their paths. Even young cultivators cannot guarantee they won't face a life crisis in the future. Preparing one in advance is also a way to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The bidding nearly began the moment Chen Change's words fell. 3,200 spirit stones, 3,300 spirit stones, 3,600 spirit stones, 5,000 spirit stones. The price steadily and resolutely climbed. Not only those nearing the end of their lifespans were competing, but some financially strong families also intended to prepare one for their clan, which could play a crucial role in the future. An extra 30 years of time brings extra hope. Previously, the Su family also auctioned the Qinghua pill, but unfortunately at that time the Su family was still unknown, hardly noticed by any golden core forces present. Back then he had to show utmost respect when facing Feng Juechen. In just over 20 years, fortunes turned. After a moment of intense competition, this precious Qinghua pill was won by the Tsang family for 9,800 spirit stones. In a private room, this child studies formations tirelessly, and half a year ago finally comprehended a low-grade third-tier formation. To achieve this at the foundation establishment stage is a testament to his excellent talent in formation arts. Unfortunately, he ultimately spent too much time on it. Nearing the deadline, he still hadn't reached complete foundation establishment. With this Qinghua pill gaining an additional 30 years coupled with our Tsang family's full support, he has a chance to ascend to Golden Core. Indeed, with his talents, he is sure to reach the pinnacle of third-tier formation masters in the future. Perhaps our Tsang family won't need to place hope on Mingxian anymore. The second highlight item is also a pill, but it's a set. Chen Chang'e smiled slightly at this moment. A servant had already presented the auction items consisting of 6 porcelain vials in white and blue colors totaling 3 sets. It's astonishing that the highlight item is actually a set with multiple pieces. Indeed, the previous days featured single pieces. Logically, it should be singular to emphasize its rarity. Everyone in the hall looked on with curiosity, but even probing with divine sense couldn't reveal what pills were inside. Chen Chang'e scanned the crowd, smiling. It's not easy to gather both. The Su family has also spent quite a cost. The revered Lord Kuro Yong has expressed gratitude to all of you for attending the Yunshi conference and has specially increased it to 3 sets. Senior Chen, your words are making everyone eager. Let us see what they are. I want to tease everyone further, Chen Chang'e said with a smile. The blue porcelain vial contains the Tianling pill, which accelerates the crystallization process of mana, serving as an aid for pill formation. Though it cannot enhance the success rate of pill formation, it is still a rare elixir. As for the white porcelain vial, it contains the Jingling pill, which can cleanse the body, purify mana, and eliminate the hidden dangers of pill toxicity accumulated from long-term use of low-grade pills, restoring the body to an almost flawless state. This pill can enhance the success rate of pill formation by 10%. Another aid for pill formation, and 2 types at that its rarity exceeds even that of low-grade Jindan pills. Is the Su family trying to send people directly to the Golden Core stage? This isn't the Yunshi conference, it's clearly the Ascension conference. Reaching the Golden Core stage increases lifespan by 500 years, which is no different from ascending to immortality for ordinary people. Long live Lord Kuro Yong. I was narrow-minded. I plead for more sets. 3 sets are truly not enough. The Tianling pill and Jingling pill are both superior grade, auctioned as a set starting at 100 mid-grade spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Friends, please begin bidding for the first set. The bright enhancement of 10% in pill formation success rate, coupled with the auxiliary pill for accelerating mana crystallization, makes 100 mid-grade spirit stones a modest price. Especially the Jingling pill, which can eliminate pill toxicity and purify mana, is extraordinarily meaningful for many cultivators reliant on pills. Even the Tiansong sect doesn't possess such pills. 110 mid-grade spirit stones, 120 mid-grade spirit stones, 130, 150. The bidding entered a heated frenzy from the very start. Many forces that failed to win the Jindan yesterday now turned their attention to the first set of pills. The Foundation establishment cultivators in the hall had red eyes, shouting prices recklessly, but soon they were drowned out by the voices of those with greater financial strength. The Tiansong sect, the Mo family, several Golden Core families, and even many forces from the Greedy Wolf Mansion joined in. Prices soared like a rocket, swiftly breaking past 150 mid-grade spirit stones, followed by 160, 170. Ultimately, after a fierce contest, the first set of Jingling pill and Tianling pill was acquired by the Tiansong sect for 230 mid-grade spirit stones. The competition for the second and third sets was equally fierce. The second set was won by the Greedy Wolf sect for 250 mid-grade spirit stones, while the final set reached 300 mid-grade spirit stones. This price has become inflated. However, due to the rarity of auxiliary pills for pill formation, and given that it's an auction, it reached such heights. Pills that enhance the success rate of forming pills, every increase of 10% causes a skyrocketing price. I am honored to host this Yunshi conference. It is time to bid farewell. To everyone, let us enter the final celebration. Please welcome the last auction item. As the words fell, a transparent jade jar covered in red silk was brought up. Chen Chang'e pulled off the red silk. Inside the jade jar floated a mass the size of a fist, constantly changing shapes, sometimes resembling flowing water, other times a deep pool emanating a profound blue glow and endless mystical water essence. Dear friends, this is the final highlight item of this auction, painstakingly offered by Lord Kuro Yong. Even at the subsequent high-level trading conference, it will incite madness. I believe discerning friends have already recognized what this is. Chen Chang'e raised his voice. This item is a superior grade innate spiritual object, the Xian Yuan heavy water. Many friends present are seeing an innate spiritual object for the first time, and to see a superior grade innate spiritual object on the first try is indeed a stroke of luck. Everyone knows innate spiritual objects are very precious, so let me elaborate so that everyone can understand more intuitively. Innate spiritual objects contain innate origins. The more essence contained, the higher the grade. Its functions are threefold. Firstly, it aids in pill formation, increasing the success rate by 40% for superior grade innate spiritual objects. Secondly, it assists in comprehending divine abilities. This is a water-type superior grade innate spiritual object. If a Golden Core cultivator obtains it and comprehends divine abilities that align with this spiritual object, it accelerates their understanding, significantly increasing the chances of achieving perfection in their divine abilities. A Golden Core cultivator with perfected divine abilities represents a significant achievement, and everyone present should be aware of its implications. Thirdly, innate spiritual objects are inherently spiritual and serve as excellent materials for refining spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, it is hard to say if anyone in the entire southern region can refine spiritual treasures, but in ancient times, it would have certainly been used by ancient cultivators to craft spiritual treasures. How valuable is a spiritual treasure? It is a treasure that even nascent soul cultivators would contend. He scanned the entire hall, and a silence fell as the audience took in his words. The auction's targets are major powers. Others don't even have the qualification to compete. After a pause, Chinchanga finally announced the price: superior grade, innate spiritual object, starting at 10 superior grade spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 1 superior grade spirit stone or 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Bidders must have at least 10 superior grade spirit stones, or others can use mid-grade spirit stones or 4th tier or higher spiritual herbs and materials to bid. If the values are equivalent, whichever party has fewer mid-grade spirit stones will win. Boom. The real madness has only just begun. All previous bids seemed like appetizers compared to this innate spiritual item. However, the vast majority of golden core families may not have many superior grade spirit stones in their possession. They don't even have the qualification to participate in the bidding. The real bidders are all top-tier golden core forces and above. 11 superior grade spirit stones. 12 superior grade spirit stones. That was the voice of Shi Daoyun Horse hinting at his old age. 10 superior grade spirit stones plus 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Mo Wentian also didn't want to give up on this superior grade innate spiritual object. This time the highest they had from the innate secret realm was only a mid-grade innate spiritual object. 12 superior grade spirit stones plus 500 mid-grade spirit stones, said the head of the Nya family. 15 superior grade spirit stones plus 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The voice of the Lord of Guyo City carried an air of determination. His primary cultivation method is the water-based technique, Xian Yu Tian Shui Jing. He was not far from perfecting his divine ability. If he could obtain this innate spiritual object, he might only need to expend 1/10 of the innate essence to achieve perfection. If he could successfully bid for the chance to form a baby, the success rate would be quite significant. Of course, the specifics depend on what that chance entails. The Su family has been extremely secretive. Countless forces attempted to probe, but not a single piece of information has leaked out. 20 superior grade spirit stones plus 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After Kittyangshing spoke, the Mo family, Nya family, and Sima family all gave up. That's 300,000 spirit stones. Though innate spiritual objects hold greater value, they were all looking to comprehend divine abilities. This particular innate spiritual object does not align. Using it solely to assist juniors in ascending to golden core is too high a price. A 40% increase in the success rate for forming pills is worth at most 100,000 spirit stones. Shi Daoyun thought for a moment and also stopped bidding. In a blink, only 2 families remained. The voice of the Lord of Guyo City was disguised, making it hard to tell who it was. But there are not many capable of bidding. These golden core and nascent soul cultivators are not fools, and they can guess a thing or two. Hiding your head and showing your tail only adds to the laughter. Gu Xianyu, with your meager assets from Guyo City, do you think you can compete with my greedy wolf sect? Wishful thinking. Kitty Yangxing's domineering voice coldly rang out, directly exposing him. In a private room, Gu Xianyu, the lord of Guyo City, looked sullen at those words. Beside him were several elders from Guyo City, all with grim expressions, but facing the greedy wolf sect the pressure was immense. An elder with gray hair spoke softly. City Lord Kitty Yangxing is determined to win, and the greedy wolf sect is financially strong. Additionally, their actions are overbearing. Should we avoid the limelight? Another elder also wore a worried expression. 15 superior grade spirit stones is nearly half of our city's superior grade spirit stone reserves. We didn't bring much more, and even our mid-grade spirit stones total only over 2,000. That's hardly enough. Gu Xianyu fell silent for a moment, gritting his teeth. That superior grade innate spiritual object is very compatible with me. It may be difficult to encounter again. I only need 1/10 of the innate essence for comprehension to achieve perfection in my divine ability. Even if I can't secure the chance to form a baby tomorrow, this trip will still be worthwhile. Perfected divine ability also carries some hope for successfully forming a baby. City Lord D, I will bid 15 superior grade spirit stones plus 1 second-tier superior grade spirit vein. As the words fell, the venue erupted in a clamor. What? Spirit vein? A second-tier superior grade 1. Guyo City actually dares to offer a spirit vein. This is the foundation of their power. This is madness. Truly madness. Spirit veins are not ordinary resources. They are the foundation upon which a force can continue its existence. A second-tier superior-grade spirit vein is enough to support a small golden core sect or the core cultivation area of a golden core family with a value that cannot simply be measured in spirit stones. Xinchanga was also slightly moved and quickly communicated with Su Chuan. Moments later he said aloud, "My Su family allows the spirit vein to be bid upon. A second-tier superior-grade spirit vein is evaluated by my Su family at 60 superior-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid?" Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the greedy wolf sect's private room. Inside the room, Kitty Yangxing's expression was dark, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of his chair. In terms of spirit stones alone, the greedy wolf sect hasn't brought this much. As for the spirit vein, they had prepared one, but it was meant for tomorrow's bidding for the chance to form a baby. After pondering for a long time, Kitty Yangxing finally let out a cold snort, his voice resonating throughout the venue. "It's just a superior-grade, innate spiritual object. I won't compete with you over this sentiment. This item, let it be yours. I only hope Guyo City can hold on to this opportunity." The threat in his words was glaringly obvious. "There's no need for Qizone Lord to worry. I do have my own measures. Since no one else is bidding, then this superior-grade, innate spiritual object, the Xian Yuan heavy water, belongs to you, my friend." Chen Change's hammer sealed the deal. After the transaction ended, he added, "The auction of the Yunxi conference officially concludes. Tomorrow we will hold a high-level trading conference here. This trading conference requires golden core cultivation to enter. Those below the golden core stage need not come." Countless families, forces, and loose cultivators left the auction house with excitement in their hearts. The Su residence. Beneath the tree of withering and flourishing, Su Chuan cultivated in silent stillness. Mou descended from the heavens, his voice edged with indignation. "Su Chuan, you're truly inconsiderate. Primordial spiritual treasures hold immense value even for our demonic clans, especially a top-grade one, and yet you dared to auction it off. If you desired it, why not simply ask?" Su Chuan smiled faintly. This sovereign status is exalted. How could I stoop to begging?" Mou retorted stubbornly. "There are two portions of Xian Yuan heavy water. One was reserved for a certain individual. Since gratitude is unforthcoming, I shall consume it myself." Su Chuan flipped his palm, and a sphere of Xian Yuan heavy water materialized. "You don't cultivate water affinity arts. Giving it to you would be sheer waste." Mou raised his hand and instantly drew the Xian Yuan heavy water into his palm, grinning broadly. "Since you surrendered it willingly, this sovereign shall overlook your insolence. Once I fathom the profound essence of this heavy water, all my techniques will undergo transcendence. Every strike shall carry near divine power. Then let us see how that old fox, Qi Tianxiong, dares stand against me. I hope you truly grasp its profundity and do not squander it in vain. Don't underestimate this sovereign. I shall devote myself to its comprehension immediately. First, patrol duty." "Understood." Mou waved dismissively, transformed into a celestial Jiaolong, swallowed the Xian Yuan heavy water whole, and soared skyward. Though primordial spiritual treasures are rare and precious, their true worth lies in purposeful application. Waste arises only when they remain idle. Su Chuan even contemplated employing the 5 primordial spiritual treasures to comprehend the 5 elements creation palm. The deeper he delved, the clearer it became. Complete mastery demanded foundational insight into the 5 elemental truths. Only then could one attain the sublime realm where the 5 elements generate creation itself. This divine art's threshold for comprehension was unparalleled, so arduous that even nascent soul cultivators might fail to breach it. Like the truth of life and death, though birth, aging, illness, and death govern all mortals, grasping its essence remains profoundly elusive. Su Chuan himself first comprehended the truth of withering and flourishing step by step before fortuitous opportunities enabled him to transform it into the truth of life and death. He had only just crossed its threshold. Further attainment, proficiency, mastery, and ultimate perfection would demand untold centuries. Space and time permeate existence, yet few save those born with extraordinary talent ever awaken corresponding divine truths. That very night, a wandering cultivator, overconfident in his cunning, slipped quietly from Yunxi City, only to be ambushed thrice within mere tens of li. His acquired treasures changed hands repeatedly. Though Mou sensed the commotion, he deemed it unworthy of intervention. Su Chuan had long instructed any robbery occurring within Yunxi City warranted immediate execution. But beyond the city walls, even at the very gate, no action was required. Life and death are governed by fate. All consequences stem from one's own choices. Mou's dark golden dragon eyes turned eastward toward the outskirts near the Tiansong Mountains, disdain flickering across his gaze. "Fools, Had they merely remained obediently within Yunshi City, no peril would have befallen them. Yet they insist on flaunting their so-called brilliance. Truly a gathering of great intelligences. In times past, you would not have grasped this phrase's biting irony. But prolonged proximity to Chuan had sharpened his understanding of human sarcasm. That night, Yunshi City remained tranquil as ever, while beyond its walls blood-soaked battles erupted across multiple sites. Those who profited brazenly returned to Yunshi City basking under the sanctuary granted by its laws. At dawn the next day, the courtyard outside Yunshi Auction House had grown markedly quieter, yet formidable auras descended stealthily, vanishing seamlessly into the towering edifice. Today hosted the high-tier exchange assembly, exclusively for golden core cultivators and above. Its entry threshold dwarfed yesterday's by far. The auction house gates stood sealed, its formation array activated fully. Every attending golden core and nascent soul cultivator was randomly assigned to a private chamber. Each chamber's entrance remained tightly shut, its suppression arrays fully engaged, completely severing spiritual sense and auditory transmission between interior and exterior. Only a specially crafted one-way crystal window offered an unobstructed view of the auction stage below. Within every chamber rested writing implements, a purple sandalwood coffer specially designed to block spiritual sense intrusion, and a dedicated attendant to relay transaction details. Upon the elevated dais stood Chen Changa clad in simple white robes, his expression solemn. Esteemed seniors and fellow Taoists, his voice resonated clearly into each chamber via formation amplification. The rules for today's exchange assembly are as follows. Should you wish to offer an item for exchange, press the crimson button within your chamber. Pressing the crimson button signals your intent to trade, whereupon the lamp suspended outside your chamber will glow red. A green light indicates availability or completed transactions. Only one crimson lamp may illuminate at a time to prevent confusion. At that moment, entrust your item and stated requirements to the attendant within your chamber, who will deliver them to me. I shall then present the item to all chambers and declare the holder's stipulated needs. Should you wish to acquire it, inscribe your proposed exchange on paper and hand it to your attendant for delivery to me. After reviewing all submissions, I shall forward them to the item's holder for final selection. Rest assured, I serve solely as impartial arbiter. I shall disclose no exchanged items, thereby safeguarding against fraud or post-transaction denials. Each participant enjoys exactly one exchange opportunity per item, and others possess only one chance to submit an offer. Choose wisely. Naturally, should the holder reject all offers, none shall prevail. To ensure fairness, absolute silence and prohibition of unrestricted spiritual sense probing shall be enforced throughout the assembly. Senior Elder Mou of the Sioux clan, Venerable Sovereign of Demonic Cultivation, shall personally oversee proceedings. Violators will be expelled immediately, forfeiting all participation rights. As his words concluded, Mou manifested upon the dais, a tide of overwhelming demonic aura pressing down upon the hall. His dark golden dragon eyes swept across every chamber. His resonant voice thundered forth, "Your subtle spiritual maneuvers cannot evade this sovereign's perception. If any flout the rules, do not expect mercy." Thereafter, Mou retracted his oppressive aura and seated himself beside the dais. Moreover, each chamber features a concealed passage. Attendees may depart discreetly under attendant guidance once the assembly concludes. Chen Changa declared aloud, "Are there any further objections?" After 15 breaths passed in silence, he announced, "Then I hereby declare the high-tier exchange assembly officially open." Chen Changa declared aloud, "Are there any further objections?" After 15 breaths passed in silence, he announced, "Then I hereby declare the high-tier exchange." Chen Changa proclaimed, "Within this vial resides a top-grade Jin Yuan Dan. Many present are surely acquainted with this elixir. It is a breakthrough pill for golden core cultivators. This top-grade Jin Yuan Dan targets the golden core midstage bottleneck. It confers over a 70% chance of advancement. For those at the midstage peak, it grants a 50% probability of ascending further. Even more astonishingly, it offers a 20% chance to propel a golden core latestage cultivator directly to golden core perfection." At these words, the auras within numerous chambers shifted palpably. Many golden core cultivators present were long ensnared at bottlenecks, and all felt their hearts stir with longing. Chen Changa continued, "This item shall be exchanged primarily for Qingming flowers. In their absence, rare third-tier spirit herbs or fourth-tier spirit herbs may be offered. The greater the quantity, the higher the likelihood of acquisition. Now, esteemed cultivators within each chamber, those interested may inscribe their proposed exchanges." Instantly, contemplation and intense deliberation filled many chambers. The Jin Yuan Dan's value was indisputable. Elder Yin of the Yin clan, Elder Tang of the Tang clan. Both had languished at the Golden Core early stage peak for over 2 centuries. Elder Yin of the Yin clan had been stalled at the Golden Core mid-stage peak for over a century. Cultivators from the Tanlang sect, Tiansong sect, and Guyu city, all Golden Core 9th layer latest stage, remained unable to surmount the barrier to Golden Core perfection. Breakthrough pills existed in reserves of both Tanlang and Tiansong sects, but a top-grade specimen rarely emerged even once per sexagenary cycle. Qingming flowers. This spirit herb is exceedingly rare, toxic, and yields virtually no cultivation benefit. Why would the Su clan seek it? Shi Fengyue murmured to himself. Perhaps it serves in alchemical refinement, or another esoteric application, Qingmu Jinjuan replied. No spirit herb is truly useless. Only humanity's ignorance obscures its true purpose. Shi Daoyan added, I too have never heard of Qingming flowers being employed in alchemy, though certain demonic sex cultivation arts may utilize it. Many shared this perplexity. Though merely a third-tier spirit herb, Qingming flowers were exceptionally scarce, valued nearly on par with 4th-tier herbs, yet still falling short of a top-grade Jin Yuan Dan. Those lacking Qingming flowers began meticulously inventorying their spirit herb reserves, weighing combinations capable of swaying the Su clan's favor. After a brief interval, attendants arrived at the dais bearing sandalwood caskets, one after another, totaling 16 offerings. Shinchanga opened each for inspection. Several contained 7 or 8 third-tier spirit herbs alongside several 4th-tier specimens. Others offered over a dozen 4th-tier herbs. Among them, 2 parties possessed Qingming flowers. Shinchanga selected the offer comprising 1 Qingming flower and a single 4th-tier Qiyulan. Yunxi City has rendered its decision. He dispatched attendants through concealed passages back to their respective chambers. Chamber 312. Congratulations, Senior. Your acquisition of the top-grade Jin Yuan Dan is confirmed. Kindly present your offering. Upon mutual verification, the exchange shall be finalized. Gu Xianyu nodded slightly. A senior elder handed 2 sealed wooden boxes to the attendant, while the attendant presented the white jade vial in return. Both parties conducted meticulous inspections. Moments later, the attendant spoke. The offered items are verified authentic. Please confirm the pill's integrity. If satisfactory, the exchange is complete, and this junior shall take his leave. The elder affirmed, indeed it is a genuine top-grade Jin Yuan Dan. Once again, congratulations on securing this treasure. This junior now withdraws. The attendant departed via the concealed passage, returning the items to Chinchanga on the dais. Chinchanga secured the items within his storage pouch and smiled. Next, cultivators seeking exchanges may now submit your offerings and requirements to the dais. A crimson lamp has illuminated. Chamber 18 requests attention. Kindly present your offering. Chamber 18. 4th-tier inferior spirit material Di Huayu Sui. Crystallized deep within Tinthasanthang, geothermal veins infused with pure earth fire essence. Ideal for forging supreme tier earth fire affinity artifacts. The holder seeks either equivalent metal affinity 4th-tier spirit material or a complete metal element evasion technique. All interested parties may now submit offers. Chamber 7. Su Chuan, Su Delying, and Yi Fan occupied this chamber. Grandfather, this material is exceptional, Su Delying remarked, eyes gleaming with quiet delight. Then let us proceed with the exchange. Of the 5 elements divine arts, the Su clan lacked only a complete earth affinity technique. Combat evasion and defensive arts were otherwise well established. Su Chuan inscribed Hao by Jin Guang done upon paper and dispatched it via attendant. Few coveted this material. Merely 6 or 7 parties expressed interest. After careful consideration, the occupant of Chamber 18 selected the Hao by Jin Guang done. 1 Jiu Yizi Ling, Ji aged 5 millennia. Its potent, yet gentle medicinal force rivals 4th-tier spirit herbs, serving as a primary or auxiliary ingredient in numerous high-tier elixirs. The holder seeks 3 superior-grade spirit stones, or a bottle of golden core mid-stage advancement pills, preferably top-grade. If mid-grade, 2 bottles. If low-grade, 3 bottles. Excellent. This herb is precisely one of 3 auxiliary ingredients for the 4th-tier advancement elixir Zi Long Dan. We shall exchange 2 bottles of top-grade Qing Yun Dan. A segment of 4th-tier superior Lei Yin Zhu. Though merely 1 qi in length, it retains intact root filaments, allowing cultivation by practitioners skilled in wood affinity techniques. Its stalk bears dense thunder patterns imbued with heavenly authority, suitable for crafting supreme-tier thunder affinity artifacts. Given its size, however, only dagger-sized spike-shaped or needle-like artifacts can be forged. The holder seeks spirit herbs or pills granting at least a 30% chance of breaking through the latest bottleneck. Acquired. Su Chuan's eyes gleamed. Once more he offered a top-grade Jin Yuan Dan in exchange. Subsequent offerings largely sought advancement pills or breakthrough aids. Others pursued mid-tier artifacts, while some overreaching attempted exchanging fourth-tier materials for superior-tier artifacts, resulting in failed auctions. Time flowed steadily. As sunlight slanted westward, the assembly neared its conclusion, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly taut. All knew the true climax was imminent. Chen Chang'e inhaled deeply, his expression gravely solemn. Esteemed cultivators, are there any remaining exchanges? We shall wait 1 teacup duration. If none arise, I shall present the final item. At last it begins. Hearts quickened across the hall, a fervent gazes locked upon the dais. 1 teacup duration elapsed. Clearly all awaited this crowning piece. Chen Chang'e smiled faintly, tapped his storage pouch, and withdrew a narrow wooden box, its surface sealed with intricate suppression arrays. The instant the box opened, no celestial phenomenon erupted. Only a serene, distant fragrance unfurled, cool and ethereal, subtly cleansing the soul and illuminating the intellect. What is this? Many murmured in bewilderment, failing to identify it. Even Shi Tianxiong and Shi Dian, 2 nascent soul cultivators, furrowed their brows in puzzlement. Only Mo Wentian within his chamber recognized it instantly. The heartwood of the 10th Sandier Xing Shen Shu, harvested during his own nascent soul formation. Within the box lay a section roughly 1 shi long and arm thick. Its hue resembled the finest antique ink, yet shimmered with a warm jade-like luster, its surface etched with natural grain patterns resembling both growth rings and cosmic inscriptions. Upon closer inspection, those patterns seemed to flow gently, emitting a soft luminous glow. Mere visual contact clarified the mind, sharpening thought to crystalline lucidity. Chen Chang'e's voice trembled with restrained excitement. This is the heartwood of the Xing Shen Shu, a 5th-tier spirit tree inherently possessing the power to calm the heart, awaken the spirit, nourish the soul, and repel external malign influences. Its heartwood concentrates this essence most potently. When placed beside a golden core perfection cultivator during nascent soul formation, it significantly stabilizes the divine consciousness, effectively shielding against inner demons. The older the Xing Shen Shu, the stronger its protective efficacy. This heartwood originates from a 10th Sandier specimen. This is sufficient to increase the success rate of overcoming the inner demon tribulation by 30%. With the size of this tree heart, it is enough to protect 1 person during their tribulation. If there is any left after the tribulation, it can be carried directly on one's person, serving to nourish and strengthen the divine soul, aiding in focus and tranquility. Despite the forewarning and efforts to restrain themselves, low gasps of astonishment and drawn breaths still escaped from each elegant chamber. Many figures couldn't help but stand up, fixated on the seemingly ancient wood heart. Over 10,000 years old. The heart of the awakening tree. This item has supreme benefits for condensing the nascent soul, nourishing and strengthening the divine soul, and resisting inner demons. Indeed, it is a chance for golden core formation. Chen Chang'e paused for a moment and continued, in this transaction, Yinshi City does not impose any demands. Everyone can write down the corresponding items they feel are of value. Of course, I must remind you, do not be overconfident. This transaction opportunity is only available once. If missed, it may be decades or even hundreds of years before a new chance for golden core formation arises. If no one offers a satisfactory price, this item will also be unsold. This essentially sets the starting price to 0, allowing for any bid. However, the initiative lies with the Su family. You Su family are ruthless. Shi Tianxiang's expression fluctuated. It was clear that they were being forced to stake everything, or they wouldn't easily take this golden core opportunity away. Only the Tanglang sect, Tiansong sect, Mo family, Lei family, Guyu City, Sima, Nya family, Chao family, and Tianling sect could afford to make such offers. In the Mo family's chamber. Elder brother, should we contend for it? Mo Wenshang gazed at the heart of the 10th Sandier awakening tree with fiery eyes, then quickly withdrew and asked Mo Wentian. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Wentian shook his head and sighed. Forget it, the Su family won't give this opportunity to our Mo family. Even if we stake everything, it would be futile. Mo Wenshang slightly furrowed his brow, but said nothing more. At this moment, as he looked towards the auction stage, there was a hint of regret in his gaze. Ultimately, the decision was up to his elder brother. In the Tiansong sect's chamber, Shi Daoyan wrote down various rare spiritual materials on a piece of paper, even including a 3rd-grade spiritual vein. He handed the paper to a servant to take away. Then his gaze fell upon the heart of the 10th Sandier awakening tree, and he said lightly, I want to see how Su Chuan chooses. Elder Taishang, what if Su Chuan never intended to sell this golden core opportunity to any of the forces present? This might just be a gimmick. Shi Fenghua pondered it's possible, but if it is to the Su family's benefit, selling it to the Tianzhu sect would be most suitable. Lai Yangzhenjuan is Su Deling's senior brother due to their connection. The Tianzhu sect has a good relationship with the Su family. If Lai Yangzhenjuan were to ascend to the nascent soul, through this the Tianzhu sect would owe a significant favor. Senior brother Qingmu is right. This is the highest likelihood. In the Lei family's chamber. Although Lei Wuji had previously sought the golden core opportunity and was rejected, he felt somewhat unwilling and wanted to make one last attempt, so he wrote down the Lei family's trading items. Elder, did you not say that the Su family wouldn't agree to give the golden core opportunity to us Lei family? Why still? Said Lei Yumping, a young man from the Lei family. Do what you can, leave the rest to fate. It's just a matter of writing a few more lines. The Tanglang sect, Guyu City, the Sima family, and other forces also sent out their trading items. Chengchanga opened the wooden box and examined the contents written on the papers one by one. He felt his heart racing wildly. Every single bid far exceeded the total wealth of the Chen family by more than 10 times. Almost every family had offered a third-grade spiritual vein. In fact, 3 families were even trading third-grade, top-quality spiritual veins. Besides that, there were many rare spiritual herbs and treasures, as well as several innate spiritual objects. The person offering the most seems to be from the Tanglang sect. The second should be the Tiansong sect, and the third is Guyu City, while the fourth has a top-grade magical artifact likely from Lai Yangzhenjuan and his group. It seems that Lai Zhenjuan has the ability to refine top-grade magical artifacts. Spiritual veins are the foundation of a force, while top-grade magical artifacts can significantly enhance one's strength. If it were me, I would truly find it hard to decide. It's a pity. If it were a top-grade magical artifact, if Su Deling really requested it, Lai Zhenjuan would certainly help refine it, but Su Chuan wouldn't easily let it happen. After all, every request creates a debt of gratitude that must be repaid. Thus, the previous transaction involving the Yuan magnetic shield was traded for the dragon blood fruit. Although the 6,000-year dragon blood fruit is precious, it holds less than 1/10 the value of a 9-pattern Yuan magnetic shield for an ordinary cultivator. However, it is of great use to the flame dragon child. The alchemical pills for breaking through the golden core stage are generally in stock at nascent soul sects. But items that assist in breaking through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, such as the heart of the 10th Ascendier awakening tree, are not typically accumulated by common nascent soul sects. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few great cultivators in the nascent soul realm. Probably only the Qingyun sect and Yuhua sect, these long-established top-tier nascent soul sects, have reserves, and even they would only use them in critical moments. For instance, when a great cultivator's lifespan is about to expire, yet no new great cultivator is to take their place. Only then might such reserves be utilized. Sects like the Xianyu sect, which are newly risen top-tier nascent soul sects, typically enjoy a fleeting glory of 1,000 years. When their great cultivators fall, their glory will fade. After a while, Chun Changa raised his head and said loudly, "Our Yunchi city has already chosen a trading party. Because this item is precious, I will personally go for the transaction. Please be patient." The servants returned to their respective elegant chambers. Qi Tianxiong, Shi Daoyun, and others saw that Chun Changa did not appear, and all wore solemn expressions. Lei Wuji, Lai Yangzhenjuan, and others sighed softly. In the chambers number 3, 1, and 2, Gu Xianyu did not have confidence that he would definitely be chosen, but when he saw Chun Changa following the servant out from the secret passage, he was stunned. Then an astonishing joy burst forth in his eyes. He stood up abruptly, his usual calm demeanor nearly unraveling, and his voice trembled slightly. "Qin Daoyu, you." The elders beside him were also dumbfounded, their faces filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. One white-haired elder even exclaimed in astonishment, "Did we succeed? The Su family really chose us." Chun Changa smiled and bowed. "Master Gu, esteemed elders, congratulations. It is indeed you from Guyu City who won the heart of the 10th Ascendier awakening tree. Is this really true?" Gu Xianyu took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his tumultuous emotions. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes, filled with both joy and deep confusion and vigilance. "Shen Daoyu, forgive me for being blunt, but our Guyu City's offer is not the most powerful one, is it? Indeed, among the bids, Guyu City ranks third. Then why choose our Guyu City?" Gu Zuanya's heart grew increasingly puzzled. He believed that such a windfall would not fall from the sky. Chun Change's expression turned serious as he reined in his smile and said solemnly, "Actually, this transaction is not yet fully complete. Regarding your Guyu City's bid, you still need to agree to 3 conditions. If agreed upon, this golden core opportunity will truly belong to your Guyu City. Gu Zuanya's heart tightened, raising a hand to signal Chunchanga. To continue, please speak, I am all ears. First, Chunchanga raised his index finger. After the transaction is completed, I ask Master Gu to remain in Yunchi City and seclude yourself for cultivation until you achieve the nascent soul or fail. An elder from Guyu City frowned, saying, Is the Su family intending to detain us? Chunchanga glanced at him, but did not respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Gu Xianyu and continued, My Su family's head has stated that this item is hard-earned, and we absolutely do not wish to make it a gift for others. The Tanglang sect, Tiansong sect, Mo family, and even the Sima family will undoubtedly probe and investigate afterward. If the city lord were to return to Guyu City with the treasure, the journey is long and fraught with uncertainties. With Guyu City's current strength, it would be difficult to ensure complete safety. Only by remaining in Yunchi City and borrowing the influence of my Su family and Elder Mo, you can the city lord focus entirely on breaking through to the nascent soul. Do you understand this intention, city lord? Gu Zuanya's eyes flickered slightly, feeling astonished. The Su family actually wants to protect my golden core formation. Our Guyu City has no ties with the Su family, why would they do this? Yet upon careful thought, Chinchange's words were not false. A commoner has no sin, yet possessing treasure invites trouble. Leaving with the awakening tree wood heart from Yunchi City is akin to a child carrying gold through the market, extremely risky. The Su family's suggestion is beneficial to Guyu City with no detriment. If they intended to harm us, why would they need to reach this transaction with Guyu City? After weighing the matter for a long time, Gu Xianyu slowly nodded and said solemnly, This reasoning is sound. For the sake of the Tao I agree, but regarding the place of seclusion, rest assured, city lord, it will be a top-tier cave abode rich in spiritual energy with perfect restrictions and absolutely no outside disturbances. My Yunchi City will not restrict the city lord's freedom during the period of seclusion. However, do not leave Yunchi City. We also cannot provide the city lord with a personal bodyguard. That is a reward that Guyu City currently cannot afford. That is natural. Gu Xianyu replied, May I ask what the second condition is? Chunchanga said lightly, If one day you achieve the nascent soul, the city lord will need to seek trouble with the Tanglang sect. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, and Guyu City guarantees it will not covet Tiansong Prefecture for 100 years. When it comes to the Tanglang sect, Gu Zuanya's eyes glinted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smile. This matter, even if you do not mention it, I will do it. As for not infringing upon Tiansong within 100 years, that is also reasonable. The war between the two prefectures has just passed. No one would be idle enough to wage war every day. Those who have the will may not have the power. City lord, you are straightforward. Chunchanga nodded and continued, Now for the third condition, if my Su family's business expands into the territory of the Tanglang Prefecture in the future, or if we need to pass through the sphere of influence of Guyu City, I hope the city lord can facilitate and not make things difficult. After all, making things convenient for others is making things convenient for oneself. Upon hearing this, Gu Xianyu was initially taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, and couldn't help but clap and laugh. Master Kuryu is indeed far-sighted. I admire you. The current situation of the Su family makes it necessary to expand outward. The aristocracy's willingness to assist me today means that Guyu City should also repay this in the future. If needed, we can also extend our influence to include places like the Ascension Pavilion within the scope of, as Chun Daoyu said, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Perhaps in the future Guyu City will need to ally with the Su family to confront our adversaries. If that is the case, let us commence the transaction. Chunchanga smiled slightly. After a moment, the transaction is complete. Congratulations, Master Gu, and I wish you success in achieving the nascent soul. Thank you, Chindaoyo, and also thank you, Master Kuryu, for your support. Gu Xianyu held tightly to the jade box containing the wood, his heart surging with excitement. Chunchanga saluted and then left through the secret passage. Returning to the auction stage, he smiled and said, The heart of the 10th Ascendier awakening tree has found its owner. This high-level trading conference is now concluded. Everyone may leave. Humph. A cold snort came from the 7th chamber, clearly from Qi Tianxiong. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with Yunchi City's choice? Moyue also unleashed his true dragon pressure, which penetrated the chamber's restrictions heavily, weighing down on everyone. If you want to fight, I will oblige. You just fear that none of these people you brought will survive. Moyu's words were not empty. With him entangled with Qi Tianxiong, there was no one in the Tanglang sect who could match Su Chuan. Moreover, if he took action, the Lei family, Mo family, and Guyu City would all target the Tanglang sect together, and even the Tiansong sect would take the opportunity to strike back to repay old grievances. You Su family are quite bold. Just do not let my Tanglang sect's people encounter any of yours outside. And if we do, what of it? With your Tangling sect's few weaklings, how many can truly fight? Let's go. Shi Tianxiong no longer spoke further, leading his people away openly, without taking the secret passage. As for the others, they all chose to leave through the secret passage. They encountered each other in the passage and exchanged greetings. However, beneath their smiles lay undisclosed thoughts. Shi Tianxiong and his party quickly exited through the eastern city gate of Yunxi City, stopping several dozen miles outside the city. I will wait here for Elder Shi, even if I do not obtain the nascent soul opportunity. Acquiring the vast wealth of the Tiansong sect would be worth the trip. As for you three, guard the other 3 city gates. The other 2, besides Jinju and Tianlong, were also top-tier demonic cultivators at the 9th level of the Golden Core, not far from the Golden Core completion stage. In terms of means and strength, they were not inferior to the Jinjuan level experts at the 7th level of the Golden Core. Those attending the high-level trading conference are all shrewd old foxes. They possess vast wealth and thus are naturally cautious. Xinchanga also specifically reminded them. The vast majority chose to stay securely in Yunxi City. Only the Mo family and Tiansong sect left directly. We will take the West City Gate, Shi Daoyan said. Yes, Elder Taishang. As soon as they left the West City Gate, Shi Daoyan used a teleportation technique, whisking the 2 away. Jinju and Tianlang was present and immediately sent a message to Shi Tianxiong. Shi Tianxiong immediately pursued. However, in the vast expanse of the world, it would not be easy to intercept Shi Daoyan and the others. Even stationed outside the Tiansong sect, Shi Tianxiong's divine sense could not encompass the entire Tiansong sect. His efforts were destined to be in vain. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. News of the Yunxi Grand Assembly swept across the entire Tiansong prefecture, hailed as a legendary auction. Due to its great distance and the fact that most top-tier sects had yet to return, word had not yet reached the Tanling prefecture. This auction alone would surely produce several new Golden Core cultivators. Thus, the Yunxi Grand Assembly was also dubbed the Ascension Assembly, and countless cultivators eagerly awaited its next convening. Cultivators streamed ceaselessly through the 4 grand gates of Yunxi City. Yet Lord Tianlang and his companions waited in vain. None of those they sought ever appeared. Patriarch, half a month has passed. Aside from the Mo family and Tiansong sect departing, no other faction has left the city. They have clearly resolved to outwait us. What shall we do now? Wait another half month. If still no one emerges, we shall return to the Tanling sect. Yes, Patriarch. The Yin family acquired a superior grade foundation-forming pill at the Yunxi Assembly. Yin Yu had entered seclusion within the Yin family compound, striving to break through into the Golden Core realm. His talent for spirit artifact forging was exceptional, and his unique constitution earned him selection as the Yin family's chosen candidate for Golden Core Ascension. Otherwise, among the dozens, even hundreds, of foundation establishment perfected elders in the Yin family, he would scarcely have been granted such an opportunity. As for the Yin family's ancestral elder, he too had gained profound karmic fortune from the primordial secret realm, though he failed to acquire a golden yuan pill at the high-rank auction. Nonetheless, he intended to employ a rare third-rank spirit herb to aid his breakthrough past this bottleneck. The Tang and Yin families fared less auspiciously. Yet Yin Kuang too of the Yin family possessed extraordinary talent. Barring unforeseen calamity, he too was destined to attain the Golden Core. The Tang family, however, lacked outstanding progeny, save for one remarkable young woman named Tang Chanqian, born with the Su Nu Xianin body, a natural furnace body for dual cultivation. Legends held that dual cultivation with such a constitution could shatter even major realm bottlenecks. The Tang family's ancestral elder thus contemplated arranging her marriage into the Su family. After all, the Tang family possessed neither a prodigy like Yin Kuang-tu, nor the Yin family's profound legacy in spirit artifact forging and formidable foundations, nor the close alliance that Chuan and Su families shared. With his own descendants failing to excel, he could only pursue alternative paths to secure the Tang family's future, hoping the Su family's patronage might ensure a new Golden Core cultivator within the next 2 centuries. The year-end festival drew near, the north wind grew sharp and biting. Many families across the Tiansong prefecture observed the tradition of annual clan contests, a means both to assess their juniors' progress over the year and to inspire, motivate, and select elite talents. Clan resources were finite, and thus concentrated upon those whose innate brilliance and relentless diligence promised the enduring flame of lineage, and perhaps even greater glory. Golden Core true immortals formed the very spine of aristocratic clans, determining their rise or fall, survival or extinction. Within the Su residence, in the main ancestral hall, Su Chuan summoned Xinchanga and Su Chongfei and his wife. Senior Elder Chen, I hear your Chen clan holds its annual clan contest. Though Yu Lian is now a Su family daughter-in-law, she remains a Chun by blood. She may certainly return to participate, and let Chongfei experience the familial atmosphere firsthand. Yes, Patriarch, Chen Chang'e said, bowing deeply. Chongfei, take these 2 porcelain vials of pills to the Chun clan on my behalf, as rewards for the contest champion. Very well, great-grandfather. Su Chongfei accepted the vials and immediately uncorked one, chuckling. Ah, spirit-nullifying pills and celestial spirit pills. Though both are merely mid-grade. Great-grandfather, you're rather stingy. Chongfei, these 2 pills combined are worth over 5,000 spirit stones. Our clan's contest champions rarely receive such lavish rewards save during our century-spanning grand contests. You impudent child. Su Chuan shook his head in exasperation. Do you think your monthly stipend is excessive? Starting next month it shall be reduced by 30%. Great-grandfather, forgive me. Su Chongfei dropped to his knees instantly. Go with Senior Elder Chun. Should you fulfill this duty, well, I may reconsider revoking this penalty. I swear I shall succeed. Patriarch Senior Elder Chun takes his leave. With that, Chen Chang'e and Su Chongfei, accompanied by his wife, departed the Su residence and flew eastward toward the Chun clan's estate in the eastern district. Su Chuan naturally returned to his private courtyard to cultivate in silence. En route, Chen Chang'e explained, Chongfei, the celestial spirit pill is exceedingly rare and precious. The Su family never sells it externally. For the Patriarch to bestow one is a profound grace. It can elevate one of our foundation establishment perfected elders to the pseudo-golden core state. If you dismiss it so casually, I'll have nowhere to turn, not even my own face to show. Senior Elder, please forgive me. Su Chongfei scratched his head sheepishly. If I'm not mistaken, the celestial spirit pill is intended for our Qin clan, while the spirit nullifying pill serves solely as the contest champion's reward. Chen Chang'e glanced at him and smiled. Who do you believe should receive the celestial spirit pill? Does the Qin clan have many foundation establishment perfected elders? Over 50 at present. 30 more joined after I myself achieved the golden core. So many. Then bestow it upon your father-in-law. My grandfather always says let no fertile water flow to outsiders. Very well, I'll follow your counsel, Chongfei. Soon the 3 arrived at the Chun clan's martial training ground, banners fluttering proudly, the air thick with fervor, and scores of Chun disciples gathered around its perimeter. 2 young Chun disciples battled fiercely atop the arena platform. Ancestral Elder. Elders seated to the east rose respectfully. Greetings, Ancestral Elder. The younger generation bowed in unison. No need for formalities. Proceed with the contest. Chen Chang'e instructed Chun Tianfang. In the next round include Lianer as well. Ancestral Elder, what brings young Master Chongfei here? He attends as the true Immortal's envoy to observe our clan contest, and will personally bestow honors upon the champion. Ensure every Chun disciple performs admirably. Let no shame tarnish our name. Of course, Ancestral Elder. A moment later, Su Chongfei watched surprised as Chun Yu Lian faced an opponent who appeared middle-aged, and turned to Chen Tianlei asking, Father-in-law, aren't these contests reserved for youth? You mean Lianer's opponent? He is her cousin, of the same generation. Chen Tianlei smiled. All under 60 years old are considered part of the younger generation eligible to compete. It feels somewhat unfair. Chongfei cultivation realms heed no fairness. Far more common are cases where elders bully juniors. When chance encounters yield rare opportunities, and you happen upon a golden core true immortal, do you imagine he'll spare you simply because you're only foundation establishment? That's true enough. Though 20 years older than Chun Yu Lian, her opponent stood only at foundation establishment 6th layer. Wielding the spirit artifact's startling swan, Chun Yu Lian fought tenaciously and barely triumphed. This artifact, sealed by Su De Ling, unleashed its full power only upon reaching foundation establishment late stage. Next, Qin Yuzhu versus Chun Yu Song. Step onto the arena. After observing briefly, Su Chongfei murmured, mildly astonished, foundation establishment 8th layer. Chen Tianlei smiled faintly. Yuzhu is our generation's brightest star, born of the Patriarch's direct line. At 56, he has already reached latest stage foundation establishment 8th layer. He may achieve foundation establishment perfection before age 60. Chongfei, what do you think? Su Chongfei paused, then replied, not bad, truly commendable. Yet if one seeks golden core formation via divine arts, mere speed of cultivation suffices not. One must possess profound insight. Divine arts are not easily comprehended. Indeed, spoken without intent, but heard with keen attention. Every word reached Chun Yuzhu's ears. He swept through the contest unchallenged. No Chun disciple could withstand 30 of his moves. Though admirable, Chun Yu Lian's cultivation remained shallow. She fell in the quarterfinals. This year's contest again crowns Yuzhu first, May all others strive harder and press forward. A gray-haired elder of the Chuan clan smiled warmly. Now the patriarch shall present the awards. Moreover, young Master Chongfei of the Su family graces us today and brings the generous gifts of true immortal Ku-Rong. Elder, please wait. Young Master Chongfei's insights were incisive, and Yu Zhu stands humbled. With the Su family's lineage renowned for prodigies, young Master Chongfei undoubtedly inherits that formidable bloodline. Thus Yu Zhu hereby challenges young Master Chongfei. He turned towards Su Chongfei and saluted. Young Master Chongfei, you surely won't object. This. The elder hesitated, glancing toward the elder's dais. You challenge me. At Latestage Foundation Establishment 8th Layer. You are worthy of combat. A subtle smile curved Su Chongfei's lips as he asked Chunchanga, Senior Elder, may I accept this duel? Chunchanga stroked his beard, smiling serenely. Chongfei, you may proceed freely. Let our sheltered young men witness true genius and learn precisely what constitutes an authentic celestial prodigy. Better they shed their arrogance and broaden their vision. At these words, expressions rippled across the crowd below. Curiosity, defiance, and anticipation mingled in equal measure. Without visible motion, Su Chongfei drifted onto the arena's center like a weightless feather, facing Chun Yu Zhu, who stood poised and vigilant. He wore a form-fitting tunic of crimson and sapphire cinched at the waist with a jade belt, accentuating his upright, commanding frame. A simple azure jade crown rested upon his brow, secured by a matching hairpin. His ink-black hair lay flawlessly arranged. His brows were bold as swords, his eyes bright as stars, his nose high and straight, his lips sharply defined. His features a flawless inheritance from Yi Fan and Su Diyu. Now upon the arena, his habitual nonchalance vanished. His bearing turned solemn and profound. An unmistakable aura of peerless brilliance radiated from his brow and gaze. Chen Yuzhu drew a deep breath. His eyes sharpened instantly. He knew full well his opponent hailed from the Su family and was the great-grandson of true immortal Ku-Rong, no ordinary foe. Thus he launched his assault with full force, omitting all preliminaries. Forgive the intrusion. Please guide me, young master. Chen Yuzhu roared low, his spiritual energy erupting violently. With a flick of his right hand, a broad, earth-yellow sword shot forth, its blade wreathed in illusory mountain peaks, heavy as a collapsing range. Its light blazed forth, carrying an overwhelming, crushing sword intent, as if a mountain crumbled upon Su Chongfei. Simultaneously, his left hand struck his waistband, whereupon a yellow earth shield inscribed with tortoiseshell patterns and shimmering with spiritual light spun forth and expanded instantly to guard him. Seeing Chun Yuzhu deploy his ultimate artifacts and sword techniques at once, with such terrifying momentum, the Chun disciples below held their breath, silently praying for Su Chongfei's safety. After all, Su Chongfei's revealed cultivation level was merely Foundation Establishment 4th Layer. Yet Su Chongfei raised his left hand, palm open, where crimson light flared and coalesced into a blazing red palm print. His right hand pressed forward simultaneously, azure light pulsing forth, forming an identical deep blue palm print. One crimson, one sapphire. Both hovered in his palms, neither released yet. Instead, they rotated slowly, like yin-yang fish, bound by mutual resonance yet distinct in essence, emanating a profound, ineffable fluctuation. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuzhu's multi-zhang sword light cleaved towards Su Chongfei. Su Chongfei's gaze narrowed slightly, his left palm print drifted forward gently. The moment the dense, earth-yellow sword light met the crimson print, it dissolved, crumbling like snow before boiling water, vanishing before his eyes. What a... Chen Yuzhu paled in shock, his utmost strike shattered by a single effortless palm strike. Before he could react, Su Chongfei's azure palm print surged forward, slamming against his shield. An extreme cold erupted. The shield's automatic golden-yellow barrier shattered instantly, and the shield itself was hurled backward. Boom! Chen Yuzhu recoiled as if struck by a titan's fist. Grunting hoarsely, he flew backward like a severed kite, tumbling clear off the arena platform. He crashed heavily to the ground, uninjured but disoriented, his breath ragged, his face ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. One move. Just one move. With two palm prints, each conjured from a single hand, Su Chongfei shattered his strongest attack, then shattered his defensive artifact, sending him flying off the arena with casual ease. Whoosh! Silence gripped the entire training ground, then exploded into deafening gasps and cries. One move? Did Brother Yuzhu truly lose? What kind of palm technique was that? Terrifying. The crimson print broke the flying sword. The azure print shattered the shield. This is... Su Chongfei. Is he truly so fearsome? The Su family truly breeds celestial prodigies. Every Chen disciple, young and old, stood frozen staring at the young man upon the arena, hearts pounding like thunderous waves. They had expected a fierce, evenly matched battle, and many believed Chen Yuzhu's higher cultivation might grant him the edge. None foresaw such utter crushing dominance, shattering their very understanding of foundation establishment strength. Only one discerned the truth. On the observation platform, Chen Chang's serene smile had long vanished, replaced by profound awe. His pupils contracted as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chongfei's returning hands, straining to perceive the lingering crimson and azure luminescence. Those palm prints are no ordinary technique. A storm raged within Chen Chang's mind, true intent entry. Not one, but two, extreme cold and extreme yang. As a golden core cultivator, his insight far surpassed the crowd's. Ordinarily, even foundation establishment cultivators deferred divine art comprehension until reaching perfection, since cultivation advancement remained paramount. But what stage was Su Chongfei in? Mid-stage foundation establishment. Yet he had already grasped the nascent essence of two divine arts. Such talent is utterly unprecedented. Chen Chang'e whispered inwardly, comparing him instinctively to his parents, even surpasses Yi Fan and Su Deyu in their prime. Su Chongfei's comprehension of the divine arts within the Flame Frost Nine Heavens scripture, and his rapid grasp of their true intent, owed much to the karmic blessings bestowed by the primordial secret realm. The primordial Dao essences of extreme yang and extreme cold had purified his immortal foundation, rendering his mastery of these two arts as effortless as breathing. Within mere weeks, he had already. Having comprehended it, he can now skillfully use it, applying a thread of true intent of the divine ability to his palm techniques and spells. He looked down at Chen Yuzhu, who was struggling to rise, with a complex expression, and the countless gazes filled with shock, awe, and even a hint of fervor around him. His expression remained calm. He then smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Brother Yuzhu, I appreciate your skill. Your foundation is quite solid. If you had a compatible second-rank magical artifact, you could likely withstand my earlier attack." Chen Yuzhu felt genuinely convinced and quickly bowed in return. "Your strength, young master. I am truly impressed. Thank you for your guidance. No need to call me young master, it feels a bit awkward. You and Lianer are of the same generation, just call me Chongfei brother." With that, Su Chongfei patted his storage bag, and a porcelain bottle flew out. "This was given to me by my ancestor. Since Brother Yuzhu is the champion of the clan competition, this pill belongs to you." After tossing the pill to Chen Yuzhu, he returned to the elder's seat and handed out a Tianling pill. Upon hearing it was a Tianling pill, Chen Tianli's face trembled slightly with excitement. After waiting for a moment, Su Chongfei and Chen Yulian returned to the inner city. Chen Chang'e stayed for another hour or so. After the clan competition, Chen Yuzhu asked Chen Chang'e with a bitter face, "Ancestor, is my gap with Su Chongfei really this large? I couldn't even take a single move." "Do not compare yourself to the Su family, they are all a bunch of freaks." Chen Chang'e sighed and said, "The gap between you and Chongfei is like the one between me and the true monarch of withering glory. There is simply no comparability. His future is to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top geniuses of Tiannan, and he could even rival the first prodigy like his aunt." Chen Yuzhu gasped in shock, her eyes nearly round. "Don't believe it. Do you know what means he used to defeat?" Chen Chang'e paused for a moment, his gaze intense, the true intent of divine abilities. Each palm print contains a kind of true intent of the divine ability. Chen Yuzhu's last bit of frustration completely vanished, and she nodded heavily. "Ancestor, you are right. The Su family are all freaks. I won't compare myself to them. Oh, I only hope to be among the top 10 talents of the Tiansong Mansion in the future. That would still be a talent list where the Su family is not present." Chen Chang'e thought to himself. Returning to the Su residence, Su Chongfei was called to Su Chuan for questioning. He dared not hide anything and honestly recounted everything. After all, if he didn't say it, Su Chuan could learn everything from Chen Chang'e. "So you just displayed such prowess in front of all the disciples and elders of the Chen family, right?" "Ancestor, it's really not my fault." Su Chongfei lowered his head, twisting his fingers in circles, mumbling, "I didn't expect the young number one of the Chen family to be so weak. He is already 56 years old, older than my father. Do you think you are invincible among your peers?" Su Chuan said flatly, "I dare not. If you want to compare, then compete with the younger generation of my Su family, with the strongest prodigies of the top Yuaning sects, bullying the talents of the Chen family, and you are proud of that. Although I know our Su family has a cave stream main vein, I don't know how many people there are in the Su family." Su Chongfei raised his head. "Besides, I've heard my father say that the spiritual energy there is thin. Are there really people who can compete with me?" Su Chongfei believed himself not inferior to anyone. "Naturally there are." Su Chuan said, "In 2 or 3 years we will return there, and you will be able to see the talents from the cave stream hometown then." Are we returning? Su Chongfei's eyes lit up. Then this can be considered a glorious return to one's roots. I suppose so. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Fair in the future when sparring with outsiders, just reveal 2 or 3 points of your strength. Your opponents are the strongest talents from the top Yuaning sects in Tiannan. They are the top demonic prodigies of the Blackwater region. Do not waste the opportunity of your innate yes ancestor. Su Chongfei thought of something and said, by the way, will grandfather also return with us then? Of course he is coming back soon. The second generation of the Su family are all top prodigies capable of becoming leading figures. The third generation is led by Su Deliang, followed by Su Daijiao, who has now been surpassed by Su Due, and Su Duan, who if he does not fall will also become a giant in the demonic path. However, he is destined to open a branch outside. It will take a long time to return. As for the fourth generation, Su Chongfei will surely be the leading figure, with Su Chongjian currently in second place. The fifth generation is led by Su Wenjing. If he walks the path of dual cultivation of law and body, he could also lead the way. The sixth generation is Su Jingwu, but Su Jingwu is quite special as he is following the path of martial arts, which is bound to be difficult and slow. The seventh generation has a few with earth spirit root qualifications, and under the cultivation of the Su family will surely be top talents. But they cannot achieve the overwhelming advantage of Su Deliang, Su Chongfei, and Su Jingwu. At the Xianmoon sect at the cave dwelling halfway up Xianmoon Peak. The comprehension of the fourth rank formation is indeed difficult. Su Mingxian felt a bit defeated. However, having previously consulted with the ancestor of the Xianmoon sect, he said that he comprehended the half-step fourth rank formation only after attaining the golden core perfection. Su Mingxian felt a bit proud. Su Mingxian perfected the Yuntian illusion formation, deducing it to a peak third-rank formation level, including killing formations, illusion formations, confinement formations, control formations, and the maze formation, now also integrating the spirit gathering formation. Typically, it is the spirit gathering and illusion formations, and once activated it becomes the illusion killing formation. If there are special hand seals, the remaining confinement formations, maze formations, and defensive formations can also be activated. Of course, if all powers are activated, the consumption of spiritual energy will increase. One must have a fourth rank spiritual vein to bear it. Otherwise, the spiritual vein will be excessively consumed, risking a drop in grade. There are currently no shortages of fourth rank spiritual veins in the clan. This formation is quite suitable as a protective formation for the clan, not much inferior to a single fourth rank formation. Regarding the city protection formation, if a fifth element third rank superior spiritual vein is used as the formation base, it can elevate the power of the 5 elements heavenly gang formation to a level comparable to a half-step fourth rank. This formation is both offensive and defensive. Unless one reaches the Yuaning stage or possesses a superior defensive magical treasure, they cannot withstand a half-step fourth rank killing formation. As for defense, one person at the mid-Yuaning stage would be able to withstand the attack for half a month. Unless many people join forces or a great cultivator comes personally. Whom did my father look for me? Su Mingxian immediately sent a thread of divine sense into the Su clan cave heaven. Inside the cave heaven. Father, I'm here. Su Mingxian nodded. Did you summon me regarding the matter of returning? What are your plans? Can you comprehend the fourth rank formation and the positioning teleportation formation? It's harder than I thought. My current understanding of formations is at the peak of the third rank. Relying on a powerful formation base, I can also set up a half-step fourth rank formation. I have not yet fully comprehended the positioning teleportation formation, but the long-distance teleportation formation is no problem. How far can this type of teleportation formation transmit? Within 1,000,000 miles, a two-way formation can be established, which is sufficient for current use. To cross several prefectures or connect with other regions of Tian, then I still need to take it slow. Su Chuan pondered for a few moments, then nodded slightly. This stage is about right. When do you plan to For the city protection formation, I plan to use a fifth element, third rank superior spiritual vein as the formation base, which can reach the half-step fourth rank. Thus, when we leave, it can also ensure Yunx's safety, but Su Chuan grinned. With the addition of the third rank superior soil spiritual vein obtained from trading with the 10,000-year awakening tree, my Su family happens to have 5 element spiritual veins. Su Mingxian was quite surprised. It's usually difficult for common Yuaning sects to gather all 5 elements of third-rank superior spiritual veins. My Su family really is fortunate. If that's the case, in another 6 months I will return. After all, setting up the city protection formation, optimizing our various formations in the Su residence restrictions and long-distance teleportation formations will take quite a bit of time. It will likely take over a year. During these 6 months, I will gather more materials for setting up formations in Xianmun City. It may be hard to collect everything in Tiansong Mansion, but it will require a large amount of spirit stones. I'll borrow some from your master first. After a while, I'll have Delying take a trip with the spirit stones. Su Chuan smiled confidently. Our Su family currently does not lack spirit stones. Given the current prosperity of Yunxi City, just the entrance fees, temporary residence fees, renting caves, various businesses, and taxes from all families in the city will amount to at least over 1 million spirit stones each year. Using several hundred to several million spirit stones will not be burdensome at all. That's true. Our Su family does not rely on others for pills, artifacts, and formations. The biggest expenses are just gathering various spirit medicines and materials. Su Mingxian said with a faint smile. After reaching an agreement, Su Mingxian exited the Su clan cave heaven. Su Chuan then sent a message to Su Delying asking her to take several million spirit stones in 4 months to Xianmun Mansion to bring Su Mingxian back. He also pointed out the uses of these spirit stones. If there are excess ones, she can buy plenty in Xianmun City. To return home, one must naturally bring gifts. Those elders and younger generations' magical artifacts all need to be replaced. Su Delying has plenty to keep her busy during this time. Those elders and younger generations' magical artifacts all need to be replaced. Su Delying has plenty to keep her busy during. However, there are some precious pills that are hard to gather, such as those for purifying mana, opening the Qi Si and Dantian, and also some for nurturing the spirit that need to be refined. But since these are all first and second rank pills for Su Chuan, it would only take a few days of work. In a blink, half a month passed. Qi Tianxiong left with the others, returning to Tiansong Mansion. After another 10 days or so, the people in the city believed that the greedy wolf sect had already left and began to leave one after another. However, a significant number of scattered cultivators almost half-rented caves in Yunxi City, planning to develop here in the long term. The Lord of Ancient Ghost City is in closed-door meditation in Yunxi City, comprehending divine with a superior innate spiritual object, Xian Yuan Heavy Water. He is confident that he can achieve perfect mastery of divine abilities within a month or 2, which will also add a measure of certainty to his breakthrough to the Yuaning stage. Su Chuan recalled the matter of the other shore and immediately contacted Black Wind. 100 miles west of Tiansong City, in an uninhabited area, there is another cave heaven underground. Did the master summon me? Black Wind sensed the fluctuation of divine sense and immediately left. After an hour or 2, he arrived at Yunxi City. Su Chuan sent a message asking him to wait for him at the ascending Immortal Pavilion in the West City District. Black Wind used a disguise technique to transform into an old man with white hair, going there while concealing his aura and suppressing it to the initial stage of Golden Core. At the ascending Immortal Pavilion, on the 3rd floor, outside the window, the sounds of the market are faintly heard, and inside sandalwood fragrance wafts, with the restriction glowing slightly, isolating the inside from the outside. An old man with white hair and a thin face, dressed in an ordinary gray robe, was quietly seated at the guest seat, exuding the aura of a Golden Core cultivator at the initial stage. After a cup of tea's time, the restriction at the door of the private room opened silently, and a figure in a green shirt stepped in casually, closing the restriction again. It was Su Chuan. His expression was calm, and his steps were leisurely, as if he had just come to sit idly. Black Wind immediately stood up, deeply bowing to Su Chuan, his voice old and hoarse, yet filled with heartfelt respect. I, Black Wind, greet you, master. Sit. Su Chuan took his seat at the main position, casually glancing over Black Wind's current disguise, nodding slightly. The secret technique is good, even I cannot see through it. You flatter me, master. Black Wind complied, and sat down, though he still maintained the demeanor of a subordinate. I wonder what orders the master has in mind. Su Chuan did not answer immediately. He picked up the spiritual tea on the table, took a sip, and then slowly said, It is naturally regarding the matter of joining the other shore. Is the master truly going to do so? Black Wind's heart stirred slightly. Is there a problem? No, in fact, one could say the timing is quite good. Black Wind laughed and said, Due to the changes in Tiansong Mansion over the past 2 years, new Yuaning powerhouses and shape-shifting great demons have appeared. The Other Shore organization has become increasingly aware of Tiansong Mansion, and the deputy leader has decided to establish a branch in Tiansong Mansion, first to collect information about this place, and second to expand business. I volunteered to come to Tiansong Mansion as the branch leader. I see. Su Chuan smiled faintly. The timing is indeed clever. In that case, arranging for someone to join the Other Shore should not be difficult for you. Leave this matter to me, I will ensure that the master will not be bound by the rules of the Other Shore. Black Wind looked at Su Chuan and said, I wonder, when does the master wish to join? Choosing a day is not as good as hitting the mark. Let it be today. Upon finishing his words, Chuan transformed into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, with black hair, his aura also retracting to the late stage of Foundation establishment. My lord, it still cannot compare. Top-tier nascent soul sects typically dominate their own territories. Though disciples often travel elsewhere for cultivation, they primarily operate within their ancestral domains. Only during extraordinary opportunities do they dispatch large contingents to compete for supremacy. In contrast, the Other Shore organization operates in utter secrecy, maintaining branches across all 5 major regions of the Southern Heaven. Ruthless and unrelenting, it annihilates the entire families of promising talents before abducting the chosen ones. Through secret alchemical elixirs, it purges and rewrites their memories, binding them irrevocably to the Other Shore. Yet such individuals, however devoted, will never attain the nascent soul realm in their lifetimes. Truly, such arcane arts exist. Have you ever encountered them? Black Wind shook his head. Such operations are handled exclusively by specialized personnel, the Soul Division of the Other Shore. I belong to the Assassin Division. Only the Chief and Deputy Chiefs may cross divisional boundaries, any others who overstep face certain death, even a true sovereign-level assassin like myself. Beyond these 2 divisions lies the Logistics Division, dedicated to cultivating and recruiting cultivators skilled in alchemy, artifact, forging, formation, arrays, talismans, poison arts, necromancy, and puppetry. The vast majority of weapons, pills, and other resources used by Other Shore assassins originate from this division, and may be exchanged using slaughter points. With sufficient slaughter points, even supreme-grade artifacts may be acquired. What of Foundation establishment opportunities? Yes. They exist, though said to reside solely with the chief, having been seized from an ancient hidden realm. Rumor holds that both deputy chiefs ascended to the nascent soul realm after receiving such opportunities. Chuan's own Foundation establishment opportunity also originated from an ancient hidden realm. Outside such realms, such treasures are exceedingly rare. Are there any restrictions upon you? Within the organization, cultivators at the Golden Core realm and above are bound only by oaths forbidding the external dissemination of techniques and scriptures. No further constraints apply. Yet should one dare betray the organization within 1 lunar month, their appearance, cultivation level, and practiced arts would appear upon the desks of every major power across Southern Heaven. A ruthless stratagem indeed. Indeed. Beyond covert pursuit by the organization itself, open hunts by countless powers ensure few ever dare defect from the Other Shore. Those of our cultivation rank seek only the chief's favor, the chance to receive a Foundation establishment opportunity, and thus remain steadfastly loyal. Chuan gave a slight nod. Let us proceed to the Tiansong branch of the Other Shore for your formal induction. Instantly the 2 departed the Ascension Pavilion and soared toward Tiansong City. Given Tiansong sect's waning influence, yet profound heritage, assassination assignments may arise. Hence the Tiansong branch was established near Tiansong City. Black Wind paused, then ventured cautiously, my lord. Shall we relocate the branch closer to Yunchi City? Acceptable, Chuan replied calmly. But ensure no suspicion arises. You alone shall judge the subtleties. This matter is not urgent. My current identity is Li Feiyu, a latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivator wandering alone. Understood, my lord. 100 li west of Tiansong City. Barren hills and withered grass stretched endlessly, jagged boulders littered the desolation. Few mortals tread here. Fewer still did beasts linger. A biting north wind howled across the wasteland, its mournful whistle deepening the desolation's silence. 2 unremarkable streaks of light descended from the horizon, dimmed their radiance, and revealed 2 figures, one preceding the other. The foremost was a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his visage sharp and grim, his aura as fathomless as an abyss. Black Wind himself restored to his true form, yet subtly veiled. Trailing behind him was a nondescript cultivator in black robes. His countenance stern, his gaze piercing, his cultivation level hovering around the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. None other than Chuan, masterfully disguised. This is one of the entrances. Black Wind spoke flatly, scanning the surroundings to confirm no eyes watched, then strode toward a decrepit vine-choked well, utterly unassuming and long abandoned. Its mouth spanned barely 3 chi, its walls crumbled and moss-licked, plunging into impenetrable darkness. Only a chill, damp stench of decay rose from its depths. Black Wind leapt in first, vanishing instantly into the void. Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he followed. After descending some 10 zhang, he did not strike bottom. Instead, the well's inner walls slid silently aside, revealing a narrow stone passage sloping downward, barely wide enough for one person. Glowing faintly with eerie emerald light, phosphorescent stones embedded along both sides cast wavering, distorted shadows. heightening the passage's uncanny atmosphere. They entered single file, behind them the stone walls sealed without sound. After descending 100 paces the corridor opened abruptly into a vast subterranean hall. Hewn from obsidian black stone, its vaulted ceiling hung high, lit by dozens of undying blue soul lamps, casting a dim, frigid luminescence. The air carried a faint tang of blood, medicinal herbs, and an indescribable chill, an aura of cold, implacable lethality. Several corridors branched from the hall, vanishing into shadow. Fleeting glimpses revealed black-robed figures moving swiftly, cold-eyed, silent, and purposeful. This place was one of the other shore's most clandestine outposts, the Tiansong branch. No sooner had Black Wind appeared than several black-robed assassins nearby, whether on duty or passing, halted mid-stride and bowed deeply in unison, their voices resonating with instinctive reverence. "Hail, Chief Black Wind!" Their voices echoed through the cavernous hall, amplifying his authority. Most were mid to late Foundation establishment cultivators, too exuded the nascent aura of early Golden Core masters. Their voices echoed through the cavernous hall, amplifying his authority. Most were mid to late Foundation establishment cultivators, too exuded the nascent aura of early Golden Core. A new face, strong aura, latest stage Foundation establishment. Could he be a newly recruited member? Led personally by the chief. He must be held in high regard. He must possess exceptional merit. Or why would the chief escort him in person? Countless thoughts raced through their minds, but none dared voice a question. Their postures grew even more deferential. Black Wind acknowledged their bows with only the faintest nod, then continued forward, guiding Chuan directly toward a corridor marked Registry Hall. As branch chief, he carried an innate, awe-inspiring presence. Assassins along his path instinctively stepped aside and bowed. Inside the Registry Hall sat an elderly man in gray robes, stern-faced, Golden Core level, sorting scrolls. Sensing Black Wind's arrival, he sprang up. "Chief, what brings you here in person? Any orders?" He oversaw member registration, archival records, and slaughter point accounting, known throughout the branch as Elder Yen. Black Wind glanced at him coolly. "Nothing urgent, merely escorting a new recruit for registration." "Elder Yen, I have reconsidered the intelligence you compiled yesterday. Transmit it to the senior master today. Ensure it is fully prepared and delivered to me by day's end." "Yes, Chief." "Then, regarding this recruit's registration." "No need. I shall handle it myself." Elder Yen blinked in surprise, his gaze instinctively shifting to Chuan behind Black Wind. Registering new members fell squarely within his duties. Why would the chief intervene personally? Yet meeting Black Wind's calm, unyielding gaze, he stiffened, suppressing every doubt, bowing deeply. "Then I entrust this to you, Chief. I shall attend to the intelligence report immediately." Proceed." Without hesitation, Elder Yen bowed again, carefully placed several key jade slips and a black token signifying registry authority upon the desk, and withdrew swiftly from the hall. He closed the door behind him and activated a simple sound-dampening ward outside. Thereafter, Black Wind began processing Chuan's registration. Ordinarily, recruits must declare names, identities, and cultivated arts, and swear oaths in person. But with Black Wind present, the oath was waived entirely. "Li Feiyu, here is your identity token." Jet black, its front bore the intertwined emblem of a lotus Ophir, and a dagger, its reverse displayed his assassin rank and codename. From this moment, Chuan became a bronze rank assassin of the other shore, codenamed Shanchuan, to avoid suspicion. Once registration concluded, Black Wind retired to his quarters, granting Chuan liberty to explore. Combat was strictly forbidden within the branch, thus few would test him openly. A purple-robed middle-aged man approached. "Fellow cultivator, you're newly arrived. May I ask your name?" "Shanchuan. That's your code name. What is your true name?" "Fei Gu, at your service. I've served the other shore for decades, now ranked Black Iron Assassin." He saluted respectfully. "Li Feiyu, just joined the organization. I hope for your guidance, Brother Fei. Wherever did that come from? You were escorted in by Chief Black Wind. How could you possibly need my guidance?" Fei Gu smiled faintly. "Might I inquire, what is your relationship with the chief?" "None whatsoever. Brotherly. If you speak so plainly, conversation loses its flavor. If Brother Fei disbelieves me, so be it. I merely happened upon Chief Black Wind while committing robbery and murder. He offered me two choices. I had no choice but to accept." Fei Gu's brow furrowed slightly, his tone cooled markedly. "I see. As a newcomer, you'll need time to acclimate. I won't disturb you further." With that, he turned and departed. Chuan remained impassive, continuing his casual exploration. Yet word of Li Feiyu spread swiftly across the entire branch. Rumors claimed he was a privileged insider, until it became clear he truly was a raw novice. few within the branch engaged him. 3 days passed. Then Chuan sought out Black Wind. Black Wind had already inscribed every other shore technique and secret art he mastered onto blank jade slips. My lord, these contain all the other shore arts I have cultivated. He presented the slips with solemn reverence. Chuan accepted them, swept his divine sense lightly across their surfaces, and nodded slightly. With these arts, the Su family's covert division would finally possess enduring lineage. Should gaps remain, Black Wind could continue siphoning talent from the other shore itself. Well done. This superior-grade golden primordial pill is your reward. It grants a 20% chance to ascend to peak golden core. Chuan extended a porcelain vial, speaking evenly. Continue gathering intelligence. Submit reports monthly. Prioritize anything concerning the Su family or Yunchi City. Report those immediately. Understood, my lord. Black Wind responded with crisp reverence, eyes gleaming with delight. Many thanks for this generous boon. Assign me a long-term external mission. I'll depart once commissioned. Yes, my lord. Chuan slipped away unseen. The next day, he received a covert surveillance assignment in Yunchi City. After formally accepting the task, he left the other shore branch openly and flew toward Yunchi City. Upon returning to the Su residence, he studied the divine arts inscribed on the jade slips. Among them, only 3 captured his full attention: Absolute Shadow Strike, Umbral Shadow Evasion, and Thousand Face Art. Absolute Shadow Strike, when perfected, releases no trace of aura, even at peak execution, making it a consummate assassination art. Umbral Shadow Evasion enables both rapid flight and instantaneous teleportation into any nearby shadow. The deeper one's comprehension, the farther the shadow step, and the smaller the residual fluctuation. Legends claim that at perfection one may vanish without sound or ripple, or materialize within any shadow across a 10 li radius, far surpassing the Greenwood Azure Light Evasion in both escape and combat utility. Thus he incorporated all 3 arts into his daily cultivation regimen. 3 months passed swiftly. Su Deliang arrived at the Su residence to collect spirit stones and bid Chuan farewell. She journeyed alone to the Xianyu prefecture. In earlier years she required accompaniment by true sovereign Liang, but now she had truly matured, her strength rivaling Liang's outright. Were it not for Liang's possession of a top-tier artifact, he might well lose to Su Deliang. For if she unleashed her Phoenix Rebirth art, she could overpower both Qingmu and Bingqian. Grandfather, I take my leave now. Travel safely. At that very moment they looked up, where distant spiritual energy churned violently, converging upon a location in the southern district, coalescing into a colossal vortex, tens of zhang wide. Someone is establishing their golden core. That direction is. Su Deliang's expression shifted to astonishment. Likely Yinyu of the Yin clan, Chuan remarked lightly. News reached us weeks ago. He entered seclusion to break through. And it was largely thanks to grandfather's distribution of golden core opportunities at the Yunchi assembly. Su Deliang smiled, bowed once more, and soared westward. Circling back, she deployed a spirit boat and streaked southeastward across the sky. Moyue, shall you step out for a stroll? Moyue, reclining on a lounge chair, turned his head. Follow that girl, Su Deliang. Is danger imminent? Her strength is formidable now. Even without the Azure Dragon Sword formation, you'd match her evenly. Not necessarily. Chuan smiled faintly. So, will you go? I refuse to serve as a nursemaid. Still, the weather today is pleasant. I shall venture forth for fresh air and return whenever I please. With that, Moyue transformed into a sapphire streak, piercing the heavens. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the altitude attainable. Nascent soul masters soar into the azure firmament itself, harvesting celestial gales and even lightning fire for artifact refinement. Chuan chuckled softly, his gaze drawn back to the golden core phenomenon. Across Yunchi City, every major sect and clan watched intently. A golden core breakthrough. Could it be the Su family again? Unlikely. The phenomenon manifests beyond the inner city, in the southern district. Is it the Yin clan or Tianling sect? Residents near the Yin clan instantly recognized the source and swiftly relayed the news. Within half a candle mark, the entire city knew. So it is the Yin clan. Word spread they secured a golden core opportunity at the Yunchi assembly. It seems confirmed. It must be true, else how could golden core formation be so readily achieved? Indeed, even Yin Kuang II of the Yin clan, a prodigy who competed in the Celestial Prodigy Assembly, still labors to grasp profound divine arts. The Yin clan possesses no peer to match him. Fate and timing. What fortune the Yin clan has found. The foundation is profound, but with the Yin family producing another golden core, they are likely to remain the foremost golden core family in Yunchi City for for 100 years to come. In the West District, the Tang family. A slightly hunched figure quietly hovered above the residence, the ancestor of the Tang family. He did not exude the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator, merely gazing quietly at the distant horizon. There towards the Yin family direction, the phenomenon of golden core formation surged brilliant rays and auspicious energies, igniting much commotion. The ancestor of the Tang family bore a complex expression interwoven with envy, anxiety, and unwillingness. His cultivation had been stagnant at the initial stage of golden core for quite some time, and among the younger generation of the Tang family, although there were a few diligent ones, none exhibited the extraordinary talent needed to uphold the family. The family's businesses in Yunshi City could only be considered average, and compared to the Chuan family and Yin family, the gap was widening, let alone with the flourishing Yin family. In various parts of the Tang family residence, many younger members were engaged in animated discussions. News of the Yin family's golden core formation quickly spread throughout the residence, with even servants and guards discussing the matter. "Go summon Qian to my quiet chamber." The voice of the Tang family ancestor carried a hint of fatigue, reaching the ears of a younger Tang family member below. "Yes, ancestor." The young member did not dare to delay and hurriedly complied. In the quiet chamber, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered. The Tang family ancestor sat on a mat, gazing at the young girl before him, who stood respectfully, possessing a delicate beauty, yet exuding a sense of fragility and silence. Tang Qian. This girl was merely 28 years old, with cultivation only having just reached the 6th level of qi refinement, her talent mediocre, but there was one special aspect. "Qian, please sit." The ancestor's voice softened a bit, indicating for her to take a seat. Tang Qian knelt down as instructed, slightly bowing her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, as if sensing something. "You have heard about the matters concerning the Yin family today, right?" The ancestor sighed. "Yin Yu has successfully broken through to golden core, soon to have 3 golden cores in the family. In 100 years, the Yin family will surely secure the title of the foremost family in Yunshi City. In contrast, our Tang family." He shook his head. "The Chuan family and the Su family have formed a union, and Chun Changa is now the deputy city lord of Yunshi City, enjoying a prominent status with resources tilted in their favor, a bright future ahead. The Yin family has produced a prodigy, Yin Kuangtu, who possesses the talent for golden core. Once he succeeds, the rise of the Yin family will be imminent. Only our Tang family has mediocre descendants, and we lack deep ties with the Su family. Currently, it seems there is no decline, but in decades to come we will undoubtedly fall behind. If I wait until my lifespan ends without a successor in the Tang family, what do you think will become of us?" Tang Qian's body trembled slightly, her head lowered even more, biting her lip, remaining silent. The ancestor looked at her, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes, but more so a determination to act decisively. He lowered his voice, almost enunciating each word. "Qian, you possess the pure maiden profound Yin body, one of the 10 greatest furnace bodies from ancient times. This matter is known only to a few, including your parents. This physique does not greatly aid in cultivation, but if you engage in dual cultivation with a man, you can become an excellent furnace for him. It can assist in refining pure magic power, breaking through bottlenecks, and even comprehending the principles of yin and yang harmony, offering immense benefits." "Ancestor, I..." Tang Qian's face suddenly turned pale, her fingertips digging deeply into her palm. She immediately understood why the ancestor had summoned her. Originally, individuals like her who were generations removed from the ancestor found it difficult to see him, let alone receive special treatment. Yet she was unexpectedly favored, and the family resources had never been lacking for her. Was it all for the sake of one day using her as a bargaining chip for someone else? A sense of melancholy inevitably rose within her. Su family's direct descendant, Su Chongfei, young and accomplished with extraordinary talent, if he could gain your furnace body, he would surely rise to greater heights. The Tang family ancestor said, "The Su family is filled with geniuses. He would be no less than City Lord Yi and the Cold Moon Fairy. If you can marry him as a concubine, you will certainly gain his and the Su family's regard. At that time, our Tang family will be linked by marriage to the Su family, receiving their protection, allowing us to stabilize our position in Yunshi City." Seeing that Tang Qian remained silent, he sighed lightly, but thinking of the family's survival, he steeled his resolve. He even added a tinge of pleading in his voice. "Qian, your grandfather knows that asking you to suddenly become a concubine is unfair to you. But you also know what kind of prodigy Su Chongfei is. He is destined to be the #1 genius of Tiansong Mansion, perhaps even the first genius of the Northwest. You would not suffer any humiliation by being his concubine. Moreover, the family is in a precarious situation and desperately needs the Su family's support. Will you help the family?" The final words "help you" struck Tang Qian's heart, like a heavy hammer. She raised her head looking at the ancestors, expectant gaze thinking of her parents and brothers, and those naive younger siblings in the clan working hard for the family with their uncles and elders. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, she softly said, Qian, we'll follow the ancestors' arrangements. Good, then in 3 days I will take you to the city lord's residence to meet City Lord Yi. 3 days later, at the hour of the snake, the ancestor of the Tang family personally brought the meticulously dressed Tang Qian to the city lord's residence to request a meeting with Yi Fan. Chengchanga glanced at Tang Qian beside him, suspecting something, but did not stop them. He immediately sent a message to Yi Fan and had someone guide the two from the Tang family to the reception hall. In the reception hall, shortly after Yi Fan arrived, City Lord Yi, the Tang family ancestor, stood up to greet, and Tang Qian followed suit, with a cupped fist salute. You two need not be overly polite, please sit down. Thank you, City Lord Yi. What brings you Taoist Tang to seek me? Speak directly. The Tang family ancestor smiled, and said, City Lord Yi, this is my junior Tang Qian. What do you think? She is graceful, beautiful, and rare to find a beauty like her. Qian possesses the pure maiden profound Yin body, one of the 10 greatest furnace bodies from ancient times. If she were to marry your son as a concubine, would City Lord Yi be willing? Yi Fan's expression was stern, his brow slightly furrowing. So that was the intention. However, one of the 10 greatest furnace bodies, what a grand title. Taoist Tang, I understand your intention. Yi Fan spoke calmly, but this matter still depends on Feier's own wishes. I also need to discuss it with my wife. You may return for now. Oh, if my Su family is interested, I will personally pay a visit. The Tang family ancestor's face turned pale. Just as he was about to say more, Yi Fan raised his hand to stop him, clearly unwilling to continue. At that moment, at the Su residence beneath the withered and flourishing tree, Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly sensing something, and calculated with his fingers. I nearly missed out on an opportunity. Chuan smiled faintly. The pure maiden profound Yin body appears to be one of the best physiques for practicing the pure maiden Tang scripture. He had heard Murong Yun mention that the founder of this technique was a female cultivator with a furnace body. Yi Fan. Chuan immediately transmitted his voice, bring the two from the Tang family to the main hall of the Su residence. Master. Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, then quickly responded, Yes, Master. City Lord Yi, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Is there anything else you need, City Lord Yi? My master wishes to invite the two of you to my Su residence for a discussion. Yi Fan said, Lord of the Withered and Flourishing. The Tang family ancestor was initially taken aback, then overjoyed. You two please follow me. The Tang family ancestor immediately took Tang Qian to follow Yi Fan to the Su residence. After Chuan transmitted the message to Yi Fan to bring them over, he pondered for a moment, his thoughts moving, and sent another voice transmission. Before long, a white light descended into the courtyard, revealing Su Du's figure. She was dressed in a moon-white long dress, radiating a cool demeanor as she stepped forward and cupped her hands, saying, Grandfather, you called for me. What is your command? To be precise, I am looking for your master, senior sister Murong Yun. Chuan's gaze fell on Su Du, or rather on the Taiyin sword in the depths of her dantian. Looking for me. A voice, cool, yet somewhat ethereal, suddenly resounded in the courtyard. Before her words fell, a layer of cool moonlight suddenly enveloped Su Du. Following that, a crystal-clear sword light shot out from her dantian, which was her life-bound flying sword Taiyin. The sword light spun in the air, hovering before Chuan, its body slightly trembling, exuding a sense of spirituality and chill. Chuan was not surprised by this scene. He cupped his hands towards the Taiyin flying sword and said, Senior Sister Murong, I apologize for the intrusion. I have a matter to inquire today, as well as an opportunity that may relate to you. Opportunity. Murong Yun's voice came directly from the sword body. Su Junior Brother, do tell. Does Senior Sister wish for another disciple to inherit your teachings? Chuan got straight to the point. There is a girl who possesses the pure maiden profound Yin body. If I remember correctly, this physique aligns with the pure maiden Taiyin scripture you cultivate, and she should be able to inherit your teachings. Pure maiden profound Yin body. Murong Yun's voice clearly revealed surprise, and the Taiyin sword's radiance fluctuated, indicating her emotional disturbance. This physique is indeed an excellent seed for practicing the pure maiden Taiyin scripture, and it is even more compatible than my talent back in the day. She paused and continued, However, I will have to refrain from taking in disciples. In my current state, my remnant soul relies on the sword spirit to exist, and I have intertwined my life with views. I can no longer afford to teach another disciple, and this non-human state of mine is also not suitable for being a teacher. Chuan was not disheartened. He smiled slightly. If senior sister cannot personally take in a disciple, could you bestow the pure, maiden scripture to allow Due to take her as a disciple and pass on this technique? The Tian flying sword hovered motionless, and Murong Yun fell silent for a moment, her voice tinged with suspicion. Su Junior brother, your insistence on this matter, could it be that? It is said that the pure maiden profound Yin body is one of the 10 greatest furnace bodies from ancient times. If dual cultivated with her, it would greatly aid in breaking through major bottlenecks, and could bring about significant fortune. I wonder if this rumor is true. Su Chuan inquired. You are indeed after this opportunity. Murong Yun's voice paused before continuing. Indeed, the rumor is true. The reason why the pure maiden profound Yin body is classified as one of the 10 greatest furnace bodies is that individuals with this physique possess a trace of innate Taisu energy within them. The 5 Taisu, I wonder if you have heard of them. I have heard of them. This energy is mysterious. It offers limited benefits to the cultivator's own practice. However, if dual cultivated with a man during the convergence of Yin and Yang, this trace of innate Taisu energy can be transferred to the other party. The innate Taisu energy has remarkable effects in dispelling inner demons, stabilizing the spirit, harmonizing Yin and Yang, and compensating for foundational deficiencies. Hence, it plays a role in breaking through major bottlenecks. If the possessor of this physique is a fully realized golden core cultivator with the assistance of innate Taisu energy, the chance of breaking through to nascent soul can reach as high as 50%. Even for a cultivator at the initial stage of golden core, the chance of breakthrough can be enhanced by about 30%. Of course, this trace of innate Taisu energy cannot be forcibly taken, it must be willingly given by her. So it is. Even Su Chuan, with his calm disposition, could not help but show astonishment upon hearing this. Such assistance is truly extraordinary. No wonder it is listed among the 10 greatest furnace bodies from ancient times. Then, senior sister, would you be willing to bestow the pure, maiden Tian scripture? The Tian sword's radiance flowed, as if Murong Yun were weighing her options. After a long moment, she sighed gently, her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness and resignation. Very well, who would have thought that my fate is now intertwined with Due's, sharing both honor and disgrace. I will agree to this matter. Thank you, senior sister, for your support. Su Chuan cupped his hands. Murong Yun said no more, and the Tian sword's brilliance dimmed before swiftly returning to Su Due's dantian. Su Due looked at Su Chuan. Grandfather, is this really? Rest assured, grandfather will not force it, and will engage in fair transactions. If she wishes to be your disciple, you will teach her well, all right. Su Due pondered for a moment. I understand, grandfather. Su Chuan smiled slightly. Let's go, follow me to the main hall. After finishing, he moved and swiftly headed towards the main hall of the Su residence, with Su Due closely following. In the Su residence's main hall, after Su Chuan and Su Due entered, Yi Fan first cupped his hands and greeted master. Then the Tang family ancestor and Tang Qianqian also bowed and saluted. We meet you, Lord of the Withered and Flourishing. Please take your seats. Su Chuan looked at the Tang family ancestor, smiling lightly. Daoist Tang, I have already understood your purpose in coming here. The Tang family intends to form a marriage alliance with my Su family, and we are naturally willing. However, Miss Qianqian is special. The pure maiden profound Yin body is a very precious physique, even in ancient times. Daoist Tang, are you truly willing to let her marry into my Su family as a concubine? I have read related ancient texts and understand the value of this physique, and the higher the cultivation of the possessor, the better. However, it is not as good as it was in ancient times. Moreover, this physique offers limited benefits to the cultivator's own practice. With my Tang family's foundation, we could at most cultivate her to the foundation establishment stage. There is no hope for the golden core stage. After the golden core stage, that is when this physique's value truly begins. Su Chuan nodded slightly. The Tang family is in a difficult situation, lacking successors, otherwise I would not be proposing this. The Tang family ancestor sighed lightly. However, young Master Chongfei is exceptionally talented. Marrying him as a concubine would not be seen as a disgrace. Furthermore, I believe the Su family would not mistreat her. Su Chuan did not reply, but transmitted his divine sense to Tang Qianqian. Miss Qianqian, I propose a deal. Your furnace body is of great use to my Su family, and I can have my granddaughter Due take you as a disciple, passing on the ancient technique that suits you. Cultivating it will lead to rapid improvement, changing your current state. Moreover, my Su family can provide all the resources for you to cultivate to the golden core completion stage. You may even have the chance to break through to nascent soul. However, you must agree that one day, if someone from my Su family needs to utilize your physique, you must willingly transfer a trace of innate Taisu energy. However, once this trace of innate Taisu energy is transferred, you will no longer be a pure maiden profound Yin body, and you will not be able to make any further progress in your technique, and your cultivation will stagnate. Your divine abilities may even decline. Are you willing? Tang Qianqian's breath quickened upon hearing this. Her gaze revealed an expression of disbelief as she stared blankly at Su Chuan. To take Cold Moon Immortal as a master to teach ancient cultivation methods to provide resources for cultivating to the golden core stage, and perhaps even to break through to the nascent soul. Is it all just to let me transcend the so-called innate Tai Su Chi at a critical moment? Of course, if you don't need it, you can just continue to cultivate. Su Chuan continued, is Senior Ku Rong trying to deceive this young girl? Do you really think I would need to do such a thing? As long as I speak, your Tang family ancestor will obediently send you to my Su family. What do you think? Senior speaks truly. Tang Qianqian's eyes shimmered slightly. She felt she had encountered an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An opportunity to completely escape the fate of being given away. If she were a golden core true person, how could her ancestors send her away? If she were at the golden core perfection, the Tang family would hold her in high regard. Her honor and disgrace were all tied to her thoughts. Is Senior truly willing to help this young girl reach golden core perfection? Naturally, and you will become an admired and unparalleled female cultivator like your master. However, Su Chuan added, when you become my disciple, you will need to swear an oath. Without my Su family's permission, you must not disclose any secrets of my Su family. This includes the cultivation techniques you practice, the process of your training by my Su family, and any other matters related to my Su family. So are you willing? I am no longer willing to be manipulated by others, even my own family. I want to control my own destiny. Tang Qianqian's voice grew increasingly resolute, and she emphasized each word. Senior, I am willing to take Cold Moon Immortal as my master. Very well. Su Chuan smiled slightly, and then publicly stated, Daoist Tang, your goodwill is acknowledged by me, but let Qianqian marry Feier as a concubine. Let's forget about that. The Tang family ancestor was taken aback. Did Ku Rong Jinjuan disagree with this matter? Then why did they call us over? However I can have, do you take her as a disciple? Su Chuan looked at Tang Qianqian and asked, Miss Qianqian, are you willing to take Cold Moon Immortal as a master? The Tang family ancestor was greatly surprised if this was a complete turn of events. I am willing, naturally willing. What a character Cold Moon Immortal is. It is her fortune to take Qianqian as a disciple. Daoist Tang, I need Qianqian to answer herself. Your agreement does not count. Girl, why are you still dazed? Just agree already. Tang Qianqian glanced at her ancestor, and then looked at Su Deyue before her gaze fell on Su Chuan. Taking a deep breath, she said, Qianqian is willing. Thank you, Senior Ku Rong, for your great kindness. I will certainly honor and respect my master, wholeheartedly serve the Su family, and never betray the Su family. Good child, then let us hold a grand ceremony for receiving disciples at the city lord's mansion in 7 days. Thank you, Jinjuan Ku Rong. Since everything is settled, Daoist Tang, please take Qianqian back to prepare well. After taking her as a disciple, she will move into Su Mansion and follow to you. She won't be able to return to the Tang family often. Since she has taken a master, she should naturally serve beside Cold Moon Immortal. The Tang family ancestor stood and cupped his hands, saying, Jinjuan Ku Rong, we shall take our leave. Su Chuan nodded slightly. They left, and Su Chuan returned to his own courtyard. Wasn't she supposed to be a concubine for Feier? How did she become his junior sister now? Yi Fan looked at Su Deyue with some confusion. Su Deyue smiled slightly and explained the conversation between her master and Su Chuan. So that's how it is. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. Since Qianqian has agreed, it seems she has accepted the deal. However, I am very curious about what deal her master made with him. If you have the guts, you can go directly ask your grandfather. Then forget it. I don't want to disturb my master's cultivation. The Tang family ancestor and Tang Qianqian returned to the Tang family. When the Tang family members heard about this, they were all in an uproar and astonished. Sister Qianqian has been accepted as a disciple by Cold Moon Immortal. This is impossible, right? Could it be that Qianqian has some talent we don't know about? If it's true, then our Tang family is bound to become famous. Various emotions such as envy, jealousy, and surprise fermented among the younger generation of the Tang family. Some sisters who usually got along well or were distant from Tang Qianqian had even more complicated feelings. They wished for their sister to do well, while also not wanting her to do too well. Tang Qianqian's parents, grandfather, and even siblings were all overjoyed. This news quickly spread out, and then it circulated throughout the city, including the grand ceremony for receiving disciples held at the city lord's mansion in 7 days. On the streets and alleys and tea houses and taverns, many wandering cultivators were discussing fervently. Tang Qianqian, that little girl from the 3rd branch of the Tang family. Wasn't she just at the 6th layer of Qi refinement? I heard she only has true spiritual root talent, and her cultivation speed isn't fast. How could she have caught the attention of Cold Moon Immortal? Indeed, Cold Moon Immortal is such a figure. A golden core true person with the potential of a sword immortal, and is even the granddaughter of Ku Rongzhenjuan. How could she choose an ordinary girl from the Tang family as her disciple? This is truly incomprehensible. Could it be that she is doing this for the sake of the Tang family ancestor? But the Tang family is weak. They probably don't have that much face. This matter is suspicious. There must be hidden truths. Some doubted whether Tang Qianqian possessed undiscovered special talent, while others speculated that the Tang family had paid a huge price to obtain this opportunity. Qin Chang'e was very curious upon hearing this, and asked Yi Fan about it only to learn that it was Su Chuan who made the final decision. He immediately stopped asking further. Moments later, he sent a message to the Chuan family head Chen Tianfang asking him to bring a generous gift to congratulate the Tang family. Cold Moon Immortal has actually accepted a true spiritual root girl from the Tang family. This matter is indeed strange. The ancestor of the Yin family frowned slightly upon hearing this news. Could it be that the Tang family has struck lucky? He thought for a moment and sighed lightly. Never mind, this has nothing to do with my Yin family. As long as the madman can achieve the golden core, there will be a place for my Yin family in Yinshi City. In fact, it is very likely to become another top golden core family in Tiansong Mansion. However, this is a joyous occasion, and we must send someone to the Tang family to congratulate them. In the southern district, the Yin family. Ancestor, what do you think about Cold Moon Immortal accepting a girl from the Tang family as a disciple at Yin family young golden core? Yin Hanshao asked the Yin family ancestor. Indeed strange, but there's no need to dwell on it. The Tang family being able to achieve this is their ability. Although they are not that capable, they still deserve respect for having Cold Moon Immortal's disciple. The Yin family ancestor turned to Yin Hanshao and said, "Get someone to prepare a generous gift to send to the Tang family, saying it's a congratulatory gift for becoming a disciple of Cold Moon Immortal." Understood, ancestor. 7 days later at the city lord's mansion, the ceremony for receiving disciples was not ostentatious, but was solemn and dignified. It was held in a spacious and elegant discussion room within the city lord's mansion, guarded by guards, and no idle people were allowed to approach. Inside the hall, the arrangement was simple. Su Diyu sat at the head position with seats arranged to her left and right. On the left side, Yi Fan was seated first, followed by Chun Chang'e Fire Cloud Junren and several other golden core cultivators. On the right side were the Tang family ancestor Tang Qianqian's parents and several of her grandfather's family members. Not many were invited to observe the ceremony. Among them were Tang Qianqian's close siblings and over 10 cousins, all holding their breath and standing respectfully on one side of the hall, their expressions tense and excited. There were also Su Chongfei, Chen Yulian, Yi Feng, and some children from the Yin and Wu families. As her mother was accepting disciples, Su Chongfei naturally came to witness the ceremony. Aside from that, there were no other idle guests. After all, the inner city had a great formation, and no idle person could enter easily unless they had business to attend to at the city lord's mansion. Today, Su Diyu wore a moon-white dress adorned with light blue cloud patterns, her hair half up, with an ice crystal hairpin inserted at an angle, her appearance still beautiful. She lacked the usual cold sword energy, and instead exuded a graceful and gentle demeanor. Moments later, Tang Qianqian, dressed in a plain, elegant dress and lightly powdered, entered the hall under the guidance of a female cultivator from the city lord's mansion. Having not seen each other for 7 days, she appeared more composed and confident, with less of the previous hesitation and timidity. She first bowed respectfully to Yi Fan and the elders of the city lord's mansion, then saluted her own ancestors. Finally, her gaze fell on Su Diyu seated at the head. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the center of the hall, standing solemnly facing Su Diyu. Yi Fan stood up and announced loudly, "The auspicious time has come. We shall begin the ceremony for receiving disciples." As soon as he spoke, the hall fell silent. Su Diyu slowly stood up and walked 3 feet in front of Tang Qianqian. Her gaze was clear as she looked at the young girl before her, her voice melodious, yet filled with reassuring strength. "Tang Qianqian, entering under my name, you must remember to respect your master and honor the teachings, strictly adhere to the rules of my Su family. Diligently cultivate and refine your mind, uphold righteousness. Do not rely on the name of my Su family to commit evil deeds. Do not harm your fellow disciples, betray the teachings of the master, or forsake my Su family. Can you do this?" Tang Qianqian raised her head, meeting Su Diyu's gaze, her eyes gradually firming. She knelt down, touching her forehead to the ground, her voice clear and solemn. "Disciple Tang Qianqian, I will strictly follow the master's orders. I will respect my master and honor the teachings, diligently practice without interruption, uphold righteousness, and would never dare to disobey. If I violate this, may heaven and earth forsake me and my path be destroyed." "Good." Su Diyu nodded slightly and took out an ice blue jade pendant that had been prepared in advance. The pendant resembled a crescent moon cool to the touch and was a top-grade magical item that assists in calming the mind and aiding in cultivation. This is the Cold Moon Pendant, a welcoming gift from your master. I hope you will wear it often to calm your heart and comprehend the Tao. Then she also handed over an Su family token facilitating her entry into the inner and outer city, as well as Su Mansion. Thank you, Master. Tang Qianqian raised her hands high respectfully accepting the jade pendant and token. Following that, Tang Qianqian presented the tea for the Master. Su Diyu accepted it, took a sip, and set it aside. Yi Fan smiled and announced the ceremony is complete. From today onwards, Tang Qianqian will be a direct disciple of Su Diyu. Warm congratulatory voices filled the hall immediately. The Tang family ancestor and others were beaming with excitement, repeatedly expressing gratitude to Su Diyu and Yi Fan. Tang Qianqian stood up positioned beside Su Diyu, officially becoming Su Diyu's first disciple. Su Diyu addressed the Tang family saying, "Since Qianqian has entered my door, she will now cultivate in Su Mansion, serving beside me, and deeply study the Tao. She may not be able to return home often, and I hope the Tang family understands." The Tang family ancestor hurriedly said, "The Immortal speaks too highly of it. Being taught by the Immortal is a great fortune for Qianqian. We will certainly focus on serving the Master and improving our cultivation. Our Tang family has no objections." Tang Qianqian's parents also nodded repeatedly. Then Yi Fan added, "Daoist Tang, as decided by my Master. Starting tomorrow, you can serve as the Deputy City Lord of our City Lord's Mansion. If you agree, you can come to the City Lord's Mansion to start your position tomorrow." "Thank you, City Lord Yi." "Thank you, Jinju and Ku Rong. I am greatly honored." The Tang family ancestor was beaming, and the other members of the Tang family were also extremely excited. "Then please stay a while longer. Elder Chen will explain the responsibilities of the Deputy City Lord to you, and some of the rules of the City Lord's Mansion. You must not let down my master's trust." "I understand. I will certainly do my best to serve Yunshi City, and not worry Jinju and Ku Rong." "If that's the case, then everyone else should not stay here any longer," Yi Fan said. The other members of the Tang family cupped their hands in farewell and left the City Lord's Mansion. "Qianqian, come back with me to Su Mansion." "Yes, Master." "Fair Yifeng, we will also go back." "Yes, Father Master." Upon returning to Su Mansion, Su Diyu began teaching Tang Qianqian the Su Nu Taiyin Jing and instructed her to return to her room to contemplate, allowing her to come for consultation once every 7 days. Su Chongfei intercepted her halfway, smiling. "Sister Qianqian, let me show you around Su Mansion to familiarize yourself with the environment and understand the rules. After all, there are some places you can't recklessly enter." Tang Qianqian assessed Su Chongfei and then nodded slightly. "Then thank you, senior brother." "No problem, I was just worried that there weren't many peers at home." Su Chongfei smiled slightly. "Let me take you to meet Yi Feng, he is my father's disciple." "Thank you, senior brother." Over 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Due to Tang Qianqian accepting Su Diyu as her master, and the Tang family ancestor becoming the Deputy City Lord, the Tang family was indeed lively. The entrance was bustling, nearly trampled. Soon after Yin Yu stabilized his realm, he exited his seclusion. The Yin family hosted a Golden Core ceremony inviting various families from Yunshi City, as well as Golden Core families from Yuzhou City, Baiyun City, and Tiansong City. As a family of artifact refiners, the Yin family ancestor also had a certain chance to refine middle-grade magical artifacts. Therefore, many Golden Core cultivators came to attend. This directly overshadowed the Tang family. The Su family also sent Su Chongfei to deliver gifts and attend along with Yi Feng and Tang Qianqian. On the same day, Su Deling finally arrived at Xianyu City. She was walking on the streets of the city when she took out a communication talisman, infusing her spiritual sense into it. "Fifth uncle, I have arrived at Xianyu City." Within the Xianyu sect, in the cave dwelling halfway up Xian, Yu Peak Su Mingxian received the message and smiled slightly before replying. "Go to Qing Feng Tea House and wait for me. I will come shortly." The next moment, he left the cave dwelling, transforming into a golden rainbow, and flew towards Xianyu City. Half an incense stick later at Qing Feng Tea House in a private room. The uncle and niece met. Su Mingxian still wore white, his demeanor transcendent, but his aura was more harmonious than when Su Deling last saw him. They were worlds apart. After all, this was her first time meeting Su Mingxian at the Golden Core stage. "Not bad, mid-Golden Core, even more outstanding than before. You are undoubtedly the top person in our Su family after father." Su Deling smiled gently. "Fifth uncle is joking. You and my father are both extraordinary talents. I just got lucky. If my father had followed grandfather to Tian Nan, he would have also achieved the Golden Core early and become a renowned figure, his name echoing throughout Tian Nan. Let's sit down and chat." Su Mingxian gestured for her to sit down and personally poured tea. Su Deling nodded and got straight to the point. Fifth uncle, have you gathered all the materials for the formation you arranged to purchase? I heard grandfather say that this time you are going to replace the formations in Yunshi City and even in the inner city for the entire clan. This is quite a big deal. In half a year's time we have gathered everything needed. We will be returning to Dongshi probably for at least 1 or 2 years, or even longer. If our old nest is unstable, it could be taken by others. Taking advantage of the situation. Wouldn't that leave the arriving clansmen without a place to settle? Indeed, Su Deling smiled lightly. Su Mingxian continued. However, the material costs are quite high. I have approximately 3,500,000 lower-grade spirit stones on credit with my master. 3,500,000. Su Deling laughed lightly upon hearing this. Uncle Wu, do not worry. My niece has come this time, with 10 million spirit stones, enough to repay the debt. The remaining amount will be just right for purchasing other materials needed by the family in Xinhua City. After all, I must bring some gifts back for the clansmen over in Dongshi. I can't go back empty-handed. Indeed, Su Mingxian nodded slightly, and said with a smile, it should be like this, though it will be a bit of hard work for you. Xinhua City has abundant materials of superior quality. Let me accompany you to a few shops that Uncle Wu often visits. We might get some discounts. Although our Su family does not lack spirit stones now, saving where we can is always best. Su Deling understood this naturally. In his father's generation, the Su family was just starting from scratch. By the time they were born, there was basically no need to worry about material possessions. The two of them exchanged a few words before rising to head to the bustling Wanbeifeng area in Xinhua City. With Su Mingxian, a well-known figure in Xinhua City, leading the way, their purchases went much smoother. They arrived at a relatively large Balian pavilion, where the shopkeeper, an astute old man in the early stages of Golden Core, immediately greeted them with a beaming smile upon seeing Su Mingxian. Elder Su, what brings you here today? Please come in, we have fine spirit tea prepared. Shopkeeperly, no need for such courtesy. I have come today to accompany my niece for some materials for refining. Su Mingxian introduced Su Deling with a smile. I turns out to be the first prodigy, the Fengling Fairy. Forgive my oversight, I didn't recognize you at first glance, but please forgive me. Shopkeeper Li is being too polite, Su Deling said faintly. The prodigy competition has been over for quite some time. This title of first prodigy may not hold true anymore. I hope Shopkeeper Li will refrain from such remarks. I understand, Shopkeeper Li said with a glint in his eyes, his smile unwavering. What materials does the Fengling Fairy require? In this shop, I can't promise everything, but at least 70% of the refining materials in Xinhua City can be found here. Su Deling handed over a list on a jade slip. Shopkeeper Li took it and was surprised. The variety and quantity of materials listed were impressive. Although not all top tier, their total value was certainly astonishing. He immediately patted his chest and said, Fairy, rest assured. We can gather 70% of the items on this list. As for the price, he glanced at the smiling Su Mingxian and gritted his teeth. Since Elder Su has personally brought her, she is indeed a valued guest. All items will be at a discount of 15%. I oldly will not take a single coin just to make a friend. Thank you very much, Shopkeeper Li. Su Deling graciously accepted. Please take a seat in the private room for a while. I will prepare the materials right away, Shopkeeper Li said before leaving and instructing the attendants to take good care of them. Half a stick of incense later, Shopkeeper Li returned with a large quantity of materials and conducted transactions with Su Deling. Following that, Su Mingxian took her to famous shops like Jingshichuan and Zhenshuzhai in Xinhua City. Su Mingxian had already purchased the array materials, and the alchemy materials were available in the medicine garden within the Su clan's cave heaven. The only materials needed to buy were those for refining tools and making talismans. The talisman materials were to be taken back for her second uncle Su Mingyuan. All the shopkeepers welcomed Su Mingxian warmly, and upon learning it was a major purchase, they all offered discounts of 15% or even lower, especially for Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian had once achieved the path of proof in 7 days, shaking the entire Xinhua mansion. She was also a direct disciple of the Xinhua ancestor. Her status in Xinhua City was quite significant. This round of extensive purchases cost around 700,000 to 800,000 spirit stones. With Su Deling and Su Mingyuan in the Su family, both tools and talismans were crafted within the family. If they were to buy finished products, it would take several times the spirit stones. It is precisely because of the alchemy tools and talismans that the Su family has been self-sufficient, allowing for such rapid development. If it were like other Golden Core families struggling for third-grade elixirs and middle-grade treasures, always being at the mercy of others, how could they grow rapidly? After completing their purchases, the uncle and niece left Xinhua City and headed straight for the mountain gate of Xinhua Sect. With Su Mingxian leading, they did not need to pass through the mountain gate, but directly crossed the protective array and entered the Xianhua sect. Xianhua Peak, the place of secluded cultivation for Xianhua ancestor. At the top of the peak, the grand hall was cold and solemn. Two beams of light, one red and one gold, landed at the entrance of the grand hall. Su Mingxian led Su Delying into the grand hall. Inside the hall, at the head position, an elder with an ethereal demeanor sat cross-legged on a cloud bed. He had snow-white hair and a long beard hanging to his chest, meticulously groomed. His face was gaunt yet rosy, showing few wrinkles, with deep eyes that resembled ancient pools, as if moonlight flowed within them. Dressed in a simple blue robe, he emitted no overwhelming aura, yet naturally exuded a transcendent aura that resonated with the heavens and earth. Disciple Su Mingxian, accompanied by my niece, Su Delying, pays respects to the ancestor. Su Mingxian bowed respectfully. Su Delying also followed and performed a respectful gesture. Junior Su Delying, on behalf of my grandfather, sends greetings to the Xianhua senior. The Xianhua ancestor's gaze fell gently on the two of them, especially pausing slightly on Su Delying with a hint of barely perceptible approval in his eyes. His voice was calm and distant, no need for such formalities. The first prodigy of the previous generation indeed. Compared to the Xianhua sect, Xuanji, you are truly a cut above. He has just stepped into the third layer of golden core, while you have already reached the fourth layer. Compared to the previous prodigies of Qingyun sect, Qingshu sect, Lane Temple, and Yuhua Gate, your progress is equally impressive. This is not something that can be achieved solely with talent. It also requires substantial resources for cultivation. It shows that your Su family is indeed extraordinary, with the potential of a top nascent soul family. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Su Delying felt a swell of pride within. This was different from the flattery of shopkeeper Li and the others. To receive the recognition of a nascent soul great cultivator is truly rare. Is your grandfather well? I heard that a primordial secret realm appeared at the border of Tiansong Mansion and Tanling Mansion, and your Su family made quite a profit. It was just a small gain, far from what your sect's foundation can compare to. Su Delying answered respectfully. As for my grandfather, he is well and often speaks of you with great respect. The old man believes you, but as for the latter, the Xianhua ancestor chuckled, stroking his beard. I know what kind of temperament he has. The affairs of your Su family are enough to give him a headache, so how could he think of me? I estimate that when he thinks of me, it will be when he needs my assistance. Su Delying's lips twitched slightly. Xianhua ancestor, you are a great cultivator. Can you not be so direct? You have no sense of subtlety at all. Let's not speak of him. You are here to settle the debt, correct? Yes. Su Delying clasped her hands and said, previously I troubled you to extend credit of spirit stones to my uncle. This storage bag contains 350,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Please check, senior. No need to check, the Xianhua ancestor said, and with a thought the storage bag floated to his side. Thank you, senior. My uncle and I will return to Tiansong Mansion today. Su Delying bowed again. The Xianhua ancestor looked at Su Mingxian and said, since there are family matters, you may return. Consider it a trip for a while. Whenever you wish to return, you may come back to Xianhua sect. Thank you for your understanding, master. Su Mingxian also bowed respectfully. The two exited Xianhua Peak, returned to their cave dwelling halfway up the mountain, tidied up a bit, and prepared to set off back to Tiansong Mansion. Just as they were about to leave, both felt a strange force from the void approaching them. The two exchanged glances, and then a strand of divine sense surged from their foreheads and entered the void. Inside the Su clan's cave heaven, the two figures coalesced in the cave heaven, and they saw Su Chuan standing with his hands behind his back looking at them. Father, why did you suddenly seek us out? Su Mingxian asked in surprise. I have deduced that your return journey will not be smooth. If things go poorly, there might be a risk of falling. How so? Su Delying showed a surprised expression. With my and my uncle's strength, no one in the Golden Core stage should be able to kill us. Could it be? This matter is entangled in causality, and I can't see it clearly, but I suspect it is related to the previous capture of the Tianluo Demon Lord. Oh, perhaps there are accomplices who want to exchange your lives for the Tianluo Demon Lord imprisoned within Xianhua sect. Are they true demons in the nascent soul stage? I don't know the specifics. Su Chuan shook his head, then said seriously, you should invite Elder Zhang, offering him 100,000 spirit stones to secretly escort you for a while. If Elder Zhang is unwilling, contact Moyue and have him bring you back as quickly as possible. Uncle Moyue. Su Delying was slightly startled. He is also in Xianhua Mansion. I had him follow you secretly. He should be within 1,000 miles of you, and you should be able to contact him. So, grandfather, you had foreseen this. I only noticed that you seemed to carry tribulation energy that day, so I kept things steady. However, not long ago, I suddenly felt uneasy and deduced that important people from our Su family were in danger, discovering anomalies in you and Mingxian. You alone are not in much danger. but with Mingxian together there is a risk of falling. Therefore I suspect it is related to Elder Zhang. It could be his long-standing enemies, or the Tianluo demon lord he captured during the Two-Mansion War. In any case, it is all possible. After a pause, Chuan added, Delying, when you invite Elder Zhang, do not mention your grandfather's deduction, or just say you feel uneasy similar to the last time the two mansions went to war. He should sense something. The longer this trump card of mine remains hidden, the safer it will be for our Su family. After all, the art of deduction is not infallible. There are ways to obscure heavenly secrets in the world. If in the future our Su family becomes targeted by enemies, it would not be a fortunate matter. Understood, grandfather. The two exited the Su clan's cave heaven, exchanging glances, both showing a heavy, unspoken expression. Time is of the essence. Oh, let us hurry to see my master, Su Mingxian decisively said. Su Delying nodded, and without further delay the two figures flashed and sped back towards the grand hall atop Xianyue Peak. At Xianyue Peak in the grand hall, the Xianyue ancestor was about to close his eyes to meditate when he sensed the returning presence of the two and couldn't help but frown slightly, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. When the two entered the hall to pay their respects, he spoke directly. Have you returned? Because there is still something unfinished. Su Delying stepped forward, her face adorned with just the right amount of concern and a hint of helplessness, respectfully saying, replying to the senior, my apologies for troubling you again. Just as I was preparing to leave with my uncle, I suddenly felt uneasy, as if my spiritual platform was issuing a warning. In the void it felt as if there were great dangers lurking in the journey home with my uncle. That feeling was surprisingly similar to the outbreak of the last Two-Mansion War. She paused slightly, observing the expression of the Xianyue ancestor, and continued, the senior knows that as cultivators we deepen our cultivation and occasionally have celestial perceptions. These ominous signs often do not arise from nothing. However, the source of this current danger is unclear. I do not know whether it is aimed at my Su family, or at Xianyue sect, or even you, senior. If it is the latter, then the malicious intent would surely be directed at my uncle, aiming to use him to threaten you. With my and my uncle's shallow cultivation, if truly strong enemies surround us, we might find it hard to protect ourselves. To seek reassurance, I dare to ask the senior to escort us secretly, and for this, I am willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones as compensation for your efforts. Su Delying spoke earnestly, and her reasoning was quite sound. It is not uncommon in the cultivation world for cultivators to have hunches of danger. Hearing this, the Xianyue ancestor's white brows twitched slightly. His profound gaze fell upon Su Delying. Although she was young, her cultivation had already reached the mid-golden core stage. Her combat power was surely not weak, likely comparable to a fully realized golden core cultivator. For her to take this matter so seriously indicated that the danger she sensed was likely significant. It was at least a threat at the nascent soul level. Although the Su family is currently flourishing in Tiansong and Tanlong, when placed in the context of the entire southern and northern regions, we are still not considered top tier. It should not attract overly powerful enemies targeting a junior. The Xianyue ancestor's thoughts raced. Could it be directed at Mingxian? Although he is my disciple, he maintains a low profile and is not part of the core decision-making in the sect. If he were used as bait, the larger target might very well be me. Suddenly, he recalled Su Delying's mention of similar to the Two-Mansion War, and his heart tightened. In the Two-Mansion War, he personally captured and suppressed the ancient true demon who had taken over the Tianluo demon lord, who was at the initial stage of nascent soul. Afterward, he found a token on the Tianluo demon lord representing high-ranking members of the Yuming organization. This matter was kept secret, and only 2 or 3 people in the entire Xianyue sect knew about it. Could it be that members of the Yuming organization want to rescue the Tianluo demon lord? A sharp light flashed in the Xianyue ancestor's eyes. If it is indeed the Yuming sending nascent soul experts to ambush us to coerce me into exchanging hostages, then this Su family girl accompanying you is indeed in danger of falling. It is said that the Yuming organization is backed by ancient true demons. If this is true, the ominous sign sensed by the Su family girl should not be mistaken. However, it is also too coincidental. Could this truly be an ominous sign that it emerged even before leaving the Xianyue sect? With this thought, the Xianyue ancestor became convinced. He had always been wary of the Yuming organization, remaining on guard. Yet they had not made any moves, seemingly intent on capturing important figures related to him. To dare act against my disciple, no matter who you are, you shall not return. A cold glint flashed in the Xianyue ancestor's eyes. He immediately decided to take on this escort task, while also testing Su Delying to see if this so-called ominous sign was indeed as precise as she claimed. After pondering for a moment, the Xianyue ancestor slowly spoke. I will agree to the escort matter. You two can proceed as originally planned. Oh, everything will be taken care of by me. Thank you, Senior Master. Su Delying and Su Mingxian felt a weight lift from their hearts and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Go and be careful on the way. The Xianyue ancestor waved his hand. A faintly discernible nascent soul divine sense had already silently attached itself to Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian felt nothing amiss. The two bid farewell again and exited the Grand Hall. Moments later they boarded a third-tier magical boat and flew towards the outskirts of Xianyue sect. The green mountains stretched endlessly and the sea of clouds surged. The magical boat gradually moved farther away, disappearing into the vast horizon. The magical vessel flew steadily, gradually approaching the desolate mountains at the border between Xianyue Mansion and Tanlang Mansion. The spiritual energy in this area was thin with treacherous mountains and scant human presence. Just as the magical vessel was about to traverse a canyon shrouded in gray mist throughout the year, an unexpected change occurred. Two dense spheres of pitch-black, demonic energy suddenly appeared in the void ahead. Within the demonic energy, two figures slowly solidified. On the left, one person wore a wide dark red robe adorned with twisted Shura totems. The figure was exceptionally tall, nearly a yard in height. The exposed skin had an unhealthy bluish-gray hue covered in eerie blood-colored patterns. The person on the right appeared much leaner, shrouded in a large pitch-black cloak. Their specific appearance was indiscernible. Only a pair of ghostly green eyes flickered beneath the shadow of the hood, their gaze cold and lifeless. Su Mingxian, we have finally waited for you to leave Xianyue City, not in vain for us to stay in Xianyue Mansion for several months. The voice of the Wujian king was hoarse and harsh, tinged with mockery and cruelty. Be quick about it, take the person and go to Xianyue sect to exchange for Tianluo. The voice of the Rakshasa king was cold, devoid of any emotion. Understood, elder brother. As soon as the words fell, Wujian king's skeletal hand, resembling a ghostly claw, reached out from beneath the cloak and grasped towards the magical vessel. Boom! A giant hand of pitch-black, demonic energy, several hundred zhong in size, materialized out of thin air. The surface of the giant hand churned with countless agonized human faces appearing, quite eerie. It came crashing down towards the magical vessel, blocking out the sky. As it passed, the space emitted unbearable groans. Su Mingxian and Su Delying inside the vessel turned pale. This was an aura comparable to that of a nascent soul great cultivator. They had seen early and mid-stage nascent soul strongmen, and none could be this terrifying. Grandfather's guess was correct. It is indeed a nascent soul cultivator who has been possessed and resurrected by a true demon. Su Delying thought to himself, I feel that this one is even stronger than Tianluo Demon Lord. Under the pressure and lock of a presence comparable to that of a nascent soul great cultivator, they found it hard to even breathe, while the protective barrier of the magical vessel trembled violently, flickering uncertainly. In this critical moment, you vile creature, how dare you act ferociously? A furious shout echoed like thunder from the distant sky. Before the voice fell, a vast moon-white streak of light had torn through the sky, crossing thousands of miles in an instant, forcefully descending. It was the ancestor of Xianyue. He had left a strand of divine sense on Su Mingxian. Now, sensing the true demon's pressure, he immediately fled here with all his might. Within the streak of light, one could vaguely see the figure of the ancestor of Xianyue's hair and beard bristling, his eyes wide with fury. He pointed his finger like a sword towards the descending pitch-black demonic hand and made a slash. Xianyue demon-slaying sword, slash. A golden beam of sword light condensed to its utmost limit struck precisely at the wrist of the demonic hand. Sizzle! Like a hot knife cutting through butter, that terrifying demonic giant hand was severed by this sword. The severed portion of demonic energy wildly evaporated and dissipated, while the remaining part instantly collapsed. What a Zhang Fan! How could he be here? Both the Rakshasa king and Wujian king exclaimed simultaneously, clearly not expecting the ancestor of Xianyue to follow them secretly and arrive so quickly. Second brother, you go quickly capture those two. I will hold him off for now. The Rakshasa king reacted swiftly. His crimson vertical pupils flashed with a fierce light, and his figure swayed, blocking between the ancestor of Xianyue and the magical vessel. His dark red robe billowed, and behind him a massive Rakshasa shadow with 3 heads and 6 arms, fangs bared, holding various bloody weapons, faintly emerged. This shadow of the demon exuded overwhelming demonic might, momentarily holding back the ancestor of Xianyue's vast aura. You truly seek death. The ancestor of Xianyue saw that the other party dared to split forces to capture people. His anger surged even more. He no longer held back, his aura surged wildly. Manifest the Dharma form. With his low shout, the void behind him suddenly split open, and a giant phantom towering hundreds of zhang, glistening with moon-white brilliance, and resembling the ancestor of Xian Yu by 70% majestically appeared. The Dharma form phantom wore armor, made of starlight with a giant golden sword in its right hand exuding overwhelming pressure and Tao rhythm. It was even more solid and vast than the Rakshasa King's Rakshasa shadow by several times. A Dharma form phantom condensed from 4 complete divine abilities. Just as Wujian King was about to pounce on the magical vessel, he sensed a terrifying aura, and his figure suddenly froze, showing a look of horror in his ghostly green eyes for the first time. Second brother, let's strike together and stop him. Yes, elder brother. Wujian King also condensed a true demon Dharma form phantom, but like the Rakshasa Kings, it only merged 3 complete divine abilities. Leave them to me, and let them accompany Tian Luo, Demon Lord. The ancestor of Xian Yu's voice shook the universe. The giant sword in the hand of the Dharma form phantom was raised high, stirring up wind and thunder, its blade's edge capable of tearing through the firmament, fiercely slashing down towards the area where the Rakshasa King and Wujian King were. Before this sword completely descended, the terrifying sword pressure caused the earth to split open into deep chasms. Boom! The giant sword collided violently with the 2 demonic shadows. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. An indescribable, terrifying energy storm instantly swept across hundreds of miles. Blinding light and devastating shockwaves completely shredded the clouds in the sky, while the mountains below seemed to have a layer wiped away by an invisible giant hand. Countless boulders and vegetation reduced to powder. Su Mingxian and Su Delying being the first to bear the brunt, even with a strand of the ancestor of Xian Yu's power protecting them, were still like leaves caught in a storm. They were violently thrown dozens of miles away. The protective barrier of the magical vessel shattered completely, with the vessel's body covered in cracks. Both of them felt their blood surge, their organs shaken, blood seeping from their mouths, their eyes filled with horror. The residual force from a clash of great cultivators was indeed terrifying. The demonic shadows conjured by the Rakshasa King and Wujian King could only hold out for a few breaths under the giant sword of the ancestor of Xian Yu before emitting unbearable wails, collapsing by more than half. Their real bodies were struck hard, letting out muffled groans, demonic blood spewing forth. Impossible! The Rakshasa King turned pale, his mind shaken, exclaiming, Zhang Fan, you are definitely not an ordinary late-stage nascent soul. You have reached nascent soul perfection. A strong sense of unease surged within him. He had underestimated this person's strength. Initially thinking he was just a newly advanced nascent soul great cultivator, even if he had grown over these centuries, at most he would be at the 8th or 9th layer of nascent soul. Now the heavenly Tao has changed. Not only does it severely suppress these ancient true demons, but even the cultivators of this realm are also being suppressed. Nascent soul perfection is nearly the limit of this realm. Not to mention breaking through the transformation stage bottleneck. Even advancing from latest stage nascent soul to perfection is quite difficult. Not every great cultivator can achieve this. Zhang Fan has not only cultivated a Dharma form phantom of 4 divine abilities, but has also broken through to nascent soul perfection. Coupled with the spirit treasure in hand, he must rank within the top 5 among all great cultivators in Tiannan. As for why he isn't in the top 3, it is naturally because the foundational strength of sects like Qingyun sect and Yuhua sect with their thousands of years of background is extraordinary, and they must also have nascent soul perfection cultivators. In fact, the number of nascent soul great cultivators is likely more than what appears on the surface. As for spirit treasures and the like, they will certainly not lack. Damn it. Second brother used the true demon disintegration and escape. The Rakshasa King roared, no longer daring to hold back, and urged the primordial true demon energy, casting the true demon secret technique. The 2 figures instantly transformed into 2 beams of black demonic light, their speed increasing to an incredible degree, directly breaking free from the ancestor of Xian Yu's lock. Like 2 black shooting stars, they shot off to either side, vanishing in an instant thousands of miles away. Even the ancestor of Xian Yu could not intercept them. However, the true demon disintegration secret technique was not ordinary. After using it, they would suffer severe injuries, and without a decade or 2 of recovery, they would not be able to fully restore. The ancestor of Xian Yu frowned slightly, retracting the Dharma form phantom. He gazed at the direction where the 2 had disappeared, scoffing, the escape secret technique of ancient true demons. Quite slippery. Then his gaze shifted to a certain point in the clouds hundreds of miles away, lightly saying, You have been watching for quite some time from the shadows, but it is time to show yourself. hundreds of miles away, hidden within the clouds and desperately suppressing his aura. Yu was startled. He had been discovered even from 500 miles away. Just how powerful is Zhang Fan's divine sense? What shocked him even more was the terrifying strength displayed by the ancestor of Xianyu moments ago. Yu thought to himself that if he were to become an enemy, he would probably be captured as easily as catching a bug. Since he had been exposed, Yu no longer hid. A ghostly blue streak of light arrived in a few breaths and halted not far from the ancestor of Xianyu. At this moment, Yu was in a half-human, half-dragon form with a serious look in his dark golden dragon eyes, cupping his hands and saying, "Su family's elder Yue greets fellow Taoist Xianyu." "So it's you." The ancestor of Xianyu sized up Yue, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "I thought it was some great demon following wanting to harm my disciple. It seems fellow Taoist Su has been prepared." At this time, Su Mingxian and Su Delying flew over, cupping their hands to the ancestor of Xianyu, saying, "Master." They then saluted Yue elder. Su Delying did the same. "Since you are here, Yue, then for the rest of the journey, you shall escort these two back to Yunshi City. Though the two demons have fled, they are heavily injured and should not obstruct us again. I have matters to return to the sect for arrangement." "Understood." Yu nodded, having witnessed the strength of the ancestor of Xian, Yuan naturally had no objections to the arrangement. "Fellow Taoist, please go ahead. I will handle the follow-up here." The ancestor of Xian, Yu no longer spoke much. He transformed into a moon-white streak of light, speeding towards the Xian Yu sect, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. "This is not a place to linger. We should leave as well." Yu enveloped the two with a gentle demonic power, transforming into a ghostly blue streak of light and fleeing at full speed. In less than a day's time, the three returned to Yunshi City, landing in Su Chuan's courtyard. "We are back," Su Chuan said, opening his eyes calmly. "Su Chuan, you have no idea this time I almost didn't make it back." Yu said angrily, "What kind of broken task did you assign to me? Or weren't you just out for a walk?" Su Chuan teased with a smile. Yu instantly froze, his face turning the color of pig liver. "Why bring that up?" Su Mingxian bowed to Su Chuan, saying, "Father, your son has returned. As long as you return safely, that's enough." Su Chuan smiled and nodded. "Go see Yue and the others. Yue has taken on a disciple, a little girl from the Tang family, one of the ancient 10 furnace bodies, very compatible with the Su Nu Taiyin Jing. Furnace body." Su Delying was taken aback. "Grandfather, are you going to take a concubine?" "Do not speak carelessly. It is merely a transaction. Our Su family will cultivate her to golden core perfection, allowing her to voluntarily contribute a wisp of innate Tai Su energy in critical moments. That is an immense fortune. Heavily injured soul shattered can be saved, damaged Tao foundation can be repaired, and can also transcend inner demon tribulations and break through major bottlenecks. The higher her cultivation level, the more miraculous that wisp of innate Tai Su energy will become. As for whether she will marry into our Su family, that depends on fate. Now our Su family no longer needs to act in this manner. Otherwise, the first to have you marry off would be your grandfather." Su Delying showed a wry expression, laughing awkwardly. Soon after, Su Mingxian and Su Delying no longer disturbed, both bidding farewell to leave. One would be busy preparing for the grand array of Yunshi City and Su Mansion, while the other would be refining a large number of magical artifacts. Both were quite occupied. After the two left, Yu immediately said, "Su Chuan, your son and grandson nearly did not make it back this time, intercepted by two demonic great cultivators. Fortunately, Zhang Fan arrived just in time. I could clearly perceive the astonishing fluctuations from their battle, even from 500 miles away. Yet that Zhang Fan was able to overpower both of them. He is definitely not a typical late-stage nascent soul great cultivator." After a pause, Yu sighed lightly. "I originally thought I could have a good back and forth with that old fellow Qi Tianxiong. I considered myself a top-tier powerhouse. Now it seems my path as a powerhouse is still quite far away. I never expected our Lord Yu would also be impacted like this." Su Chuan chuckled. "Our human race has a shorter lifespan compared to your demon race. If we can't gain an upper hand in cultivation speed, then Nan will soon be the world of your demon race. What you should consider is that in 1,000 years Zhang Fan will have long passed, but you will still be wandering in the world, perhaps with even greater strength." "Your words hold some truth." Yu turned to Su Chuan. "But the key is that I only gained 1,500 years of lifespan by advancing to the 4th stage. But consider that I didn't say anything." Su Chuan closed his eyes to cultivate again. Su Mingxian went to see Su Diyue, who was delighted and immediately sent a message to Yi Fan and Su Chongfei to come visit. The 3 generations of grandfather, father, and grandson spent some time together. Grandfather Feier has now reached the 4th layer of foundation establishment, and has comprehended the true meanings of extreme yang and extreme cold, which are recorded in the Yin Han 9 heavens, a great divine ability. It is much more powerful than ordinary divine abilities. Grandfather, not long ago the innate secret realm appeared, and I was among the first to witness it with Lianer. You must have never seen it, right? The scene was truly astonishing. Su Chongfei spoke nonstop, also sharing some interesting people and events he encountered during his travels in Tiansong Mansion. Su Mingxian listened quietly, wearing a faint smile. Father, our Su family has also gained 2 guest elders. One is Chun Changge, and the other is the 3rd grade formation, Master Qingshan Jinren. Currently, the grand array inside and outside Yunshi City was arranged by him. I am currently the city lord of Yunshi City. However, the main affairs are handled by Chun Changge and the ancestor of the Tang family, Tang Yuanli. Moreover, Yuer and I have both taken on a disciple each. I have heard my father mention this. Su Mingxian said with a faint smile. However, I have yet to meet your disciples. Call them both over to let me see. Su Diyue and Yi Fan immediately complied. After a short while, disciple Yi Feng Tang Chanqian pays respects to the master. Yi Feng and Tang Chanqian bowed to Su Mingxian. There is no need for formalities. This is a meeting gift for both of you. Su Mingxian clapped his storage bag, and 2 beams of light, one yellow and one green, flew out, landing in front of the 2, revealing the appearances of formation plates. These 2 are small items. I casually refined. The one emitting yellow light is a 2nd grade low-grade protective formation plate, and the one emitting green light is a low-grade attacking array plate. You can each choose one, said the speaker. The 2 examined the array plates before Yi Feng immediately clasped his hands and said, Chanqian is the junior sister. Let her choose first. Thank you, senior brother. Then I will choose the blue attacking array plate. Tang Chanqian replied with a faint smile, lightly waving her hand. The blue array plate landed in her hands while the yellow protective array plate fell into Yi Feng's. This is the manipulation incantation. I remember it well. Su Mingxian transmitted the control method to the 2 of them through divine sense. Thank you, master. The 2 immediately bowed deeply. Both were at the Qi refinement stage, but the 2nd-tier array plate Su Mingxian provided was coveted even by those at the mid-foundation establishment stage, much more precious than top-tier magical artifacts. Your cultivation levels are still low. You must practice diligently in the future and not tarnish the reputation of the Su family. Among fellow disciples, you should be harmonious and respectful and not let a small benefit cause discord. Our Su family's rise to this day relies on the unity and cooperation of everyone, Su Mingxian continued. Thank you for your teachings, master. I will remember them and not forget. You may leave now, Su Mingxian said. Yes, master. After they left, Su Mingxian said, Yuer Yifan, you should also go cultivate. Fei, take your grandfather to find real person Qingya. I need to discuss the current city defense array of Yunshi City with him. Father, you just returned. It's fine to rest for a few days before dealing with the city defense array. It's no problem. A golden core cultivator is not that weak. I can adjust for a couple of hours tonight. Then grandfather come with Fei. Inner City. Array Hall. Most of the array cultivators recruited by the Su family lived in the array hall, including Su Mingxian's disciple Feng Ming and guest elder real person Qingya. As Su Mingxian and Su Chongfei entered the great hall, they happened to meet a young cultivator dressed in simple blue robes with a stout appearance. It was Feng Ming. Upon seeing Su Mingxian, he rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be seeing things. Su Chongfei laughed and said, Feng Ming, you are not mistaken. My grandfather has returned. Master, is it really you? You've returned. Feng Ming's voice trembled, and the array plate in his hand almost fell. He rushed forward, lifted his robe, and bowed. Disciple Feng Ming, greetings to you, master. Congratulations on your safe return, master. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with excitement. First, take me to find Elder Qingya, and then we can assess your skills in array formation. Yes, master. Fei, you can go back first. Su Mingxian turned to Su Chongfei and said, Understood, grandfather. Su Chongfei clasped his hands and bowed, then left the array hall and returned to the Su residence. Feng Ming led Su Mingxian to real person Qingya's room. Hearing Feng Ming's voice, real person Qingya opened the door with a wave of his sleeve, and seeing the visitors wondered, Who is this friend? Feng Ming smiled and introduced, Elder Qingya, this is my master. So it is Elder Mingxian returning. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Real person Qingya immediately bowed in greeting. No need for such formalities, Dao friend Qingya. Su Mingxian smiled and raised his hand. Please sit, Elder Mingxian. After sitting down, Su Mingxian did not beat around the bush and directly asked, Dao friend Qingya, I have come to understand the specific arrangements of the current city defense arrays within and outside Yunshi City, especially the positions and connections of the core array foundations, etc. Upon hearing this, real person Qinjia's expression became serious. He understood that what Su Mingxian was asking was the most critical secret of any array formation. If the enemy knew the location of the array foundations and the operation key points, even a high-grade array could be specifically cracked. But facing Su Mingxian, he trusted him completely. Elder Mingxian, this jade slip contains all the details of the array I set up. Feel free to examine it. Real person Qingya immediately took out a specially made jade slip and handed it to Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian used his divine sense to probe. After a short while, he had grasped the entire array. The array you set up, the Xianqing Jinyue array, although it is a low-grade third-tier array, is arranged quite exquisitely. It must have been re-evaluated and modified based on some low-grade third-tier array, right? Elder Mingxian's keen insight is impressive, real person Qingya replied with admiration. Seeing how quickly he identified the roots of the array, it was clear that Su Mingxian's understanding of array formation far surpassed his own. This is sufficient for an ordinary golden core family, but for the current Yunchi city, it seems a bit inadequate. I understand, but my own skills in array formation are limited, and I can only set up this kind of defensive array. It's no problem. I have returned this time with the intention of re-establishing the inner and outer city arrays, which is why I came to understand the existing array system from Elder Qingya. I see. Real person Qinjia's spirit lifted, and he quickly asked, "May I ask what grade of array Elder Mingxian intends to set up?" The inner and outer city arrays will be a half-step fourth-tier array that integrates both offensive and defensive capabilities. Additionally, the city walls themselves must also be engraved with prohibitions to create a unified whole. A half-step fourth tier. Real person Qingya exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. He understood that the gap between third and fourth tiers was like a chasm. Even if it were only a half-step, the complexity, the resources required, and the skill level needed of the array setter far exceeded that of a typical top-tier third-grade array. How long had it been since Su Mingxian broke through to Golden Core? His skills in array formation were already that terrifying. Feng Ming, standing beside them, was equally dumbfounded, looking at his master with profound respect and pride. Su Mingxian noticed their shock and smiled slightly, explaining, "Dao friend Qingya, please do not be alarmed. Based solely on my own skills in array formation, I am currently at the pinnacle of third tier and have not truly touched the threshold of the fourth tier." Then this half-step fourth tier. Real person Qingya was even more puzzled. It is simply a special method to elevate the powers of the array to the level of a half-step fourth tier. Su Mingxian spoke lightly, but it made real person Qinjia's heart race with excitement. Elder Mingxian's ingenuity is admirable. Real person Qingya couldn't help but tentatively ask, "Elder, setting up such a large array requires an immense amount of work. May I shamelessly request to follow alongside you to observe and learn a bit?" Su Mingxian recalled that his father Su Chuan had mentioned that real person Qingya had considerable talent in array formation, and his nature was honest and focused on arrays, making him a promising candidate. Having just seen the improved Xianqing Jinyue array, if he had the inheritance of array formation and guidance from a renowned teacher, he could also hope to reach the level of a high-grade third-tier array master. "Elder Qingya, you are too modest. Your coming to help is something I could only wish for." Su Mingxian smiled, and then turned to Feng Ming, saying, "Feng Ming, I will assess your skills in array formation later. If you meet my expectations, you may join Elder Qingya alongside me." "Thank you, Master." Feng Ming was extremely excited and immediately bowed. "However, this array is of great importance and concerns the safety of our Su family. You both must swear not to reveal any information about the array to anyone. Anyone who breaks this oath will have their soul shattered." "That is understood," real person Qingya replied. Feng Ming also promised, "Rest assured, Master." "Then let us go find a place for me to assess your skills in array formation." "Yes." The next day, Su Mingxian personally observed the Xianqing Jinyue array based on the information provided by real person Qingya, and it indeed matched what was recorded in his jade slip. A few days later, Su Mingxian began setting up the array. As for the Xianqing Jinyue array, it would remain untouched for now and could be removed once the new array was completed. He first arranged the mid-grade wood-type spiritual vein of the fourth tier and the top-grade three-element spiritual veins at specific locations in the inner city. The spiritual energy in the entire inner city surged dramatically. The master of the ancient city located in the inner city's cultivation tower also sensed this change. Having already perfected his magical powers, he began to push for the nascent soul stage. This surge of spiritual energy was just what he needed. In a flash, more than 4 months passed. With the assistance of real person Qingya and disciple Feng Ming, Su Mingxian's upgrade of the city defense array progressed over a month faster than expected. This array was based on the 5 top-grade spiritual veins of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth owned by the Su family. Su Mingxian inscribed profound array patterns at the core of the spiritual veins. He constructed a cyclical network of the 5 elements, allowing the spiritual power to circulate endlessly within the earth's veins, forming a magnificent source of energy to supply the 5 elements' heavenly gang array that enveloped the entire city. The core of the array was set in the secret chamber of the Su residence, connecting the 5 array foundations through underground spiritual lines controlled by will. At this moment in the secret chamber, a 5-colored rotating crystal ball hung above a jade platform, serving as the hub. Su Mingxian stood focused with Qingya and Feng Ming beside him. He saw Su Mingxian forming seals with both hands, and 10 fingers created phantoms as exquisite 5-colored spell seals were continuously infused into the crystal ball. Buzz. The crystal ball trembled slightly with clouds and mist swirling inside it rapidly, and the brilliance intensified. Soon the 5-colored array patterns hidden in the ground lit up one by one. Crimson, gold, azure, yellow, and the interweaving of their lights filled the room. Following the spiritual lines, they surged like tides, instantly transmitting towards the 5 array foundations in the city. Buzz. A low yet clear tremor echoed from deep within the earth's veins, sweeping across the entire city in an instant. It was not an earthquake, but rather the awakening rhythm of the city's veins connecting. The ground shook. A Qi refinement cultivator was startled. No, this is a fluctuation of spiritual power originating from the earth's veins. An elder at the foundation establishment stage focused and sensed it, showing a look of surprise. Quick look at the cracks in the ground. It seems there is light. Before they could discern further, an unusual phenomenon suddenly occurred. At the edges of the outer and inner cities of Yunxi, 5-colored beautiful light screens rose simultaneously from the ground. As the light screen first appeared, it quickly closed in upwards and inwards, forming a large and small inverted giant bowl-like 5-colored light shield in midair within moments. The outer shield was vast, while the inner shield was thick with 5-element runes swirling above them. The pressures emanating from the golden sword's azure woods, water waves, flame shapes, and mountain shadows alternated, exuding an overwhelming and unending aura that made people feel both awe and trepidation. Look at the sky. Is that the array light screen? No, the array light screen shouldn't appear in 5 colors, right? Wait, could that 5-colored light screen be the new city defense array? The Su family has upgraded their array. All the cultivators in the city, regardless of their cultivation levels, looked up in shock, discussing it like a tide. The 5-colored light screen only appeared for a few moments before the brilliance retracted, gradually disappearing into the void as if it had never existed. Yet the spiritual energy in the air became more orderly, and the entire city inexplicably gained a sense of heaviness and stability, as if an invisible domain had quietly unfolded. The light screen has vanished. It must be the new array. The Su family has made a grand gesture. What grade is this array? Judging by the flow of the 5 elements and the pressure that is evident, it is likely not just a mid-grade 3rd tier. Could it be a top-grade 3rd tier? Even more. Regardless, the stronger the array, the safer we are. This is a great blessing. Indeed, if the Su family is strong, then Yunxi is secure, and we will also be protected. In the taverns and streets, discussions were rampant. Low-level loose cultivators felt a sense of peace. More knowledgeable individuals were shocked by the depth of the Su family's resources, re-evaluating the significance of Yunxi City. Other forces' spies also hurriedly transmitted news of the 5-colored grand array to their respective families. In the secret chamber of the Su residence, Su Mingxian slowly withdrew his energy, revealing a satisfied expression. Real person. Qingya clapped and sighed. The 5 elements generate each other. The array contains the heavenly gang. With this array in place, Yunxi City is as solid as a fortress. Elder Mingxian's mastery of array formation is truly impressive. Feng Ming could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Master's power." Su Mingxian nodded slightly, his gaze seeming to penetrate the secret chamber resting upon the invisible barrier, and softly saying, "The array has been set. I wonder who will be the first to test its power." Now no one would dare to provoke the Su family easily. Real person. Qingya stroked his beard and laughed. "If anyone does, I can assure you they will suffer." "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Qingya. You both should rest for a few days now." "Yes, Elder Mingxian." "Understood, Master." Both replied simultaneously. As for Su Mingxian, his work was far from over. The arrays of Yunxi City belonged to all the forces of Yunxi City, but the Su residence had its own defensive array system, which included the subsequent teleportation arrays, all of which were Su family secrets. Even the guest elders and his disciple Feng Ming had no right to know. Su Deliang, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan naturally could, but they would not inquire about the arrays, only needing to trust completely. Su Mingxian would generally only discuss and explain things with Su Chuan. Within the Su residence, all arrays including the Yun Tian Huan array, the Mizu array, and so forth needed upgrades. The prohibitions in each courtyard such as sound isolation, divine sense isolation, and other prohibitions all needed to be updated. Each one was at least a high-grade third tier. Once all of these were completed, the entire Su residence could be said to be an array fortress. If one were to step wrong without guidance, they could fall into the Mizu array. Touching some core areas could even trigger killing arrays, illusion arrays, or trapping arrays. Additionally, all arrays related to the Su family's various industries would also be replaced with at least high-grade third tier. Compared to Su Mingxian, Su Deling's tasks were considerably lighter. Given the importance of the arrays to the family's safety, naturally top-tier designs had to be put in place. This also meant that the materials for the arrays would cost millions of spirit stones, while the refining materials Su Deling purchased only required hundreds of thousands. If she were not refining artifacts, but instead needed to refine dozens or hundreds of mid-quality magical treasures, the material costs would not be any less than those of the arrays, perhaps even more. At Tianling sect, Su Deling sensed a wave of spiritual energy and walked out of the main hall of the sect leader, looking up. The five-colored light screen, it seems the 5 elements Heavenly Gang array Uncle has mentioned, has been completed. Yunqi City is stable now. Besides him, many golden core cultivators, including Li Yang Jinju and Yen Jinjin, and the ancestors of the Yen family, also emerged from their respective places of cultivation to observe the changes in Yunqi City. The next day, real person Qingya dismantled the Xianqing Jinyu array to avoid interference with the 5 elements Heavenly Gang array. Of course, the tokens of the Yunqi City Defense Forces were all recalled and replaced with prohibitions allowing access to the new array, including those tokens of the Yunqi residence and temporary residence tokens. This was no small project, and was the responsibility of all the array masters from the array hall. These prohibitions only had the effect of allowing entry and exit without the ability to control or influence. As for the higher level tokens, they could open gaps in the arrays accessible only by guest elders and those from the Su residence. All the major and minor forces in Tiansong quickly became aware of the upgrade of the new array in Yunqi City. Many came to observe. From a distance, although no array light screens were visible, the entire Yunqi City resembled a lurking giant beast, giving them a sense of hidden claws and sharp teeth. As for provoking Yunqi City, even Tiansong sect no longer had the courage. Half a month passed and Yunqi City remained as bustling as ever. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred violently, without warning. Centered around the core cultivation tower of the inner city, thick and murky as ink, dense black demonic energy surged upwards, instantly staining the sky into a shadowy hue. The demonic energy churned faint sounds of ghostly wails and howling echoed, accompanied by a heavy sense of oppression. In stark contrast was the vast radiant light cascading from the higher heavens. Colors flowed in a mesmerizing display, auspicious chi danced in myriad strands, celestial music faintly resonated, and auspicious clouds gathered. The spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around converged, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy. This magnificent celestial phenomenon was indeed a sign of the earthly gifts bestowed by the condensation of the nascent soul. In an instant, the demonic energy above Yunqi City coexisted with the beautiful radiance, both eerie and grand. Nascent soul. Celestial phenomenon. Someone is condensing a nascent soul in Yunqi City. Such terrifying demonic energy. It must be a demonic cultivator condensing a nascent soul. How could there be such a powerful demonic cultivator in Yunqi City, especially in the inner city? Could it be someone from the Su family? Is the Su family about to produce a second nascent soul-level powerhouse? The entire city was in an uproar. Countless cultivators rushed to the streets and rooftops, gazing in shock at this unseen-a-lifetime spectacle. Soon, amidst the churning demonic clouds, a towering 100-foot-tall shadow of a demonic nascent soul gradually coalesced and manifested. Although the shadow appeared somewhat illusory, the oppressive aura it radiated, heavy as a mountain and grim as a prison, was undeniably real, sending shivers through the souls of all who beheld it. The nascent soul has succeeded. That demonic cultivator has succeeded. Could that person be a guest elder newly recruited by the Su family? I don't think so. The Su family's techniques are grand. How could they possibly take in such a demon? Ah, the nascent soul. For us golden core cultivators, it's already difficult, let alone a nascent soul. Once one achieves longevity, they ascend to great heights. Many foundation establishment cultivators sighed in awe. At the Yin family residence, the ancestor of the Yin family stood in the air with a grave expression, looking towards the enormous shadow of the nascent soul in the inner city, saying, "A demonic nascent soul, who exactly is he?" At the Yin family, the ancestor Yin Yue and Yin Hanshao also gazed from the sky. Yin Hanshao asked, "Ancestor, who do you think this person is, eh? Could he be a demonic guest elder recruited by the Su family?" "It shouldn't be so." The ancestor of the Yin family stroked his beard and said, "Opportunities for the nascent soul are rare. Without assistance, even 100 golden core completions would have less than a 1% chance of success. If I am not mistaken, that person should be the one who acquired the opportunity for the nascent soul at the Yunshi conference. Yet unexpectedly, he is a demonic cultivator. I had thought it would be the true monarch of the Tianling sect. Indeed, who wouldn't suspect the same?" Yin Hanshao sighed. After all, the Tianling sect has a close relationship with the Su family. If true monarch Liang were to condense a nascent soul, it would greatly benefit the Su family. Yin Yu remained silent. Meanwhile, at the Tang family, the younger members of the family discussed animatedly, while the ancestor of the Tang family remained silent, pondering, what exactly is the Su family plotting? That opportunity for condensing the nascent soul was unexpectedly not given to true monarch Liang. Who is this person? However, the Su family must have a deep relationship to allow him to cultivate in Yunshi City. At the Tianling sect's residence, true monarch Liang stood in the air with his hands behind his back, gazing at the 100-foot magical nascent soul shadow with an extremely complex expression. Envy, desire, shock, and a hint of bitterness intertwined. Ultimately, it transformed into a soft sigh. The nascent soul. He whispered, his hands slightly clenched within his sleeve. The nascent soul was so close, yet felt as if it was worlds away. Between them lay the divide of life and death. Beside him, true monarch Yinjin and Rong Tianyang also displayed expressions of shock. True monarch Yinjin pondered a demonic nascent soul. It turns out that the opportunity for condensing the nascent soul was given to a demonic cultivator by the Su family. What is Su Chuan thinking? I really want to go find him and ask for clarity. True monarch Yinjin, no need to say more. True monarch Liang waved a hand to stop him, his gaze still fixed on the gradually solidifying demonic nascent soul manifestation. Daoist Ku Rong has his own reasons for acting, and besides this is the Su family's own opportunity, to whom they give it as their business. Can we really force them to do otherwise? That's true, but even if they keep it for themselves, they could use it for condensing a nascent soul in the future. Yet they insist on giving it to a demonic cultivator. If I'm not mistaken, this person must be a powerful figure from the Tang Wolf house. Having experienced the two houses' battle, shouldn't there be enmity? He paused. So I forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. True monarch Yinjin waved his sleeve and turned to fly towards his cave dwelling, saying as he flew, "Next time if my junior sister asks me to refine a high-quality magic weapon for the Su family, I will have to think it through carefully." He was a person of genuine character, not deeply scheming. He devoted himself to refining artifacts, which is why he achieved his current level of mastery in the art. He was quite well known throughout Tiannan. After all, very few could refine top-tier magic weapons, and even fewer could achieve it at the Golden Core stage. Most were already at the nascent soul stage. The remaining Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators in the city mostly felt only shock and envy. The realm of the nascent soul was a true chasm that separated the top powers in the cultivation world. The celestial phenomenon of condensing a nascent soul was something most cultivators would find difficult to witness in their lifetime, even Golden Core cultivators. To see it today was truly astonishing. The heavenly and earthly anomalies continued for about the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Ultimately, the 100-foot magical nascent soul shadow slowly retreated into the cultivation tower, and the swirling demonic energy and colorful radiance gradually dissipated. However, the lingering aura of the nascent soul's overwhelming pressure continued to hang in the air above Yunshi City, imprinted in the hearts of every cultivator who witnessed the scene. They have finally condensed a nascent soul. Above the Su residence, Su Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, a slight smile at the corners of his lips. Beside him stood a towering half-human, half-dragon figure, the transformed Great Demon Mou. Su Chuan, it seems that the kid Gu Xian, you did not waste your efforts. The chaos in Tian Song House is nearing its end, and it's time to let the Tang Wolf House create some disturbances. Su Chuan smiled, not refuting. Let's go, the anomaly has disappeared, let's take a look. The two of them immediately flew towards the cultivation tower. They did not rashly enter, but remained 100 feet away in the void near the cultivation tower. Su family head Daoist Mo Gu still needs to enter seclusion for half a month to stabilize his realm. It is not a good time to meet, please forgive me. City Lord Gu is being polite. Su Chuan smiled and said, I came here just to congratulate you on successfully condensing your nascent soul. Haha, it is thanks to the opportunity given by the Su family head for condensing the nascent soul. What gift? It was merely a transaction between us, Su Chuan replied. Su family head, you do not understand. Condensing a nascent soul represents what? Only by truly entering that realm can one know the qualitative increase in strength and the longevity of thousands of years. These things are not comparable to a mere transaction. After a pause, Gu Xianyu added, in any case, I will remember this favor, and I will surely repay it in the future. Su Chuan smiled slightly. Then Taoist Gu, continue your seclusion. Just notify me when you leave, and I will see you off. That is only natural. After saying that, there was no more sound. Su Chuan and Mou also returned to the Su residence. At this time, Su Mingxian Yifan and Su Delying had all gathered in Su Chuan's courtyard. Yifan said, Master City Lord Gu has condensed his nascent soul. It will surely cause quite a stir. Should we explain this to the outside world? Explain what? Su Chuan chuckled. No need to say much. At most a month, Gu Xianyu will depart, and his strength will eventually reveal itself to the public. But before that, he will definitely deal a heavy blow to the Tang Wolf sect. This is advantageous for our Su family. If we expose it too early, it could be counterproductive. What about the Tianling sect? Yifan glanced at Su Delying, who sighed lightly. Senior brother Liang, upon witnessing this scene, will surely feel something. I only hope he does not develop any demonic obstacles. There is also no need for explanations. This is the great plan of our Su family, and cannot be easily disturbed. It is just as usual. To whom we give our opportunities is a matter for our Su family. If the Tianju sect had an opportunity for condensing a nascent soul, would our Su family be able to seek it? Su Chuan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable aura. Yes, master. 1 month later, Gu Xianyu emerged from seclusion, concealing his figure as he headed for the Su residence. Mou naturally sensed this and reminded Su Chuan. Go and invite him in, Su Chuan instructed. Shortly after, Mou brought Gu Xianyu to the main hall of the Su family. The hall was tranquil, with only a jade table, 2 jade cups, and a pot of spirit wine already warmed with a fragrant steam wafting. Su Chuan stood up smiling and cupping his hands. City Lord Gu, congratulations on taking a step further on your path, and please taste the spirit brew, first-class drunk, specially brewed by my Su family. Gu Xianyu smiled slightly, and after taking his seat, he did not hesitate to lift the cup and drink it all in one go. The wine entered his throat, transforming into a gentle and rich spiritual energy that spread throughout his body. He praised good wine. Su family head is truly thoughtful. It is good that City Lord Gu enjoys it. Su Chuan filled his cup again and took a light sip himself. After 3 rounds of drinking, Gu Xianyu set down his cup, his expression turning serious as he spoke softly. Su family head, I have come here for 2 reasons. One is to bid farewell, and the other is to entrust a matter to you. Please speak. Regarding my condensing the nascent soul, it still needs to be kept secret for now. It is not suitable for immediate public knowledge. I hope the Su family can help keep it confidential. Gu Xianyu's gaze was intense as he looked at Su Chuan. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan showed no surprise, as if he had already anticipated it, and nodded readily. Of course, City Lord Gu has just achieved the nascent soul. Your foundation needs to be stable. If it is suddenly exposed, it will certainly draw the attention of the Tang Wolf sect. Gu Xianyu felt relieved seeing Su Chuan so perceptive, and then asked Su family head, what do you think I should do next? Su Chuan lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. If you wish to conceal it, you must plan your moves and first stabilize your nascent soul realm completely. The Tang Wolf house is dominant, and Qi Tianxiong is overbearing. If your foundation is unstable, confronting him head-on is unwise. You should at least have the ability to escape from his hand. The Tang Wolf house is dominant, and Qi Tianxiong is overbearing. If your foundation is unstable, confronting him head-on is unwise. You should at least have the ability to escape from his hands. Then set up a trap. I would like to hear more about it. Use the opening of a secret realm or the emergence of innate spiritual objects as bait. Release the news and lure multiple elders of the Tang Wolf sect to gather in one place. At that time, City Lord Gu can reappear and strike down with the power of the nascent soul, aiming to eliminate several core elders in one fell swoop. It is not necessary to annihilate them all, but it is imperative to inflict serious injury. Gu Xianyu frowned slightly. This plan, while clever, would definitely provoke Qi Tianxiong into a rage, and he would personally retaliate. I fear I would struggle to withstand it. Retaliation is inevitable, and war is unavoidable, Su Chuan said calmly yet firmly. But City Lord Gu does not need to seek victory. You just let him understand that he cannot do anything to you. fight, and be able to retreat, and be able to hide. If he dares to use the lives of millions in Guxian City to coerce you, then you can equally threaten back. Unless the Tang Wolf sect disciples never step out of their mountains, otherwise you shall slay one if you see one. As the master of a sect, Qi Tianxiong has many ties, he will definitely be cautious about making moves. He paused and continued, in the competition between nascent soul forces, unless one is fully confident in uprooting the other, who would willingly push someone to the brink. Even a cornered beast will fight back, let alone the nascent soul. Just like our Tian Song sect for hundreds of years, we have always suppressed others, which is why no new nascent soul forces have emerged. But when the ancestor of the Mo family truly achieved nascent soul, didn't the Tian Song sect have to acquiesce? In the previous battle between the two houses, Qi Tianxiong was indeed confident with the card of Tian Luo Mo Jun, which is why he dared to incite a war intending to swallow Tian Song house in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, human calculations cannot compare to heavenly ones. After hearing this, Gu Xianyu pondered for a long time before raising his cup in respect. Su family head, your insight is as clear as day, awakening one from their dreams with just one word. This advice is something I will surely remember. Su Chuan raised his cup to welcome him, smiling. City Lord Gus Foundation has been established. The future is limitless. Unlike our Su family, controlling Tian Song House is just around the corner. I do wish for the Su family to achieve great success and govern a territory. Gu Xianyu sincerely said. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Gu. The two exchanged smiles, drinking up the spirit wine in their cups. Everything was understood without words. As the wine was finished and the conversation concluded, Gu Xianyu stood up, clasping his hands in a bow to Su Chuan and the standing Mo. Yue. Then his figure faded like light smoke, his aura completely receding without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Su Chuan sat alone in the hall, slowly finishing the remaining wine in his cup, gazing towards the direction where Gu Xianyu had vanished, his expression profound. At this moment, the two seemed to share a deep friendship, calling each other brothers. However, when the day comes that both sides threaten each other's interests, it will undoubtedly lead to a clash of arms. Su Chuan appeared to be helping Gu Xianyu, but he was also using him as a knife to kill. Only when both of them are gravely injured can the Magic Sky Trading Association truly rise to prominence. Two people, 800 hearts. You schemers, your hearts are all dirty. Mo, you scoffed. If you want to learn, you may not necessarily be able to. Su Chuan was unbothered by his comments and laughed heartily. Haha, I don't do such trivial things. Mo, you stated. If I had strength, I would just go and push through. Whoever does not submit, I would make them submit. If they still refuse, I would eradicate them. Indeed, having strength allows one to do as they please, but do we have that now, eh? Su Chuan chuckled. You wish to completely suppress Qi Tianxiong. Or rather, to slay him, you would need at least mid-stage 4th realm strength. And to reach that realm, you would probably need hundreds of years. By the time your strength arrives, my Su family would have several nascent soul cultivators, and there would be no need for you to charge into the fray. Mou was dumbfounded, but felt he had no way to refute. I want to argue with someone who lacks a heart. He immediately turned and left. The day of their return to Sichuan was drawing closer. At the same time, in the prison land, something also occurred in the Xinwu Alliance. Su Jingwu's foster parents passed away, and numerous elders from the Xinwu Alliance came to pay their respects. 10 miles of white sails like snow paper money soared in the sky, and hundreds of thousands of martial artists saw him off. Both Jiang's father and mother were merely ordinary people, not even martial artists. However, because their eldest son Jiangwu was at the 2nd realm of martial arts, the pioneer who reorganized the martial way and laid the foundation for it. He is a monument in the hearts of all martial artists of the Xinwu Alliance, a leader. The passing of the two elders caused quite a stir. This is a typical case of one person changing a family. Thus all families large and small strive to cultivate the talents within their clans, hoping one day they can lead the family to rise. As the news spread, all martial families in the Guangling County city, regardless of their pressing matters, hurriedly set them aside and rushed to the Jiang residence. The procession of mourners was continuous. On the day of the funeral, the sky was barely bright. Jiang Feng, his hands trembling slightly, held his parents' spirit tablets, walking at the very front. His expression was mournful with deep-set eyes. Each step felt heavy. Originally, it should have been Su Jingwu to do this, but Su Jingwu had long known he was merely adopted by the Jiang family, while Jiang Feng was the biological child of his parents. Therefore, he was determined to let Jiang Feng take on this responsibility. Jiang Feng argued several times, but to no avail, so he had no choice but to comply. As for Su Jingwu, he raised the coffin with both hands, his posture tall and upright like a pine, his steps steady, concealing all his sorrow within, as he personally escorted his parents on their final journey. The procession slowly exited through the west gate of the county city, following the wishes of the Jiang couple in their lifetime to be buried in their ancestral village, Fushan Village. Initially, martial artists and the public from within the city quietly joined in. Soon along the way, martial artists from nearby villages, having heard the news, laid down their work, donned plain garments, and quietly followed behind the funeral procession. The procession grew larger, like a rolling snowball, from thousands to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. Grand and imposing, yet orderly. This scene caused countless passers-by and nearby forces to stop and watch, secretly astonished. Is this the prestige of Elder Jiangwu? Truly astonishing, a martial artist from a distant commercial convoy murmured in admiration. The Jiang couple must have accumulated great virtue to raise such a prodigious talent. Now that they are mourned so honorably, it can be considered a fulfillment. An old man stroked his beard, sighing. Some people's eyes flickered, whispering to their companions, given this momentum, if one day Elder Jiangwu reaches the peak of the Yuanwu realm, with his prestige among martial artists and the populace, could he aspire to the position of the great elder of the Xianwu alliance? One person tentatively asked, eyes filled with speculation. The person beside him shook his head immediately. Difficult. The position of great elder is not easily obtained. It represents the highest power of the Xianwu alliance, and ultimately the character Xian comes first. Indeed, although there are many practitioners of the martial way, there are only 6 or 7 second realm martial artists in our Xianwu alliance, and the path to the Yuanwu realm has yet to be fully established. We still need to see if anyone can completely open it up. Many felt it was unlikely. The one who initially asked pondered, however, the world is unpredictable. Let us not forget, above the Xianwu alliance there is the Su family of Dongxi. The Su family firmly controls the great elder and many important positions, and Su Mingwei has even entered the golden core stage, becoming the supreme. Let us not forget, above the Xianwu alliance there is the Su family of Dongxi. The Su family firmly controls the great elder and many important positions, and Su Mingwei has even entered the golden core stage, becoming the supreme elder. If they do not allow it, the martial way cannot suppress the immortal way. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, cooling the heated discussion considerably. Indeed, the Su family of Dongxi is a mountain looming over all forces in the Xianwu alliance. Several exchanged knowing glances, no longer speaking, but directing their gazes back to the endless white procession, each lost in their own thoughts. The funeral procession traversed mountains and waters, finally arriving at Fushan Village. This tranquil little village had already been prepared according to the wishes of Su Jingwu and Jiang Feng. On a hillside behind the village, which had excellent feng shui and overlooked the old residence, a simple yet solemn cemetery was built. The ground was paved with bluestones, surrounded by pines and cypresses, with a gentle stream flowing. There were no extravagant decorations, only solemnity and tranquility. The burial ceremony took place at sunset. The setting sun was blood red, casting its glow over the vast expanse of white. Jiang Feng placed the spirit tablets on the altar. Su Jingwu personally helped to gently lower the 2 coffins into the grave. Mounds of yellow earth fell, covering the coffins as if burying a hard yet warm period of time. Without many words, Su Jingwu bowed deeply 3 times in front of the grave, each one resounding with conviction. Jiang Feng was already in tears, unable to rise from the ground. Countless martial artists bent over in unison to bid farewell to this ordinary couple who nurtured the legend of the martial way. The evening breeze flowed through the pine forest, weeping like a lament. After the funeral, the crowd quietly dispersed under the night sky, and Fushan Village returned to its tranquility, leaving only the newly erected cemetery standing quietly in the moonlight. Su Jingwu dismissed those around him and stood alone in front of his parents' grave for a long time. Father, mother, I have not told you I have found my own family. They are truly remarkable and admirable. Soon I plan to return. I will always remember your last wishes. I will take care of my younger brother as well as my nephew and niece, so please rest assured. Su Jingwu knelt again and knocked his head 3 times. Then he left under the moonlight. In the following days, the scene of Su Jingwu burying the 2 elders sparked heated discussions in Guangling County and the Xian Alliance's markets. With the rise of the martial way, martial artists have stood up. Naturally, there will be numerous small and large conflicts, but they are all just simmering beneath the surface. Now Su Jingwu's prestige in the Xianwu Alliance is likely second only to Supreme Elder Su Mingwei and Great Elder Su Mingyuan. Many elders of the Xian Alliance are showing concern, worried that a conflict between immortals and martial artists might erupt in the future. Great Elder Jiangwu's prestige is rising day by day. Currently, the martial way is not as strong as the immortal way, but it is hard to say what the future holds. Do you think it is necessary to suppress him a bit? 4 or 5 elders of the Xianwu Alliance visited Su Mingyuan. Indeed, there are only 6 or 7 at present, but 100 years later it will be difficult to say. The elder bowed and said, "The martial way is beneficial for all families. If someone from your family enters the second realm of martial artists, it will also enhance the family's foundation. Do you think Elder Jiang Wu is a hindrance?" Su Mingyuan cast a faint glance at them, causing them to tremble in their hearts. Although they had not yet reached the full foundation establishment stage, they were in the late stage of foundation establishment, yet even a glance from Su Mingyuan made them feel startled. What realm is the Great Elder in now? Could he be close to entering the Golden Core stage? Someone speculated quietly. As for what you all choose to do, I will not concern myself. My Su family also has no time to worry about these matters. Starting tomorrow, I will retreat in Dongxi, and how long it will take is undecided. As for the matters of the alliance, you elders should discuss it among yourselves. You may all leave now. Yes, Great Elder, we take our leave. Several of them left one after another. What do you think the Great Elder means by this? Someone suddenly asked. Elder Jiang is a pioneer of the martial way, and the Su family is indeed strong. If one day Elder Jiang opens up the third realm of the martial way, then he will be able to compete with the Su family. I don't believe the Great Elder is unconcerned. The Great Elder says he does not care. Does that not imply he is tacitly allowing us to act? Possibly. Then shall we find a place to discuss this properly? Let us go to Brother Liu's residence. Oh, I miss the fine wine there, ha. The opening of the second realm of the martial way could still shake Su Jingwu's position. If one day the third realm of the martial way is opened, then Su Jingwu's position in the Xianwu Alliance will be as unshakable as the Su family. Moreover, the methods of the martial way have now spread far and wide. All families have already grasped it, and there is no need to curry favor with Su Jingwu, which naturally greatly diminishes his influence. The Su family has never prohibited the various families of the Xianwu Alliance from scheming against each other. Otherwise, with the Su families means they would certainly have ways to maintain balance. The original intention of founding the Xianwu Alliance was to act as a shield for the Su family, and now there is no need to use such means. With the great calamity approaching, the Su family themselves might not be able to preserve all their strength, so how could they care about the other families? Half a month later, several significant elders within the Xianwu Alliance jointly visited Su Jingwu, inviting him to go to the Qinghai Forest for training. They claimed it was for hunting demon beasts, honing martial skills, and searching for spiritual herbs. These elders were all in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. Although they did not have deep ties with Su Jingwu, they still maintained a courteous facade. Su Jingwu's thoughts shifted slightly, already suspecting something. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, pondering briefly before agreeing. Some situations require direct involvement to break the deadlock. Almost on the same day that Su Jingwu nodded in agreement, the Su family in Dongxi received concrete news. The door to Su Mingyuan's secluded chamber opened silently, and Su Mingshu stepped inside. "Second brother, you called for me." Su Mingyuan, sitting cross-legged on a mat, slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint in his gaze. "The time has come. Those enthusiastic elders from the Xianwu Alliance have invited Jingwu to the Qinghai Forest. You should go and secretly lend your support to make this play more seamless." Su Mingshu pondered for a moment, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes lacked any real joy. "Then I will instruct Xiaobai to kill a few people and leave a few alive as witnesses. In the end, before their eyes, he will swallow Jingwu. What do you think, second brother?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan's face bore a faint and cold smile. "Very well, be sure to do it cleanly and swiftly, leaving no flaws." "Understood. Rest assured, second brother, I will handle it right away." Su Mingshu performed a graceful bow and turned to leave the quiet chamber. She flew to the skies above Dongxi, her thoughts stirring. Atop the peak of the cliff, the wind howled fiercely. A majestic giant eagle, originally resting with closed eyes, emitted a powerful aura. One wing flickered with emerald flames, while the other was surrounded by crackling purple arcs. At this moment it suddenly opened its eyes, one glowing with green flame and the other sparking with purple electricity. This giant eagle is one of the third-tier demon beasts nurtured by the Su family, known as Su Ying. Master summoned. Su Ying flapped its wings. Its massive body moved with an ethereal lightness, transforming into a barely discernible purple-green streak, shooting directly towards Dongxi. Its speed surpassed even that of an ordinary golden core perfected cultivator's escape light. Only those who mastered escape techniques could surpass it. In just a few breaths, Su Ying had appeared over Dongxi. Su Mingshu saw it, smiled gracefully, leaping onto its wide and steady back. "Ying, go to the Qinghai Forest and find Xiaobai." Su Mingshu gently stroked the feathers at the back of Su Ying's neck, speaking softly. "Yes, master." Su Ying spoke clearly in human language. Then with a powerful flap of its wings, the purple-green light surged, and in an instant it tore through the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Qinghai Forest, deep within the Yunjin mountain range. In a hidden valley rich in spiritual energy, a colossal beast lay quietly. Its entire body was covered in snow-white fur, yet it shimmered with a metallic pale golden sheen. A dark golden king pattern naturally formed on its forehead, exuding an aura of regal majesty that was unassailable. Its body was easily 7 or 8 meters long. Even lying down, it resembled a small hill. This was Subai, a third-tier mid-stage white tiger demon beast that the Su family had stationed in this mountain range. Subai breathed deeply. With each breath, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was slowly absorbed and refined, merging into its demon core. Suddenly, it raised its massive head. Its amber vertical pupils gazed towards the sky in a certain direction. The nostrils flared slightly, and a low, affectionate rumble emerged from its throat. The master has arrived. It revealed a joyful expression. Subai stood up, stretching its robust and massive body, its limbs slightly bending, then transformed into a white streak of lightning soaring into the air, heading straight for the edge of the mountain range. Before long, a flash of purple-green light appeared on the horizon, and Suing, carrying Su Mingshu, had arrived. Xiaobai, Su Mingshu floated down from the eagle's back, smiling as she looked at the imposing white tiger. Subai had grown up alongside Su Mingshu, and their bond was deep. Subai lowered its head, affectionately nuzzling Su Mingshu's hand, and conveyed its thoughts. Master, you haven't come for a long time. Su Mingshu smiled, gently petting it. I have come this time for a matter that requires your cooperation. She then detailed the plan to Subai. After listening, Subai nodded and buzzed. Master, leave this matter to me. You just need to wait for my news in the Yunjin mountain range. Then it was a matter of waiting. This wait lasted for more than 10 days. One day, on the outskirts of Qinghai Forest, Su Jingwu and the team, composed of 5 or 6 elders from the Xinwu Alliance, were traversing through the woods. They had already hunted several first and second-tier mid-stage demon beasts and gathered some materials. The process seemed quite smooth. The elders maintained a superficial harmony, with Su Jingwu occasionally exchanging hunting experiences. Su Jingwu performed as usual, striking decisively and fiercely. When dealing with a mid-stage second-tier ironback mountain pig, he even took the initiative to be the main attacker, demonstrating fierce close combat skills, which earned him continuous praise from the elders. However, behind the praise, their gazes occasionally flickered. 2 days later, the team, guided intentionally or unintentionally, gradually delved deeper into the central area of the forest. The trees here were taller and denser, the light dim, and the air was thick with a more robust wild atmosphere and a faint sense of danger. This area was already home to peak second-tier demon beasts. Sure enough, just as they passed through a shadowy forest filled with jagged rocks, a pitch-black shadow silently pounced from behind a giant stone, moving so fast that it only left a blur. This shadow aimed directly at one of the elders from the Xinwu Alliance. A peak second-tier demon beast. Everyone be careful. Cries of alarm rang out. The attacked elder's face turned pale in horror, and in a panic he summoned his protective artifact. But it was easily torn apart by the dark power attached to the shadow leopard's claws, and it seemed he was about to meet his demise under its claws. Damn beast! Su Jingwu appeared to be already alert. With a loud shout, his figure shot out like a cannonball. He actually arrived first, a fist wrapped in condensed yuan power striking towards the shadow leopard's waist, flanking the enemy to save the ally. At the Yuanwu stage, one must cultivate yuan power. This is a form of energy that combines blood essence and true qi. It has tremendous explosive power and is subtly above the Foundation establishment's magical power. The shadow leopard sensed a threat, with its keen instincts having to abandon its lethal strike and pivot to swipe at Su Jingwu. Su Jingwu's body trembled violently as he retreated several steps. The shadow leopard performed an aerial flip, landing gracefully, its eerie green eyes revealing a look of astonishment as it fixed its gaze on Su Jingwu. It had never seen a human withstand its attack with mere flesh. This human warrior is the greatest threat among this group, the shadow leopard thought to itself. Elders, this beast is swift. Oh, we must work together to take it down. I will hold it at bay while you look for an opportunity to strike its vital points. Su Jingwu spoke in a deep voice, seemingly unguarded, as he turned his back to those companions fully focused on the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard let out a low growl and pounced again, engaging Su Jingwu in battle. Su Jingwu's fists and feet moved with explosive force, his vitality surging like a tidal wave. Close quarters with this peak second-tier beast, he surprisingly held his ground, intensifying the strange expressions in the eyes of the several elders. Such powerful combat ability, such terrifying potential. I wonder what level Jiangwu has reached now? At this time, the path of the Yuanwu realm was still undeveloped, so no one could say for certain. They could only use his strength as a standard for evaluation. The battle was fierce. The shadow leopard repeatedly attempted to break through Su Jingwu's defenses to attack others, but was fiercely repelled by Su Jingwu. Seeing that Su Jingwu seemed to focus all his attention on the beast, his breath slightly fluctuating due to the intense confrontation. It was at this moment the elders of the Xinwu alliance suddenly flashed with fierce determination and resolved their previously scattered positions, changing in an instant, not attacking the shadow leopard, but instead converging their efforts towards Su Jingwu. Poisoned flying needles, crimson palm prints, and magical artifacts all landed on Su Jingwu's back. Su Jingwu was caught off guard. Although he managed to block much of the force with his Yuan power shield, he was still hit hard. Puff! He grunted, spitting out blood, his back clothes torn, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, quickly turning black, evidently poisoned. The shadow leopard stared wide-eyed with its eerie green eyes. What kind of humans are these playing such tricks? They startled me. However, this human flesh was truly fragrant, making the leopard drool. Such an opportunity could not be missed. With fierce light in its eyes seizing the moment, while Su Jingwu was injured and unsteady, it transformed into a shadow lunging directly at his head, its cold claws ready to strike. Su Jingwu seemed unable to evade his eyes, reflecting the rapidly enlarging leopard paw. In a moment of dire straits, roar! A terrifying tiger roar that shook the mountains and forests erupted without warning. This roar was not merely a sound wave, but contained the pressure of a high-tier beast. It was enough to shock the souls of those present. As for the ferocious shadow leopard, at the moment this roar sounded, it felt as if struck by an invisible hammer, its body stiffening in midair. Then with a thud it fell to the ground, revealing fear in its eyes. It was the king of this forest region, the pressure of a third-tier beast. The faces of the Xinwu Alliance elders changed dramatically. It was as if they had been doused with cold water, their earlier scheming and ferocity instantly replaced by boundless dread. Before they could react, a massive figure slowly emerged from the thicket. Its body was like snow with faint golden patterns appearing, stretching 7 to 8 meters long, a golden mark on its forehead resembling a king's seal, and its amber vertical pupils coldly gazing down at the humans and beasts below, who looked like ants. The white tiger's gaze swept over them, devoid of emotion. It raised a forepaw and casually waved it in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Several extremely refined and unmatched golden rays of light appeared out of thin air, slicing through the bodies of 3 elders, as if cutting through tofu. The 3 elders didn't even have time to scream. Their protective spiritual light robes and bodies were simultaneously torn into pieces. A stench of blood filled the air. The remaining 2 or 3 elders were terrified, not daring to stay even a moment longer, even forgetting to look at their companion's tragic fate, rushing to escape. The white tiger did not pursue, seeming uninterested in these 2 frightened insects. Its gaze fell upon the heavily injured and deeply poisoned Su Jingwu. A thick divine sense entered Su Jingwu's mind. Do not move, do not resist. A flicker of understanding and complexity flashed in Su Jingwu's eyes. Seeing this, the white tiger opened its massive jaws, a force of suction emitting, swallowing Su Jingwu whole. This scene was witnessed by the returning elders of the Xinwu Alliance. Jiangwu has been eaten. Although it was an accidental success, they felt no joy, only a frantic desire to escape. After doing all this, the white tiger seemed to lazily lay down as if digesting. It cast a glance at the shadow leopard. Seeing that the tiger king seemed uninterested in it, the leopard felt as if pardoned and quickly darted into the depths of the thicket, disappearing from sight. After a long while, the massive body of the white tiger finally stood up again, slowly turning and transforming into a white light as it soared toward the Yunjin mountain range. Deep within the mountains, Su Mingzhu and Su Ying had long awaited. The white tiger approached, opening its mouth to spit out the mass of demonic essence that had enveloped Su Jingwu, revealing the pale-faced Su Jingwu within. At this moment his wounds were ghastly and his breath was weak, clearly in a state of severe injury. How could your injuries be so severe? Su Mingzhu furrowed her brows. Master, they ambushed him before I arrived, Su Bai spoke. Do not worry, 4th Aunt Jingwu's body is tough. Child, you have suffered. Su Mingzhu sighed, gently taking out a high-grade 100-herb pill and continued, open your mouth. Su Jingwu complied. Su Mingzhu flicked her finger, and the pill entered his mouth. His injuries stabilized rapidly. Following that were a high-grade detox pill and a high-grade spirit recovery pill to help him detoxify and restore his spiritual sense. Half an hour later, Su Jingwu had mostly recovered. Su Mingzhu smiled at him. Jingwu, welcome home. Su Jingwu stood up with a slight smile, nodding his head. Thank you very much for your help, 4th Aunt. Su Mingzhu then took out a set of black clothing and a mask. From now on you will stay at home as a member of the family's dark division. As per your father's wishes, it is not yet time for you to make a formal appearance. After the great calamity, martial arts will certainly spread to Tiannan and the Blackwater regions of the cultivation world. Until martial arts gradually become known, you may take on the identity of Su Jingwu as a legitimate second-tier martial artist in our Su family. Will you agree to this? The ancestors' planning is meticulous. Jingwu naturally agrees. Then think of a codename for yourself. Members of the family's dark division all refer to each other by codenames. Let's call it Yuan. That works. When we return, I will have second brother add your name to the dark division roster. It will be safer that way. By the way, fourth aunt, please put my blood-stained tattered clothes storage bag and even the Tianyan staff back at the site of the previous battle. I think they will be useful later. Su Ming's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Truly clever. All right, we will do it as you say. Half a month later, a shocking piece of news swept across all the counties of the Xianwu Alliance like a storm. The leader of the Xianwu Alliance, the pioneer of the Yuanwu realm, Elder Jiangwu, who was praised for having the potential of a martial ancestor, was gravely injured while rescuing fellow elders in the Qinghai forest. He fought fiercely against a peak second-tier shadow leopard and was later ambushed by a third-tier white tiger, being swallowed whole. Several other elders accompanying him also perished beneath the tiger's claws. Wherever the news reached, whether in big cities or small border towns, countless martial artists felt as if struck by lightning, their faces instantly turning pale. Many lost their voices on the spot. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. A burly man sweating profusely in a martial arts hall dropped the stone lock in his hand. With a clatter, his mind blank. Elder Jiangwu is dead. How could he die? In a tea house, the previously boisterous atmosphere froze. A middle-aged martial artist dropped his teacup with a bang, shattering it to pieces. Yet he seemed oblivious, muttering, "It must be a rumor. Those cultivators from the Alliance cannot stand to see us martial artists rise, fabricating lies. Elder Jiangwu must have been ambushed." On the streets, similar questions and indignation spread like wildfire. "I don't believe it. Elder Jiangwu is unparalleled in combat, having once faced Foundation establishment cultivators without defeat. It must have been that elder from the Alliance who harbored ill intentions, striking at a critical moment. We must unite to petition and thoroughly investigate those few elders who returned alive." But the news says that indeed several elders' life tokens shattered and their bodies were not found. Could that third-tier beast truly exist? Alas, what a pity. Elder Jiangwu was exceptionally gifted in martial arts, had already seen a glimmer of dawn now. Is it possible that fate does not wish for our martial path to flourish? Some martial artists sighed, their tones filled with the desolation of a rabbit dying and a fox grieving. Compared to the outrage and disbelief of the martial artists, some cultivators privately revealed complex emotions. There were those who took pleasure in the misfortune, those who remained indifferent, and those who sincerely lamented. The ordinary populace was more filled with shock and sorrow. Jiang Wu's name had long been etched in their hearts. The branches of the Xianwu Alliance responsible for handling disputes and accepting complaints were surrounded by a throng of martial artists unable to squeeze through. Their faces were agitated, shouting loudly, demanding severe punishment for the murderer, calling for an investigation into the truth, their voices nearly toppling the roof. Petitions and joint statements flew toward the main alliance like snowflakes. The main alliance of the Xianwu Alliance. In the discussion hall, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The sounds of argument seemed capable of collapsing the entire hall. The elders of the martial alliance, primarily composed of martial artists, all had dark expressions, rage written all over their faces, while those from the Cultivation Alliance mostly with solemn faces. Some tried to explain, while others remained silent. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Nonsense. What, fighting a beast and encountering a major demon? The holes in this story are countless. A hot-tempered elder of the martial alliance slammed his palm on the long table made of mysterious iron, with leaving a deep imprint. Elder Jiangwu acted prudently. How could he recklessly enter a dangerous area where third-tier beasts might appear? Someone must have set a trap. The alliance must provide an explanation. Otherwise we will not rest until we have justice. Another elder of the martial alliance pointed directly at several elders from the Cultivation Alliance whose expressions were not quite natural. Those who invited Elder Jiangwu to the Qinghai forest must be in league with you. You cannot shirk responsibility for this matter. The accused elders from the Cultivation Alliance immediately retorted, "You are speaking nonsense. Inviting for training is a common occurrence. Who could have predicted a third-tier beast would ambush?" The three elders who survived were also heavily injured and still shaken. Their accounts contain no contradictions. You have no proof and merely wish to slander your colleagues based on speculation. Are you trying to incite infighting within the alliance? Infighting? I see that someone wants to eliminate dissent and cut off my martial path. The Martial Alliance Elder was furious. Where is the Grand Elder? Where is the Supreme Elder? We demand to see the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder. We want them to personally investigate the Qinghai Forest. We want to see the living, or if dead, to see conclusive evidence. Yes, we need the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder to step forward. We must get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, how can we face the martial artists of the world? The elders of the Martial Alliance stood up one after another, their imposing attitude suggesting that a fight could break out at any moment. The elders of the Cultivation Alliance were not willing to back down, either. All on guard. The pressure between both sides in the discussion hall seemed to collide. The air felt almost solid. Just as a conflict was about to erupt, a calm voice came from outside the hall, clearly suppressing all the noise. Elders, please calm down. A steward responsible for communication coordination of the main alliance quickly walked in, raising his voice. The alliance leader has urgently contacted the Su family from Dongxi. The Su family has replied that the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder are already aware of this matter and are on their way to the main alliance. This statement temporarily quelled the most intense anger in the hall, but both sides still glared at each other. After about half an hour, two powerful auras descended upon the main alliance square. Grand Elder Su Minjuan's expression was solemn as he slowly entered the discussion hall. Beside him was the current stabilizing force of the Xianwu Alliance, the Golden Core Stage Supreme Elder, Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei appeared mid-leaged, his aura contained, yet exuding a sense of oppression that made all the elders present feel at deep unease. We greet the Grand Elder, Supreme Elder. Everyone, regardless of faction, stood to pay their respects. Su Mingyuan raised his hand, signaling everyone to sit down, his gaze sweeping across the hall, especially pausing on the furious Martial Alliance elders and the various expressions of the Cultivation Alliance elders. He slowly spoke, I am aware of the matter concerning Elder Zhongwu. This matter indeed cannot go unchecked. He looked at Su Mingwei beside him. Elder brother, I trouble you to personally go to the Qinghai Forest and ensure that you find their corpses or relics. Su Mingwei slightly nodded. It should be so. After saying this, his figure flickered and he vanished from the hall, his speed astonishing. Su Mingwei's personal involvement temporarily quelled the most intense direct conflict. However, the waiting process remained agonizing. The Martial Alliance elders were anxious and the Cultivation Alliance elders were secretly apprehensive. A day later, Su Mingwei reappeared in the discussion hall, and the items he brought back caused everyone's hearts to sink. As he waved his sleeve, several items floated in the center of the hall. Zhang Wu's bloodstained clothing still retaining some of his essence, Zhang Wu's storage bag, and his weapon, the Tianyan staff. However, both items had lost their spiritual sense attachment. There were also 3 broken corpses that could barely be pieced together, but their identities were still recognizable. I did not find Elder Zhang Wu's corpse, only these. Su Mingwei said flatly, there is still residual third-tier beasts' demonic energy at their wounds, exuding a terrifying sharpness. You may examine it. All the elders from the Xianwu and Martial Alliances stepped forward to verify. The terrifying golden energy chilled them to the bone. Even after half a month, the sharp metallic aura still stung their skin. It is true, a Wuming elder murmured to himself. Heaven envies genius. Heaven envies genius. Another gripped the Tianyan staff, belonging to Zhang Wu, and let out a mournful piercing wail, weeping openly before all. Where then lies the path of my martial cultivation? All present Wuming elders bowed their heads in sorrowful lament. The passing of Elder Zhang Wu is confirmed beyond doubt. Do any among you esteemed Wuming elders still harbor dissent? Su Mingyuan gazed upon the assembly of Wuming elders, their faces pale with grief. If none object, let us erect a symbolic tomb for him at the Central Alliance, using his blood-stained robe, the Tianyan staff, and his self-composed martial cannon as sacred relics. Let an inscribed stele commemorate his monumental achievements, so future generations may stand in reverent awe. This matter shall be overseen by the Wuming Alliance. Yes, great elder, replied the elders, bowing their heads in unison. Quell the Xian martial unrest across all prefectures without delay. If it incites chaos, you know the consequences. Yes. All responded in solemn accord. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingwei departed, returning to Dongxi. The Central Alliance had rendered its final verdict on the matter of Zhang Wu. Upon news spreading, the turmoil across the prefectures gradually subsided. Because of the memorial ceremony for Zhang Wu scheduled in half a month, and the construction of his symbolic tomb and engraved stele, martial cultivators from every prefecture set out for the Central Alliance. Zhang residence. Upon hearing of Zhang Wu's demise, Zhang Feng locked himself in his chamber for 3 days and nights, refusing food, sleep, and even refusing to see his wife and children. On the third day, he emerged transformed, calm, deliberate, managing the Jiang residence with impeccable order and devoting his spare hours to rigorous martial cultivation. Within 1 month, he had lost those dearest to him. Jiang Feng seemed to have matured overnight, yet his face no longer bore the innocence of youthful laughter. The fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. Central Alliance Mausoleum. The Wuming Alliance had reserved a vast open expanse within the mausoleum grounds to construct Jiang Wu's symbolic tomb and commemorative stele. Here now the land was submerged beneath an endless tide of humanity. Martial cultivators, from prefectures, cities, towns, and even remote mountain villages, traversed mountains and rivers bearing sorrow, reverence, and profound reluctance. Their numbers numbered in the millions, stretching like ink-black waves to the horizon, yet none of the clamor typical of mass gatherings stirred the air. Only a leaden silence pressed down upon the earth, punctuated only by muffled sobs and the soft rustling whisper of coarse hemp garments. At the fore stood a newly erected symbolic tomb. Built of plain weighty bluestone, it exuded austere dignity. Before it rose a towering black stele inscribed, Tomb of Jiang Wu, pioneer of martial Dao, founder of the Yuanwu realm, elder of the Xianwu Alliance. The inscription, carved with iron brush vigor, seemed to pulse with untapped power and lingering regret. Before the tomb, Chuan, the Alliance Lord, stood solemnly, a broad-shouldered, resolute, middle-aged cultivator clad in deep indigo robes. He was grandson to Li Ji, and himself one of the few Yuanwu realm cultivators within the Xianwu Alliance. Li Ji, the former Alliance Lord, had ultimately failed to break through to the Yuanwu realm before passing into eternal slumber. Li Quan achieved that breakthrough shortly after his grandfather's death, and thus was elected the new Alliance Lord. Now facing the tomb, and turning his back upon the million-strong assembly, he drew a slow, deep breath. Suppressing the lump in his throat, he channeled the immense Qiblood force of the Yuanwu realm. His voice, though not raised, rang with crystalline clarity and solemn gravity across the entire expanse. Verily, the heavenly Tao is vast and obscure, the martial Tao arduous beyond measure. Today, an extraordinary hero, Jiang Wu of the Jiang clan, was born of heaven's stern resolve and inherited the torch of ancestral wisdom. He pioneered the Yuanwu realm, cleaving a path through primordial chaos. His deeds towered like sacred mountains, blessing all under heaven, transmitting the way, instructing disciples, and benefiting countless souls. His aspirations flowed boundless as the Milky Way, illuminating millennia, rooted in the martial Tao, unwavering in devotion. Li Quan's voice carried an ancient, heart-wrenching cadence echoing across the hushed heavens and earth. Alas, Master Jiang, heaven denied you years, suddenly unleashing cruel calamity. How grievous that a tiger's fury descended without warning, exhausted you were consumed. Your heroic soul departed forever. Mountains and rivers dimmed in sorrow, sun and moon veiled their light in grief. The martial Tao lost its guiding beacon, we his peers lost our pillar. How tragic, how agonizing. Millions stood motionless, like a silent ancient forest. Countless faces bore etched lines of sorrow, solemnity, reverence, and deep, abiding regret. Some clenched their jaws, muscles trembling along their cheeks. Others kept eyes tightly shut, tear tracks still glistening upon their skin. Most gazed fixedly at the solitary symbolic tomb ahead, eyes hollow as if the very ground beneath them had vanished. No words were exchanged, no gestures made. Only Li Quan's sorrow-laden, resonant eulogy struck each heart, word by word like hammer upon anvil. Yet though he has departed, his spirit endures, his Tao remains eternal. The Yuanwu realm is now a traversable path. The spirit of the martial Tao passes ever onward, flame to flame. His legacy, a deathless ember, now burns fiercely within our breasts. His unfinished scroll, a boundless journey, awaits our hands to complete. Li Quan's voice suddenly soared. He turned, confronting the million-strong assembly. His gaze sharp as lightning swept across their grief-stricken faces as he proclaimed in ringing tones, Elder Jiang Wu, may your journey be peaceful. The martial path you forged shall never cease. We cultivators of the martial Tao shall inherit your will, pressing forward without pause, perfecting the Tao and blazing trails into realms yet unknown. This vow, like a boulder cast into still waters, ignited a tsunami of fervor. We cultivators of the martial Tao shall inherit your will, pressing forward without pause, perfecting the Tao and blazing trails into realms yet unknown. First those nearest the front echoed the cry. Then the waves surged backward and outward, like a tidal roar, multiplying, swelling, crashing across the land. We cultivators of the martial Tao shall inherit your will, pressing forward without pause, perfecting the Tao and blazing trails into realms yet unknown. We cultivators of the martial Tao shall inherit your will, pressing forward without pause, perfecting the Tao and blazing trails into realms yet unknown. A million voices united, forming an unstoppable thunderous tide that pierced the heavens. Its rolling resonance shook the very earth and sky. Even the drifting clouds seemed scattered, revealing a vast azure and solemn firmament above. The vow echoed again and again, as if etching itself into soil and starfield alike, becoming an indelible seal upon the martial Tao itself. Near the front of the crowd, Jiang Feng stood clad in deepest mourning, silent and still. He did not join the chanting, only gazed upon his elder brother's symbolic tomb, the inscription blurring before his eyes. His clenched fists slowly loosened, then tightened once more. Stepping forward, he bowed deeply before the tomb, whispering in a hoarse, unwavering voice, audible only to himself, "Brother, travel in peace. From now on the Jiang family rests upon my shoulders." High upon a secluded hillside far from the throng, a figure stood, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain, utterly still, utterly silent. Su Jingwu watched from afar, the sea of martial cultivators who had gathered to honor him, to swear oaths in his name. The solemn symbolic tomb, his younger brother Jiang Feng suppressing grief while vowing to uphold the family. A complex tide of emotion swelled within him. "Second brother, you have grown," Su Jingwu murmured, a flicker of quiet pride in his eyes. "Let him continue maturing. 2 more years of refinement, and relocating the Jiang family to Dongxi will be timely enough." He whispered softly to himself. "Thus, it is well." A mountain breeze swept past, carrying away a sigh too faint to hear. From this day forth, Jiangwu no longer exists in this world. Meanwhile, Yunqi City, Su Diyue and Yi Fan had finally embarked upon their cultivation journey. Su Chuan granted them at most 18 months, after which he intended to bring them home. What required settling would be settled, what required preparation would be prepared. Those ready to form the golden core would do so. He had already refined multiple batches of materials for the core-forming pill, accumulating a substantial reserve of mid- and high-grade pills. Not a single low-grade pill remained. Heavenly spirit pills and purifying spirit pills were likewise fully stocked, alongside numerous innate spiritual artifacts. Naturally, should they choose the path of divine arts to form the golden core, Su Chuan fully supported that choice. Yet such privilege extended only to core lineage members. After all, the Su clan now numbered over 120 members. Not all could possibly achieve golden core formation. By the 7th generation, those lacking spiritual roots would pursue the martial Tao, while those endowed with spiritual roots would walk the immortal path. The Su clan possessed a martial ancestor, ensuring the martial Tao too would become a viable, enduring path. No longer need they transform mundanity into immortality. Yet centuries hence, some peripheral clan members may inevitably fall short, even failing to reach foundation establishment or the Yuanwu realm. For resources must be concentrated, not diluted. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. The grand array of Su residence, the Ascension Pavilion, and all other Su clan enterprises had undergone full renovation and upgrading. This included the teleportation arrays. With this overhaul, barring major failures, these arrays would remain functional for at least 1 to 2 centuries. However, once Su Mingxian attained 4th rank array mastery, the ancestral protective array of Su residence would undergo further reinforcement. As for city and enterprise arrays, current specifications proved entirely sufficient. Deep beneath Su residence lay a magnificent subterranean palace. Its vaulted ceiling soared over 100 zhang high, not crude rock, but special stones solidified and smoothed by array energy into flawless mirror-like planes. Embedded across its surface were countless softly glowing crystals, like an inverted galaxy, bathing the entire underground space in brilliant, gentle daylight, yet never harsh or glaring. At the chamber's center stood the teleportation plaza, reserved exclusively for private use by the Su clan. Naturally, should Su Chuan later deem his strength sufficient, he would select a site in Yunqi City to establish a public teleportation plaza. The plaza formed a perfect circle over 50 zhang in diameter, paved with deep gray array foundation stones, neither metal nor jade, each polished to flawless glassy smoothness. Faint, intricate spiritual energy patterns pulsed subtly beneath their surfaces. 7 towering black stone steels, 9 zhang tall, stood evenly spaced around the perimeter, each inscribed with profound arcane array sigils. Only when the ground patterns and stellar harmonized did the full spatial array activate. Any missing component would render teleportation impossible. At the array's periphery, 5 massive recesses served as activation points. Each teleportation consumed over 1,000 spirit stones, balanced equally across the 5 elements. Golden Core cultivators could also initiate the array using their own spiritual energy. Chuan stood at the array's edge, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profoundly contemplative upon this grand formation, crafted from rare precious materials. Mingxian, can this teleportation array reach other residences? He asked suddenly. Mingxian inclined his head respectfully. Yes, but without a corresponding receiving array it will only transport users a limited distance. Reaching Xinhua residence may prove unfeasible, but Ganling residence poses no obstacle. Chuan nodded slightly. Excellent. Rest for a time. Then accompany me to Ganling residence in half a month to select a site for another teleportation array. Yes, father. Mingxian replied with deep reverence. The 4 district ascension pavilions continued their usual bustle, crowded, vibrant, teeming with independent cultivators, scions of noble families, and myriad others. At a tea table on the first floor, several familiar independent cultivators conversed in low tones. Brotherly, I feel as though I've been absent for some time, yet this ascension pavilion seems subtly changed. A slender cultivator sipped his spirit-infused tea, glancing questioningly at his companion. Brotherly, the middle-aged cultivator, narrowed his eyes faintly and smiled calmly. Naturally, the pavilion's arrays have been replaced, so its aura has inevitably shifted. What arrays replaced them? What rank are they? I am no array master. How would I know? Yet they must be at least 3rd rank mid-grade, given the Ascension Pavilion's significance to the Su clan. The slender cultivator's eyes flickered, uncertain thoughts playing across his features. At the entrance to the Eastern District Ascension Pavilion, 2 young scions from an external noble house passed by, one remarking, "The Su clan's wealth truly knows no bounds. Not only have they renewed both inner and outer city defensive arrays, but even the arrays governing their commercial enterprises have been upgraded. Who could have summoned such a master arrayist? Could it be Lord Song of the Song clan? I've heard whispers of this too. Some claim they saw a black-robed figure arranging the arrays, though none discerned his identity. So mysterious. Could he be a master arrayist from another residence? Or perhaps even a demonic sect arrayist? Possibly. Others speculate he is one of the Su clan's core elders, Mingxian. Did he not depart for Xinhua residence to seek tutelage? Has he returned? Unclear. The man waved dismissively. Enough of this. Let us enter quickly. I hope to secure a mid-grade void-clarifying pill this time, so I may advance swiftly to late foundation establishment and earn greater resources within my clan. Somewhere within the Tiansong mountain range, the Song clan's ancestral lands. Within a secluded meditation chamber. Elder brother, Yunxi City has been exceptionally active these past months. Both inner and outer city defensive arrays, plus the arrays of enterprises like the Ascension Pavilion, have all been renovated. I suspect my disciple Mingxian has returned. Song Fengheng addressed the middle-aged cultivator seated cross-legged upon a cold jade bed opposite him. This man was Song Fengyan, the Song clan patriarch, and widely hailed as the foremost array master in the entire Tiansong residence. Yet now that Mingxian had returned, that title might soon change hands. Have you inspected the arrays? What rank are they? Song Fengyan asked without opening his eyes, his voice calm and measured. Song Fengheng paused, hesitating momentarily. What? Is there something you cannot speak of, eh? It is simply difficult to believe. Song Fengheng sighed softly. I visited the eastern district of Yunxi City. From afar the array appears unassuming, yet it radiates a terrifying presence. Our Song clan's ancestral protective array falls short of it. 3rd rank peak. Song Fengyan's eyes snapped open, 2 streaks of azure light erupting forth. Impossible. How old is he? I have lingered at 3rd rank high grade longer than he has lived, and 3rd rank arrays grow exponentially more profound with each tier. He may have entered 3rd rank and his comprehension may have sharpened, yet in just a few years 3rd rank high grade is the utmost conceivable limit. How could he possibly grasp a complete 3rd rank peak formation? Elder brother, you must accept that genius abounds in this world, and Mingxian is precisely such an array prodigy, mastering 3rd rank mid-grade arrays while still in foundation establishment. Even our Song clan's founding ancestor never accomplished that. Now the Su clan has risen irrevocably. Surpassing the Tiansong sect is merely a matter of time. With full support from the Su clan, Mingxian's mastery of 4th rank arrays is inevitable, even achievable during the Golden Core stage. His path in array arts will extend far beyond that of our founding ancestor. I was indeed clinging to appearances. Song Fengyan sighed faintly, then fell into thoughtful silence before saying, Go retrieve the artifact left by our elder ancestor, and deliver it to him. Perhaps he alone can unravel the ancestral prohibition. Big brother, have you lost your senses? Song Fengheng exclaimed in shock. That is the most treasured relic left by our Tsang family's ancestor. You would hand it over to Su Mingxian to ponder. Did we not agree that he would help complete the clan's incomplete fourth-rank array? Be calm. Facing Tsang Fenghang's agitation, Tsang Fengyan said, our Tsang family is tightly entwined with the Tiansong sect. If the Su family truly goes to war with the Tiansong sect, can we remain aloof? The seals upon that object are unfathomably subtle, requiring enormous deductive prowess. Our family lacks such ability, hence we entrusted it to another. All we ask is his promise should he succeed in breaking the treasure box's seals, and if the contents prove to be an array inheritance, have him make a copy for the Tsang family. So that is your plan, big brother. Also have him copy the fragment of the fourth-rank array and send it along as I understand, big brother. Leave this to me. After all, I occupy the honor of being Mingxian's teacher. I can speak for him more easily. Very well, it's entrusted to you, Ahang. And make clear that if the Su family moves to act against the Tiansong sect, our Tsang family can offer support. After all, most of the Tiansong sect's great arrays were laid by our ancestors. We would find them easier to decipher. If Kurong Jinjuan is not foolish, he will not refuse our goodwill. Song Fengheng nodded slightly. He sighed inwardly. The great Tiansong sect had stood here for millennia, and yet now it seemed on the verge of formally retreating from the stage of history. Soon after, Tsang Fengheng cupped his hands in farewell and left the quiet chamber. Tsang Fengyan had recently secluded himself to refine a divine technique to perfection, hoping it might grant him greater assurance when he later strove to attain a nascent soul. The Mo family patriarch had attained a nascent soul. Su Chuan could contend with nascent souls through sword arrays. The Su family's grand elder, Mo, you had transformed in appearance. Moreover, in Yunchi City, a mysterious demonic cultivator had succeeded in forming a nascent soul. One development after another stirred Tiansong Prefecture into unprecedented activity. Many Golden Core practitioners, newly complete, were restless. Naturally, they were not foolish enough to rashly attempt nascent soul breakthroughs. After all, this differs from pushing for the Golden Core. Failure at the Golden Core stage only requires further accumulation and patience, but failure in the nascent soul tribulation against the inner demon results in certain death and the annihilation of one's Tao. Within the Tiansong sect, Qingmu Jinjuan and Bingxian Jinjuan were also in seclusion, fully absorbed in comprehending divine techniques. If either could successfully form a nascent soul, much of the sect's crisis would be resolved. Much as the Tiansong sect had been wary of the Mo family patriarch and dared not provoke him too far should the sect produce a new nascent soul cultivator, the Su family, unless intent on mutual destruction, would not dare act recklessly. Indeed, unless the disparity was overwhelming, killing a nascent soul was exceedingly difficult. At the Su mansion beneath the Kurong tree, Su Chuan continued his daily solitary cultivation. Aside from rare pills that required his personal hand, other alchemical wares and array talismans were crafted by others. Whether matters of the Su mansion or of Yunchi City, he no longer needed to manage them himself. He enjoyed tranquil freedom each day. If one were a wandering cultivator, even upon reaching the Golden Core, one would still worry about resources for later cultivation and be forced to travel and toil. Venturing out with others to inspect tombs or caves could invite betrayal or the pressure of powerful Golden Core figures from other sects and clans. Over the past year, Su Chuan was not far from the pinnacle of the third layer of the Golden Core. Inevitably, he would encounter a bottleneck. However, with the Jinyuan Dan at hand, he had little cause for anxiety. In terms of divine techniques, his grasp of the true meaning of life and death had not advanced. He remained some distance from genuine mastery. If fully realized, the life and death divine technique would surely astonish. He vaguely felt that this life and death art exceeded the scope of ordinary divine techniques, and might rightly be called a great divine technique. Generally, unless one belonged to a top nascent soul force or encountered an extraordinary opportunity, a Golden Core practitioner would hardly touch a great divine technique. Even among nascent soul cultivators, it was rare. Yet Su Chuan, by virtue of the Destiny Constitution talents, Kurong Shengmia and Tiandao Chouqin, had set foot on the path of originating his own great divine technique. This, however, promised to be a very long road. Among his other arts, Yimu Qingguang Dun finally matured after his protective technique was completed. Zhuiying Xi Yuying Dun and Qianyan Shu had each grasped parts of their true essences. Full mastery was only a matter of time. The Xiantian Lian Shin Ju, the Qian Shin Ju, and the spiritual sense arcana were all stuck at bottlenecks. To make great strides would likely require his spiritual sense to reach the nascent soul tier, at which point rapid advancement would follow. Regrettably, the second layer of Xiantian Lian Shin Ju had not yet been perfected. Otherwise, he might use a spiritual sense crystal to attempt a breakthrough to nascent soul level spiritual sense. His earlier rapid progress had come from the depth of Su Chuan's spiritual sense foundation combined with innate talent. Even during Qi refining and foundation establishment, his spiritual sense had been of a limit-breaking caliber. Each time he shattered a limit, his spiritual sense foundation deepened another layer. The later the breakthrough, the greater the consequence. My foundation in divine techniques may well compare to a nascent soul cultivator who has trained for centuries. Such figures might only have one technique perfected and a second nearing completion. Protective and escape arts are life-saving in crucial moments, while I must continue to refine them. Several days later in Yunxi City, the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Chen Chang'e sat at the head seat attending to the affairs of the mansion and the city. A retainer suddenly reported that Song Fengheng of the Tsang family had come to pay a visit. Chen Chang'e paused in slight surprise. Song Fengheng was an elder of the Tiansong sect. Given the present tensions between the Tiansong sect and the Su family, his appearance here seemed unexpected. Yet he had once been Su Mingxian's master and had the gratitude owed for teaching and guidance. For that reason, he was a figure of special status. Chen Chang'e dared not be remiss and immediately had attendants lead Song Fengheng into the hall and offer tea. After brief pleasantries, Chen Chang'e came straight to the point. Fellow Taoist Song, what brings you here? He then joked, perhaps you intend to relocate your clan to Yunxi City. Song Fengheng wore a simple green robe, his beard and hair were white, and his face gaunt, yet his eyes remained lucid and wise. City Lord Chen, you jest, he waved and smiled. I came because I heard my disciple Mingxian may have returned from Xianyue. I wish to pay my respects and catch up. Chen Chang'e was inwardly startled, but maintained a composed expression and asked with mild surprise, oh, fellow Taoist Song, how did you learn of Elder Mingxian's return? Is it true? Song Fengheng stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Chen Chang'e fell silent, which to Song Fengheng was answer enough. He smiled and said gently, it is only my conjecture. After all, the interior and exterior city arrays have been replaced, and even the Ascension Pavilion's formations were upgraded. Such work could not be the doing of an ordinary formation master. Qingya Zhenren is a friend of mine, I am well aware of his arraying skill. He paused, then continued, to spur such an exhaustive overhaul of the city's formations apart from insiders, few would invest such energy and care. If my clan had or I had undertaken it, leaving aside the quality of the formations, the scale and number of updates alone would have taken at least 2 years, perhaps longer. Seeing Chen Chang'e remain unmoved, Song Fengheng grew solemn. In truth, beyond visiting Mingxian, I bring a treasure to present to the Su family and wish to discuss a transaction. Chen Chang'e, sensing no deceit, hesitated briefly and said, very well, please wait while I inform our lord. Thank you, City Lord Chuan. Chen Chang'e used a transmission token to contact Su Chuan and explain the matter. Shortly after, Su Chuan's calm voice replied, since fellow Taoist Song has come in person, bring him to the main hall of the Su mansion for a conversation. Yes, master. Chen Chang'e smiled and told Song Fengheng, fellow Taoist Song, the lord has consented, accompany me to the Su mansion. My thanks, City Lord Chuan. Chen Chang'e led Song Fengheng to the Su mansion. Servants awaited inside and escorted the two to the main hall. In the hall, Su Chuan sat at the head seat. Su Mingxian, clad in a moon-white robe, occupied the left lower seat. Fellow Taoist Song, long time no see. Su Chuan smiled and gestured, please be seated. Su Mingxian rose and stepped forward, cupping his fist. Mingxian pays respects to his master. Song Fengheng regarded Su Mingxian, a faint complex expression crossing his eyes. No need for excessive ceremony. I am greatly pleased that your cultivation has broken through to the golden core, he said. However, your present mastery of formations has far surpassed mine. I can no longer properly act as your master. Once a teacher, always a teacher, Su Mingxian replied. Su Mingxian said, the debt of teaching I received remains forever engraved in my heart. Everyone took their seats. The maidservants offered tea and withdrew. Su Chuan came straight to the point. Elder Chen told me that fellow Taoist Song brings a treasure to present and wishes to discuss a transaction. Please speak plainly. Song Fengheng's expression turned serious as he produced 2 items from his sleeve. One was a plain jade box about a foot square, neither metal nor would its texture warm and smooth. Its surface was engraved with ancient and fine runes and faintly contained a flowing light, clearly no common object. The other was a blue-green jade slip. Its surface was engraved with ancient and fine runes and faintly contained a flowing light, clear. The jade box bristled with sealing formations. Su Mingxian inspected it briefly and revealed a look of surprise. Most wondrous seals. These seals must have existed for at least 1,000 years. Whoever laid these seals was surely a 4th-rank array master, exceptionally skilled in the art of sealing. At these words, Su Chuan's eyes shimmered slightly. Mingxian, keen insight. Song Fengheng stroked his beard and smiled. This jade box was left by the ancestor of the Song family. It is our most precious heirloom, said, to carry his legacy. For countless years, generations of array prodigies in our clan have tried and failed to break its seals. The box's sealing art is profoundly subtle. Only very high formation comprehension and powerful deductive ability can unravel it. As for what lies within, our descendants suppose it to be an array inheritance, but the ancestor never specified. It might be an array legacy or some other rare treasure. On behalf of the Song family, I wish to present this box to Mingxian. Su Chuan smiled faintly and said, fellow Taoist Song, this treasure is indeed precious. No matter, once my family has chosen, we shall not turn back, Song Fengheng replied with a hand to his beard. However, if Mingxian is fortunate enough to break the seals and the contents prove related to array inheritance, I would presumptuously implore the Su family to make a copy and return one to the Song family, so that our descendants might complete and preserve the ancestor's legacy. He then pointed to the blue-green jade slip. This jade slip is a rubbing of a jade slip left by our aunt. It records a fragment of a fourth-rank array, equally inscrutable. For 1,000 years our descendants have been unable to complete it. An incomplete array, eh? Su Chuan asked in surprise. I have heard your ancestor was a famed fourth-rank array master. How could he leave a fourth-rank fragment? Perhaps it was meant to protect the Song family, Song Fengheng said, shaking his head with a light sigh. Then he asked, Kurongzhenjuan, would you accept these? Su Chuan's gaze flickered in thought. Both items would be of considerable use to Su Mingxian, but he said, fellow Taoist Song, first state plainly what transaction you seek with the Su family. Song Fengheng's eyes swept over Su Chuan and Su Mingxian, and he nodded slightly. First, I ask Mingxian to break the seals, complete the fragmentary array, and reveal the full nature of what the ancestor left. Second, given the present situation, the Song family wishes to form an alliance with Yunchi City. If the Su family seeks to supplant the Tiansong sect, my family can be of great assistance. After all, most of the Tiansong sect's formations were left by my clan's ancestor array masters. At these words, the air in the hall seemed to momentarily tense. Surprise flashed across Su Chuan's eyes as he fixed Song Fengheng with a steady gaze and said slowly, fellow Taoist Song, your words truly surprise me. The Tiansong sect was founded by your ancestor and has endured for over 2,000 years. The Song family is deeply embedded within it. Would you truly watch it be destroyed? Song Fengheng revealed a deep helplessness and sentimentality. Lord Su, where in this world is there a sect that stands eternal? If my family's descendants had the strength, why would we allow the sect's power to fall into the hands of another clan? Su Chuan understood at once that he referred to the Shi family affair. Our ancestor founded the Tiansong sect and once brought it to glory, yet now, though it bears the name, the Shi family has long held sway. Many of our clan are marginalized and cannot hold core positions. Had it not been for our clan's proficiency in formations and the great use we offer the sect, we might already have been expelled from Tiansong Prefecture. The sect is sapped to vigor, failing to strive forward while suppressing others. Decay cannot sustain itself, only by breaking and rebuilding can new strength arise. Only by allowing a vigorous, broad-minded new force like the Su family to take the helm can Tiansong Prefecture truly gain fresh vitality and hope. This is not about cruelty or kindness, but about the tides of the times. It is also to seek a new path for the Song family's future. Su Chuan remained silent and privately transmitted to Su Mingxian. Mingxian, what do you think? Su Mingxian had been examining the jade box. At his father's question, he answered, Father, the box's sealing is extraordinarily subtle. Its rune structure is ancient and profound, ringed and interlocked, more sophisticated than anything I saw in Xianyue sect. The Song ancestor was famed for formations, but he may have been most skilled in the art of sealing, perhaps inheriting an arcane ancient sealing tradition. The thing within may well be that inheritance. If it can be cracked, it would greatly elevate my skill in sealing arts. Even if not, anything safeguarded by such seals must be extraordinary. Its value would be incalculable. As for the fourth-rank fragment, with my deductive ability comparable to a fourth-rank array master, the hope of completing it is great, though it will require careful study. Su Chuan listened and already had his calculations. Had Song Fengheng come empty-handed seeking alliance, the Su family might not have accepted him so readily. Presenting these items was plainly meant to increase bargaining power. After a moment's reflection, he told Song Fengheng, I am honored by your trust in the Su family. I will accept these two items on Mingxian's behalf. The earlier proposal is agreed. But remember, fellow Taoist Song, allying with us requires that Yunchi City take the lead. Within 10 years, you must follow the Su family's directives. If you waver, the Su family will show no mercy. Song Fengheng rose and cupped his hands deeply. My thanks, Kurongzhenjuan. These words my Song family will remember." Then he turned to Su Mingxian and said, "These 2 items are entrusted to you to unravel and complete." Su Mingxian nodded slightly. Before arriving, Song Fengheng's heart had remained taut with tension. Now at last his spirit relaxed ever so slightly, and a serene, relieved smile spread across his face. Thus this old man may rest easy. There remain minor clan affairs to attend to. I cannot linger long. This one now takes his leave. May Taoist friend Song travel safely. Elder Chen, please escort him out. Su Chuan rose to see him off. Yes, Patriarch. With a formal bow, Song Fengheng departed gracefully, accompanied by Elder Chen Chang'e. Within the grand hall, Su Mingxian examined the 2 artifacts, then suddenly asked, "Father, the Song family has now pledged allegiance. Of the 4 supreme clans of Tiansong Prefecture, only the Shi clan remains. When do we move against Tiansong sect? If its elders learn of this, surely many golden core cultivators will secretly defect to our Su clan. And clans like the Lu clan, long vassals of Tiansong sect, will likely switch sides mid-battle." "A fallen tree leaves its monkeys scattered," Su Chuan remarked calmly. "As for when to dismantle it, there is no rush. Even a desperate rabbit bites back. How much more so a nascent soul cultivator nearing his end, grievously wounded? Such a being unburdened by fear or consequence would be terrifying." "You speak truly, Father," Su Mingxian nodded faintly. "The Shi clan is currently Lord Shi Daoyun's greatest vulnerability. Their very existence restrains him from acting rashly. Yet Lord Shi Daoyun knows his own demise draws near, and understands perfectly the precarious state of both Tiansong sect and the Shi clan. Would he truly lose all reason? He would." Su Chuan affirmed firmly, "Once he secures a safe path for the Shi clan, that will be the moment he comes for us, the Su clan. That will be his self-chosen funeral." Su Mingxian paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Seeing this, Su Chuan gave a wry smile. "Tell me, if you had reigned supreme for a millennium, would you allow yourself to fade quietly into oblivion within your own cultivation chamber, undone by illness and injury?" "He wishes to die in battle." Su Mingxian grasped it instantly. "And hopes thereby to cripple our Su clan. Should MOU suffer grave injury, or you, Father, the allied clans would surely harbor doubts and ambitions. Tiansong Prefecture would descend into chaos for at least another decade, and the Shi clan would gain precious breathing room." "Yet Lord Shi Daoyun overestimates himself," Su Mingxian mused lightly. "The 5-element celestial array I have deployed is no mere trifle. It cannot be breached by a half-disabled nascent soul cultivator at the early stage of cultivation. What worries me is that we may have no choice but to fight. Why, oi, you know well how a dying man rages. Call me Father. If he fails to shatter Yunshi City's protective array, he will simply take position before its gates, slaughtering every soul who dares enter or depart." Su Mingxian's expression shifted instantly. "If our Su clan cowers within for years waiting for him to wither, we shall never truly command Tiansong Prefecture thereafter. Nor do we possess such time. With Father's imminent return, encountering Lord Shi Daoyun besieging the city would be most perilous. Thus Lord Shi Daoyun must fall by the hand of a Su clansman. Only then will the transfer of authority from old to new be complete and absolute. If Lord Shi Daoyun fights to the death, his strength may peak, or even surpass it. Can MOU No, but a 4th-rank Azure Dragon's body is no ordinary vessel. To wound him severely is no simple feat. Hence I suspect his true target is me." "Father, you mean to join the fray, eh?" Su Mingxian cried out, his face paling. "Impossible. Your life sustains the very existence of our Su clan. How can you risk it so recklessly?" "Foolish child," Su Chuan chuckled, gently tapping his son's head. "Do you imagine your father a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse? Rest assured, I never act without certainty. His end approaches swiftly." "I trust you, Father," Su Mingxian replied. "Yet I beg you, exercise utmost caution. Our Su clan shall forever need your guidance. I know great sects and powerful clans carry their own inherent flaws. Given time, factions inevitably splinter, especially bloodline-based clans which divide along kinship lines. Should I pass, you stand ready to uphold the Su clan's might. Yet centuries hence divergence is inevitable, even fracturing into several independent branches." Su Mingxian fell silent. Su Chuan laid a hand upon his shoulder and grinned. "Your father seeks immortality, not self-destruction. Should mortal danger arise, I would rather retreat to a single city, enduring mockery and slander without flinching. I would wait until I stand peerless beneath heaven, then emerge to purge the world with overwhelming force." Su Mingxian laughed, yet his tone soon turned solemn once more. "So long as you live, Father, we live, and the Su clan shall never disperse." "Very well. These 2 artifacts shall serve you well. Study them deeply. This son takes his leave. Half a month passed like a breath. In a secluded meditation chamber, Su Mingxian devoted several hours each day, his spiritual consciousness sinking wholly into the jade box gifted by the Tsang clan. The jade box hovered silently above an altar reinforced by formation arrays. Ancient restriction patterns flowed across its surface, like living things shifting with languid, deliberate grace. Together they formed a seamless, near-perfect restriction loop. It possesses sentience. Su Mingxian's heart surged with shock. He attempted to dissect it. Yet its profundity far exceeded expectation, layer upon layer interwoven, endlessly mutable. Though seemingly logical at first glance, closer scrutiny revealed only mist-shrouded ambiguity. Each time he neared what seemed the core, the formation lines subtly shifted, leaving him momentarily adrift, unable to grasp even a foothold. Truly magnificent restriction art. The Tsang clan's founding ancestor must have attained mastery in restriction arts beyond compare, far surpassing ordinary fourth-rank formation masters. Su Mingxian felt a chill of awe. Finding no entry point, he turned instead to the azure jade slip containing a fragmented fourth-rank formation. Its diagrams were extraordinarily intricate, marred by numerous lacunae, I-Chi pathways ruptured repeatedly. A profoundly difficult ancient formation indeed. Yet something unsettled him. He began forcing its extrapolation, striving to reconstruct its full design. The manner in which this broken Qi circulation loop reconnects, and the underlying logic governing this cluster of missing formation glyphs. His brow furrowed faintly. His fingers unconsciously traced patterns in midair. Within his mind, certain local structures of the fragmented formation faintly resonated with subtle shifts observed on the jade box's outer restriction lattice. It feels familiar. Could it embody the same aesthetic essence, the same stylistic signature, as the jade box's restriction art? This insight electrified him. He abandoned attempts to restore the formation entirely, shifting instead to treat the fragmented diagram as a cipher, or a schematic, to be decoded. He focused intently on structural parallels and dynamic patterns possibly linked to the jade box's restrictions. As his analysis deepened, more clues emerged, each confirming the other. Those seemingly impassable breaks in the formation's Qi flow, interpreted through the lens of restriction theory, coalesced into an alternate, logically coherent pathway. Those baffling redundancies or anomalous glyph arrangements, when viewed through the framework of restriction systems, revealed themselves as critical trigger points or protective mechanisms. I see. A brilliant light flashed in Su Mingxian's eyes, clarity flooding his mind. This is no mere fragmented fourth-rank formation. Or rather, its surface presents an unsolvable fragment, yet its true heart conceals with exquisite subtlety an exceptionally refined restriction methodology, encoded within formation logic itself. And this methodology most likely holds the key to unlocking the jade box. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He murmured, awestruck, what a masterstroke by the Tsang clan's founding ancestor. To embed the solution to such a profound restriction within a seemingly unrelated formation, so obliquely, so ingeniously. The jade box's restriction is flawless and profound. Even Elder Xian Yu would struggle to unravel it without the correct method. And should one attempt forced breach without proper technique, its contents would certainly self-destruct, a standard safeguard among formation masters. Many of the Su clan's major arrays incorporate similar failsafes. Disturb one critical node, and a chain reaction ensues. Given the scale of the Su clan's defensive arrays, such detonation would claim all lives below the nascent soul realm, and even top-tier defensive treasures might tear asunder. The Tsang clan's founding ancestor spared no effort. Fearing posthumous covetousness, he concealed his legacy behind this veil of obscurity. Alas, his descendants misinterpreted it entirely, devoting millennia to restoring the fragmented formation, yet never grasping its deeper intent. Had they uncovered its secret, even if one generation failed, successive efforts over centuries might yet yield the key to unlocking the jade box and claiming his inheritance. What manner of restriction lineage could compel such extraordinary caution? Su Mingxian whispered to himself. Sentient restriction art. I have never encountered it before. Though he had pierced the mystery, extrapolating the restriction method from the fragmented formation remained arduous. Even with confidence in eventual success, the process would demand no less than half a year. Chuan was perpetually immersed, either refining a divine ability or mastering a new one. Su Mingxian was no different. The path of formation arts is boundless. Restriction arts, too, are infinitely mutable, requiring years of diligent study and synthesis. Within the entire Su clan, these two were indisputably its busiest souls. Next came Su Delying. Su Mingxian settled his mind, retrieved blank jade slips, and began meticulously recording, deconstructing, and reassembling his deductions. This demanded immense calculation, simulation, and trial and error, progress measured only step by steady step. Days later, Chuan transmitted a message summoning Su Mingxian. He intended to depart for Tanling Prefecture. Beneath Su Manor within the subterranean transmission plaza, Su Mingxian disclosed his insights regarding the jade box and the fragmented formation. Chuan reacted with genuine astonishment. Such profound interconnection exists between them. Then the artifact within may well be the foundational legacy that launched the Tsang clan's founding ancestor to greatness. This son shares that belief. Upon completing the task you entrusted, I shall enter seclusion and devote myself fully to deducing the restriction method, cracking the jade box's seal. I trust you will succeed, but do not neglect daily cultivation. Understood, Father. Su Mingxian smiled. Thanks to my ascension to the golden core realm, my innate talent has blossomed. My cultivation pace is no longer slow. This son shares that belief. Upon completing the task you entrusted, I shall enter seclusion and devote myself fully to deducing the restriction method, cracking the jade box. Such speed is astonishing, truly worthy of a talent inherently designed to augment cultivation. Only now does it reveal its full potential. Chuan smiled faintly. Perhaps in time you may even surpass both your father and Delying. Half a stick of incense later, the colossal transmission array beneath Su Manor blazed with intense radiance. Spatial energy churned violently. Chuan and Su Mingxian stood within its center and vanished in a flash of blinding light. Tanling Prefecture, a desolate, jagged mountain range. Space rippled abruptly. Then two figures materialized, their footing momentarily unsteady. They were Chuan and Su Mingxian, having arrived via long-range transmission. The moment they appeared, Chuan's formidable divine sense spread outward like liquid mercury, silently encompassing nearly 100 li in all directions. Where are we? Though Chuan had once wandered Tanling Prefecture disguised as the white-browed Taoist, he had frequented only inhabited regions. This mountain range was utterly unfamiliar. Yet some 70 to 80 li eastward, 7 or 8 chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy clashed violently, shouts and cries echoing faintly through the air. Combat to the east. Chuan smiled faintly. Perfect. We shall inquire for directions. His mind stirred subtly, bones and facial contours shifted with soft, almost imperceptible cracks, transforming him instantly into an unremarkable middle-aged man. His gaze sharp, faintly sullen. Su Mingxian had long grown accustomed to such feats. Chuan glanced at him and smiled. Let me alter your appearance as well. With that, he extended his hand, hovering it lightly above Su Mingxian's shoulder, channeling his life-death art into his son's body. Su Mingxian felt his vitality swiftly drawn away, coalescing into a green orb within him. Instantly wrinkles etched his skin, faint age spots bloomed across his cheeks, his raven hair whitened strand by strand, and a foot-long beard, snow white at the tips streaked with gray, sprouted from his chin. Combined with his naturally serene demeanor, he now resembled an ancient cultivator, ethereal, venerable, yet veiled in enigmatic depth. To revert, simply shatter the orb of vitality within your dantian, using your spiritual energy, and you shall return to your true form. Father's techniques grow ever more profound. Su Mingxian gazed at his hands, fine lines now tracing their surface. Mastery of vitality manipulation reaches only this far, but recently I acquired the thousand-face art capable of reshaping one's visage completely, as I have just done. At peak cultivation, it can mask one's aura, divine sense, and even dantian, allowing total impersonation. Should you wish, I can transmit it to you. No need, Father. Divine abilities demand profound dedication. I am already immersed in the study of formation arts. Su Mingxian paused thoughtfully. Yet this secret art would suit our clan's shadow division exceedingly well. You've disowned my intent. I sought this art precisely for that purpose, though it ranks alongside divine abilities and proves exceedingly difficult to master. Once I attain perfection, I shall simplify it, enabling even chi condensation cultivators to practice it. Otherwise, it demands at minimum foundation establishment at the late stage, or even golden core cultivation. And achieving true mastery and consummation may elude even golden core cultivators. Where did you acquire such a formidable art? Su Mingxian asked, curiosity piqued. From the Other Shore Assassin Organization. I subdued a golden core true lord assassin and infiltrated Other Shore, gaining access to many of its cultivation methods and secret arts. Su Mingxian recoiled in shock. We shall discuss this further later. Let us proceed to observe. Yes, Father. Su Mingxian nodded, his voice steady. Chuan led the way toward the source of the clashing energies. Su Mingxian followed closely behind. 70 to 80 li, Mere moments elapsed before they arrived. Within a relatively sheltered mountain hollow, two factions stood locked in fierce confrontation. Brilliant lights, flashing magical treasures, colliding, combat raging fiercely. At the hollow's center stood a singular 3-foot-tall plant, its stem and leaves crimson as fresh blood, its petals edged with tiny dancing flames. A third-rank spirit herb blood flame flower. Rare indeed. Judging by its aura, it has matured for over 1,000 years. Mingxian fortune favors us. Chuan's gaze rested upon the blood flame flower as he transmitted a faint smiling voice directly into his son's mind. The two opposing sides, for figures clad in dark red robes, exuded varying auras. Some radiated the bloodthirsty energy, while others emanated demonic energy. On the other side, 5 individuals wore differently styled black robes, surrounded by a faint aura of Yin energy. The cultivation levels of both sides ranged between the mid and late stages of foundation establishment, with their leaders having achieved complete foundation establishment. Chuan and his companion did not deliberately conceal their presence, suddenly appearing in the air at the edge of the valley. Their arrival immediately alerted both parties engaged in battle. Almost simultaneously, both sides quickly separated. They each retreated several meters, pausing the fight, and looked at the unexpected guests with uncertainty. Upon realizing they could not discern the true cultivation levels of the middle-aged man and the old man, sensing only an unfathomable depth, both sides displayed a heavy sense of vigilance and unease. After a moment of stalemate, the leading cultivator from the dark red-robed side, a rugged-faced man, shifted his gaze and took the initiative to clasp his fists, speaking with a tone of testing and a hint of arrogance. Esteemed friends, please. I am Sima Yin, a steward of the Sima family from the Greedy Wolf Mansion. Today my Sima family and several friends from the ancient ghost city have discovered this blood flame flower and are discussing its ownership. I wonder what advice the esteemed friends have as you pass through this place. He deliberately emphasized his identity and the origin of the others to intimidate them. Among the black-robed individuals, an elderly man with a sinister appearance snorted coldly and replied, "Indeed, this concerns the matters between our ancient ghost city and the Sima family. If you two are just passing by, we kindly ask for your convenience." Although he felt apprehensive, his tone remained firm. After all, ancient ghost city was the foremost power under the greedy wolf sect, above the 3 major families. In their view, the sudden appearance of the 2 individuals, despite their enigmatic and unfathomable aura, appeared ordinary, not resembling members of major sects or prominent families. They seemed more like high-level rogue cultivators without significant backing. Hearing this, Chuan curled his lips into a cold smile, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd below, akin to observing a swarm of ants. Sima family, ancient ghost city, he repeated softly, as if savoring the words. Immediately afterward, a terrifying pressure, vast as the abyss and heavy as a mountain, descended without warning. The pressure of the golden core. Boom. The invisible force instantly enveloped the entire valley. The 9 foundation establishment cultivators below felt a sudden halt in their breathing, as though struck in the chest, their internal spiritual energy suddenly becoming thick and stagnant, while their souls experienced a stabbing pain. The weaker ones found their legs turning to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant, filled with horror. Any one of them could be a golden core cultivator. What terrible luck. Senior, please calm your anger. This junior was blind and offended you. Sima Yin reacted, the quickest beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he hurriedly bowed deeply, his voice trembling. The elder from ancient ghost city also turned pale repeatedly, saying, "Please forgive us, senior. We no longer desire this blood flame flower and willingly offer it to you. Please, senior, consider the face of our ancient ghost city and do not hold us to account." The rest remained silent, bowing deeply, not daring to breathe. "What I encounter becomes mine, offering me my own possessions is ridiculous." Chuan's tone was flat. "It was my junior's slip of the tongue. This is naturally your senior." The ancient ghost city elder suddenly started, immediately changing his tone, his back already slightly damp. "Open the storage bags and leave all the items inside, or else die." Upon hearing this, everyone trembled. Their eyes flashed with unwillingness, anger, and humiliation, but they hesitated, not making a move. At this moment, Su Mingxian, who had been silent and appeared ethereal, slowly stepped forward. A similar overwhelming pressure of the golden core spread, faintly resonating with Chuan's pressure, forming an even greater oppression. 2 golden cores. At this point, the last strands of hope in everyone's hearts were completely shattered. Before the 2 golden core cultivators, they were no different from lambs awaiting slaughter. "Obey." Obeying orders. Sima Yin gritted his teeth, trembling hands, removing his storage bag and dumping its contents of spiritual herbs, minerals, beast materials, and most of the spirit stones onto the ground. Seeing this, the others could only endure the pain and follow suit, their hearts bleeding, yet not daring to hide anything. Soon a small pile of various resources accumulated on the ground of the valley. Though not an astounding fortune, it was still quite considerable. Chuan waved his sleeve, and an invisible force swept over, collecting all the items on the ground along with the blood flame flower. After finishing this, his gaze casually swept over, landing on a pale, young demonic cultivator among the 5 from ancient Ghost City. "You come here." The young demonic cultivator trembled all over, flying over in trepidation and bowing, saying, "What orders do you have, senior? What mountain range is this? What cities are nearby?" Chuan inquired. The young man dared not conceal anything, quickly answering, "Reporting to you, senior, this is the Bone Desolation mountain range, located at the southwestern edge of the Greedy Wolf Mansion. About 3,000 miles to the east, there is a Bone Desolation city, which is the largest gathering place for cultivators in this area. About 10,000 miles south, there is the Sea Mountain city of the Greedy Wolf Mansion. Bone Desolation mountain range. Bone Desolation city. Sea Mountain city." Chuan quietly repeated, already having an understanding in his heart. It was a bit farther than expected, but fortunately 10,000 miles was not too long a distance. "All of you can leave." Chuan waved his hand. The young man felt as if a great reprieve had come, repeatedly bowing, "Thank you for sparing my life, senior." He then turned around without looking back, transforming into a streak of dark light, and fleeing, while the others from ancient Ghost City followed him as they flew north. The 4 from the Sima family, seeing this, fled towards the northwest. Fearing that they might change their minds, they hastened their escape. In the blink of an eye, only Chuan and Su Mingxian remained in the valley. "Father, why didn't you kill them?" Su Mingxian curiously asked, as he did not believe his father to be a merciful person. "Fate has its purpose." Chuan smiled lightly. "You wait here for a moment. I will first transplant that blood flame flower." "Yes, father." Su Mingxian understood Chuan's intention. He had deliberately let them go. Although they were humiliated by the golden cores, they originated from the foremost power of the Greedy Wolf Mansion and would not let this go easily. As for revenge, unless it was from a nascent soul, everyone else would be merely delivering food to Chuan. Chuan's figure flickered and vanished into thin air, entering the Su clan's cave heaven. He transplanted the Millennium Blood Flame flower into the cave's medicinal garden and nourished it slightly with life energy to ensure its vitality. Following that, he swiftly returned to the outside world. "Father, that cave heaven is truly miraculous. No matter where you go, you can enter it with a thought. If one day our Su family could all do the same, how wonderful would that be? Perhaps that day will come." Chuan smiled gently, and then added, "Let's go to Sea Mountain City." The 2 turned into 2 inconspicuous streaks of light, sweeping towards the southern horizon. After more than an hour, the 2 entered Sea Mountain City. As for the fleeing Sima family and ancient Ghost City members, after confirming they had escaped far enough and were safe, they almost simultaneously halted their escape. Sima Yan's face was as dark as water as he took out a specially made communication talisman, gritting his teeth as he said, "The family is aware that we encountered 2 unfamiliar golden core rogue cultivators in the Bone Desolation mountain range who forcibly robbed us of our resources. This includes a Millennium Blood Flame flower. One is a middle-aged man, the other appears as an old man, both in the early stage of golden core. They seem to be heading towards Bone Desolation City or Sea Mountain City." On the other side, the people from ancient Ghost City were likewise reporting. The Greedy Wolf Mansion's demonic power is intricately woven with fierce competition, emphasizing the survival of the fittest and the need for revenge. Being robbed by 2 suspected rogue golden cores not only resulted in loss of resources for the Sima family and ancient Ghost City, but also a significant loss of face. The news quickly spread through their respective channels, causing quite a stir around the Bone Desolation mountain range. Chuan and Su Mingxian settled in an inn in Sea Mountain City. Afterward, he contacted Xiaozhan. Within a single incense stick's time, Xiaozhan arrived before them. Looking at Chuan's face, he was surprised, but the connection from the soul restriction confirmed it without a doubt. The seemingly ordinary middle-aged cultivator before him was his master. "Greetings, esteemed master." Xiaozhan bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. Chuan carefully probed with his divine sense, feeling quite surprised, as he said, "You have reached great mastery in your divine abilities, thanks to the innate spiritual object granted by the esteemed master. That was earned by yourselves. All items acquired by the Demon Heaven Merchant Association belong to the esteemed master. What the esteemed master grants us is what belongs to us. You've become much more cunning over the years." Chuan remarked lightly. Su Mingxian was secretly astonished. He had not expected his father to have quietly established such power within the Greedy Wolf Mansion. When he was in Yunqi City, he had heard Yi Fan mention the name of the Demon Heaven Merchant Association. Its development was rapid, with more than 10 Golden Core cultivators in the association, led by Xiao Zhan, who was in the late stage of Golden Core, already the top power under the greedy wolf mansions, one sect, one city, three families. If this trend continues, catching up to the three major families of Sima, Nye, and Xiao will not take long. It's faster than I imagined. It seems that the last time I saw you, your divine abilities were not far from great master. I dare not conceal from the esteemed master, it is indeed so. Chuan smiled, gently. Breaking through is a good thing, but this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. I promised you last time that when your divine abilities reach great mastery, I would grant you a high-grade magic treasure. But it has only been nearly 2 years since then, and I do not yet possess a high-grade golden magic treasure. I also did not expect to see you so soon. You do not need to concern yourself with the high-grade magic treasure. Chuan raised his hand to stop him from continuing. This is my matter. There is no high-grade golden magic treasure flying sword, but I can grant you something that should be quite helpful. As he spoke, he stroked his storage ring, and a fist-sized snow-white skull flew out, emanating a few. Seeing this, Su Mingxian was also taken aback. This object is no weaker than a latest-stage Golden Core cultivator. This is a controlling secret method, remember it well. Chuan conveyed through divine sense. This object is troublesome. While it cannot enhance your strength, as long as you control it, you can effortlessly contend with latest-stage Golden Core cultivators, even ordinary Golden Core completions. Thank you, esteemed master. Xiao Zhan bowed deeply. In the future, when I acquire a high-grade golden magic treasure flying sword, I will retrieve this skull. Be careful not to feed it with flesh and blood. You are only controlling it, not refining it. If it reaches the peak of the 3rd stage, and I am not present, it can easily backfire. I will remember that. Now let's discuss serious matters. Chuan said, I wish to establish a large teleportation array to deepen the connection between the Merchant Association and my Yunxi city, so that we can be informed of the greedy wolf mansion's affairs in a timely manner for future arrangements. A teleportation array, Xiao Zhan exclaimed. There are only a handful of people in the entire Northwest capable of setting up such an array, and as for a teleportation array that can span across mansions, it is said that only the Xianyu mansion possesses such high-level experts. Choose a secure and secret underground location, follow his arrangements, and establish the teleportation array. Yes, esteemed master. Chuan thought for a moment, and then placed his palm on Su Mingxian, disguising him as a middle-aged man with a big beard, and said lightly, previously, I robbed the storage bags of a few Foundation Establishment juniors from the Sima family and Ancient Ghost City. If both families come looking for you, you handle it first. Once I finish setting up the teleportation array, I will inform them of the location. Understood, esteemed master. Xiao Zhan immediately clasped his fists. Su Mingxian then departed while Chuan remained in quiet cultivation. He estimated that this matter would take at least 1 to 2 months to conclude. Several days later, indeed, Golden Core cultivators from both Ancient Ghost City and the Sima family arrived in Sea Mountain City. However, Sea Mountain City was now under the control of the Demon Heaven Merchant Association, which also had considerable power, hence the cultivators from both families did not dare to act recklessly. Gu Xianyu broke through to the nascent soul stage and returned to Ancient Ghost City, where he learned that there were only a few individuals who had achieved breakthroughs. He consolidated his strength while quietly waiting for the right moment. In Sea Mountain City, at the City Lord's mansion, the blood-handed scholar, dressed in a scholar's blue robe with an elegant appearance and neat long fingers, sat at the main seat listening to the elders of both families recount their experiences in the Bone Desolation mountain range. Such a thing occurred. The blood-handed scholar, upon hearing this, lightly stroked his palm, astonished, as he said, those 2 rogue cultivators are indeed bold to offend both Ancient Ghost City and the Sima family at the same time. Rest assured, my Demon Heaven Merchant Association governs Sea Mountain City, and such lunatics will not be allowed to disturb the order. I will arrange for people to search for their traces throughout the city shortly. If any Golden Core cultivators matching the descriptions are found, we will notify your side immediately. The elder from Ancient Ghost City, a woman veiled in black and emanating a chilly aura, nodded slightly upon hearing this. Friend Shuo deeply understands righteousness. My Ancient Ghost City thanks you in advance. The Golden Core elder from the Sima family had a face full of flesh, speaking in a hoarse voice. We are entrusting this matter to you, Demon Heaven Merchant Association. If you can catch those 2 rats, my Sima family will surely reward you handsomely. This is a matter within my duty. There's no need for such rewards. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had passed. Deep within the Lord's mansion of Shanghai City, hundreds of zhang below the quiet meditation room of Xiao Zhan, a vast and solid underground space, had been quietly developed. The walls surrounding the space were set with restrictions to prevent divine sense probing. Being underground, even Golden Core cultivators would feel that their divine sense was heavily obstructed. After all, in certain terrains, even golden core cultivators could only probe downwards to depths of 10 to 20 zhang. Under normal circumstances, probing down 100 zhang would not pose much of a problem. Furthermore, the entrance to the underground plaza was concealed by a hidden formation only revealing itself with a special token. At this moment, in the center of the underground plaza, a teleportation array similar in scale to that of the Su family underground stood majestically. The array's base was firm, and the runes flowed, emanating stable and profound spatial fluctuations. Su Mingxian, clad in a black robe, stood at the core of the array, his expression focused. With both hands forming seals, he infused pure mana into the array's patterns, making final adjustments. After confirming there were no errors, he attempted to activate the teleportation array. With a low, resonant hum, the array's radiance intensified and spatial ripples spread outward. Su Mingxian's figure flashed as he stepped into the array. After a burst of bright light, his silhouette disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already in the Su family's underground teleportation plaza. It worked. I have finally completed what my father entrusted to me. Su Mingxian glanced around and murmured, however, my father had laid plans for the greedy wolf mansion so long ago. Such foresight and strategy are truly beyond ordinary comprehension. Transferring the pregnancy transaction to the ancient ghost city was likely to incite turmoil within the greedy wolf mansion, allowing the demon heaven chamber of commerce to benefit in the cracks and further strengthen itself. However, for the demon heaven chamber of commerce to dominate the greedy wolf mansion, it would not be easy, unless those two nascent souls were to perish. He pondered for a moment. Su Mingxian once again formed seals to activate the teleportation array. This was a protective measure he had set. In case this place was discovered by others without the hand seals, one would only be randomly teleported 1,000,000 miles away. Before long, the underground teleportation array of Shanghai City lit up once again, and Su Mingxian's figure reappeared. Xiaozhan, the teleportation array, is now connected. In the future, if there are urgent matters or important information, it can be directly transmitted to the underground teleportation plaza of Yushi City through this array. Thank you, friend. Xiaozhan also showed a delighted expression, but he was very curious about this person's identity. Throughout Tiannan, there were very few who could set up a teleportation array. I will relay this message to the master right away. Su Chuan received the message and soon arrived at the underground plaza. He clasped his hands behind his back and carefully surveyed the area, a look of appreciation on his face. Well done. With this array established, my Su family has truly driven a stake into the greedy wolf mansion, making future interventions much easier. Su Chuan nodded. Xiaozhan, who had been standing respectfully by the side, also showed a look of pride upon him. Su Chuan turned to look at Xiaozhan, his gaze deep. The time is almost right. You can notify them. The location will be set in the blood-withering forest 100 miles east of Shanghai City. The blood-withering forest is a notoriously dangerous area in the southern part of the greedy wolf mansion. The trees are sparse and bizarre, and the soil and stones are all dark red. It is said that ancient battlefield ruins are buried underground, constantly shrouded in a faint bloodthirsty aura with chaotic spiritual energy. However, many spiritual herbs needed by blood demon cultivators also grow there. Xiaozhan's expression turned serious, and he immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, master. I will have Bloodhand notify them right away." Su Chuan nodded slightly. He and Su Mingxian concealed their traces and quietly left Shanghai City, heading straight towards the blood-withering forest 100 miles east of the city. Almost shortly after they left the city, inside Shanghai City, the Demon Heaven Chamber of Commerce discreetly transmitted a vague piece of information to both the ancient ghost city and the disciples of the Sima family. There appears to be a target matching the description heading towards the blood-withering forest. Upon receiving the news, both families' disciples immediately relayed the information back. The Sima family and ancient ghost city, both long harboring resentment, moved swiftly. Each family dispatched additional personnel, led by the original mid-stage Golden Core Elder accompanied by more elite disciples, and rushed towards the blood-withering forest with murderous intent. Half a day later, the blood-withering forest was finally in sight. In this region, the sky seemed to be covered with a thin layer of blood-colored mist. The sparse and twisted tree branches were pitch black, while the leaves bizarrely shimmered with a dark red glow. The ground soil cracked, displaying dark red and blackish-brown hues. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and decay, with thin and chaotic spiritual energy that was extremely uncomfortable. After a short while, they discovered their targets in a relatively open area within the forest filled with jagged red stones. Middle-aged Su Chuan and elder Su Mingxian. They were still in the same appearance as in the bone-desolate mountain range. At this moment, they were recuperating here with no one else around. Good thieves. They are indeed hiding here. The mid-stage golden core elder of the Sema family shouted angrily, and the veiled female elder from the ancient ghost city descended first. The disciples of both families quickly followed, spreading out to encircle Su Chuan and Su Mingxian in the center. Several disciples at a distance began to form a formation connecting spiritual lights to create a sealing array. Su Chuan slowly opened his eyes, scanning the crowd with indifference. He intentionally displayed a hint of surprise and asked in a deep voice, "It is you. How did you find this place?" "Oomph." The elder of the Sema family sneered, his eyes full of pride and ruthlessness. "How do we find out? Just ask the king of hell and the underworld, and you'll naturally know. Today you shall pay the price for your arrogance back then." The female elder from the ancient ghost city spoke coldly. "Hand over your storage bags and forfeit your cultivation. Perhaps we will leave your corpses intact." Su Chuan's voice suddenly turned icy. "Rushing here in such a hurry, do you not know who is seeking death? Since you've come, you might as well all stay here." Before his words fell, a deep, chilling death aura erupted violently from within him. In that instant, the already eerie, blood-withering forest seemed to plunge into a cold abyss, the temperature plummeting, and gray-black ice crystals began to float in the air. At the same time, the corpse bag at his waist opened automatically. A thick and unresolvable blood light shot up into the sky. Roar! With a non-human-like furious roar, a terrifying figure 3 zhang tall landed at the center of the clearing. Its skin was dark red, muscles twisted like ancient trees, fangs bared, and its eyes glowed crimson like blood. The surrounding bloodthirsty aura was so intense that it almost formed a tangible blood mist, rolling and surging. The overwhelming pressure astonishingly reached the peak of the 3rd stage, comparable to a perfected golden core. The peak of the 3rd stage blood corpse. The sneer on the Sema elder's face instantly froze, turning into boundless shock as his voice changed pitch. The female elder from the ancient ghost city also trembled all over. The eyes beneath the black veil were filled with disbelief and fear. Controlling such a mightier, ferocious corpse, the master's cultivation and spiritual strength must far exceed that of an ordinary early-stage golden core. They had hit a brick wall. "Why? You, who exactly are you? It cannot be that you are just an early-stage golden core loose cultivator." The Sema elder exclaimed in shock, already harboring thoughts of retreat. "A powerhouse like you would definitely not be nameless in the greedy wolf mansion. Could it be that you come from an external force, say?" Su Chuan couldn't be bothered to say much, and with a thought he commanded. The Xian blood corpse instantly locked onto the female elder from the ancient ghost city, transforming into a blood-colored rainbow that tore through the air and rushed towards her. The speed was astonishing. The female elder from the ancient ghost city was horrified and summoned a shimmering bone shield to protect herself, while retreating, trying to create distance. However, the blood corpse was incredibly strong, and its speed was ghostly. With a single claw strike, the bone shield's spiritual light flickered wildly, emitting a groan of unbearable burden. The elder felt an overwhelming force surge through her, causing her blood to surge and her escape light to come to a halt. Meanwhile, Su Chuan's figure flickered. A ghostly light flashed, blocking the Sema elder, who also wished to escape. He did not use any flashy spells, merely forming a simple seal with gray-black death energy swirling around the handprint. Wherever it passed, the air froze and vitality withered. The Sema elder roared in anger, summoning a massive flame axe to strike at the handprint. At the same time, his robe's spiritual light shone brightly. However, when the flames collided with the gray-black handprint, they rapidly dimmed like melting ice and snow. The giant axe was sent flying back. Su Chuan's handprint continued unabated, striking against his protective spiritual light. The Sema elder felt as if struck by lightning. His protective spiritual light violently shook and shattered in an instant. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and despair filled his eyes. This divine power, its might definitely exceeds that of the great completion stage, and the mana is also at the late golden core stage, or even perfected golden core. Why am I so unlucky to have provoked such a powerhouse? Friend, spare my life. Consider the face of the head of the Sema family. He pleaded urgently, but Su Chuan's expression remained indifferent as the second handprint arrived. On the other side, the Xian blood corpse had completely suppressed the female elder from the ancient ghost city. The blood corpse's sharp claws were incredibly sharp, carrying bone-corroding bloodthirst and chilling energy, causing the elder's protective treasure's light curtain to be destroyed, and the defensive shield showed several scratches. The magical treasure's spiritual light flickered unpredictably. As for her attack treasure, it was only of low-grade level. When it struck the blood corpse's armor, it only left shallow white marks, instead inciting its ferocity further. In less than 10 exchanges, the blood corpse tore through her final defense. Another claw directly pierced her heart, extinguishing her life force. The elder let out a short, piercing scream, her gaze dimming rapidly as she died on the spot. Seeing this, the Sima elder's heart shattered with fear, and he wanted to burn his essence blood to escape. But Chuan would not let him succeed. A divine sense secret technique attack nearly shattered his soul. He almost fainted on the spot. Then he was easily struck through his dantian, losing his golden core. Seeing the Xianyin blood corpse preparing to devour the female cultivator's golden core, he immediately shouted, "Do not eat." The blood corpse emitted a series of howls towards Chuan. Chuan's face turned cold, and he immediately formed seals. The blood corpse immediately suffered from a severe headache, letting out a sorrowful wail. These ferocious creatures are indeed difficult to control. It seems I must quickly elevate my divine sense to the nascent soul level to perfectly command these three demonic entities. Come back. The blood corpse, displaying fear and hiding deep-seated anger, had no choice but to return to the corpse bag. In just half a tea's worth of time, the mid-stage golden core elders of two top forces had directly fallen. As for the disciples who formed the array, they were also struck down moments earlier, as Su Mingxian easily broke their formation, suffering the backlash. Afterwards, they were easily slaughtered. Chuan looked expressionlessly at the scene of devastation. He collected all the corpses. Then he intentionally left behind some torn and blood-stained robe fragments, a few wisps of pure bloodthirsty aura and remnants of death energy, as well as remains of low-tier magical artifacts belonging to the greedy wolf sect's disciples and fragments of the golden core elders' robes. Su Mingxian observed and said, "Father, are you trying to provoke a conflict between the two forces and the greedy wolf sect? But with such obvious traces, will they believe it? Whether they believe it or not, it is enough to plant the seeds of hatred." Chuan smiled slightly. As for going to the greedy wolf sect for an explanation, do you think they have the guts? Qi Tianxiong and those domineering individuals are indeed difficult to deal with. Su Mingxian smiled lightly. The ancient ghost city has gained a nascent soul. If they can ally with the remaining top golden core forces, they will receive a lot of support from golden core clans. They would still be able to stand against the greedy wolf sect. Even if they suspect, they would place the blame on the greedy. Father's strategy is truly admirable, Su Mingxian said. Let us go change our appearances and return home. He nodded. After altering their appearances, they no longer cast a glance at the bloody forest and quietly slipped away. They took a detour and at an inconspicuous Foundation establishment speed slowly flew back to Shanghai City. They successfully passed through the city gate inspection, disappearing into the bustling crowd. Shortly after, the two of them left the greedy wolf mansion through the hidden teleportation array beneath the Lord's mansion under the respectful gaze of Xiao Zhan. Back at the Su family, Su Mingxian began to seclude himself to deduce the fourth-tier fragmented array, hoping to soon derive a method to break the box's restrictions. For months passed like a fleeting moment. Su Mingxian was undistracted, fully immersed in the deduction of the fourth-tier fragmented array. He peeled away the layers, reverse engineering the runes, simulating and dismantling countless times, with divine sense only to start over each time, due to minute errors. One day, the previously stable spiritual energy in the quiet room suddenly rippled. Su Mingxian finally deduced the method to unlock the box's restrictions. Without hesitation, he directed his gaze towards the box, then formed ancient hand seals touching the surface of the box. The originally unified restriction glimmered with soft light, like ripples spreading across a tranquil lake when a stone is thrown into it. Wherever the light spread, the runes ceased to waver, and instead lit up, extinguished, and reorganized in an orderly fashion, emitting a faint harmonious humming sound, as if it were the conclusion of a musical piece. After a while, all the light retracted and the restrictions runes completely dimmed. It worked. Su Mingxian affirmed in his heart, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his lips. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the box completely. Inside lay a white jade slip, its surface emanating a soft glow. Just as Su Mingxian was about to pick up the jade slip to investigate, the slip's radiance intensified. A phantom, ethereal, yet remarkably solid and clear, stepped out of the light, standing in midair within the quiet room. The figure wore an ancient robe and a star crown with a thin face. 3 strands of long beard flowed over his chest, his gaze deep, like an ancient well, yet emanating a wisdom and warmth born from experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Though merely a phantom, it possessed a natural aura of Taoism. The figure's gaze landed on Su Mingxian, pausing slightly, seemingly surprised. Then, stroking his beard, he spoke in a calm and distant voice that resonated directly in Su Mingxian's sea of consciousness. "Young friend, I do not sense the bloodline aura of Maitsong family on you. You are not a descendant of Maitsong family, are you?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingxian's heart trembled. Combining the origin of the jade box with the demeanor of the figure before him, as well as the words spoken, a name escaped his lips. Are you the ancestor of the Tsang family? The founding master of the Tian Tsang sect, Tsang Xian Taoist? Indeed it is I, the phantom slightly nodded, acknowledging his identity. A hint of unnoticeable concern and nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Time has passed, who knows how long it has been. My young friend, may I ask, are my unworthy descendants still well? Is the Tsang family still in existence? Su Mingxian collected his thoughts and respectfully replied. To answer, my senior, although the Tsang family is no longer the ruler of Tian Tsang Prefecture, they still rank among the top Golden Core forces, and their lineage has not been severed. As for this jade box, it was voluntarily gifted to me by Elder Tsang Fenghang of the Tsang family, who was also once my master. So there is such a connection. Tsang Xian Taoist's gaze rippled slightly. You were able to discover the mystery I left behind and break the restriction of the jade box, demonstrating a skill in formations comparable to at least the 4th rank. Is there someone from the Tsang family who could be your master? I was apprenticed during the foundation establishment stage and received some formation inheritance from the Tsang family. Although my current understanding of formations has surpassed that of my master, but I will always remember the grace of my teacher. I see. Su Mingxian continued. When the remnants of the formation and the jade box were given to me by my master, it was made clear that if the jade box contained an inheritance, a copy would be sent back to the Tsang family. If it contained something else, then it would belong entirely to my Su family. It seems my Tsang family has indeed declined. Tsang Xian Taoist sighed. Even this final test and gift from me must rely on an outsider. If it remains, I fear it may never be opened in a lifetime. After a moment, Su Mingxian couldn't help but ask, Senior, what is your current state? Have you not yet passed away? Over 1,000 years have passed, and yet you can still retain your consciousness in the world. Su Mingxian was genuinely curious about this method. Tsang Xian Taoist shook his head. Not at all. I have long since died, and this is merely a thread of consciousness preserved by the spiritual restriction. Once the jade box's restriction is broken, the power maintaining this thread of consciousness will begin to dissipate. This last remnant of my awareness will not last much longer. Spiritual restriction. Su Mingxian was quite curious upon hearing this term. What kind of restriction could be so miraculous? Not only does it form a perfect protective barrier, but it also carries the senior's consciousness until now. The way of the spiritual restriction is extraordinarily profound, distinctly different from ordinary restrictions inherited from ancient times. Could you elaborate on it for me, senior? Tsang Xian Taoist smiled gently. Since you have broken the restriction of the jade box, the 9 wonderful spiritual restrictions left within naturally belong to you. As for retaining a thread of consciousness in the world, in ancient times it was not something astonishing. Powerful beings who reached a certain realm could achieve it. He paused, his ethereal gaze fixed on Su Mingxian. His expression became serious, even carrying a hint of earnestness. My young friend, I see that your foundation in formations is solid and your temperament is steady. To break my restriction shows your innate talent and opportunities. Although I have passed on, there is still one matter I am concerned about. Is it about the Tsang family? Precisely. His phantom seemed to fade a bit more. I know this request is somewhat shameless, but if you agree, when my Tsang family faces great calamity in the future, I hope you can lend a helping hand to ensure that their lineage does not end. In return, I am willing to inform you of the location of the second half of the 9 wonderful spiritual restrictions as a token of gratitude. The 9 wonderful spiritual restrictions is one of the core inheritances of the ancient 9 wonderful spirit sect. If you can learn the entire first half, it will be beneficial even when you reach the God transformation stage, and as for the second half, its profundity is boundless. Upon finishing these words, the quiet room fell into silence. Only the increasingly transparent phantom of Tsang Xian Taoist quietly awaited Su Mingxian's response. After hearing this, Su Mingxian pondered deeply. The relationship between the Tsang family and the Su family is currently quite good. Moreover, forming an alliance now, as long as they do not stand on opposing sides in the future, it would not be unreasonable to offer assistance. He raised his head, his gaze clear and resolute, cupping his hands, and saying, Tsang Xian Sr., if the Tsang family does not become enemies with my Su family in the future, and within my ability, I am willing to lend a hand to the Tsang family in times of crisis to ensure their lineage does not end. In that case, I thank you on behalf of those unworthy descendants. Tsang Xian Taoist's phantom revealed a look of relief, as if a long-standing concern had been resolved. He said no more, raising his ethereal arm, the tip of his finger gathering a glimmer of spiritual light, which was not an attack, but a pure shimmer formed from information and Tao rhythm. This glimmer floated lightly out and entered Su Mingxian's brow. In an instant, a clear and complex stream of information unfolded in Su Mingxian's sea of consciousness. This information recorded the specific location of an ancient sect relic cave called the Nine Wonderful Spirits sect, as well as two methods of entry. The first is that the barrier of the cave itself weakens every 300 years, causing spatial fluctuations that can be opened by external forces. The second is that those who have learned the 9 wonderful spiritual restrictions can cast the spiritual restriction near the cave and will be sensed by the cave for entry. In addition, there is a gift from Zhongxian Taoist. It is his lifelong insights and understandings of fourth-rank formations, as well as the formation inheritance he compiled. Although Zhongxian Taoist was more adept at restrictions, he was also a fourth-rank low-grade formation master. The value of this formation inheritance is immeasurable. After completing all this, Zhongxian Taoist's phantom became even more transparent, as if it would vanish with the wind at any moment. His gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the quiet room, looking out into the endless void, carrying a hint of far-reaching nostalgia and relief, softly chanting, "After 1,000 years the Tao becomes empty. My young friend, I hope you can walk further than I did." As his voice faded, the lingering sound did not cease. Zhongxian Taoist's spiritual consciousness phantom ultimately transformed into countless fragments of light, like fireflies blinking once more, before completely dissipating within the quiet room. The quiet room returned to silence with only the open jade box and the white jade slip at the bottom of the box, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. Su Mingxian remained silent for a long time, his heart filled with emotion. He had crossed time to converse with the founding master of the Tiansong sect from over 2,000 years ago. This kind of encounter was truly extraordinary. This time the harvest far exceeded expectations. Su Mingxian calmed his emotions, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Not only had he obtained the ancient inheritance of the 9 wonderful spiritual restrictions, but he also gained Zhongxian Taoist's invaluable insights and inheritance in fourth-rank formations. This undoubtedly served as a timely aid in his pursuit of the fourth-rank formation master realm, saving him countless hours of self-exploration. All of this should have been the opportunity of the Zhong family's descendants. He shook his head, slightly feeling a bit regretful. Zhongxian Taoist went to great lengths to leave such subtle trials, hoping that a talented individual would emerge from the family to open the jade box and obtain the true inheritance. In that case, they would surely step into the realm of fourth-rank formation masters, leading the family to prosperity. A fourth-rank formation master, even one who has just entered this realm, would be enough to earn respect from nascent soul cultivators and ensure the family's prosperity for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, the younger generation of the Zhong family ultimately failed to meet Zhongxian Taoist's expectations. In the end, this opportunity fell to him. Su Mingxian reached out and took the milky white jade slip from the box, immersing his consciousness within. The spiritual energy formed into a restriction, changing with the heart, with boundless miraculous uses. Su Mingxian was greatly astonished after a brief glance. He felt that this spiritual restriction would greatly assist him in his future formations. Not long after, Su Mingxian left the quiet room and arrived at the courtyard where his father Su Chuan resided. He thoroughly reported the extraordinary events that had occurred in the quiet room. Even Su Chuan, upon hearing Su Mingxian's account, couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment on his face. To converse with the founding ancestor of the Tiansong sect from 1,000 years ago, this kind of experience is indeed a rare opportunity. Moua, lying on a lounge chair nearby, turned his head and commented casually, "That Zhongxian Taoist, to be able to maintain his consciousness for 1,000 years in such a way is quite remarkable. To establish a sect in a region and ensure the Tao lineage continues for over 2,000 years, the founder must undoubtedly be an exceptional individual," Su Chuan said, looking at Su Mingxian. "The way of ancient spiritual restrictions. You being able to seize this opportunity is your fate. As for the matter of imprinting this inheritance and sending a copy back to the Zhong family, there is no rush. You can also organize Zhongxian Taoist's fourth-rank formation inheritance and leave it for the Zhong family. This should be more useful to them." "I will consider this matter further," Su Mingxian replied. Su Chuan nodded and said no more. After Su Mingxian paid his respects, he exited the courtyard. Moua couldn't help but sigh. Having such a strong fortune is truly good. Su Mingxian was sitting at home, yet an ancient inheritance came to his door. "I wonder what Yi Fan and Su Diu have gained out there." Su Chuan continued his quiet cultivation without paying any attention. Meanwhile, over half a month prior, Shi Dao Yun headed to the Wan Beast Mountain Range in central Tiannan. To be precise, he was heading to the dominant power located within the Wan Beast Mountain Range, the Yuling sect. "I've finally arrived." Shi Dao Yun stood on the clouds, gazing afar. Before him lay a vast and boundless mountain range sprawling endlessly like an ancient giant beast stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The terrain undulated dramatically, displaying countless atmospheric changes. Some peaks rose abruptly from the ground, steep as if carved, piercing through the clouds, their summits hidden within the rolling sea of clouds with fierce winds blowing and only the occasional cries of birds and roars of beasts breaking through. There were deep gorges cutting across like grotesque scars on the earth. The depths were unfathomable, with mist swirling, revealing traces of phosphorescence. There were also expansive basins like pearls embedded, containing glittering lakes. The mist rose, and the vegetation flourished, becoming a paradise for many water-type spirit beasts. Additionally, there were ancient forests with towering trees covering countless hills and valleys. The forest was deep and the leaves lush, blocking out the sunlight, where the breath of life was overwhelming and chaotic, with the law of the jungle constantly in play. This mountain range had a complex and ever-changing terrain, nurturing countless varieties of demon beasts. The Yuling sect thrived here, allowing it to flourish for over 4,000 years. Half an hour later, Shi Dao Yun arrived at the entrance of the Yuling sect. A vast azure light curtain, like an inverted jade bowl, enveloped the entire core area of the Yuling sect. On the light curtain, runes shimmered, flowing with brilliance, occasionally revealing phantoms of spirit birds and the shapes of giant beasts patrolling, exuding a daunting pressure. This protective array of the sect was evidently of very high grade, intricately combined with the earth's veins and beast spirits, as solid as a fortress. The entire sect was built upon a foundation of mountains with palaces resembling stars. Dozens of spirit peaks were distributed haphazardly, some steep, some beautiful, some heavy. Atop the peaks on the mountainsides, and even amidst the swirling clouds, countless pavilions, palaces, and plazas were built in harmony with the terrain, adorned with flying eaves and golden brilliance, seamlessly blending with the natural mountain landscape. Spirit beasts could be seen all around the sect. There were cranes singing melodiously, carrying disciples soaring through the skies, giant apes guarding the mountain gates, and scale-armored beasts lurking in deep pools, absorbing spiritual energy. Among the disciples coming and going, over 70% had spirit beasts accompanying them. Among the others, some were due to insufficient cultivation, while others had simply not released their spirit beasts from their bags. In terms of foundation, the northwest region pales in comparison to the central region. Shi Dao Yun's, as far as he knew, the current Yuling sect was at its peak, with 4 nascent soul cultivators stationed there, including 1 major nascent soul master. Of the other 3, 1 was at mid-stage and 2 were at the initial stage. Besides that, there was also a shape-shifting great demon serving as the sect's spirit beast. However, it was unclear what realm it was at. The disciples of the Yuling sect were numerous, specializing in spirit beast control. When combined with spirit beasts, their combat power often far exceeded that of their peers. Overall, their strength was second only to the Yuhua sect in the entire central Tiannan. Its thousands of years of heritage could not be matched even by the first sect of the northwest, the Xianyu sect. However, heritage is one thing, while top-tier combat power is another. Even if the Yuling sect were to relocate to the northwest, it would not be able to become a dominant sect in that region due to the presence of Xian Yu's ancestor Zhang Fan. One person could rival the combined strength of the 4 nascent soul cultivators of the Yuling sect. Such existences are found among the other 4 top sects, with at least 1 in each. After a brief pause, Shi Dao Yun, dressed in a black robe, flew straight toward the mountain gate, emanating a faint nascent soul pressure. At the mountain gate, a 10-foot-tall jade stone archway shimmered faintly, flanked by several vividly carved stone spirit beasts, their gazes animated as if alive. 4 disciples stood guard, all dressed in the standard blue-green robes of the Yuling sect. Their cultivation levels were mostly at the early to mid-foundation establishment stage, each accompanied by spirit beasts of various forms, either crouching or hovering nearby. As Shi Dao Yun's unmasked nascent soul aura approached, the 4 disciples shuddered simultaneously, their faces showing signs of reverence. The leading middle-aged cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage reacted fastest, quickly stepping forward, bowing deeply, with hands cupped, speaking respectfully, yet maintaining the sect's demeanor. "I am a disciple of the Yuling sect, welcoming the arrival of the esteemed senior. May I ask for your esteemed name, senior, and what brings you to our Yuling sect? We will report immediately." Shi Dao Yun stopped a few zhang away from the mountain gate, calmly surveying the disciples. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud yet clear enough for everyone to hear. "I am Shi Dao Yun, here to pay a visit to Elder Yu Qi of your esteemed sect." Elder Yu Qi. Upon hearing this, the disciples were all taken aback, exchanging glances, unable to hide their astonishment. Elder Yu Qi is a highly esteemed mid-nascent soul powerhouse within the sect, second only to the Great Elder. He rarely appears, making it rare for ordinary disciples to see him. Since this is a visit, you must know each other. Moreover, he is also of the nascent soul stage, so it is reasonable that you would know each other. The leading disciple pondered before quickly concealing his surprise, becoming increasingly respectful. So it is Senior Shi. I am disrespectful. We will report right away. Please wait a moment, Senior. Certainly. Shi Daoyan nodded lightly, standing with his hands behind his back at the mountain gate. His gaze swept over the enormous archway, looking toward the depths of the sect, where the spiritual energy shimmered, and the mountains were filled with various wonders, his expression revealing no discernible joy or anger. The disciples guarding the mountain did not dare to be negligent, and immediately took out the communication jade talisman to report this matter. The message first arrived at the inner sect steward, then to the elders, and finally reached the sect master. The sect master of the Yuling sect is not like that of the Xianyu sect, which is held by a nascent soul stage expert. Over the thousands of years, strict rules have already been established. The sect masters of the Yuling sect are all in the mid-golden core stage, with a change of masters every 200 years, or when a sect master breaks through to the nascent soul stage and resigns. This message finally reached deep within the Yuling sect at a beautiful mountain peak, surrounded by dense spiritual mist and faint sounds of beast roars. This peak is named Qi Shou Peak, where the secluded cave of the Elder Qi resides. The Yuling sect has several fourth-grade spiritual veins. Each senior elder enjoys one exclusively, and the sect master peak also possesses one. The spiritual vein, where the nascent soul great cultivator's peak is located, reaches the upper tier of the fourth grade. Although fourth-grade spiritual veins are rare, the Yuling sect's thousands of years of foundation have undergone numerous competitions for innate and ancient secret realms. Except for one that was originally here, the rest were all seized, including a large number of third-grade spiritual veins. In a cave at the top of Qi Shou Peak, a Taoist who was meditating on a mat slowly opened his eyes. He appeared to be around 50 or 60 years old, with meticulously combed hair tied up with a purple gold crown, revealing a broad forehead, and his hair was a mix of gray and white. His face was lean, features well-defined, with a long beard hanging down to his chest. He wore a luxurious, yet solemn purple gold robe with wide sleeves. The robe was embroidered with cloud patterns and numerous spiritual beast shadows in dark golden thread, subtly shimmering with light as he breathed. The Taoist's figure was proportionate and upright, even while seated, exuding an aura of deep sea-like profundity, unyielding and dignified. This person was the second-ranking elder of the Yuling sect, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, Yu Qi. With a flick of his sleeve, a communication jade talisman flew out from his storage ring, bursting forth with a golden glow, forming several lines of text in the air. Shi Daoyan, why has he come? Yu Qi murmured softly to himself. It has been several hundred years since we last parted. Calculating the years, his lifespan should be less than 100 now, right? Could it be that he has come to reminisce before his end? Before he achieved nascent soul, he had traveled to the south, visiting the northwestern region, and had trained in the Black Wind Mountain Range. At that time, he encountered dangers, and it was Shi Daoyan who came to his rescue. The two became friends across the ages. Over 100 years later, he stepped into nascent soul. During the nascent soul ceremony, he had even specially sent disciples to invite him to the Yuling sect. A complex expression flashed in Yu Qi's eyes. There was a slight ripple of emotions from the reunion with an old friend, along with a faint sigh over the ruthless nature of the Tao and the relentless passage of time. Cultivators, especially at their level, face such realities. A long retreat or distant journey may very well be a farewell. It could also be to ask for a favor, Yu Qi pondered in his heart. Enough of this. He gently shook his head, rising to his full height, his purple gold robe billowing without wind. An old friend has come from afar. How could I not meet him? Regardless of the reason, after this visit it may be the last time we see each other. He did not instruct any servants or disciples, but rather with a flicker of his figure transformed into a stream of pale purple light, flying directly out of Qi Shou Peak towards the mountain gate. At the mountain gate, Shi Daoyan seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze. He saw a purple stream of light darting from deep within the sect, moving extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it appeared before him, the light receding to reveal Yu Qi in his purple gold robe. Shi Daoyan, how have you been? It has been hundreds of years since we last met. Your demeanor. Yu Qi laughed heartily, his voice clear, imbued with the grace of long-standing authority. However, as his gaze swept over Shi Daoyan, his smile instantly faded, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. Shi Daoyan, what has happened to you? You have changed so much. Upon careful examination, Yu Qi realized that Shi Daoyan's end was far from the insufficient 100 years he thought, but rather it seemed to be less than 20. A faint aura of death had already begun to linger around him. Perhaps a foundation establishment or golden core stage cultivator might not perceive it, but against a fellow cultivator of the same tier, he could not hide it. It's a long story. Shi Daoyan clasped his hands and forced a smile. Yu Daoyo, it has been a while. I apologize for this sudden visit and for disturbing your retreat. I hope you won't take offense. Yu Qi's expression became serious. There is no need for such pleasantries between us. This is not a place for old tales. Please follow me to my cave for a detailed conversation. Then it will be a bother to you. The two walked side by side, transforming into two beams of light, flying straight into the depths of the Yuling sect under the increasingly respectful gazes of the mountain-guarding disciples. Qisho peeked deep within Yu Qi's cave. This place was not a luxurious palace, but a spacious cave that merged naturally with the mountain. Inside, spiritual energy flowed like a babbling stream amidst the mist, adorned with rare and exotic flowers, and several elegant calm spiritual beasts lay nearby. Upon the master's return, they merely lazily lifted their eyelids. The cave ceiling was embedded with luminous pearls and spiritual gathering formations casting down a gentle clear light. In the center was a jade table with two mats set opposite each other, simple and natural. Yu Qi invited Shi Daoyan to sit down and personally brewed spiritual tea, the fragrance wafting, bringing calming effects for the mind and soul. He waved off the attending disciples, leaving only the two old friends in the cave. The spiritual tea was filled, yet Yu Qi did not raise his cup. Instead, his expression grew serious, and he scrutinized Shi Daoyan, once more feeling a heaviness in his heart. Not only is there an aura of death surrounding you, but your soul is also heavily injured, almost torn apart. Shi Daoyan, what? Yu Qi furrowed his brow, his voice low. What has happened to you in your current state? How could it come to this? This time he examined closely and felt that Shi Daoyan might not even have 10 years left. Shi Daoyan lifted the jade cup, his fingertips trembling slightly. He did not answer immediately, but took a sip of the spiritual tea. After putting down the cup, he sighed deeply, revealing a bitter smile. Yu Daoyan, your insight is sharp. This matter is quite lengthy. Shi Daoyan looked around at the spiritually vibrant and peaceful cave and recalled the situation of his own sect, unable to help but sigh. Yu Daoyan, this place remains a fairyland, and the Yuling sect is even more prosperous. In contrast, my Tiansong sect is now in turmoil, on the verge of collapse. Oh, Yu Qi's expression showed surprise upon hearing this. After all, the Tiansong sect is a dominant force with a long-standing heritage. It is astonishing that Shi Daoyan would describe it as being in turmoil. What do you mean by that, Shi Daoyan? Has there been a major upheaval in Tiansong sect? Not just a major upheaval. Shi Daoyan's eyes were filled with helplessness as he slowly recounted the dramatic changes in Tiansong sect over the past few decades. From the conflicts of the Tianjiao festival to the outbreak of war between the two sects. Speaking of the Tian Luo demon lord, Yu Qi exclaimed, is that newly advanced nascent soul demon cultivator truly a true demon nascent soul? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of an ancient true demon? 80 to 90% likely. Shi Daoyan's expression was pained, as if he had returned to that moment of despair. This person had only recently formed a fetus, yet his strength is comparable to a latest-stage nascent soul great cultivator. I fought him for only a few exchanges before being severely injured, nearly on the brink of death, with my soul foundation heavily damaged. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the elder of the Xian Yu sect passing nearby, capturing and subduing him, my Tiansong sect, and even the entire Tiansong territory would have likely changed hands long ago. Is that really so coincidental? Yu Qi felt a surge of emotions, murmuring to himself. The appearance of a nascent soul-level true demon and the intervention of a great cultivator. Even such high-level conflicts and upheavals would surely cause a significant stir throughout the southern regions. However, for Shi Daoyan to survive in the hands of a nascent soul-level true demon is indeed remarkable. Even I would have to avoid a direct confrontation if I encountered one. Shi Daoyan smiled bitterly. If I had known, would I have remained steadfast in guarding my sect? But even now it is not much better. I am gravely injured, and the foundation of my sect has suffered greatly in that battle. We can no longer suppress the other forces within Tiansong sect. They are all building cities and expanding their influence, and the prestige and control of my Tiansong sect have long since declined. Yu Qi pondered over this information and said thoughtfully, if it weren't for the Mo family's successful formation of a fetus with your abilities and the foundation of Tiansong sect, you could still suppress them. You have misunderstood, Yu Daoyan. Shi Daoyan shook his head, sighing lightly, his tone complex. In these past few decades, my Tiansong territory first had the Mo family's ancestors successfully form a fetus. Not long ago, another force gave birth to a fourth-grade, shape-shifting great demon, as well as a mysterious demon cultivator who formed a fetus whose whereabouts are unknown. Upon hearing this, Yuchi couldn't help but furrow his brows. In a single territory to have consecutive nascent soul-level existences emerge in a short time, including a shape-shifting great demon and a demon cultivator. This is indeed a bit abnormal. Even in my central region it takes decades, or even longer, to produce a single nascent soul stage cultivator. Could it be due to your Tiansong territory's long absence of nascent soul births, causing a backlash? After a pause, he continued, however, if that is the case, then the various factions within your Tiansong territory will surely be in turmoil. Not at all. Shi Daoyan shook his head, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes. It seemed to be helplessness, wariness, and even a hint of admiration. The farce has not even truly begun, yet it is already reaching its conclusion. Which faction is it? The Mo family of nascent soul. It is the Su family that has given birth to the shape-shifting dragon. Shi Daoyan took a deep breath, slowly uttering that name that complicated his feelings. The Su family. It is normal for Yu Daoyo not to have heard of them. Shi Daoyan's voice carried a near-absurd sense of lamentation, because this Su family has risen from a mere foundation establishment minor clan to the brink of controlling an entire territory in just over 30 years. 30 years. Yu Chi's expression shifted for the first time, almost thinking he misheard. Are you sure it's 30 years, not 300? Shi Daoyo, you must be joking, right? I wish it were just a joke. Shi Daoyan smiled bitterly, but that is the truth. The Su family, you may not have heard of them, but you should have heard a bit about the family members. At the last Tianjiao festival, the Su family certainly made a name for themselves. A total of 4 individuals ranked on the Tianjiao list, including the first Tianjiao, the Feng Ling fairy. Yu Chi instantly recalled that he had heard his junior mention this, but he hadn't paid much attention. And now all 4 of them have reached the golden core stage. Shi Daoyan continued. However, the most terrifying is the head of the Su family. This person entered the Golden Core realm not long after the Tianjiao festival, yet now he can fight evenly with this frail body of mine. Yu Chi suddenly stood up, the tassels on his purple-gold crown trembling. He widened his eyes, his face losing its composure for the first time, filled with extreme shock and disbelief. It has only been over 20 years since the Tianjiao festival ended. Even if he cultivates quickly, he should have just stepped into the mid-Golden Core stage. How could someone of such a realm fight you to a standstill? Even if you Shi Daoyo are severely injured, it shouldn't be like this. Shi Daoyan spoke in a solemn tone, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. I don't know what methods he has employed to elevate his magical power quality, the depth of his mana, and even his divine sense to rival that of a perfected golden core. He possesses 2 upper-tier magical treasures, both offensive and defensive, one of which is capable of deploying a sword formation. Their full power is not inferior to top-tier magical treasures. They are sufficient to rival a nascent soul attack. Yu Chi pondered for a moment. With just this, it seems somewhat lacking. Upper-tier magical treasures consume a significant amount of mana to activate, and with 2, he should be unable to maintain it for long. Indeed, Shi Daoyan said, but he practices the withering and flourishing divine power, and it seems he has comprehended the state of perfection, which can even affect my soul injuries. Had I not retreated in time, I might have suffered an outburst of injuries on the spot, making them hard to suppress. Because of this battle, my lifespan has been further decreased. The cave fell into silence. Only the sound of the spiritual spring flowed, and the mist floated. Now the other 2 top forces in my Tiansong territory, the Lei family and the Mo family, I suspect have already either openly or secretly sided with the Su family. Shi Daoyan's voice was filled with deep fatigue. My Tiansong sect has now become fish on the chopping board, just waiting for the Su family to be fully prepared. Then we will face the final replacement. After saying this, he took another sip of the spiritual tea. It seems I have spoken too much today. Oh, I hope, Yu Daoyo, that you won't mind. Yu Chi waved his hand. To be treated so sincerely by you, Shi Daoyo, brings me great comfort, indicating that you truly regard me as a friend. Otherwise, people like us would not easily share our hearts with others. Yu Chi looked at his old friend before him, now so weary and desolate, and a sense of unutterable sighing rose in his heart. No wonder he appeared so gaunt with the aura of death surrounding him. It was not only due to his injuries and lifespan, but also perhaps from watching the foundation of his sect collapse, powerless to change the situation. The struggle of the Tao, the rise and fall of sects, is indeed so cruel. Although the Yuling sect is strong, it is not eternal. Today's Tiansong sect may very well be tomorrow's. Yu Chi suppressed this ominous thought, raised his teacup, and solemnly said, Shi Daoyo, the world is unpredictable and the Tao is difficult. It brings me great comfort that you could come today. At this moment, let us put aside all burdens and simply enjoy tea and discuss the Tao, shall we? To steal a moment of leisure in life, enjoying simple tea and good company. Shi Daoyan laughed heartily, raising his teacup. Then I shall follow your words, Yu Daoyo, and indulge in this moment of joy. Yu Qi also laughed heartily. Upon hearing Yu Qi's words, his expression shifted, and he did not immediately agree. He only said solemnly, "Friend, she feel free to speak, as long as it is within my capability and does not violate the sect's principles." He had already suspected a few things in his heart. If it were him nearing the end of his lifespan, he certainly would not let a favor slip away for free. Shi Daoyan did not beat around the bush and said directly, "I wish to ask you Daoist you to accompany me to Tiansong Mansion to relocate my Shi family to settle in the central region. And considering our past friendship, I hope you can look after us a little in the future so that our Shi family's lineage does not come to an end." Yu Qi frowned slightly and fell into thought. Moving an entire family from the northwest to the central part of Tianan is no easy task. In addition to writing off the favor, I will also hand over my 1,000 years of savings to you Daoist. Even if they are not needed, they can be traded with other friends. Is Shi Daoyan handing over his future affairs? He was slightly taken aback. The entire wealth of a nascent soul cultivator would indeed tempt any nascent soul. He thought for a moment, and suddenly spoke. "Friend Shi, why go to such lengths? Although the Su family is powerful, why not ask me to intervene? Together we could surely deal with the Su family and simultaneously intimidate other forces. Your Shi family would still remain the dominant power in Tiansong Mansion." This suggestion, while appealing, was met with a slow shake of Shi Daoyan's head. "My Shi family has offended many families over the past 1,000 years. Once I die, there will be no strength to suppress them. Even if we intimidate them for a time, how long will it last? Will you Daoist, you still be able to stay at our Tiansong sect? Furthermore, if you cause chaos in the northwest, it may drag the Yuling sect into the turmoil of our Tiansong Mansion." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Qi looked at him with a hint of confusion. Shi Daoyan replied, "Do you think that when I mentioned the ancestor Xian Yu passing by and capturing the true demon, it was merely a coincidence?" Yu Qi's pupils constricted suddenly. "What do you mean?" He went straight to the Su family. "If my guess is not wrong, it must be that the Su family somehow requested that great cultivator to specifically resolve the matter of the Tianluo demon lord." Yu Qi's calm demeanor was finally shattered, replaced by shock and a hint of chill. To summon a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator requires immense resources and costs. The Su family could actually accomplish this. The Su family is deliberately allowing your Tiansong sect and the Tanlang sect to suffer mutual destruction. Yu Qi suddenly grasped the crux of the matter and gasped. If that is truly the case, then the Su family's scheming and cunning are terrifying. Perhaps the Su family is using our two mansions' conflict to achieve some goal of their own. It is evident that they have succeeded. In addition, a prodigy from the Su family has joined the ranks of the ancestor Xian Yu and become a direct descendant. As a dominant sect in the northwest region, Xian Yu sect may not casually interfere in the disputes between the mansions, but if your Yuling sect intervenes and slaughters the Su family, Shi Daoyan is concerned that the consequences may be something your Yuling sect cannot bear. Yu Qi fell silent. The Yuling sect is indeed powerful. Its overall strength may even slightly surpass that of the Xian Yu sect. However, the reason the Xian Yu sect ranks among the top 5 nascent soul sects is not only because it is the foremost sect in the northwest, but also due to the esteemed ancestor Xian Yu. After a moment, Yu Qi's expression turned complex as he solemnly clasped his hands to Shi Daoyan, saying, "Thank you, brother Shi, for your candid warning and for awakening me." This matter indeed was something he had previously underestimated. He understood the deeper meaning behind Shi Daoyan's reminder. He had come seeking protection, and if both he and the Yuling sect encountered trouble, how could he fulfill his promise to look after the Shi family? "Then, friend Shi, what do you intend to do?" "If the Su family wishes to seize the foundation of my Tiansong sect, I naturally will not let them have it easy. As long as you are willing to take my Shi family members away, I will have no more worries." "You mean?" Yu Qi immediately understood and sighed lightly, saying, "Friend Shi, why must you go to such lengths? Lingering on is not as good as a swift battle. If we can severely injure the transformed dragon and kill the head of the Su family, it will not be so easy for them to dominate Tiansong Mansion." Shi Daoyan's eyes flickered as he paused, then looked at Yu Qi. "Regarding the previous request, can you agree?" Yu Qi sighed and nodded. "Very well, I will agree." After a long while, Yu Qi sighed and nodded. Ultimately, favors must be repaid, otherwise it would hinder his future cultivation. Furthermore, Shi Daoyan also offered generous rewards, and there was little risk involved in the undertaking. The head of the Su family actually forced a large nascent soul family to this extent. "I am indeed curious about what kind of person you are." Yu Qi thought in his heart, "Friend Shi, relocating is a significant matter and requires preparation. You might as well stay with me until I make arrangements, then we can return to Tiansong Mansion together. How does that sound?" "Thank you, Daoist," Shi Daoyan said with cupped fists. Is your Shi family planning to find a piece of spiritual land to establish a clan, or will you reside in my Wanshou city? Both have their advantages and disadvantages. There are already not many places in Wanshou city that are rich in spiritual energy, and even without the help of friends, your Shi family is a top-tier golden core family, with numerous clan members, making settlement difficult. However, in Wanshou city, there is a 4th grade great formation for protection, so external dangers are minimal. The remaining conflicts are mainly among the great families, many of which have close ties with my Yuling sect. As for searching for spiritual land to establish your clan around the Wanshou mountain range, that will depend on your Shi family's own efforts. If you encounter danger in the future, come to the Yuling sect for notification, and I will lend a helping hand. But if it is too late and significant losses occur, I will also be powerless. I understand this matter requires some thought from me. After a cup of tea's time, Shi Daoyan said, I trouble you to help find a piece of spiritual land. I will establish my clan, but I have a small request. Please leave 3 emergency communication jade tokens that can directly contact you. After a cup of tea's time, Shi Daoyan said, I trouble you to help find a piece of spiritual land. I will establish my clan, but I have a small request. Please leave 3 emergency communication jade tokens. Thank you for your trouble, Shi Daoyan bowed again. As the second-ranking elder of the Yuling sect, his words would prompt the sect to take action on his behalf. In just 7 or 8 days, several suitable locations for spiritual land had already been selected and reported for Yu Qi and Shi Daoyan to choose from. Yu Qi led Shi Daoyan to a piece of spiritual land named Qinglan Mountain. This place has a 2nd-grade upper-tier spiritual vein, which is naturally insufficient for a top-tier golden core family, but the Shi family has its own foundation, so it is nothing to worry about for the Yuling sect. Moreover, nowadays, finding a piece of unclaimed 3rd-grade upper-tier spiritual vein land is quite challenging. Qinglan Mountain covers an area of about 50 to 60 miles, which is already considered a sizable region. Looking around, one could see a main peak rising from the ground. Although not extremely high, it is also elegant and tall. The mountain is covered in lush forests with spiritual birds occasionally circling and mist swirling around the mountainside. On the sunny side of the peak, the terrain is slightly gentler, forming several open platforms. With a bit of renovation, it would serve as an excellent place to build the family palace and develop caves. Not far from the spiritual peak is a small lake of azure color with crystal clear water. Occasionally, low-level aquatic spirit beasts frolic within, adding vitality. On the other side of the lake, there is a continuous primitive forest with ancient trees towering and vines entwining where spiritual herbs grow. The entire area is surrounded by mountains and water with lush forests. Although the spiritual energy is not overwhelming, it is fresh and abundant, operating naturally. It truly is a picturesque place suitable for the family to thrive and multiply. Shi Daoyan scanned the area with his divine sense, having already examined it several times. He understood that for the Shi family, which once possessed one of the best spiritual veins in Tiansong Mansion, a 2nd-grade upper-tier spiritual vein seems quite meager. But he knew better. He was the one seeking help. The location chosen by the Yuling sect for the Shi family settlement is already quite good. He does not have the qualifications or bargaining chips to be picky or demand more. Thank you for your efforts, Taoist. Shi Daoyan cupped his hands. His eyes were calm, and there was no dissatisfaction on his face. This place has beautiful scenery and an elegant layout, far from disputes, just to my liking. Since it is for friends I sake, I will certainly lend assistance, Yu Qi replied. Half a month later, Shi Daoyan brought Yu Qi, who wore a purple gold robe, to the Shi family ancestral land. The Shi family ancestral land is not far from Tiansong sect. Over the past 1,000 years, it has already been transformed into a blessed land. It possesses a 4th-grade lower-tier spiritual vein and several 3rd-grade spiritual veins, which, although not as good as Tiansong sect, far exceeds the foundation of other families. In Shi Daoyan's cave residence, he had been away from the Shi family for a long time, and the cave was almost empty. Taoist, this place is a bit desolate. Oh, please forgive me. I have almost always been in closed-door cultivation at Tiansong sect. It's no trouble, Yu Qi smiled faintly. Subsequently, Shi Daoyan personally sent messages to all golden core members of the Shi family to come to the cave. The ancestor has returned. The Shi family's grand elder suddenly opened his eyes, then got up and hurried to Shi Daoyan's cave. The others followed suit. The Shi family has a total of 15 golden core cultivators, among whom 7 are from the clan led by the grand elder at the 9th level of golden core, along with another latest golden core member. Within Tiansong sect, there are 8 members, with Qingmu Zhenjuan, Shi Muron, as the leader, who is at the peak of golden core and has mastered significant divine abilities. Besides him, the sect leader Feng Yu also stepped into latest golden core. The rest are early to mid-stage golden core cultivators. In Tiansong sect, Qingmu Zhenjuan received a message from Shi Daoyan, quickly return to the Shi family gather at my cave. His expression showed surprise. No one knew the whereabouts of Shi Daoyun, but specifically summoning people back to the Shi family for a meeting was indeed unexpected. What does the ancestor want to do? He pondered for a moment, but could not figure it out. He immediately left his cave and rushed to the Shi family's ancestral land. Shi Fengyue and the other elders of the Shi family within Tiansong sect did the same. When they arrived, several golden core elders of the family were already waiting in the cave. Ancestor, Qingmu Jinju and Shi Fengyue, and others all cupped their hands in greeting. They noticed that there was another person sitting beside Shi Daoyun, which surprised them, but no one asked. Everyone is here. Shi Daoyun scanned the golden core members present. Then let us begin the family meeting. What matter does the ancestor wish to discuss? Regarding my Shi family's relocation to the central region of Tiannan. As soon as he spoke, the golden core cultivators showed astonishment, their eyes filled with confusion. Relocating to the central region of Tiannan. Ancestor, why is this so sudden? We have our foundations here. What about Tiansong sect? Does that mean all our efforts over the past 1,000 years will be in vain? Ancestor, are you worried that the Su family is pressing too hard? We are willing to live or die with the family. One by one, the golden core elders of the Shi family spoke up. The Shi family's foundation in Tiansong Mansion is incredibly deep, with industries spread out in numerous branches. Hearing that they were to abandon everything and leave for another place, how could they accept it easily? Shi Daoyun quietly listened to the clamor of his kin, his face calm as a still well. Only when the noise began to subside did he slowly open his mouth. If you disagree, present your reasons and solutions to the current plight of the Shi family. What kind of order is this? An elder spoke up. Ancestor, my Shi family's foundation is deep, and we have many vassals. We also control Tiansong sect. Why should we fear the Yunshi city? Even if you, ancestor, are facing difficulties now, we can unite with the Mo family and the Lei family. They are also families that have been rooted in Tiansong Mansion for 1,000 years. Would they be willing to be overshadowed by a family that has only been around for less than 40 years? At worst, we can give them some benefits. Mu Hua and Mu Ran, you are both the grand elders of the main lineage and the grand elders of Tiansong sect. Tell me, what is the current situation of my Shi family? Mu Hua paused for a moment, then looked at Qingmu Jinjuan. Let the clan brother speak first. I support the ancestor's decision, Qingmu Jinjuan said. In Tiansong Mansion, my Shi family is already powerless to turn the tide. As for Elder Feng Song's suggestion to unite with the Mo family and the Lei family, they have been oppressed by my Shi family and Tiansong sect for 1,000 years. They would likely be more than happy to see us collapse. Moreover, to my knowledge, the Lei family has already allied with the Su family. During the Innate Secret Realm event, the Lei family followed the Su family's lead. As for the Mo family, if the Su family had not transformed into a great demon, Mo Wentian might still have some thoughts. But he is a patient man, and the Su family's power is now unstoppable. If he continues to oppose them, the Mo family will not fare well in the future. Therefore, he would certainly seek peace with the Su family, or even form an alliance. Under such circumstances, even if my Shi family were to perish, it would only cause them some injuries. Furthermore, over the past 1,000 years, there must be quite a few Foundation and Golden Core families that have suffered from my Shi family's oppression. Perhaps even some rogue cultivators. Leaving now would still allow us to preserve our strength. It may take some time to root ourselves in the central region, but with the current foundation of my Shi family, aside from nascent soul sects and families, there are not many Golden Core families that would dare provoke us. If we were to be forced to flee, it is hard to say how many clan members would remain, but our strength would definitely be greatly diminished. It would be extremely difficult to root ourselves again in that case. Qingmu Xinjian's analysis was thorough, leaving everyone silent. Yu Qi could not help but glance at him, and transmitted to Shi Daoyun, friend, Shi, is this person the one you have chosen to lead the future of the Shi family? You have a keen-eyed Taoist. Mu Ran, having achieved the completion of divine abilities, is not far from reaching nascent soul, and is likely to ascend, but the current Tiansong Mansion is no longer suitable for him. If he were to die in the midst of conflict, my Shi family would have no hope of rising again. You truly are thoughtful Taoist. Mu Hua, what is your opinion? Shi Daoyun looked at him. Mu Hua paused, returning to ancestor. If what Brother Mu Ran said is true, then I have no objections, and am willing to follow the ancestor's arrangements. What about the rest? Are there any objections? We will follow the ancestor's arrangements, the Golden Core members replied in unison. Regarding the relocation of the Shi family, I have made the necessary arrangements. This is Yu Qi, the supreme elder of the Yuling sect, one of the top sects in central Tiannan. He is also an old friend of mine. Our new location will be within the territory of the Yuling sect. The crowd was slightly taken aback and said in unison, we have seen Elder Yu. The site for our clan has already been selected. Once the Shi family moves there we can rebuild. They were mildly shocked looking at Shi Daoyun in disbelief, realizing that the ancestor had already arranged everything. Meanwhile, Qingmu Xinjuan felt a vague sense of unease. Such arrangements seemed more like a farewell directive. From now on, the elders of the Tiansong sect will return to the Shi family. Shi Muran will be the grand elder, and everyone in the Shi family will respect him and follow his orders. Shi Fengyue will be the head of the Shi family. Do you have any objections? We have no objections. Shi Dayan's edict was clear. Shi Muhua and the former head of the Shi family had no choice but to step down. Considering strength and prestige, it was indeed more appropriate for Qingmu Xinjuan. Starting tomorrow, we will begin to downsize our assets and personnel. The Shi family has many members, and it will be difficult to take everyone, so we will prioritize selecting the elite and those with talent. Within 2 months, we must ensure everything is in order. Additionally, we must keep a low profile, though any minor investments that can be discarded should be disposed of. As for the spiritual vein of our clan, we will extract it on the day we leave. Ancestor, what about the resources of the Tiansong sect? Shi Fengyue asked. Consolidate all the resources you can use and take them with you, but do it discreetly. There are things that can be let go. Otherwise, if they detect something amiss, it will not be easy for you to leave. Understood, Ancestor. A little more than half a month passed. The Shi family's shops, commercial houses, and mines scattered across various cities and markets in Tiansong Prefecture appeared to be operating as usual, with shopkeepers and staff serving customers as normal. But secretly, all goods of medium quality and above rare materials in stock and collected rent in recent years were being transported back to the Shi family in batches under various reasonable pretexts such as inventory adjustments. On the shelves of the stores, only ordinary low-value goods remained to maintain appearances. The once vibrant scene that attracted cultivators had vanished. Some remote or low-profit industries were secretly assessed and either sold off at low prices to trusted intermediaries or simply abandoned. The branches of the Shi family spread across various locations, with those of outstanding potential or strong abilities being summoned back to the main lineage. After they left, there was no further news. Moreover, their immediate family members were repeatedly invited to the main lineage under the guise of training. Although there was some movement, the branch members were not aware and had no suspicions, while others were oblivious. Valuable spiritual herbs and materials from the Tiansong sect were also quietly sent to the Shi family. On the surface, everything in the Tiansong sect appeared unchanged, but in reality its resources had dwindled by 60%, leaving only 2 to 3 months' worth of resources for the sect's disciples and elders. However, the spiritual vein of the Tiansong sect could not be carelessly moved. Any significant actions would raise suspicion. Strange, I haven't seen any members of the Shi family around lately. Some disciples of the Tiansong sect discussed. I heard the main lineage of the Shi family is selecting elites from the clan and consolidating resources for training. They must all be participating. How enviable. The selected elites of the Shi family are likely to enter the golden core stage in the future. Indeed. Lu brother, do you think the Shi family's sudden upheaval is related to the Su family? Perhaps. Which side will your Lu family support? For matters of such magnitude in the family, I am not in a position to speak. I will follow the family's orders. As grand elders, Shi Muran and Shi Fengyue naturally had to stay within the sect. Staying in the Shi family would likely draw criticism. After all, the Shi family had their own affairs to manage, and it was not their concern. In Yunxi City at the Su residence, Chun Chang'e relayed various reports from the Su family's informants to Su Chuan. He generally did not report unimportant matters, but he felt something was off about this situation. The movements of the Shi family seemed unusual, as if preparing for war. Su Chuan raised an eyebrow upon seeing Chun change his message, and murmured the shops are suffering from poor business, and there are no rare resources. Many elites from the branches are heading to the main lineage. Even within the Tiansong sect, there are few sightings of members of the Shi family preparing for war. Su Chuan chuckled lightly. I doubt it. While he had his suspicions, he still calculated using the Tianji Daoyuan. It truly seems like they are planning to flee. Is this decision by Shi Daoyuan or a suggestion from Shi Muran? He then spoke to himself. It should be Shi Daoyuan. It seems he is truly prepared to fight to the death with my Su family, preparing to relocate to the central region of Tiannan. And there are nascent soul experts coming from the central region. That is indeed thorough preparation. According to Tianji's projections, it should be within the next month. This won't do. The people can leave, but the resources must stay. He was troubled, having no suitable reason to act against the Shi family. Pressing the Shi family could help resolve this matter sooner and prepare for his family's return. Su Chuan immediately sent a message to Lei Wuji. Soon after, Lei Wuji arrived at the Su residence. Master, you called for me. Lei Wuji inquired. Elder Lei, please visit the Mo family and invite their ancestor here. I have important matters to discuss. Understood. After speaking, Lei Wuji left the Su residence and activated a beam of escape light, heading towards the Mo family in Yujusi. An hour and a half later, the two of them arrived simultaneously and entered the hall of the Su residence. Su Chuan had been waiting and said, "Please take a seat." Mo Wentian took a seat and stroked his beard, smiling as he asked Su Daoyu, "Why did you have Lei Daoyu summon me? What urgent matter is at hand? I will not beat around the bush." Su Chuan stated directly the Shi family intends to abandon Tiansong Prefecture and relocate entirely. They are currently consolidating resources and personnel. I estimate that a significant amount of resources from the Tiansong sect will also be taken away. What? Moya and Lei Wuji were both startled. The Shi family wants to run away, and they plan to take away the foundation of the Tiansong sect. Is the news reliable? You need not doubt it. Then Su Daoyu, what do you intend to do? Mo Wenqian's gaze flickered as he looked at Su. Su Chuan met his gaze, and then looked at Lei Wuji. I need both of you to use your connections and resources to gather golden core cultivators as much as possible in 3 days. Follow me to the Shi family's territory and stop them. Their people can leave, but the resources must stay. Mo Wentian was slightly astonished upon hearing this. Su Daoyu intends to let the Shi family go. Su Chuan smiled lightly in response. Are you suggesting that Elder Mo lead the golden core cultivators of your Mo family to forcibly detain the Shi family? Su Daoyu, do not joke with me. My Mo family cannot compare with the Shi family in terms of resources, but if our 3 families join forces, we can likely retain most of the golden core cultivators of the Shi family. We will see how the situation unfolds. Su Chuan did not respond directly. However, if Elder Mo is needed, do not remain indifferent. I have promised Su Daoyu. How could I go back on my word? Lei Wuji clasped his hands and said the Su family need only give orders. My Lei family will do our utmost, and aside from leaving golden core cultivators to guard the family, all other elders of my Lei family will be present. Thank you, Elder Lei. As for the reason to gather those golden core cultivators, you two need not elaborate. Do you understand? Mo Wentian smiled lightly. Understood. The Shi family is deeply rooted, and they certainly have many ears and eyes. Then we will gather outside the east gate of Yunshi City 3 days later at the hour of Chuan. Thank you both for your efforts. Su Chuan stood up and clasped his hands. It is within our duties. The two also rose and returned the gesture. They then left the Su residence, and Su Chuan informed Su Mingxian and Su Delying of this matter. Su Mingxian had heard Su Chuan's speculation before, but she had not expected Shi Daoyan to prepare for the Shi family to preserve its strength and leave Tiansong Prefecture. This was the foundation where the Shi family had rooted for over 1,000 years. To abandon it like this was quite a sacrifice. However, clearly this was not an unwise decision. 3 days later, outside the east gate of Yunshi City, the usually open square at the city gate was now filled with a tense atmosphere. Colorful beams of escape light descended from all directions, revealing figures of cultivators with immense auras, all at least at the golden core stage. Upon rough estimation, there were no fewer than 30. These cultivators hailed from the Mo family, the Lei family, and their allied clans, as well as golden core loose cultivators. Although the crowd had tried to restrain their auras, the invisible pressure they collectively exuded still caused the low-level cultivators and commoners in Yunshi City to feel a wave of fear, prompting them to avoid the area. People inside and outside the city were paying attention and discussing. So many golden cores gathered along with the Mo family's nascent soul ancestor and Lei family's Jinju and Lei Ji. It feels like both families have emptied their nests. And there are some golden core families and loose cultivators too. Are they here to cause trouble for Yunshi City? That doesn't seem likely. It feels more like they are waiting for someone. As everyone speculated, Su Chuan appeared with Su Mingxian, Su Delying, and Mou. Golden core cultivators from the Yin family, Tang family, and Chun family followed closely behind. We have seen Jinju and Ku Rong. All the golden core cultivators bowed in greeting. Mo Wentian then cheerfully asked Su Daoyu, everyone is gathered. When shall we set off? Some confused golden core cultivators asked Elder Mo, where are we going? Are we not attacking the Tiansong sect? Do not ask me. Today's matter is decided by Su Daoyu. Su Chuan glanced over the dozens of golden core cultivators present, not providing much explanation, and declared in a loud voice, fellow Taoists, since you are here you must trust me. There is no time to lose, let us depart. Our target is the Shi family's territory. The Shi family. Many golden core cultivators felt a slight tremor in their hearts. That is a family of nascent souls that has ruled Tiansong Prefecture for over 1,000 years. Although both the Mo family and Su family have produced nascent souls in their hearts, the Shi family still ranks first in terms of foundation. After Su Chuan finished speaking, he was the first to transform into a green beam of escape light shooting toward the Tiansong mountain range. Su Mingxian and the others followed suit without hesitation. Moya and Lei Wuji exchanged a glance and shouted, "Everyone follow the Su family master." They then immediately followed suit. The remaining Golden Core cultivators, despite still having doubts, felt reassured by the presence of the Mo family's ancestor, the transforming Great Demon, and many Golden Cores. They all activated their escape lights. Dozens of streaks of light streaked across the sky like a dazzling river of light surging forward. Along the way, Su Chuan communicated with Chunchanga, saying, "Elder Chen, please go to the Tiansong sect and inform them of this matter." He briefly explained the Shi family's plans. Chen Chang's gaze flickered as he responded, "Yes, master." He then left the group and headed towards the Tiansong sect alone. Just as Su Chuan and the others were nearing the Shi family's territory, Chunchanga arrived at the mountain gate of the Tiansong sect. He gazed at the still imposing Tiansong sect, feeling a multitude of emotions. What was once a colossal entity to look up to might today be on the verge of collapse. "Who goes there? What business do you have at my Tiansong sect?" A disciple guarding the mountain gate asked with cupped hands. Another older middle-aged cultivator recognized Chunchanga. "Elder Chen." "Elder Chen, what brings you here?" "I come to notify you of an urgent matter regarding the Tiansong sect." "What matter?" a curious disciple asked. Chunchanga smiled slightly, cleared his throat, and his voice instantly resonated like thunder across. "The ancestor of the Shi family intends to take the Shi family's elites and leave Tiansong Prefecture. I, the head of the Su family, kindly sent Chun to remind you, as the Grand Elder and Sect Master of the Tiansong sect, are both members of the Shi family. Do not let your treasury be plundered without your knowledge." His voice echoed repeatedly. From the Qi refinement stage to the Golden Core elders, everyone heard these words. One by one they were left stunned. The Shi family intends to flee, and they plan to take away the treasury's resources. But wait, the benefits for disciples this month have been distributed on time. They can't be lying, can they? Is the Su family's news true or false? In an instant, many Golden Core elders emerged from their caves. The entire Tiansong sect was in an uproar. If you don't believe it, you can have your sect master and Grand Elder open the treasury to see how many rare resources and precious materials are missing. Immediately after, Chunchanga shouted again outside the mountain gate. "This sounds quite plausible. It can't be true, can it? The Su family wouldn't purposely come here to deceive us, would they? It doesn't hurt to check, does it?" One Golden Core elder after another sent messages to Qingmu Jinjuan and Shifenhua. "Grand Elder, how does the Su family know this?" "Now is not the time to dwell on that. The Tiansong sect cannot stay any longer. Let's return to the Shi family and find the ancestor." "Understood." The two left their caves, activated their escape light, and flew towards the exit of Tiansong sect. That aura belongs to the Grand Elder and the Sect Master. A Golden Core elder noticed and immediately informed the other Golden Core elders. The Grand Elder and Sect Master are fleeing. This time Tiansong sect was in complete turmoil. All the elders of the Tiansong sect appeared anxious. Although the Shi family held the highest authority in the Tiansong sect, they did not represent the entire sect. It was like the relationship between major shareholders and minor shareholders in a company. If the major shareholders were to abscond with the funds, the company would collapse in an instant. "Fellow elders, let us go to the Shi family to demand an explanation from the Grand Elder and Supreme Elder." "I will go too. I shall also attend." Dozens of Golden Core cultivators activated their escape lights to leave, but one person was missing. Jinjuan Bingxian was still in deep seclusion in the Xianbing cave. By the time he exits next time, the Tiansong sect will have undergone a change of leadership or fallen apart. Who knows how he will feel? "Haha, fellow Taoists, it's been a while. I will be joining you to the Shi family." Chunchanga forced his way into the group midway. Dozens of Golden Core cultivators led by Su Chuan streaked across the sky like a meteor shower, descending with overwhelming force upon the outer periphery of the Shi clan's ancestral domain. The air here brimmed with dense spiritual energy, and the clan's grand protective formation had already activated in full. A pale azure energy barrier enveloped the domain, its flowing runes radiating profound defensive aura, sealing the interior from the outside world. The cultivators halted their flight and hovered midair. They faced the Shi clan's pavilions and towers beyond the luminous barrier, locked in silent confrontation. A chilling aura of slaughter thickened the air until even breath seemed suspended. Su Chuan swept his calm gaze across the shimmering formation, then spoke softly. "Moyua." At his side, Moyua nodded faintly. A flash of crimson gold light flickered in his eyes. He stepped forward, and his form erupted outward in an instant. Roar! A thunderous heaven-splitting dragon roar erupted. imbued with sovereign majesty shaking the very fabric of reality. Before their eyes, Mayue's silhouette swelled rapidly, his black robes tore apart, revealing a colossal body armored in deep blue scales that shimmered with undertones of dark gold. His horns twisted with savage grandeur, 4 taloned limbs sprouted beneath his belly, undeniably a terrifying 100 zang long, celestial Geodragon. Coiling halfway into the heavens, his massive frame cast vast shadows below, while his slitted dark gold eyes gazed down coldly upon the Shi clan's ancestral domain. That roar was no mere sound wave. It carried the pure primordial pressure of true dragon bloodline, a tangible tide sweeping outward and instantly resonating across 1,000 li. Mountains echoed in reverberation, 10,000 beings bowed in awe. Even the Shi clan's formidable protective barrier rippled violently, its luminescence flickering erratically under the onslaught. Within the Shi clan's domain, the sudden earth-shattering dragon cry sent shockwaves through every hall and chamber. What is happening? Where did that dragon roar come from? Our enemies attacking. Look to the sky, a monstrous Geodragon. Countless low-ranked disciples and servants recoiled in terror. Those with weaker cultivation collapsed outright, paralyzed by fear. Panic-stricken figures burst forth from rooms and cultivation caves, craning their necks upward at the sky-obscuring dragon, faces drained of color, dread spreading like wildfire. Then several overwhelmingly powerful auras surged from the domain's depths, swiftly ascending to hover high above the barrier's edge. At their forefront stood Shi Daoyun, his expression as grim as still water alongside Yu Qi, the venerable elder of the Yuling sect, clad in regal purple and gold ritual robes, bearing the dignified grace of a master who commanded reverence. Behind them followed the Shi clan's Golden Core elders. Seeing the 100-zhang Geodragon coiled menacingly beyond the barrier, and dozens of Golden Core cultivators arrayed like storm clouds, they tensed instantly, every face etched with grave vigilance. Almost simultaneously with Moyue's transformation and the dragon's earth-shaking roar, Shi Fengyue and Qingmu Xinjuan, racing back toward the ancestral domain from Tiansong sect at full speed, also heard it clearly. Their forms jolted to a halt midair, their expressions turned ashen. It's Su clan's shape-shifting Geodragon. Shi Fengyue's voice cracked dryly. They're at our ancestral domain. Accelerate. A flash of fierce resolve ignited in Shi Muron's eyes. Without restraint, they burned their spiritual energy to the limit, blazing as twin streaks of light, hurtling recklessly toward home. Moments later they arrived. From afar they beheld a suffocating spectacle overhead, dozens of Golden Core cultivators hovering in disciplined formation, their combined auras merging into a single oppressive cloud, like a storm about to break. Su Chuan, Imo, Wentian, Lei Wuji, all familiar faces stood among them. Above them loomed the 100-zhang Geodragon, its demonic might surging like an ocean tide. And there facing them across the barrier stood their own ancestral patriarch, Shi Daoyun, and elder Yu Qi from the central regions. Su Chuan's divine sense sharpened instantly. He detected Shi Fengyue and Qingmu Xinjuan's hurried arrival. A faint enigmatic smile curved his lips as his gaze settled upon Qingmu Xinjuan's ashen face. Elder Qingmu, so you two weren't at the ancestral domain after all. Rushing here from your sect. Were you pursued? The words dripped with veiled mockery, striking straight at Qingmu Xinjuan's deepest wound. Qingmu Xinjuan's expression darkened further. He let out a sharp, contemptuous snort, but chose not to engage Su Chuan in verbal sparring. In a blink he pierced through the clan's protective barrier and flew beside Shi Daoyun and Yu Qi, relaying via secret transmission what had transpired at Tiansong sect. Upon hearing it, Shi Daoyun's eyes blazed with frigid light. An involuntary ripple of nascent soul aura leaked forth, so potent that nearby Shi clan elders gasped their breath, seizing mid-lung. His glacial gaze cut past the assembled cultivators, locking unflinchingly onto Su Chuan. His voice, colder than ice forged over 10,000 years, rang out, Su Chuan. What precisely do you intend? Meanwhile, Yu Qi's attention barely grazed Su Chuan. Instead, his gaze burned with undisguised awe and fervent desire fixed upon the 100-zhang Geodragon soaring above. Such profound, true dragon bloodline, capable of unleashing authentic dragon pressure. No wonder it possesses the capacity for shape-shifting. No wonder, Elder, she holds it in such dread, Yu Qi mused inwardly. Though newly ascended to shape-shifting, its strength rivals even mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Few could subdue it easily. Still, the Su clan stands behind Lord Xianhua. This matter grows exceedingly delicate. Seeing Moyue, Yu Qi felt an urgent impulse to claim him, but dared not act, wary of provoking the Su clan and its revered patriarch. Within moments, Tiansong sect's elders also arrived. At that moment, nearly 70 to 80% of all Golden Core cultivators in Tiansong Prefecture gathered here. Such a concentration of Golden Core cultivators, rare even during interprefectural wars or the emergence of primordial realms, left them stunned. It seems everyone has arrived, Su Chuan said with a tranquil smile toward Shi Daoyan. Elder Shi, this is not about what I wish, but rather what you the Shi clan intend to do. Even if you've discovered our plans, do you truly prefer mutual annihilation over allowing us to depart? Such a path benefits neither clan. Not at all, Su Chuan replied, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Today I have come expressly to escort the Shi clan on their final journey, though they must leave behind one thing before departing. What? Shi Daoyun's brows nodded. Your clan's resources. Su Chuan, you overstep. These resources belong solely to the Shi clan. Is that so? Then ask your fellow elders of Tiansong sect whether they concur. Elder Chihua, demanded Senior Elder, I ask only this. Have you relocated the sect's resources? Qingmu Jinjuan remained silent. So it is true. Elder Lu added, Senior Elder, Tiansong sect belongs to all, not to the Shi clan alone. Elder Kurong speaks rightly, you may depart, but the resources remain. In an instant the majority of Tiansong sect's elders aligned themselves with Su Chuan. The rest looked on disillusioned. Elder Shi, you see it is not I who forbids your departure. A subtle curve lifted Su Chuan's lips. Yu Chi's pupils contracted sharply. This youth commands hearts with uncanny mastery. Yet, how did he learn of the Shi clan's relocation? Could there be a spy within the Shi clan? A team so riddled with leaks is perilous to lead. At that moment Su Chuan turned to Yu Chi and offered a courteous smile. May I inquire, Elder, your esteemed name? If I am not mistaken, you have come to safeguard Elder Shi's departure. Hearing this, Mo Wentian also took notice. His divine sense swept across Yu Chi, nascent soul cultivator. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Yu Chi regarded Su Chuan calmly. I am Yu Chi, of the Central Region's Yuling sect. His words struck like thunder. Even Su Chuan and Su Mingxian's pupils narrowed slightly. Yuling sect, the paramount beast-taming sect of the southern lands and among the elite nascent soul sects, second only to Qing Yun sect, Qingshu Temple, Yuhua Gate, and the other five great powers. A Golden Core cultivator who had once traveled the southern lands cried out in astonishment. Elder Yu, we pay our respects. Su Chuan bowed formally. Young Master Su, Tiansong Prefecture is already yours, but minimizing bloodshed serves all. Why not allow the Shi clan to depart? For your sake, Elder, I shall permit their departure, provided they surrender 70% of their resources. However, the local spirit veins remain. Young Master Su, that is excessive, Yu Chi frowned. Elder, though you accompany Elder Shi, you would do well not to intervene too deeply, unless perhaps Yuling sect seeks to plant its flag in our northwest region. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Should that be the case, Mingxian, when next you return to the sect, please convey my regards to Elder Zhang. Tell him to exercise caution. Yes, Father, I shall. Su Mingxian bowed deeply. Yu Chi's pupils contracted sharply, his expression flickered. Then he forced a strained smile. Young Master Su, do not jest. Yuling sect harbors no such ambition. My presence stems solely from old ties with Elder Shi. Long ago, I owed him a debt, one I am compelled to repay. I see. Su Chuan gave a slight nod. Unnoticed, Yu Chi, the mid-stage nascent soul elder, had already slipped into a subtle position of disadvantage. Elder Shi, what is your decision? After a long silence, Shi Daoyun surveyed the aerial formation. Even at peak strength, with Yu Chi's aid, their best hope was escape for the two of them alone. Though nascent soul cultivators were formidable, coordinated assault by a dozen Golden Core cultivators could indeed wound them, especially since even supreme-grade defensive artifacts possessed finite barrier resilience. Among them, Su Chuan stood leagues ahead, capable of overwhelming any Shi clan member single-handedly. Su Delying, he'd heard from Qingmu Jinjuan, had already matched Golden Core masters at the pinnacle of their power. With Bloodline secret arts, he could briefly withstand two such opponents. If battle erupted, today would mark the total annihilation of the Shi clan. He closed his eyes, rage against Su Chuan surging to infinite heights, then opened them, speaking with eerie calm. I accept your terms. Elder Shi's magnanimity honors us. But I have one condition: you shall harm no member of the Shi clan. Su Chuan replied, so long as they refrain from attacking me, I shall hold no grudge, though this forbearance applies only within Tiansong Prefecture. Once beyond its borders, encounters remain unpredictable. Miron Fengyue, you two retrieve 70% of the resources. Yes, Patriarch. Bitter humiliation churned within them, finally tasting the helplessness others endured when confronting the Shi clan. Minor clans, wandering cultivators, even certain Golden Core families, all had suffered similarly when clashing with Shi clan interests. When beneath another's roof one bows, even if smiling through gritted teeth. Chuan came prepared to fight, or to spare bloodshed. As Tiansong Prefecture's ruling power dignity was essential, but tyranny bred only resentment. One instant later, Qingmu Jinjuan handed a high-grade spatial storage bag to Shi Daoyan. Shi Daoyan scanned its contents with his divine sense, then tossed it to Chuan, his voice icy. Is this satisfactory? Chuan likewise inspected its contents. Low, mid, and high-tier resources, rare materials in abundance. Even spirit veins lay coiled within. Elder Shi's promptness honors us. Then pray to part today. Chuan offered a courteous farewell, but every witness felt a chill crawl up their spines. Muron arranged departure immediately. Yes, Patriarch. Faced with this ultimatum, they had but two choices: fight to extinction, or flee, then rebuild slowly through austerity. Yet without a nascent soul cultivator anchoring their foundation, even a millennium would scarcely yield 1/3 of what they surrendered to Chuan. Chuan sat serenely atop Moyue's head, watching quietly. Behind him stood Su Mingxian and Su Delying. Others hovered along the Jia Dragon's flanks, observing the Shi clan's frantic preparations in silence. Each silently resolved never to oppose the Su clan, lest they suffer the same fate. Indeed, summoning them served precisely this purpose: to forge in their minds an indelible image of the Su clan's invincibility. The Shi clan, lords of Tiansong Prefecture for 1,000 years, had fallen thus. How much more fragile were they? Hours passed. The sun sank westward, its dying light bleeding crimson across the sky. All watched as a fleet of 15 spirit vessels vanished into the western horizon. The sun had set. An era of Tiansong Prefecture had ended forever. Su Mingxian watched quietly, transmitting secretly, Father, now that they've departed, will Elder Shi still seek your life? Yes. Then should we? No need. From this day forward, the Su clan's dominance in Tiansong Prefecture remains unchallenged for at least a century. What follows concerns only the Shi clan and myself. Moments later, the Shi clan's fleet dissolved into the blood-red twilight. Their vast ancestral domain stood empty, silent, hollow, abandoned. Chuan smiled gently. Esteemed cultivators, your presence today honors me. As gratitude, once we extract these spirit veins, I shall offer suitable recompense. Elder Elder Lei, I entrust the extraction to you. They nodded and immediately dispatched teams to harvest the veins. 1 hour later, all spirit veins had been removed. Countless structures collapsed, fissures split the earth. Mount Young Master Su. The site yielded 1 4th-grade inferior water element spirit vein, 3 3rd-grade superior spirit veins, 1 3rd-grade middle-grade vein, 2 3rd-grade inferior veins, and 10 2nd-grade spirit veins. Thank you. Chuan accepted the veins, then gifted 3rd-grade spirit herbs and rare materials to the attending cultivators. The Mo and Lei clans each received a 2nd-grade superior spirit vein. Tiansong sect's elders watched enviously. Elder Chihua asked Elder Korong, does Tiansong sect receive any share? Gentlemen, Chuan smiled. You were not summoned by me. Yet today's events have made plain your path forward. How then shall Tiansong's sect navigate its future? They exchanged uncertain glances. Let us conclude today's affairs. 7 days hence, the Su clan invites all Golden Core powers of Tiansong Prefecture to convene at Tiansong sect to deliberate the prefecture's destiny. Please ensure word reaches all. Should anyone fail to attend, Chuan smiled faintly, then tapped his foot lightly. Let us go, Moyue. Moyue swept the assembly with a lingering gaze, unleashed one final resonant dragon roar, and soared away, carrying Chuan and his 2 companions. The rest dispersed in silence. Under the starry night, Shi Daoyan stood alone at the bow of the largest magical vessel. A heavy pressure enveloped the surroundings, and no member of the Shi family dared to approach, lest they incur misfortune. Yuqi walked up beside him and sighed that Chuan is truly remarkable, using force against force, forcing you, my friend, to compromise. The situation is such that even if a conflict arises, they will only side with the Su family. The situation for our Shi family is beyond redemption. Shi Daoyan paused and added, I just didn't expect him to come so suddenly. He caught my Shi family off guard. All our plans have turned to vapor. Yuqi looked at his face surprisingly calm. Do you think Chuan knows how we are situated? Are you implying that there might be spies from the Su family among us? Shi Daoyan shook his head. No, I would rather believe that his meticulousness caught me off guard. Do you think he is currently waiting for me to come? Surely not. Yuqi frowned. If your Shi family wasn't forced to leave, he might have guessed that you could trouble them because of your lifespan issues. After all, there are many who go mad when their time is near. But now that you have been forced to leave, I believe this is a time of great joy for the Su family. With the last obstacle removed, the remaining task is to stabilize the Tiansong mansion and win people's hearts. I don't think so. Rather, I feel he might be waiting for me to go. From his perspective, it wouldn't be difficult to guess my intent to kill him. Although our Shi family has suffered significant losses, our core elite remains intact. This is precisely the time when I have nothing to hold back. I want to kill him, and he wants to kill me too. Just like in Immortal dynasty, the change of emperors, what better way to instill fear in the ministers than to slay the emperor? I am that emperor, and the families of the Tiansong mansion are the ministers. The Su family is the usurper. If I die, even if the Shi family returns, there will be no chance of regaining power in the Tiansong mansion, representing the true end of my Shi family there. Pausing for a moment, Shi Daoyan smiled lightly. Yu Qi, you should understand how terrifying an unsparing nascent soul is when their lifespan is nearing its end. Indeed, even our Yuling sect would not dare to provoke such a madman lightly. Yu Qi nodded slightly. He has brought down my Shi family, seized our resources, and forced us to flee. I too will make the people of Yunshi City suffer, causing heavy losses to the Su family. Let him taste the worry of my Shi family over these past few years of being surrounded by wolves and tigers. Enough, I cannot persuade you otherwise. When the time comes, I invite you to watch the battle. Regardless of the outcome, I will undoubtedly die. If you do not collect my body, the remnants will likely benefit the Su family. All right, Yu Qi replied. 3 days later, the Shi family team arrived near Taihe Lake. Shi Daoyan summoned Qingmu Jinjuan into the room, saying lightly, Muron, as the elder of my Shi family, you must take on the heavy responsibilities of the family from now on. Muron understands. The Shi family of the future will be your era. I fear I cannot accompany you down this path. Elder Yu. This Jade Talisman can directly contact Yu Qi. He has promised me 3 opportunities to assist the Shi family, but do not place too much blind trust in him. Human strength has its limits. There are many things that even a nascent soul cannot accomplish. As for whether my Shi family can rise again, it all depends on us. However, even if one day you reach the nascent soul stage, do not return to the Tiansong mansion. You cannot compete with the Su family. However, I must say you can learn from his methods and strategies. Be low-key, endure, and unless you have complete confidence, do not expose your fangs. Muron understands. Qingmu Jinjuan felt heavy-hearted. Wait, come along with me, and Yu Qi. Where is the elder going? To Yunshi City. Upon hearing this, Qingmu Jinjuan was startled, but then relieved. The elder has arranged many matters for the Shi family. He must be planning to act without reservations and cause a great disturbance in Yunshi City. Since he has the intent to seek death, then Yunshi City is indeed his best and final stage. I do not know how this trip will go. Perhaps it will create chaos. Perhaps I can seriously injure that transforming flood dragon and kill Su Chuan, or perhaps I will gain nothing at all. But regardless, it is my funeral prepared for myself. After my death, the treasures and storage bags left behind will belong to Yu Qi. This is part of the deal. As for my corpse, please take me back to that small mountain village. Shi Daoyan informed him of the location and continued, I was born in Tiansong Mansion, became famous here, and after death, I want to rest here, so I will not follow you. A new era belongs to you. What path you carve for the Shi family in the future is entirely up to you. Learn from your mistakes. A strong family requires strict control over its members. If someone stirs up trouble, they must be dealt with decisively. You do not hesitate. I only realized at this moment how neglectful I have been regarding the family's governance. This has led to my Shi family being surrounded by enemies in Tiansong Mansion. Elder Muron understands and will not let you down. Qingmu Jinjuan knelt and deeply bowed his head. Rise and follow me out. The two exited the room, and Shi Daoyan also transmitted a message to Yu Qi. Upon seeing Qingmu Jinjuan, he asked in surprise, this is. He is also here to watch the battle and to handle my affairs after I am gone, Shi Daoyan transmitted. Yu Qi no longer spoke further. Then using his magical power, he whisked the two away, employing teleportation to rush to Yunshi City. In just over an hour, they arrived outside the eastern city gate of Yunshi City. Unlike the usual hustle and bustle, the eastern gate today appeared exceptionally empty and silent, as if intentionally cleared. Above the city gate, Su Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. Beside him stood the burly Moyue, exuding an aura as solid as a mountain, Su Mingxian in his moon-white robe, with an ethereal quality, and Su Delying breathtakingly beautiful in her red dress. Yu Qi and Qingmu Jinjuan did not approach, instead watching from a distance on the mountains. Shi Daoyan flew to confront the four at the city gate. You indeed guessed I would come. A grand funeral without a mourner would be rather dull, Su Chuan replied nonchalantly. In the next moment, a terrifying light burst forth from Shi Daoyan's eyes, and a resolute aura surged into the sky. Without hesitation, he activated a secret technique, as if igniting his lifespan. In that instant, the withered meridians were instantly flooded with surging magical power, and the decaying aura suddenly ascended, forcibly restoring him to peak condition in just a few breaths. He flipped his palm, and a dazzling golden flying sword appeared in his hand. It was his innate high-grade magical treasure, the Gungjin flying sword. The sword hummed, resonating with its masters while emanating an unstoppable sharpness. Flash! Shi Daoyun shouted fiercely without any embellishment, and swung the sword towards the city's protective array. A brilliant golden sword wave over 100 feet long suddenly appeared, condensed, as if it were a physical entity tearing through the air, infused with his lifetime of swordsmanship insights and immense magical power, crashing down on the five-colored array. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens. At the moment the sword wave struck the array, it erupted with blinding light and violent spiritual energy turbulence. The protective array trembled, rippling like a ripple, but in the blink of an eye the light curtain settled again. Such a powerful attack. No wonder he is a sword cultivator. Moyu's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and he remarked the might of that single sword is certainly not inferior to that of Qi Tianxiong back then. No wonder the two mansions have remained peaceful over the years. It seems no one could do anything to the other. Shi Dayan's full-powered strike was even enough to severely injure someone like Mo Wentian, who had just entered the nascent soul stage, yet it merely caused a ripple in the array. This array? He must have been prepared. Shi Daoyun looked at Su Chuan, his eyes filled with madness. The Gungjin flying sword transformed into countless golden phantoms. In an instant thousands of sharp sword lights lashed out, like a torrential storm, continuously bombarding the same area of the protective array. Sword lights fell like rain, sword energy crisscrossing, illuminating the sky in a golden hue. The sound of explosions melded together, deafening, and the shockwaves plowed deep trenches into the ground outside the city, sending dust flying. However, half a tea's time passed, and although the five-colored light curtain was fluctuating incessantly, not a single crack appeared. Qingmu Jinjuan looked on in shock. How is this possible? Even the Elder's full-strength attack cannot create a single crack. Could this be a fourth-tier array? No. Yu Qi's gaze was sharper, and he said if it were a fourth-tier array the fluctuations wouldn't be so severe. It must be a half-step fourth-tier. Hearing that in the northwest there are not many skilled array masters, I didn't expect your Tiansong mansion to have a half-step fourth-tier array master. Such a person will eventually reach the fourth tier. Half-step fourth tier. Qingmu Jinjuan murmured, wondering who set this up. Could it be Su Mingxian? But how could someone so young, just entering the golden core stage, elevate the array to this level? Su Chuan, Su Deliang, and yet another Su Mingxian. It seems the elder was quite right. The future Tiansong mansion no longer belongs to my Shi family. Even if the Shi family produces a nascent soul, they will not be a match for the Su family upon returning to Tiansong mansion. In just a few decades they have reached this level. How high might the Su family rise in a few hundred years? Shi Daoyun finally stopped, leaning on his sword in midair, breathing heavily, and the madness in his eyes lessened slightly. He looked at Su Chuan inside the array, and hoarsely said, Su Chuan, you have indeed set up a turtle shell in Yunqi City. This truly exceeded my expectations. But do you plan to hide in there for a lifetime acting like a turtle? Is this how you wish to rule the Tiansong mansion? In response to the mockery, Su Chuan's expression remained unchanged, instead breaking into a slight smile. He turned to the eager Moyue beside him, and said, You've been itching for a while, go ahead and battle him. All right. Moyu's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he let out a low roar, his figure swelling once more. The black robe ripped apart, revealing the 100-foot-long dragon form, and a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. No longer concealing his aura, the might of the true dragon swept out like a storm, even overpowering Shi Dayan's nascent soul pressure. With a sweep of his massive tail, Moyue charged out of the protective array, carrying a fierce momentum straight at Shi Daoyun. Come on. Shi Dayan's eyes flashed with sharp light, showing no fear as he waved his Gungjin flying sword to. He knew time was precious and that he needed to end this quickly. He unleashed a killing move immediately, his sword light honed to perfection, targeting Moyu's relatively weaker scales, joints, and eyes. Moyue roared repeatedly, either clashing with the sword's edge, using his dragon claws, producing a screeching metallic sound, or exhaling dragon breath, the cold air astonishingly sweeping out, forcing Shi Daoyun to evade. His massive body was the most terrifying weapon. Each charge and strike contained the force to break mountains and split the earth. A person and a dragon engaged in an earth-shattering frenzied battle outside the eastern city gate. The dragon roared, and the sword light soared. The shockwaves generated by the collision of the violent energies spread outward in ripples, causing distant mountains to shake and trees to snap. The clouds were torn apart, and the sky fluctuated between light and dark. Each clash erupted with deafening booms resembling rolling thunder. Such grand movements had already alarmed all cultivators within Yunqi City and within hundreds of miles. Countless streaks of escape light ascended from within the city, watching from afar inside the protective array. Moreover, nearby forces and loose cultivators rushed to the scene, gathering at a distance, eagerly awaiting. It's the ancestor of the Shi family, and that transforming flood dragon from the Su family. My heavens, is this what a nascent soul-level battle looks like? It's terrifying. Wasn't the Shi family driven away by the true monarch of withering and flourishing? How did the ancestor of the Shi family return? Is this a deliberate act of revenge? The aura of the Shi ancestor. Has he fully healed from his injuries? What tier is the protective array of Yunchi City? It can withstand such terrifying energy fluctuations without even a crack. A transforming great demon is incredibly fierce, and the swordsmanship of the Shi ancestor is also formidable. Oh, every strike seems capable of severing mountains. Who will prevail in the end? The onlookers buzzed with discussion, all struck by the grandeur of this nascent soul battle. Above the mountains, Yu Qi and Qingmu Jinjuan silently observed once more. Qingmu Jinjuan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palm, his gaze fixed on the figure of the elder, burning his life in swordplay, filled with sorrow. Yu Qi, on the other hand, focused on Moyue. What a powerful flood dragon. I wonder how the Su family raised it. It must have taken generations of effort. I've heard that the Su family is from another region. They shouldn't be from the central part of Tian, where there have been no reports of such a family. Before arriving here, the Su family must have been a nascent soul family. Otherwise, how could they have risen so quickly and possessed so many talented descendants? Just then, half a stick of incense later. Shi Dayan's aura is in disarray. Su Chuan suddenly remarked, it seems he forcibly increased his strength. At most, he has a stick of incense worth of time. Then we shall wait until his energy is exhausted, and Father, you can strike to kill him. Su Mingxian agreed. I will follow your advice. Su Chuan nodded slightly, his gaze still locked on the one person and one dragon battling wildly outside the city. The fight between Moyue and Shi Daoyun became increasingly fierce. The peak strength that Shi Daoyun gained by burning his life was indeed terrifying, with sword lights like relentless tides, unending. Moyu's massive body had already been struck by the unmatched golden sword waves, leaving behind various deep and shallow wounds. The eerie blue scales rolled and dragon blood splattered. Half an incense stick later, the breath of Shi Daoyun began to show obvious fluctuations and instability. His complexion was flushed, and he gasped heavily with every swing of his sword. The veins on his forehead pulsed. Clearly, maintaining this peak state was placing a tremendous burden on his already severely injured soul and deteriorating body. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Chuan's eyes. The time was approaching. If Shi Daoyun were to exhaust his spiritual power and die, it would inevitably leave them open to criticism afterward. Rumors might circulate. If not for the severe injuries and exhaustion of the ancestor of the Shi family, how could the Su family seize the Tiansong mansion from him? Thinking of the head of the Su family who dared only to hide within the Grand Formation, relying on a transformed great demon to wear him down to death. Such discussions were of no concern to Su Chuan personally. However, it could pose an obstacle to the Su family's complete control over Tiansong mansion, winning the hearts of the people and establishing an undeniable authority. Since they had already forced the Shi family away with a strong stance, they could not show any signs of retreat now. Therefore, Su Chuan had to take action personally to completely turn over a new leaf for Tiansong Mansion. After all, in the world of cultivation, only formidable strength could truly win people's hearts. Schemes were trivial. Moyue entangle him. Su Chuan conveyed his thoughts, and then moved like a specter, darting through the city defense formation directly towards Shi Daoyun. The Canglong umbrella appeared in his hand, slowly spinning. A green light curtain descended. Then a series of ringing sounds arose. 28 flying swords burst forth from the ribs of the umbrella, soaring through the sky. With Su Chuan's divine sense guiding them, they swiftly formed a sword dragon several dozen feet long. The terrifying pressure it emitted had already reached the nascent soul level. I've been waiting for you. Shi Daoyun, who had been distractedly monitoring the formation, saw Su Chuan finally appear, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as madness surged to its peak in his eyes. It seemed he had anticipated this. Or rather, his ultimate goal was to force out Su Chuan. Before his words faded, the flying sword, his life treasure, had already been retracted. In its place was a more ancient-looking flying sword. This sword was entirely dark gold, covered in natural cloud patterns, radiating a sharp aura that felt like it could cleave the very soul. Once this sword was drawn, the gold spiritual energy in the heavens and earth stirred. A sense of murderous intent far surpassing that of the Gongjin flying sword began to spread. This was the deepest trump card Shi Daoyun had hidden away. An ancient top-tier treasure perfectly aligned with his cultivation method. A mere sword formation, do you really think you can challenge a nascent soul expert? Shi Daoyun laughed maniacally, pouring all of his remaining magical power into the Jinju flying sword and violently slashed down at the sword dragon. A condensed dark gold sword light struck the roaring head of the sword dragon in an instant. Chop, crunch. The grinding and shattering sounds were agonizing to hear. The imposing sword dragon was astonishingly cleaved in two from head to tail by this dark gold sword light, as though it were made of paper. The sword formation cried out in despair, instantly disintegrating. The 28 flying swords flew back, their spiritual light dimming. Several bore numerous cracks. Chuan was knocked back by the energy shock, his face suddenly pale, clearly feeling the backlash from the connection between his mind and the sword formation. What a terrifying attack! Is that truly the former #1 of Tiansong Mansion? The sword formation of the withered and flourishing true monarch was evidently at the nascent soul level, yet it was shattered in a single strike. No wonder after the ancestor of the Mo family achieved his birth, he did not dare to provoke Tiansong sect directly. The crowd was stunned by Shi Daoyun's brilliant sword, endlessly discussing, seeking death. Mous seeing Chuan suffer a setback was furious. Its massive mouth opened wide, unleashing a milk-white beam of light that radiated extreme cold. This was its innate supernatural ability, ice soul cold light. The cold light shot towards Shi Daoyun like a silver ribbon. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to freeze. Break! Shi Daoyun's momentum surged like a rainbow, turning back for another strike. The dark gold sword light reappeared. Though not as refined as the previous strike that had cleaved the sword formation, it still carried an aura that could slay gods. The sword light collided with the ice soul cold light, creating a thunderous explosion. Ice crystals scattered, and sword chi flew in all directions. The ice soul cold light was forcibly shattered by this sword, but the dark gold sword light also shattered and dissipated. Seizing this moment, a fierce glint flashed in Shi Daoyun's eyes, and he swiftly swung out a third sword. This sword was aimed at Mous, who had just cast a spell and was momentarily sluggish. The 100-foot sword chi fiercely struck Mous' massive abdomen. Roar! A painful dragon's roar echoed through the skies. The incredibly hard scale shattered and splintered in large chunks, revealing a massive wound several feet long, deep enough to see bone, as scalding dragon blood gushed forth like a waterfall. This strike had evidently inflicted significant injury on Mou. If another few strikes were to follow, it would likely be heavily injured. Mou's massive body was sent flying by the sword light. No wonder it is a 4th-tier, transformed flood dragon. Its body is indeed quite tough. Shi Daoyun understood that it would be difficult to heavily injure Mous, so after sending it flying, he turned and charged again towards Chuan. He had little time left, and had to seize this momentum to slay Chuan in one go. Chuan's expression was grave as he activated the Tsanglong umbrella to float above his head, casting down green light to shield himself. At the same time, with a flick of his robe, the high-grade treasure, Zhongxian seal, transformed into the size of a small mountain, bearing the weighty force to suppress everything, and smashed towards Shi Daoyun. Clang! A loud sound echoed. The Zhongxian seal was knocked back by the dark gold sword light, its spiritual light dimming slightly. Immediately after, another sword light flew in, striking fiercely against the defensive barrier of the umbrella. Crack! The barrier shook violently, and spiderweb-like clear cracks appeared, soon shattering completely. The umbrella itself emitted a mournful cry, its brilliance dimming by more than half in an instant. In the distance, the Qingshan, true monarch, witnessing this scene, had his eyes burst with astonishing light. It turned out that the ancestor had pretended to be weak before all to lure Chuan out of the protective formation to slay him. A strong sense of anticipation arose in his heart. If he could truly slay Chuan, would the Shi family be able to? Just as Shi Daoyun adjusted his breath, slightly preparing to once again summon his magical power for the next strike, Mous, disregarding its injuries, roared as it charged again. Its dragon claws tore through the air, forcing Shi Daoyun to divide his attention and respond, only managing to repel it with another sword. Once again, a wound deep enough to see bone appeared. In the midst of Shi Daoyun being restrained by Mous, Chuan's figure suddenly flickered and vanished like a specter. The next moment, he appeared several feet behind Shi Daoyun. Using shadow escape in conjunction with his exquisite grasp of the energy flow and the complete chaos of the surrounding energy, Chuan managed to evade Shi Daoyun's notice for a moment. It was not until the killing intent surged from behind that Shi Daoyun realized. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he disregarded the approaching Mous forcibly, turning his magical power and delivering another dark gold sword light. Though this sword was rushed, its power was still sufficient to slay any golden core cultivator without high-grade defensive treasures. Chuan's defensive treasure, that Songlong umbrella, had already had its barrier shattered and could not condense again within a short time. In an instant, the sword light descended. Yet unbeknownst to Chuan, a massive ancient round shield emitting strange magnetic waves had appeared before him. Puff! The dark gold sword light struck the translucent barrier activated by the Yuan magnetic shield, producing merely a slight ripple. Even the Songlong umbrella from before would have created cracks. This shield, so this is Chuan's trump card. Shi Daoyun was incredulous. Even he did not possess a top-tier defensive shield, yet Chuan had such a treasure. Even if he could not fully unleash its power, that defensive barrier would be difficult for anyone below a great cultivator to breach easily. If he continued to attack recklessly, there might still be hope. However, Shi Daoyun's current situation was, time waits for no one. Is it ultimately a blunder in the game? In that brief moment of distraction, Mou's tail tore through the air, striking fiercely, completely shattering his treasure's barrier. He spat blood, his body flying away like a cannonball. At the same time, Chuan's figure flickered again, reappearing behind Shi Daoyun. In his hand, he had unknowingly produced a great seal emanating the profound aura of life and death. The source life and death seal slammed heavily against his back. A light barrier suddenly flashed over him, presumably a backup mid-grade defensive treasure, but it could not completely withstand the blow. The barrier was torn apart by the life and death energies. Though it held for a moment, the residual force still surged into his body. Puff! Shi Daoyun spewed blood again, his body flying away like a kite with a broken string. This sudden change stunned everyone present. Qingshan, true monarch's expression shifted from expectation to ashen, filled with worry. Ancestor! The life and death energies, like the most venomous snake, instantly invaded his limbs and bones, spreading to his internal organs. Then they reached his dantian, finally pouring into his sea of consciousness. They crazily eroded his already deteriorating body. The nascent soul was unique. It could appear anywhere within the body. It could rest in the dantian or hide in the sea of consciousness. However, it was ultimately found and entwined by the life and death energies. Crack! The already crumbling remnants of the nascent soul were immediately covered with more cracks, nearly shattering on the spot. The injuries to the nascent soul, forcibly suppressed by secret methods, could no longer be contained. Its peak combat power receded like the tide. The backlash from the secret method and the agonizing pain from the shattering nascent soul struck at the same time, causing Shi Daoyun's aura to plummet sharply, his complexion turning ashen. Having landed a decisive blow, Chuan showed no greed for achievements and immediately retreated several hundred feet, urgently focusing his mind. The Zhongxian seal that had been knocked back flashed with spiritual light, appearing beside the flying Shi Daoyun, carrying a heavy momentum like a mountain as it slammed into him. Though Shi Daoyun was heavily injured, his combat instincts remained, and he struggled to swing the Jinzhu flying sword, barely managing to fend off the Zhongxian seal, with the sword light dimmed several times. However, in that fleeting moment of defense, the death energy surrounding him erupted all at once. His end was nigh. The cracks in Shi Daoyun's nascent soul widened further, and his magical power went completely haywire. God-slaying needle. Chuan would not let him escape. The prepped spiritual secret technique suddenly activated. An intangible and formless mind needle violently pierced into Shi Daoyun's already broken sea of consciousness. Originally with Chuan's strength of divine, since the secret technique could only slightly injure Shi Daoyun's soul. However, at this moment, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Oh! Shi Daoyun let out a short, piercing wail, black blood oozing from all 7 orifices as his eyes lost focus, the last shred of resistance stripped away. His body fell limply as if losing all support. Chuan's gaze was icy, and with a finger pointed like a sword, a dim, yet still sharp treasure flying sword shot forth, aiming straight for Shi Daoyun's lower abdomen and dantian. At the same time, his mind stirred, and the Yuan magnetic shield in the distance transformed into a stream of light, flying back to protect him. After all, how powerful the nascent soul was. Even when heavily injured and on the brink of death, a wisp of divine sense could self-detonate. As Shi Daoyun fell, he sensed the cold, killing intent approaching from afar, and saw that shield that had thwarted his attempts to escape return to protect Chuan. A final flicker of clarity and complex emotions flashed in his vacant eyes. Self-detonating the nascent soul. He might bring Chuan down with him, but with that shield, success was not guaranteed. At most, he could only cause serious injury. And Chuan's mastery of wood was far beyond that of Qingshan, true monarch. His deep foundation could even save the previously lost Chinchanga, so serious injury was hardly a concern. Such actions in line with the Su family style would inevitably lead to relentless retaliation afterward. The Shi family would not find peace even in the central part of Tiannan. The Su family holds grudges. Very well, let this be the end. A weary yet relieved thought crossed his mind. Shi Daoyan ceased to resist as the flying sword pierced his dantian. Su Chuan heard his weak voice. Su Chuan, you have won. Between our two families this ends here, and the Tiansong mansion now belongs to your Su family. At the same time he conveyed to Qingshan, true monarch, leave, do not oppose the Su family any longer. Puff. The flying sword pierced through his dantian without any obstruction, and his nascent soul shattered completely at that moment. Shi Daoyan's body trembled violently, the last breath quietly extinguishing. A generation of nascent soul experts who could compete with mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators had thus fallen. The mountain that once loomed over all the cultivators of Tiansong Mansion was completely removed. The last time he had been here, Su Chuan had frightened him away. This time in the same place he met his demise at Su Chuan's hands. Shi Daoyan's body maintained a strangely calm posture as it fell towards the ground. Roar! Mo Yue, in a fit of rage, its wounds throbbing painfully, held a deep hatred for Shi Daoyan. Seeing him fall, it charged forward to swallow his remains to vent its fury. Mo Yue, stop! Su Chuan's calm voice rang out. Give him some dignity. Mo Yue let out a low growl, reluctant, but eventually halted its movements, its dark gold vertical pupils still fiercely glaring at the falling figure. Su Chuan gazed in the direction where Shi Daoyan had fallen, his eyes deep and contemplative. He had sensed earlier that Shi Daoyan seemed to have given up on something in the end. Now that he thought about it, it must have been the self-detonation of the nascent soul. Perhaps upon seeing the defense of the Yuan magnetic shield, he realized he could not perish alongside me, and did not wish to bring more trouble to the departing Shi family. As for stopping Mo Yue from consuming the corpse, at the moment Shi Daoyan died, a subtle yet omnipresent pressure from his nascent soul enveloped the area. It seemed that as long as they made a move, he would strike. The Shi family had departed, Shi Daoyan was dead, and the greatest threat, an obstacle, had been removed. There was no need to offend a stronger nascent soul for the sake of the wealth of the nascent soul. If so, it would likely be a scene that Shi Daoyan would be most unwilling to witness. Outside the East City Gate, the howling winds gradually ceased, and the dust slowly settled. Only the lingering sharp sword aura and the undissipated dragon might spoke of the breathtaking, epic-defining peak battle that had just transpired. Countless spectators stood in stunned silence, gazing at the solitary figure in the sky, as well as the slowly descending body that symbolized the complete end of an era. All cultivators understood. From this moment on, Tiansong Mansion truly entered a new chapter. Su Mingxian and Su Deliang looked at Su Chuan, a faint smile creeping onto their lips. A sincere pride welled up in their hearts. Moments later, the surrounding silence was shattered by a tsunami of discussions. He's dead. The ancestor of the Shi family. Shi Daoyan has fallen. My heavens! The true monarch of withering and flourishing really killed a sword cultivator comparable to the mid-nascent soul stage. Although it was an injured nascent soul, it is still a nascent soul. Moreover, the ancestor of the Shi family clearly used secret techniques to restore his strength to its peak condition. With a golden core body to slay a nascent soul, though there may be some exaggeration, this should be the first case in the Northwest in 1,000 years. From today on, Tiansong Mansion will fully belong to the Su family. Even though the entire Shi family is relocating, it was already known that their era has come to an end, but witnessing the fall of the Shi family's ancestor at this moment gives me a real sense of closure. Indeed, the glory of the Shi family relied solely on the ancestor. His death signifies the true end of the Shi family. It marks the beginning of a new era for Tiansong Mansion. Amidst the rising wave of excitement, two beams of light shot from the distant mountains. Qingmu Jinjuan used his powers to firmly support the descending body of Shi Daoyan. Yu Qi faced Su Chuan, his expression somewhat complicated, and said, Master Su, we have come here to witness the fall of our friend Shi and to handle his remaining affairs. What he leaves behind was previously promised to me. Master Su would not forcibly seize it, right? He spoke in a calm tone, raising his hand to retrieve the storage bag from Shi Daoyan's waist and the top-tier flying sword that had fallen to the side. Su Chuan's complexion was slightly pale, and his breath was somewhat erratic, but his expression remained. He smiled faintly and cupped his hands in salute, saying, You honor me with your words. Since you had a prior agreement, how could I dare to forcibly seize it? Please take what you wish. My Su family has no objections. Yu Qi nodded slightly, his evaluation of Su Chuan rising a notch. Then Su Chuan's gaze shifted to the side where Qingmu Jinjuan trembled slightly, desperately suppressing his grief, and he sighed softly, saying, "Qingmu, my friend. Among the Shi family, you and I have a good rapport. Had it not been for our family's differing stances, we would not have reached this point today." Before his passing, the ancestor, Shi sent a wisp of divine sense to me. He stated that the grievances between our families have come to an end. He was indeed a senior I admired, but it is unfortunate. Since your Shi family has decided to leave Tiansong Mansion, my Su family will no longer pursue this matter. I hope your Shi family will take care of yourselves. Upon hearing this, Qingmu Jinjuan's body trembled slightly. He looked deeply at Su Chuan, his eyes expressing a complicated mix of resentment, relief, and a hint of admiration. "I shall remember what you Taoist withering and flourishing have said. From now on we shall go our separate ways, and our waters shall not intrude upon each other. I still have to handle the matters of the ancestor, so I will take my leave now." Having said that, he no longer looked at anyone, storing Shi Dayan's body into the storage bag, transforming into a streak of green light, and heading into the distance. Yu Qi glanced at Su Chuan, and Mo Yue, his heart filled with countless emotions. Today he had witnessed the powerful rise of yet another genius in the cultivation world. This child possesses excellent temperament, strength, means, and demeanor. Perhaps in a few hundred years this south and north will see another figure like the old ancestor Xian Yue, who will dominate a region and even influence the entire southern landscape. But I wonder what the situation will be like between the Su family and the Xian Yu sect by then. "Master Su, we shall meet again." Yu Qi cupped his hands in farewell, and then transformed into a stream of purple gold light, chasing after Qingmu Jinjuan. Su Chuan watched them leave, and only after the two streaks of light vanished into the horizon did he slowly retract his gaze. Su Mingxian and Su Delying flew over. Su Chuan looked at them, and then instructed to open the city gate, allowing the east city gate to open as usual. "Let's go, we're heading back to the mansion." Su Chuan's words were succinct. The four transformed into streams of light, flying into Yunxi City, disappearing amidst countless gazes still filled with awe and shock. Su Mansion. In Su Chuan's courtyard. He sat cross-legged, took out a jade bottle, and poured out a pill the size of a longan. This pill was entirely emerald green, adorned with 9 cloud patterns, exuding an extraordinary fragrance. This was the 9-turn rejuvenation pill, a top-quality healing pill for the golden core stage, and this pill had reached high quality, enhancing its effectiveness. Su Chuan swallowed one, and his injuries were nearly healed. After meditating for another half an hour, he would be fully recovered. As for Mous, Su Chuan tossed him a lifebone pill. At the level of a 4th-tier great demon, there were very few pills that could significantly affect his injuries. For ordinary wounds, he could quickly recover through self-healing. However, the injuries of a nascent soul sword cultivator contained sharp sword energy, and relying on self-recovery could take months, if not longer. Mou swallowed the pill in one gulp, chewing it like a jelly bean. Unfortunately, the chewing was in vain. The pill melted upon entry, transforming into pure medicinal power that flowed through his limbs and bones. The hideous scars on his body visibly healed slowly. Within the Su Mansion, it was as peaceful as ever. However, the 4 major districts had erupted into chaos. Su Chuan's battle against Shi Daoyun spread like the most violent hurricane, centered around Yunxi City, sweeping towards surrounding towns and villages. Countless tea houses, taverns, and markets, as well as large and small families, were all discussing this. For those forces that were still watching and hesitating about whether to go to Tiansong sect for discussions in a few days, hearing this news was akin to a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. "Go? We must go. Even if injured, we will go there with help." The Lei family, Mo family, and Song family all felt fortunate for their early alliance with the Su family. Especially Mo Wentian, who was also at the nascent soul stage, but whose strength was far inferior to Shi. However, he could guess that Shi Daoyun was seeking death, perhaps to see if he could severely injure the Su family. Unfortunately, he failed and became the stepping stone for the Su family to firmly establish themselves as the rulers of Tiansong Mansion. The protective formation of Yunxi City, even Shi Daoyun couldn't break it. The foundation of the Su family is as solid as Mount Tai. Mo Wentian muttered to himself, extinguishing the last flicker of thought about contending with the Su family. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Tiansong mountain range, in a secluded area tens of thousands of miles away, here the mountains embrace one another far from the hustle and bustle. A clear stream wound its way through rugged rocks, producing a pleasant sound, flowing into a turquoise deep pool below with mist rising. On the hillside by the pond, ancient trees towered, vines hung down, and the shade was lush. In the clearing among the woods, wildflowers bloomed profusely, dotted with unknown spirit herbs emitting a faint fragrance. On the sunny side of the slope, there were obvious traces of human cultivation that had long since fallen into disuse. The remnants of stone foundations were half buried under thick moss and fallen leaves. Several crumbling earthen walls were covered in vines with scattered fragments of tiles and pottery mingled among the weeds, faintly indicating that there had once been a human settlement here. Yet time had nearly erased all traces, leaving only the faint desolation and solitude of an ordinary village. This place was the birthplace of Shi Daoyun, buried deep in his memories. An unnamed mountain village long forgotten in the river of time. He had walked out from here, embarking on the path of immortality, facing many hardships, even betraying former friends, ultimately reaching the nascent soul stage and presiding over the winds and clouds of a mansion for over 1,000 years. He established the powerful Shi family. Now dust returns to dust, soil returns to soil. His final wish before death was simply to return to his homeland and rest here. Qingmu Jinjuan quietly arrived at this remote and forgotten mountain field, flipping his palm as a wisp of alchemical fire rose from his hand. Then it slowly enveloped Shi Dane's body. In the flickering flames, the once formidable body gradually turned to ashes and the purest points of spiritual energy. Just then a gentle breeze blew, scattering his ashes to every corner of this place, blending slowly with the mountains, the waters, and the flora. Yuqi quietly watched this scene, a complex and inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes, softly saying, "I didn't expect that Taoist Shi was born in such a remote and obscure place. From a mountain boy to a dominant nascent soul ancestor commanding a mansion's authority. His life was tumultuous, and it can be called a legend. It's a pity that legends also have their curtains drawn one day." After completing everything, Qingmu Jinjuan bowed deeply to this land once more, as if bidding a final farewell to the ancestor and this homeland. He straightened up, the sadness in his eyes now retracted, replaced by a heavy resolve. He turned to Yuqi solemnly, cupping his hand, saying, "Senior, the matters of the ancestor have been settled. The remaining path will require your protection. Naturally, I will fulfill the promise made to Taoist Shi." Yuqi nodded, slightly stroking his beard. "Let's go. The Shi family's convoy still needs us to oversee it." The two did not linger any longer, transforming into streaks of light and departing. Upon their return, the Shi family's migration convoy continued forward. The large fleet of spiritual ships soon left the territory of Tiansong Mansion, slowly entering the domain of the Greedy Wolf Mansion. Such a large-scale family migration, especially with the undeniable nascent soul pressure emanating from the spiritual ships, immediately drew the heightened vigilance and attention of various demonic forces within the Greedy Wolf Mansion. Along the way, many demonic cultivators peered from afar, their divine senses scanning. However, feeling the unfathomable nascent soul aura and seeing the substantial number of golden core cultivators on alert within the convoy, no one dared to approach or provoke. News spread like wings, quickly reaching all corners of the Greedy Wolf Mansion. At the main hall of the Greedy Wolf sect, Qi Tianxiong sat in the main seat, listening to the urgent reports from his subordinates, his brow slightly furrowed. The Shi family's convoy. They are moving out en masse, carrying a large quantity of supplies and personnel, entering our Greedy Wolf Mansion in great numbers. Sect Master, could the Shi family be coming with ill intentions? Qi Tianxiong raised his hand, saying, "No, Tiansong Mansion is currently in chaos. The Shi family is surrounded by wolves and should be too preoccupied to cause trouble." "Then what are they doing?" Tianlang Jinjuan inquired curiously. "They are likely passing through the mansion. This commotion resembles that of a clan migration." He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Interesting, the Shi family is actually being forced to leave. Clearly there have been significant changes in Tiansong Mansion that we are unaware of. Tianlang, you are to arrange elite spies immediately to infiltrate Tiansong Mansion. Spare no effort to uncover what has transpired during this time. That old ghost Shi Daoyun, I wonder what tricks he is playing this time." Qi Tianxiong remained vigilant towards this old rival. The top forces of the Greedy Wolf Mansion, including Ancient Ghost City and the Sima family, also received news of the Shi family's large-scale passage. Their reactions were similar to that of the Greedy Wolf sect, sending out scouts to determine the changes in Tiansong Mansion. However, just as they entered the territory of Tiansong Mansion, the turmoil had not yet settled when new waves arose. Just 4 days after the shock of Shi Dane's fall, another event that gripped the nerves of all forces began to spread wildly. The Su family is summoning all Golden Core forces of Tiansong Mansion to gather at Tiansong Sect's Mountain Gate to discuss the future of Tiansong Mansion. On this day, at the front of the discussion hall of Tiansong Sect, all elders of Tiansong Sect, including the reclusive Bing Qianjinjuan, were summoned. They awaited the arrival of the major forces of Tiansong Mansion in the square before the hall. They were also aware that the former Supreme Elder Shi Daoyun had fallen, killed by Su Chuan. They understood that the future of Tian Song sect depended on Su Chuan. After a short while, streaks of light cut through the sky, descending onto the square. In less than half a stick of incense, dozens of imposing golden core cultivators had already gathered. They grouped according to their respective factions and relationships, some whispering in small clusters, others standing alone with closed eyes to rest, but without exception everyone's gaze occasionally swept across the void, as if waiting for someone's arrival. Yin Daoist, you reside in Yunqi City. Do you know when true monarch withering and flourishing and the others will arrive? Daoist Dongfang is joking. How would I know? But I think it should be soon. The elder of the Yin family stroked his beard with a faint smile. After all, they are nearly all here. Moments later, several powerful auras successively arrived. The first was an elder from the Lei family. Following that, Mo Wentian and Mo Wenshang from the Mo family descended, riding the light. Almost simultaneously, two green streaks of light arrived side by side, which were the head of the Tsong family, Tsong Fengyin, and elder Tsong Fengying. At this point, all forces with golden core cultivators stationed within Tian Song Mansion, regardless of size, had gathered. In the square, dozens of golden core auras interwove. Although they all deliberately restrained themselves, they still formed an invisible, overwhelming pressure that left the surrounding disciples of Tian Song sect secretly alarmed. Many of them were filled with anxiety, unsure of how the Su family would distribute Tian Song Mansion and whether it would impact their own interests. After a brief moment, roar! A loud dragon's roar echoing through the heavens suddenly resounded from the nine skies. The sound rolled like thunder, carrying the supreme pressure of a true dragon, an overwhelming demonic power instantly enveloping the entire square, causing the ground to tremble slightly and the palace debris to rattle. Everyone looked up abruptly. They saw a massive shadow in the distant sky, rapidly enlarging, breaking through the clouds, and bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was the Su family's guardian great demon, Mou. On its broad head stood several figures elegantly clothed, overlooking below. At the forefront stood Su Chuan. Su Mingxian and Su Deliang flanked his sides. A few dozen zhang away on either side of the dragon, three figures accompanied them on the wind: Chinchanga Lei Wuji and Tang Yuanli. The Su family arrived riding a dragon, their imposing presence instantly stunning the entire assembly. Yet there was no hint of dissatisfaction among them. The Su family had already demonstrated their strength by driving away the Shi family and killing their ancestors. The 100-foot-long dragon did not immediately descend, but instead slowly circled at a height of several hundred feet, its dark golden vertical pupils coldly sweeping over the crowd below, causing many hearts to race. They instinctively lowered their gazes, not daring to look directly. Soon after, Su Chuan and the others moved slightly, descending from the dragon's head, like celestial beings, gently landing at the forefront of the square, directly facing the council hall. Behind them, Chunchanga Lei Wuji and Tang Yuanli also landed silently. Meanwhile, Mou let out a low hum in midair, his body shimmering with light, as he rapidly shrank, transforming into a 2-meter-tall man in a blue robe. With a human body and a dragon's head, but dressed in a blue robe, he appeared quite peculiar. He stood silently half a step behind Su Chuan, and although he was in human form, the terrifying dragon might he exuded still made many present tremble inwardly. Su Chuan's gaze was as calm as water, slowly scanning the dozens of golden core cultivators in the square, taking in everyone's reactions. Then he smiled faintly and clasped his fists, saying, "Fellow Taoists, thank you for your patience. Please let us all enter." Su Chuan waved his sleeve, and the council hall slowly opened. He turned first, walking with composure into the hall. Su Mingxian and the others followed closely behind. Next came Mo Wentian, the members of the Tsong family and Lei family, and then the other golden core cultivators. The hall was extremely spacious, reaching a height of 100 feet, supported by 8 golden pillars that required several people to embrace, adorned with murals of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. The floor was paved with gleaming black spirit jade. Directly opposite the entrance of the hall was a long square table made of azure rock jade. At the head of the table was a broad and heavy throne carved with dragons and phoenixes, with slightly smaller but equally luxurious chairs arranged on each side. Su Chuan walked straight to the head seat and sat down calmly. "Everyone, please take your seats." Su Chuan's voice was calm. To his left was Mo Yue, and opposite him sat the ancestor of the Mo family, Mo Wentian. The two major nascent soul-level cultivators naturally ranked just below Su Chuan, who was in charge. To his left was Su Mingxian, and to his right was the true monarch Bing Qian. Next were Su Juling and the head of the Tsong family, Tsong Fengyan. Then came Lei Wuji and Chinchanga. The other members of the Golden Core forces took their seats in turn. Once everyone was seated, the hall fell into complete silence, all eyes focused on Su Chuan. Chuan's gaze slowly swept over the dozens of golden core cultivators present, his expression calm. As he spoke, the purpose of gathering you all today is primarily to discuss the future development of our Tiansong mansion. I believe that everyone present has experienced the bloody battles between the two mansions and the internal strife, and surely you do not wish to resort to violence again, right? Su Daoist speaks rightly. Mo Wentian nodded while stroking his beard, the first to agree the Tiansong mansion should be thoroughly stabilized. Song Fengyan also spoke. Master Su has a far-reaching vision, and what he says reflects our thoughts. But what specific ideas does Master Su have for the future of Tiansong mansion? Chuan smiled slightly, not immediately answering Song Fengyan. Instead, he turned his gaze towards true monarch Bing Qian. Bing Qian Daoist Chuan said, you must have already heard about the recent changes in Tiansong sect. Among the remaining elders in terms of cultivation level, you are the one to be respected. Today the positions of the Grand Elder Sect Master and even the Supreme Elder in the Tiansong sect are all vacant. What do you plan to do with such a large sect? True monarch Bing Qian was clearly taken aback by Chuan's first inquiry about him, slightly stunned. His face was stern, having long secluded himself in cultivation, rarely participating in the management of sect affairs. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, Master Su, this true monarch has never concerned himself with the mundane matters of the sect. How Tiansong sect fares depends entirely on the will of the other elders. As his words fell, a young family elder at the 9th layer of Golden Core suddenly spoke. Master Su, with the recent upheaval in Tiansong sect, people's hearts are scattered and the future is uncertain. What arrangements do you have for our Tiansong sect? If the Su family intends to take over the territory and resources of Tiansong sect, we will certainly yield and seek other options. Chuan chuckled. Elder Young, what do you mean by this? Do you believe that my Su family covets the resources of Tiansong sect? Fellow Taoists of Tiansong sect, rest assured my Su family has no desire to do so. On the contrary, we intend to strengthen Tiansong sect as the main body. Mo Wentian curiously asked, Su Daoist, what do you mean by that? Reform. Reform. The Golden Core cultivators murmured among themselves. What kind of reform? True monarch Bing Qian inquired. Returning to the roots, Chuan replied slowly, the Tiansong mountains were once known as the Songlong Mountains in ancient times, and now we shall restore its original name. Tiansong sect will be renamed Songlong Alliance, and the members of the alliance will be all of you present. Chuan scanned the crowd, declaring with great impact, I Su demand that all forces join the alliance and form a superpower coalition. This. The crowd showed expressions of surprise, looking at Chuan, unsure of his intentions. True monarch Bing Qian, Elder Young, what do you think of this Songlong alliance? They exchanged glances, even feeling that Chuan intended to support them. We have no objections. I Chihua have no objections. I Yin also have no objections. I Lu also have no objections. The former elders of Tiansong sect all expressed their agreement. Chuan turned to Mo Wentian with a faint smile, saying, Senior Mo, what about you? Mo Wentian hesitated, wanting to say no. However, he had an agreement with the Su family to follow them for 10 years. The Mo family is willing to join this Songlong alliance. Lei Wuji immediately added, I Lei represent the Lei family to join. I from the Chuan family, Tang family, Yin family, am willing to follow Master Zu's arrangements and join the Songlong alliance. I from the Song family am also willing. Song Fengyan nodded after a moment of silence. The strongest families and some forces aligned with Yunshi City began to speak up, while the remaining ones exchanged glances. Their eyes met as if saying, hey, are you going to join? What will happen if we don't join? Can we really withstand the strong? The forces that had previously spoken represented the vast majority of Tiansong Mansion's power. If they did not comply, they would likely be targeted. Agreed. I from the Dongfang family also agree. I from the Shangwan family join the alliance. In a matter of moments, Chuan's proposal to rename Tiansong sect as Songlong Alliance passed unanimously. This was essentially just a formality. Thank you all fellow Taoists for your support. Chuan smiled faintly. Now, I will discuss the arrangements regarding the Songlong Alliance. The Songlong Alliance will consist of all Golden Core forces from Tiansong Mansion, with each family required to have at least one Golden Core member join the alliance and become an elder of the alliance. All alliance elders will have the right to participate in decision-making. However, if a family's Golden Core member perishes and no other Golden Core member takes their place, that family will withdraw from the elder position and lose their decision-making rights. If a family has multiple Golden Core members who join the alliance, they can automatically become elders and enjoy the rights of an elder. As for those who do not join, they will not be allowed to interfere in the affairs of the alliance. In simple terms, the alliance is a collective of all powers, but each family still retains independence and autonomy, allowing them to develop and grow. as long as they do not violate the regulations set by the alliance. The alliance also cannot interfere arbitrarily. The Songlong Alliance is subject to the Elder Council, whose members come from the Golden Core cultivators of each family, while each family is also bound by the Songlong Alliance. Thus there is a mutual check and balance. In addition to the Golden Core members of the families, the Songlong Alliance can also absorb loose cultivators who are Golden Core experts who will likewise enjoy the rights of elders, Su Chuan continued. The ancestor of the Shangwan family asked Master Su, what should we do if families fight among themselves? Unless it violates the regulations of the alliance, the Songlong Alliance will not interfere. However, corresponding disciples and elders from the involved families can participate in the conflicts under their family names. If deaths occur as a result, the Songlong Alliance will not pursue responsibility. However, if a family member unjustly kills disciples or elders of the alliance will certainly pursue the matter to the end. The alliance draws strength from the families to grow, but does not interfere with their actions, maintaining a stance of independence. Even if a family is exterminated due to rivalry, as long as there are still members of that family within the alliance, they will not be completely wiped out, thus providing a form of protection for weaker families. Everyone was deep in thought, considering the benefits of the Songlong Alliance for themselves. At least for now, it seemed to be a good thing for all families. Former disciples of Tian Song sect will directly become disciples of the Songlong Alliance, while others will be uniformly recruited every July. Elders can recommend 2 outer disciples and 1 inner disciple every 10 years. This quota allows them to become alliance disciples directly without examinations. Alliance elders do not necessarily have to stay within the alliance. They can also cultivate in their own families. However, those within the alliance will naturally be provided with cultivation caves. Many early-stage Golden Core cultivators brightened at this. How could the cultivation conditions of ordinary families compare to those of Tian Song sect? Although many resources of Tian Song sect have been transferred to the Shi family and then fell into the hands of the Su family, the spiritual vein conditions have remained unchanged. It is undoubtedly the best place for cultivation in Tian Song Mansion aside from the Su family. The Mo family could not compare either. The Songlong Alliance on a certain level surpasses all families, but essentially maintains an equal status with the families, for example, in attracting Golden Core cultivators or recruiting disciples. Other families can also recruit independently, engaging in competition. However, due to the special nature of the Songlong Alliance, each family must contribute a certain amount of resources to the alliance every year, and the amount of resources will be determined based on the number of Golden Core cultivators in that family within the alliance. The more Golden Core members there are, the more resources need to be contributed. The quantity of resources and the frequency of contributions will be discussed and decided by a vote from all present. Next, we will discuss the alliance's position system, which pertains to the actual power within the alliance. Ordinary elders only participate in discussions, voting, and proposing agenda items without the authority to interfere in alliance affairs. Su Chuan scanned the crowd, noticing that many people's eyes lit up. In such a large alliance, the benefits of holding actual power were substantial. Within the alliance, we will establish the Elder Council Punishment Hall, Pill and Artifact Hall, and the Administrative Hall. The Elder Council will consist mostly of ordinary elders, but some can hold other powers. In addition, the Grand Elder will have the highest decision-making power, a veto right, and the authority to appoint others. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that this was the position Su Chuan had prepared for himself. However, only Su Chuan was qualified to hold the position of Grand Elder in the Songlong Alliance. Even Mo Wentian, a nascent soul cultivator in the early stage, was far less influential than Su Chuan. The Punishment Hall will have 1 Hall Master, 2 Deputy Hall Masters, and will oversee the regulations and punishments, possessing the right to appoint and dismiss the Hall's enforcers and recruit disciples. Strength and capability come first. If competitors have similar strengths, the Elder Council will vote to decide. After all, without the ability to suppress others, the Punishment Hall would merely be a shell. The Pill and Artifact Hall will each be responsible for the cultivation resources of the Alliance's disciples, and will have 1 Hall Master and 1 Deputy Hall Master. All 4 halls will prioritize expertise, and if levels are similar, cultivation levels will be considered. The rights are the same. They can independently appoint and dismiss enforcers, and recruit corresponding talented individuals from among the Alliance disciples for cultivation. As for the Administrative Hall, it will be responsible for handling various matters of the Alliance. There will be 1 Alliance Leader, 2 Deputy Leaders, 8 Senior Enforcers, 32 Middle Enforcers, and 128 Junior Enforcers. They will be responsible for publishing Alliance tasks, arranging resources, and many other matters. Next are the 7 peaks, which serve as the Alliance's external combat power and the main place for cultivating disciples. Therefore, all disciples joining the alliance must enter the 7 peaks. The Punishment Hall, Pill and Artifact Hall, and the Administrative Hall will recruit disciples from the 7 peaks, with recruitment possible every 6 months or once every few years. This matter will be decided by the Hall Masters or the Alliance Leader. Each of the 7 peaks must have 1 Peak Master and 2 Deputy Peak Masters prioritized by strength. Since the 7 peaks belong to a different system from the Punishment Hall, dual positions are allowed. For example, a Peak Master can also serve as the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, the Pill and Artifact Hall, or the Administrative Hall. However, the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall cannot also be the Hall Master of the Pill and Artifact Hall or the Alliance Leader. The same applies to the others. The 7 peaks hold a grand competition for disciples each year, distributing resources based on performance. Each peak will have 4 levels of disciples: miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Those below the 7th layer of chi refinement are miscellaneous disciples, while those above are outer disciples. Inner disciples are those at or above the foundation establishment stage. As for true disciples, they must comprehend the meaning of divine powers and receive resources far exceeding those of inner disciples. Upon entering the Golden Core stage, they automatically become elders of the Alliance. If particularly gifted individuals, such as those with heavenly spiritual roots, special bloodlines, or exceptional physiques possess only chi refinement level, they can still be promoted to inner disciples. Elders have the right to accept disciples, but the Alliance's treatment will not change. To cultivate disciples, elders must provide their own resources. For example, mid-grade defensive magical treasures, rare spiritual herbs, materials, and even top-grade magical treasures can also be rewarded in the future. Fellow Taoists, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. If not, we will begin arranging positions of authority. Chuan smiled faintly as he scanned the 2 rows of people. Su Dao, what rights would someone like me at the nascent soul stage have if I joined the Alliance? Mo Wentian asked curiously. Anyone joining the Alliance at the nascent soul stage naturally becomes a supreme elder of the Alliance, but lacks real power, for the strength of the nascent soul stage is the greatest authority. As long as one does not casually kill Alliance disciples or elders, those who dare to disrespect the supreme elders can be lightly punished. Who would dare to trust them? In the cultivation world, after all, strength is paramount. This standard holds true anywhere. Of course, if one joins the Alliance, there are certainly benefits. One can enjoy the right to cultivate in a cave on the main peak of the 4th tier spiritual vein, a privilege reserved only for the supreme elders and those who have achieved the Golden Core stage and wish to break through to the nascent soul stage. At the same time, the supreme elders can issue tasks for Alliance disciples or elders to collect corresponding materials, and as for the rewards, the Alliance will distribute them. No need for the supreme elders to fund it. The obligation of the supreme elders is to guard the sect and confront any foreign enemies at the nascent soul stage. In simple terms, it is a relationship of support and protection. After all, any nascent soul individual can easily establish a formidable force with some time. If one is too lazy to build a force, they can join the Songlong Alliance, and our Songlong Alliance will take responsibility for certain cultivation resources. This is mutually beneficial. Mo Wentian nodded slightly upon hearing this, looking at the nearly drowsy Mo Dao. Mo Dao, do you wish to join the Songlong Alliance? Whether I join or not is none of your business, Mo replied. But even if you don't join, if foreign enemies invade Tian Song Mansion, will you not lend a hand? After all, this is the super alliance of all forces in Tian Song Mansion, and your Mo family is also among them. Mo Wentian was taken aback, but felt that Mo's words made sense. Chuan took the initiative to establish this alliance, undoubtedly binding together all the major and minor forces of Tian Song Mansion. Prosperity is shared by all, and difficulties are born together. No matter how these major and minor forces change, unless there are no Golden Core forces in Tian Song Mansion anymore, that Songlong Alliance will always exist. Mo Dao, you truly have keen insight. I admire that. Don't annoy me. Mo seemed somewhat disdainful of Mo Wentian, mainly due to the series of actions Mo Wentian had taken. He received Chuan's assistance, successfully forming the Golden Core, and later competed for the position of the Lord of Tian Song Mansion, yet he secretly sabotaged him multiple times. In the end, he had the audacity to seek an alliance. Although Chuan also extorted him a bit, Mo, you couldn't tolerate it. If it weren't for the need for Mo Wentian to oversee the Tian Song Mansion at the nascent soul stage, Mo, you would have long since fought him. Of course, if Mo Wentian dares to betray the Su family in the future, Chuan will not spare the Mo family. By then, who knows, the Su family may have already produced their own nascent soul cultivator. Mo Wentian smiled awkwardly and said to Chuan, My Mo family indeed struggles a bit to support an old man like me, so I shall join the Songlong Alliance and become a supreme elder. Do you Su Dao accept? Welcome indeed, Su Chuan smiled faintly, and then asked, is there anyone else with objections? If there are resources for forming a golden core within the alliance, will they be offered to those in need? Elder Yang asked. Su Chuan nodded naturally. If there are multiple candidates, we will vote on it. Families not joining the alliance cannot enjoy these benefits. After all, I Su have stated before that the alliance is the alliance, and the families are the families. However, if one enters the golden core stage, or is a nascent soul individual due to alliance resources, they must swear not to leave the alliance nor betray it. Dear friends, behind every benefit there is a clear price, so do not act recklessly with small thoughts. Song Feng Yin asked, Su family master, from what you say, can one exit the alliance after joining? Yes, Su Chuan smiled lightly and nodded. The alliance is a collective of all families, and casual cultivators can also join. Apart from the conditions mentioned above, they cannot leave. If one feels that staying in the alliance is of no benefit, they can repay part of the resources and exit the alliance. Can families exit as well? Will the resources contributed be returned? They can exit, but the resources will not be refunded. The contributions from families are to stabilize the overall environment of Tiansong Mansion, and all families benefit from it. However, if a family exits and wishes to rejoin, it will not be so easy. If there are no plans to leave Tiansong Mansion, it is better not to entertain such thoughts lightly. Otherwise, what kind of unforeseen circumstances may arise, I Su cannot predict. Many smaller families felt a chill in their hearts. They would likely be devoured alive. Are there any other questions? Su Chuan asked again. This time no one responded. Very well, then let us begin the election for the 7 Peaks Masters and Deputy Masters. First is the Master of Jiaomu Peak. The Master must have at least late Golden Core Cultivation or Combat Strength. If not, the position can be temporarily vacant. Anyone can volunteer. I am willing to give it a try, Song Feng Hang suddenly spoke. Su Chuan looked at him and said, Your Tsong family has multiple golden cores. If you become the Master of Jiaomu Peak, then you will automatically become an elder of the Songlong Alliance. I am already an elder of Tiansong sect, so it is no issue. Su Chuan nodded slightly and scanned the others. Are there any others willing to participate in the election? For a moment no one spoke. But this is normal. There are only so many late golden core individuals in Tiansong Mansion, mainly concentrated in the 4 major forces: Tiansong sect, Lei family, Mo family, and Song family. As for the Su family, they all have late golden core combat strength, but there isn't a single one at the late golden core. As the predecessor of the Songlong Alliance, those former elders of Tiansong sect are naturally willing to become elders of the Songlong Alliance, but the other 3 families cannot allow all late golden core individuals to join the Songlong Alliance. After all, although the alliance is composed of families, it is also independent of the families. In that case, the Master of Jiaomu Peak will be taken up by Daoyu Song Feng Hang. I hope you can cultivate many excellent disciples. Next is Kongjin Peak. A quarter of an hour later, the 7 Peak Masters were confirmed. They are Song Feng Hang of Jiaomu Peak, Bai Yin of Kongjin Peak, Yang Qi of D2 Peak, Lu Yunshan of Feng Ri Peak, Mo Wentian of Xianyu Peak, Lei Wu Ji of Weihua Peak, and Zhao Huai of Jishui Peak. As for the Deputy Peak Masters, each of you can recruit alliance elders. We will not be electing them one by one now. Next, who is willing to take the position of the Lord of the Punishment Hall? I am willing, Zhao Huai said. He was originally an elder of the Punishment Hall of Tiansong sect. Do any of you have objections? Lei Wu Ji's eyes flashed slightly. The Punishment Hall oversees punishment, a very crucial part of the Songlong Alliance, and the position of its lord holds great power. I too wish to give it a try. Zhao Huai's expression slightly changed. Is there anyone else who wants to take on this role? The Punishment Hall has 1 lord and 2 deputy lords. This is not like the Deputy Peak Master. Even the lord has no authority to appoint, and it requires election by the Council of Elders. Mo Wentian silently transmitted his voice to Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian said, I am not talented but also wish to serve as a deputy lord of the Punishment Hall. Then let Elder Lei take the position of the Punishment Hall's lord, and elders Zhao and Mo take the roles of deputy lords. Do any of you have objections? We have no objections. As for the 4 halls of pill tools, formations, and symbols, they will be held by Elder Yao Chun, Elder Qi Hua, Elder Song Feng Hang, and Elder Li Yan. The deputy lords can be appointed by several elders proficient in this area. However, their proficiency in pill tools and formations must not be lower than 3rd tier. If there are no suitable candidates, the positions can remain temporarily vacant. This is not a place for the abuse of power. If any recommender or appointed steward violates the laws of the Songlong Alliance, both the recommender and the appointing party will also be punished. This applies to both the 7 Peaks and the Punishment Hall, as well as the Political Affairs Hall. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Next is the Political Affairs Hall, and the positions of the Alliance Lord and Deputy Lord are of great importance. Who wishes to take charge? As soon as the words fell, the hall fell into silence for a moment. Then Song Fengyan said, I'd Song wish to take the position of Alliance Lord if possible. Dao Yutsong, are you at the peak of the Golden Core and the head of the Song family? Do you wish to accept this position? Su Chuan said lightly, the authority of the Alliance Lord is second only to that of the Grand Elder, but it is even busier than the Grand Elder. Do you truly have time to manage? I Song am prepared to resign as the head of the Song family, I have already chosen a successor. Su family master need not worry. From now on I will devote myself to fulfilling the role of Alliance Lord. The Songlong Alliance was formerly Tian Song sect, where the Song family was once the ruler. The position of sect master had always been held by the Song family. However, since the rise of the Shi family, they have been estranged from this position for 1,000 years. Due to the Song family's connections, the Shi family could not eradicate them entirely, but within Tian Song sect, they have not held real power since then. Now is the time to bring everything back on track. Since Dao Yutsong has said, so there cannot be a more suitable candidate present. The position of the Lord of the Songlong Alliance shall belong to you, Dao Yu. Su Chuan smiled and flicked his gaze. As for the deputy lords, let them be entrusted to Elder Yang Qi and Elder Bai Yin. Do any of you have objections? The suggestion of Su family master is good, I Lei approve it. Lei Wuji said. I also agree with Su Dao Yu's suggestion, Imo Wentian echoed. The rest also had no objections. Lastly, we need the Grand Elder. Su Chuan smiled and scanned the audience, asking, who do you think should take on the role of Grand Elder? This is the time to show loyalty, right? Su family master drove out the pests of Tian Song Mansion, the Shi family, and killed the nascent sole ancestor of the Shi family. The position of Grand Elder is truly well-deserved. Chen Changgu said. Su family master is indeed deserving. Lei Wuji said. I as the elder second this. I too second this. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall not refuse the position of Grand Elder. We greet the Grand Elder. Chen Changgu stood up and bowed. The others followed suit. We greet the Grand Elder. You are all too polite. Su Chuan waved his hand, indicating them to sit down. Now that Songlong Alliance is like a newborn dragon with many rules yet to be perfected. All of this requires the elders to work together to complete. In addition, there are also laws that need to be clearly written out specifying which regulations are permissible and which are not. Also, the monthly resources for disciples at all levels, as well as the resources for stewards, ordinary elders, and powerful elders need to have detailed regulations. Until all matters are resolved, all elders should stay at Tian Song sect. We will obey the Grand Elder's order. 3 days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. A number of Golden Core individuals worked tirelessly to establish detailed rules, reward and punishment systems, contribution systems, and various town garrison systems. During the process, some systems involved the interests of various families, leading to prolonged debates, with each expressing their opinions. In the end, it was still Su Chuan who made the final decision. Even many Golden Cores felt fatigued. However, many present were curious as to why only Su Chuan held the position of Grand Elder of the Songlong Alliance, while no one else from the Su family had joined. It seemed as if they were not concerned about the alliance at all. Otherwise, Su Mingxian's formation, Su Deling's refining and combat strength, and Yi Fan and Su Due could all occupy positions as peak masters. Moreover, if they spoke up, no one would dare to compete with them. The Songlong Alliance has truly been established today. From this day forward, Tian Song Mansion will be renamed Songlong Mansion. Everyone remember to spread the news to every corner of Songlong Mansion. Also, the elders with positions must handle and transition family affairs within 3 days, and then take up their positions in the Songlong Alliance to get it running. As for the other elders, they can stay with their families or come to the Songlong Alliance to establish a cave for cultivation. A month later, let us begin the first disciple recruitment of the Songlong Alliance. The 7 peak masters have come up with a guideline for the assessment content recruiting in Yunshi, Yuzhou, Baiyun, and Tian Song cities. Yes, Grand Elder. Everyone cupped their hands. Baiyin suddenly spoke. Grand Elder, since Tian Song sect has been changed to Songlong Alliance, I feel it would be better to rename Tian Song City to Songlong City, as it is under its jurisdiction. That is acceptable, Su Chuan said lightly. Moreover, since I previously held the position of City Lord, should we now elect an Alliance Elder to take on the position of City Lord? Su Chuan pondered slightly. Since it is a direct city, there is no need to let other families interfere. The Song family, Lu family, and your Bai family will take turns to serve as City Lord. Every 3 years is a cycle. The first term will be the Song family, the next will be the Lu family, and the following one will be the Bai family. Thank you, Grand Elder. Song Feng Heng Lu Yun Shan and Bai Yin all cupped their hands. Their three families are located in the Songlong mountain range, and now that they are fixed as the city lords of Songlong City, they must arrange for some clansmen to develop in Songlong City. After all, this is an opportunity for the families to grow larger. The various Golden Core families in Songlong City, such as the Shangguan and Dongfang families, all revealed envious expressions. Let's go. Su Chuan soared into the air, and Su Mingxian Su, Deliang Mo Yue, and Chen Changgu, along with the other Golden Core families from Yunqi City, all followed behind him. On the way, Su Deliang curiously asked, "Grandfather, why didn't you call the Tianling sect?" "You will." Su Chuan smiled mysteriously. Su Deliang immediately stopped questioning. As they left, the other Golden Core families also departed one after another. What remained were the original elders of Tian Song sect, who looked at the streams of light disappearing and felt a myriad of emotions. 3 days ago, they were all anxious, not knowing Su Chuan's true purpose in inviting all the forces, but now that heavy stone in their hearts had completely settled. Elder Bai Yin said, "For the Su family to develop so quickly, it seems there is indeed a reason. With a talent like the Grand Elder managing the family, how could it not prosper?" Indeed, Yang Qi also stroked his beard and sighed. The Su family is indeed more suitable than the Shi family to take charge of Tian Song sect and Tian Song Mansion. Elder Yang, it's time to change your title to Songlong Alliance and Songlong Mansion now. Zhao Huai smiled slightly. The old era has ended, now it is the era of Songlong. He paused and added, "The Grand Elder's broad-mindedness is something ordinary people cannot hope to reach. Our Tian Song sect had previously targeted him many times, yet he never caused us any trouble. Instead, he founded the Songlong Alliance, truly uniting the forces of the entire Songlong Mansion. In the future, there may be disputes and conflicts in Songlong Mansion, but with the Songlong Alliance above them, there will not be real chaos. If the greedy Wolf Mansion attacks, they are destined to suffer losses. Indeed, good days are ahead. Perhaps in several decades, or even a century, the foundation of our Songlong Mansion will rank among the top in the 8 mansions." A monumental announcement. The Tiansong Prefecture has officially been renamed to Songlong Prefecture, and the Su family, along with all powers above the Golden Core stage, has established the Songlong Alliance, with the Tiansong Mountain Range now being known as the Songlong Mountain Range. The Golden Core loose cultivators can also join the alliance and become elders, enjoying the cultivation conditions that were previously available to the elders of the Tiansong sect. In a month, the Songlong Alliance will hold its first public recruitment for disciples in the cities of Yunxi, Yuzhou, Baiyun, and Songlong City. Master Ku Rong will serve as the Grand Elder of the Songlong Alliance. The Mo family's nascent soul ancestor has become the Supreme Elder of the Songlong Alliance. Master Lei Ji has been appointed as the head of the Punishment Hall. The head of the Song family will serve as the leader of the alliance. In just over a day, the news spread throughout the entire Tiansong Prefecture. All the families, large and small, in the towns and streets were abuzz with discussions. Songlong City. In a private room on the second floor of a tea house, several young disciples from different foundation establishment families were excitedly conversing. Most of them were the elites of their families, with cultivation levels ranging from late Qi refining to early foundation establishment. Master Ku Rong truly has great ambition. A young man in green exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. He has directly invited all Golden Core powers to join the Songlong Alliance. This is something that even the Shi family never accomplished at the height of their power. I heard that it was mainly supported by the Mo family, Lei family, Song family, and the original Tian Song sect, along with the 4 great families of Yunqi City, who are united on this front. And with Master Ku Rong's forceful expulsion of the Shi family, personally slaying the Shi family's nascent soul ancestor who would dare to defy. Are you guys going for the first disciple recruitment? I'm not going. We all know the true nature of those big sects. It's better to be comfortable within our families. That's right. Exactly. Several others nodded in agreement. The young man in green smiled lightly. Since none of you are going, then neither. In the blink of an eye, these individuals returned to their families, applying for resources to join the Songlong Alliance. The family elders sensed that the Songlong Alliance would last for at least 1,000 years, so joining early would be beneficial. Thus they all supported this decision. If the small foundation establishment families were like this, the Golden Core family disciples were even more so. After all, their ancestors had personally experienced the rise of the Songlong Alliance and were more informed. Regardless of the internal conflicts among the disciples within the alliance, other powers would not dare to easily target the Songlong Alliance's disciples. If they were to kill them without cause, it would surely provoke the alliance's wrath. For the alliance represents the entire Songlong Prefecture. Even a nascent soul would have to think twice unless he could stand against the entire Songlong alliance by himself. Yunchi City. In a tavern, several familiar Foundation establishment loose cultivators were gathered around a table, naturally discussing the Songlong alliance. Brotherly Brother Wong, the Songlong alliance has announced that they are recruiting disciples without regard to background. Are you planning to give it a try? A middle-aged loose cultivator with a weathered face looked at them with hope, yet disbelief. Since Master Ku Rong is the one leading the establishment, it is naturally credible, but I wonder how difficult the assessment will be. I plan to participate. After all, if we can join the alliance, our cultivation will at least be more stable, and we might even have access to inheritances and techniques that we would not normally be able to touch. Brotherly makes a valid point. Why don't the three of us go together? That would be excellent. Several Golden Core loose cultivators in Yunchi City were moved by this news and prepared to visit the Songlong alliance in a few days to see how being an elder would affect them and whether there would be significant restrictions. This thought was not limited to just 1 or 2 Golden Core loose cultivators. After all, with all Golden Core families joining the Songlong alliance, those scattered Golden Core loose cultivators would find it hard to survive in the Songlong prefecture if they did not join. They had to either join or leave the Songlong prefecture. Days later, many spies from the Tanlang prefecture arrived at the Songlong prefecture. In just a short period, the former Tiansong prefecture had been transformed into the Songlong prefecture. The once dominant Tiansong sect had also been replaced by the Songlong alliance. The Su family in Yunchi City expelled the Shi family, slaying their ancestor, and became the undisputed first family of the Songlong prefecture. With so much information available, it became clear with just a little inquiry. Especially when they learned that the Songlong alliance encompassed all Golden Core and above powers in the Songlong prefecture, their astonishment was evident. Such a colossal entity could overshadow even the Tanlang sect, unless the Tanlang sect could unify all the powers of the Tanlang prefecture. However, the situation in the Tanlang prefecture was different. The vast majority were demonic cultivators who would not easily agree to that. If the Tanlang sect pressured them too hard, it would surely unite the remaining powers against them. Quickly send a message back to the sect informing the sect master that I will stay behind to continue gathering information about the Songlong prefecture. Yes, Elder. Because the Tanlang sect has set up several communication points in the Tanlang prefecture, news was able to return to the Tanlang sect in just a little over a day. In the grand hall of the Tanlang sect, Sect Master, Master Tian Lang rushed into the hall with a worried expression. What is the matter that has you so alarmed, Oi? Qi Tianxiong frowned slightly. Have you uncovered the matter regarding the Shi family? Master Tian Lang nodded gravely. The Shi family has been defeated and expelled from the Tiansong prefecture by the Su family. Expelled from the Tiansong prefecture. The old ghost Shi was actually able to endure it. Qi Tianxiong said with an expression of surprise. The Shi family has been entrenched in the Tiansong prefecture for over 1,000 years with profound foundations. According to the news that was sent back, it seems the Shi family did not want to confront the Su family heathen and had prepared to leave early, but were forced out ahead of time after being noticed by the Su family. Qi Tianxiong fell silent. Master Tian Lang paused and added, also Shi Daoyan died outside the eastern city gate of Yunchi City 7 or 8 days ago. What? This is impossible. Qi Tianxiong suddenly stood up, his nascent soul pressure erupting, forcing Master Tian Lang back several steps unexpectedly. Many people witnessed this incident, so it shouldn't be false, and it was also Su Chuan who personally beheaded him. Of course, the Su family's shape-shifting demon was also involved. The specific details are unknown, but it seems that Shi Daoyun and the shape-shifting demon were mutually damaging each other, and coupled with his already severe injuries, he was picked off by Su Chuan. After all, his sword formation indeed possessed the might of a nascent soul. Qi Tianxiong's face darkened, and after a moment he suddenly burst into laughter. Old ghost Shi, we have been battling for half a lifetime, and in the end you actually died at the hands of a Golden Core brat. You have truly become a joke. Sect Master, this is not the time to concern ourselves with the Shi family. Besides this matter, there is another major issue that has arisen recently. What is it? The Tiansong prefecture has been renamed to Songlong prefecture, including the Tiansong mountain range and the Tiansong sect, which have also been changed to Songlong mountain range and Songlong alliance. The Songlong alliance created by that Su family brat. It is not surprising that they occupy the Tiansong sect, but changing it to Songlong alliance is just flashy and trivial. He is just a shallow young man. He must be feeling quite pleased with himself right now. Sect Master, you are mistaken. What do you mean? The Songlong alliance was not created by him. It is but that Songlong alliance is not the force of the Su family, rather it is the force of the Songlong prefecture. Master Tian Lang sighed slightly. This is a force founded by Su Chuan in collaboration with all the Golden Core powers in the Songlong Prefecture. Su Chuan serves as the Grand Elder of the Alliance Mo Wentian, as the Supreme Elder of the nascent Soul Lei families Lei Wujia, as the head of the Punishment Hall, and the head of the Tsong family, as the leader of the Alliance. There are also the 4 halls of Pill Artifact and Formation, and the 7 peaks have been re-elected for their peak masters. It is rumored that all peak masters are at the late Golden Core stage. If he really managed to integrate all the Golden Core powers, and found more than 7 late Golden Core experts, it would naturally not be a big problem, but Shi Tianxiang's expression turned serious. How did he accomplish this? The specifics are unknown. That Su family brat truly has some skills he achieved, what even the Shi family could not accomplish in 1,000 years. It seems I have underestimated him. Sect Master, now that the forces of the Songlong Prefecture are united, it will not be easy to target them in the future. Even if it is newly established, the foundation of the Songlong Alliance far exceeds that of our Tanlang sect. If it continues to develop for several decades, or even hundreds of years, I feel that our Tanlang sect may also be in danger. Do you think we should follow suit? Qi Tianxiong pondered for a moment. Indeed, it is necessary, but there is no rush. In a few years, the ancient battlefield will open. That is a major event for both the Southern Heavenly region and the Blackwater region. At that time, you should go in, or if you can find an opportunity, you may be able to advance to the nascent soul. The ancient battlefield. Master Tianlang looked puzzled. Where is that? I have never heard of it. You are just over 500 years old. How could you have heard of it? Qi Tianxiong looked at him and said, the ancient battlefield opens every 500 years, and the top powers of the 2 regions have agreed that those at the mid-nascent soul stage and above cannot enter. The main participants are those at the Foundation Establishment Golden Core and early nascent soul stages. At that time, various forces will gather led by the top nascent soul sects. I obtained the true magic transformation in there, which allowed me to advance to the nascent soul shortly thereafter. Is there a chance for nascent soul opportunities inside? Master Tianlang exclaimed. Not only nascent soul opportunities. Qi Tianxiong chuckled. You don't need to ask too much about the rest. If you have the chance to advance to the nascent soul, you will naturally learn more. What I can tell you is only this much. However, there are great opportunities as well as great dangers inside. If you are unwilling to enter, I will not force you. I, Tianlang, am willing. Master Tianlang immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Very well, I will assist you. This is a medium-grade innate spiritual item that aligns with your cultivation method and may help you achieve perfection in your divine abilities. At that time, competing for opportunities will also add an extra layer of support. Thank you, Sect Master. Qi Tianxiong slightly nodded. During this period, leave the sect affairs to others. You should concentrate on your closed-door training. Understood. Master Tianlang received the spiritual item and exited the main hall. Qi Tianxiang's gaze turned fierce. Yushi City Su family. If it were not for the approaching ancient battlefield, I would truly want to see what kind of ability you have to kill the old ghost. Sure. Last time in the innate secret realm, if I had not been wary of the 3 of you from Tiansong Prefecture joining forces, how could I have allowed a demon dragon that had just entered the shape-shifting stage to ride on my head? Moments later, Qi Tianxiong sat back down on his throne and continued to meditate. The Songlong Alliance began to operate. Most of the Golden Core family ancestors recently arrived at the Alliance, establishing their cave abodes in the spiritual peaks with 3rd-grade spiritual veins. The Songlong Alliance has 3rd-grade superior spiritual veins found only in the 7 peaks, while the other spiritual peaks are of 3rd-grade inferior or medium quality. These conditions are much better than those of ordinary Golden Core families. Most of them only had 2nd-grade superior spiritual veins for their cultivation. They were naturally more willing to cultivate within the Songlong Alliance, as family affairs no longer required their management. The stronger their strength, the more beneficial it would be for their families. Moreover, given the current situation, all families would remain at peace for at least the next decade. The peak masters of the 7 peaks gathered in the Songlong Hall to discuss the disciple assessment matters. Those they chose were mostly their Golden Core relatives or close friends. This is also understandable. Within the same surname family, there may be 3 to 5 factions, not to mention the vast and complex Songlong Alliance. Su Chuan established the Songlong Alliance to ensure that all powers in the Songlong Prefecture would conduct their struggles within the Alliance as if they were all put into a circle. The Alliance has its own laws and will not be overly excessive. Regardless of their internal conflicts, this alliance, which involves the interests of all powers, remains steadfast. To transcend from it, one must develop to an extremely strong level. Even the Su family is far from being able to do so. Elders, let's discuss how to arrange the disciple assessment in half a month. Bai Yin smiled as he spoke. Lu Yunshan said, for the disciple recruitment assessment, one criteria is talent qualifications. Having a true spiritual root is the minimum standard. Secondly, the Tao heart must be steadfast, and a mirage formation test can be set up. Song feels that this is somewhat inappropriate, Song Fenghang said. If it were in usual times it would be acceptable, but this is the first recruitment of the alliance and a time for substantial manpower replenishment. The miscellaneous disciples are needed, the outer disciples are also needed, and even the inner and true disciples are required. Therefore we must differentiate them. Zhao Huai looked over. Elder Song, how do you think we should differentiate? Miscellaneous disciples should have a spiritual root below the earth level and no special bloodline or roots. As long as their cultivation meets the standards, they can be directly recruited as miscellaneous disciples, and a quota can be set to recruit until full. Bai Yin, Lu Yunshan, and Zhao Huai nodded slightly at this. Outer disciples are similar, but the qualification requirement should be below the heaven level and above the true spiritual root. After all, the Grand Elder has stated that only those with heaven-level qualifications can receive preferential treatment. They can be directly accepted as inner disciples. As for the inner and true disciples, besides qualification tests, there should also be compatibility assessments and tests of temperament and Tao heart, as they are the foundation of our Tsang Long Alliance. Naturally, the best must be selected. They will be groomed for future breakthroughs to the Golden Core. I think it is feasible. I have no objections either. Lei Wujie and Mo Wenshang spoke one after the other. The others pondered for a moment and expressed their agreement. The testing methods for spiritual roots, bloodlines, and bones were already quite comprehensive in the former Tiansong sect. As for the numbers, there will be 3,000 miscellaneous disciples, and considering the current outer disciples of the Tsang Long Alliance, we can recruit 2,000 outer disciples to reach a total of 5,000. 3,000 inner disciples will be recruited to reach a total of 10,000. As for true disciples, there will be no limit. Bai Yin swept his gaze over everyone and asked, "What do you all think, elders?" "That works." Agreed. Everyone expressed their consent. They then discussed the frequency of external recruitments and decided on once every 10 years. They also decided that if a miscellaneous disciple cannot reach the 4th level of qi refining within 10 years, they would be sent down the mountain to fend for themselves. After the 7 peaks discussed, they reported this matter to Alliance leader Song Fengyan. Song Fengyan reviewed it and had no objections, thus approving it. If it were matters and regulations of their own peak, the peak master had the right to decide, but if it involved external matters such as this recruitment of disciples, it must be reported to the Alliance leader. This is the authority of the Alliance leader. Unless the Grand Elder is absent, the Alliance leader is the most powerful person in the Alliance. Song Fengyan is at the Golden Core completion stage and possesses great divine abilities enough to maintain order. Half a month later, the first disciple recruitment of the Tsanglong Alliance was held in the 4 cities of Yunxi, Yuzhou, Baiyun, and Tsanglong. Each city was overseen by 2 Golden Core elders, and they were not from the same family. Families of Golden Core, small foundation establishment clans, and scattered cultivators all rushed to participate, creating a bustling scene. In Yunxi City, the venue was located in the Eastern District. This location was the closest to the Tsanglong mountain range. The 4 major families of Chun, Yin, Tang, and Yin all had many family disciples participating. Although they were aware that the recruitment would be divided into 4 levels, the family disciples aimed at least for outer or inner disciples. As for the true disciples, that was uncertain. After all, not every Golden Core family had such talents, and even if they did, they might not be willing to part with them. Although joining would allow one to leave, it wouldn't be as simple as wanting to go. There would definitely be certain constraints. At the Su residence, in Su Chuan's courtyard, Su Mingxian, Su Daling, and Mo were present. Su Chuan, today is the first recruitment of disciples by the Tsanglong Alliance. Don't you want to take a look? If you want to join in the excitement, then go ahead, Su Chuan replied blandly. Su Daling chuckled. Grandfather has already sent people to monitor the 4 cities. If there are suitable candidates, someone from our Su family will extend an invitation. Aren't you just slapping yourself in the face? Mo exclaimed in surprise. Su Mingxian smiled gently. The families in the alliance are on equal footing. The alliance can recruit disciples, and the families can also compete, but all depends on the choices of the other party. However, for ordinary families, even those top Golden Core families like the Lei and Song families, unless they offered exceptionally favorable conditions, most would definitely choose the Tsanglong Alliance. However, it wouldn't necessarily be the case if our Su family extends an invitation. Su Daling continued. Grandfather specifically instructed me not to let our Su family members join the alliance, aiming for the day we surpass the Tsanglong Alliance. Once the Su family disciples from the Dongxi and Guangling branches arrive, our family's foundation will instantly surge. And when my second uncle, third uncle, and older brother successively achieve golden core, our Su family will soon catch up with the Songlong alliance and eventually surpass it. Mou blinked, stroked his chin, and pondered for a moment. Then why put in the effort to lead the establishment of this alliance? To prevent other powers in the Songlong mansion from dragging our Su family down. Su Mingxian smiled. What my father is doing is to place a layer of constraints on them. All forces revolve around the Songlong alliance, which can greatly enhance the stability of the Songlong mansion. Our Su family only retains the position of the Grand Elder, and naturally, they want trouble our Su family. After all, apart from my father, no one can secure the position of Grand Elder. I believe they have this self-awareness. Unless they can battle a nascent soul in their golden core state, or even slay a nascent soul. And moreover, Su Mingxian continued, the current cultivation conditions of our Su family surpass those of the Songlong alliance with more resources and superior cultivation techniques and secret arts. So why should our Su family fight over food in the same bowl as them? This is convoluted and troublesome. Mou complained, returning to lie on the recliner. Su Chuan raised his gaze toward the distant horizon and said lightly, now we just wait for Yi Fan and Due to return. Indeed, it has been more than a year. I wonder where the couple has traveled. Su Daling sighed. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the Liyue mansion, there was a place called Shaohan Mountain. This mountain sounds poetic, but it is actually extremely desolate and lonely. The mountain is only about 100 feet high, entirely gray-brown with exposed rocks and thin soil, and the vegetation is pitifully sparse. Only a few low drought-resistant thorns and withered yellow weeds cling to the crevices of the rocks, adding to the desolation. The mountain is devoid of spiritual veins, strange flowers, or rare trees. Even the lowest-level demonic beasts disdain this barren place and refuse to inhabit it. Only the mountain winds howl year-round, stirring up dust and emitting a whimpering sound, amplifying the emptiness. Looking around, the surrounding terrain is similar. The barren hills rise and fall with few signs of human life, making it a corner of thin spiritual energy forgotten by most cultivators. However, this inconspicuous little mountain has now become the focal point of the northern region of the Liyue mansion. At the foot of the mountain, the relatively flat wasteland is now bustling with figures with spiritual light flickering and a chaotic yet powerful atmosphere. A rough glance reveals that at least 30 to 40 golden core cultivators have gathered. Behind them, there are also over 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators chatting in pairs. Among these golden core cultivators, there are more than a dozen who have reached the late golden core stage or higher. Moreover, 6 figures stand at the forefront of the crowd. Without exception, they are all fully realized golden core experts with outstanding abilities. These golden core cultivators are clearly divided into several groups representing various forces within the Liyue mansion. Those clad in moon-white star-patterned robes are from the Liyue sect, the only nascent soul-level force in the Liyue mansion. There are only 5 golden core members, including 1 mid-golden core, 3 late golden core, and 1 true monarch. The 4 individuals in blue and white robes hail from the top golden core sect of the Liyue mansion, the Hanyue sect. 2 are mid-golden core, 1 is late golden core, and 1 is a true monarch. The Qingyun sect, adorned in green and white long robes, is of the same tier as the previous sect, with a number of golden core cultivators that matches that of the Hanyue sect. In addition to these 3 major sects, there are also 2 top golden core families, the Du family and the Pei family. Each has brought 5 golden core members. The Du family members wear purple robes led by a white-bearded elder, while the Pei family is dressed in dark gold with a middle-aged beauty at the helm. Both families consist of 2 early golden core, 2 mid-golden core, and 1 true monarch. Then there are 12 golden core cultivators of varying attire from the Scattered Cultivators Alliance. The golden core energy of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance is the most chaotic, with fierce, sinister, peaceful, and unrestrained energies. Among them, 8 are early golden core, 2 are mid-golden core, 1 is late golden core, and 1 is a true monarch. These 6 major forces are mutually restrained. In addition, there are more than a dozen golden core cultivators from some ordinary golden core families. They usually only have 1 or 2 golden core cultivators to maintain their facade, which cannot compare with the other 2 major forces. Most of the time, they align themselves with the 3 major sects or the 2 top families. Fortunately, the Liyue mansion has firmly established its position. Among the Scattered Cultivators Alliance, a man and a woman are particularly eye-catching. The man dressed in a blue robe has a handsome appearance. It is Yi Fan. The woman, veiled and possessing a cold moon-like demeanor, is Su Due. Standing together despite being in a crowd, they exude an aura distinctly different from ordinary scattered cultivators. The secret realm of Han Mountain opens once every 60 years. I heard that the last time a true monarch obtained a top-grade magic treasure and a third-tier top-tier offensive talisman with power comparable to a fully realized true monarch. Not to mention a young man from the Du family in the late Foundation establishment stage said, my great-uncle mentioned that the last time a Foundation establishment disciple from the Louis sect obtained a congenital spiritual item. Not to mention a young man from the Du family in the late Foundation establishment stage said, my great-uncle mentioned that the last time a Foundation establishment disciple from the Louis sect, many Foundation establishment disciples were excitedly discussing. Among the Golden Core crowd of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance, an old beggar-like Golden Core cultivator said, you two Yi Daoyu and Su Daoyu arrive at our Louis mansion just in time for the opening of the Han Mountain Secret Realm. This fortune is indeed remarkable. He stroked his sparse white beard and continued, however you can see the current situation. Entering this secret realm is easy, but bringing things out may not be so simple. As fellow Scattered Cultivators, we in the Scattered Cultivators Alliance will naturally look after you. As long as you claim to be Golden Core Elders of our Scattered Cultivators Alliance, the other forces will not obstruct you. But we need you two to agree to give 30% of what you obtain from the Secret Realm to our Scattered Cultivators Alliance. With our protection, no one in the entire Louis mansion would dare to bully you. How about this deal? Yi Fan and Su Daling exchanged a glance, both showing surprise. They never expected that their Su family members would also face extortion one day. After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan said, Huang Daoyu, please allow us to consider this matter further. The old beggar took a deep look at the two. Then you two should think it over carefully and not let a moment of greed cost you your lives. Yi Fan slightly nodded. Just then a ripple of spatial fluctuation began to emerge on the wall of Shaohan Mountain, drawing the attention of all Golden Core cultivators. The old beggar no longer paid attention to them, his gaze fervently fixed on the mountain wall. Yi Fan and Su Diue were likewise transfixed. The mountain winds continued to howl, stirring up sand and dust. As time went on, the spatial fluctuations grew more intense. Friends, it is time. A middle-aged man from the Louis sect suddenly spoke calmly. The six of us will work together to forcibly open the secret realm space. Good. Just so. We should work together. The other 5 true monarchs of the top forces responded in unison. They all stepped forward. 6 distinctly different, yet overwhelmingly powerful forces surged. The middle-aged man from the Louis sect waved his sleeve, and a radiant silver beam, as bright as moonlight, shot forth, directly striking the core of the fluctuations. The elder from the Han sect flicked his ice jade whisk, and an endless chill gathered into a condensed blue cold current following closely behind. The burly man from the Qingyun sect pointed his fingers like swords, and behind him an ancient sword did not unsheath, yet a heavy sharp blue sword aura tore through the sky. The elder in purple from the Du family pressed his palms forward, and lightning suddenly appeared in his palms, transforming into a raging purple thunderbolt that roared away. The beautiful woman from the Pei family held a warm jade pendant that shone brightly, emanating a soft yet resilient pale golden halo. The emaciated elder from the Scattered Cultivators Alliance silently struck out a palm, resembling an endless gale. 6 overwhelmingly powerful attacks struck the spatial barrier revealed by the Han Mountain Secret Realm. Buzz! A sound of spatial resonance echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The entire Shaohan Mountain trembled and fragments of rock tumbled down. Before the dark-colored rock wall, the space seemed to collapse inward violently into a pitch-black point, then suddenly expanded and tore outward like a lake's surface disturbed by a massive stone. Crack! With the thunderous sound of fabric being torn, a spatial rift appeared 3 zhong high and about a zhong wide. Its edges flowed with colorful light, yet inside it was dark and profound with no knowledge of where it led. The 6 true monarchs continued to pour their spiritual energy, stabilizing the surrounding space. After a quarter of an hour, the entrance to the Han Mountain Secret Realm was completely stabilized. The 6 simultaneously withdrew their spiritual energy and exhaled a long breath. The middle-aged cultivator from the Louis sect turned around and swept his gaze over everyone, saying, "The secret realm is open. This portal will only remain for half a month. After half a month, the spatial passage will completely close. If you have not exited by then, you will be trapped in the secret realm, and your life and death will be determined by fate. Everyone take care of yourselves." He continued, "Members of the Louis sect, follow this true monarch into the realm." Yes, Yinshui, true monarch. Upon finishing, the Yinshui, true monarch of the Louis sect, shimmered with moonlight, transforming into a streak of light and diving into the portal first. The remaining members of the Louis sect followed closely behind. Next, the teams from the Han sect, Qingyun sect, Du family, Pei family, and the scattered cultivators' alliance, led by their respective true monarchs, flew into the secret realm in an orderly manner. Only after all 6 top forces entered did the remaining Golden Core families or smaller sects follow suit. In just a moment the wasteland became considerably emptier. Only a few Foundation establishment cultivators remained outside, either meditating, setting up temporary camps, or chatting in pairs. They entered the Han Mountain secret realm. Everyone was soon teleported. The interior of the Han Mountain secret realm was another world. The sky was gray, yet illuminated by faint light, and the terrain was markedly different from the outside. The air contained strands of pure cold energy. Yi Fan and Su Due quickly found each other, aided by the Heartlink Ring. They were only 2,000 or 3,000 miles apart, and in no time they met. Where is the opportunity you mentioned? I need to ask, Master. Su Due immediately contacted Murong Yun. In the next moment, the tiny flying sword shot out from Su Due's dantian, soaring into the sky, and then rang out repeatedly as a strange wave spread out instantly. After a while it flew back into Su Due's dantian, conveying, there hasn't been much change from before. Fly east. The inheritance of the Han Mountain cultivator is located in a black stone mountain over there. Su Due said, Husband, let's head east. The two immediately set up 2 streams of escape light and shot toward the eastern sky. On the way, Su Due asked, Master, what kind of secret realm is this Han Mountain secret realm, and who is the Han Mountain cultivator? The era of the Han Mountain cultivator was over 200,000 years ago. He was a renowned great cultivator of that time, a top-tier harmonization expert. His main cultivation was the Tying Path, and his strength was extremely formidable. Although he was a harmonization expert, he could fight across realms against those in the Great Ascension stage. For a Golden Core cultivator, crossing realms to fight against a nascent soul is already quite challenging, and as one progresses further it becomes increasingly difficult. Of course, besides possessing immensely powerful great abilities, it is rumored that the Han Mountain cultivator also possessed the Xiantian spiritual treasure, a fortuitous item which enabled him to fight beyond his level. Xiantian spiritual treasure. Is it a type of spiritual treasure? You could say that. Since we are discussing it today, let me enlighten you. Spiritual treasures possess sentience, and over time, they can even give birth to weapon spirits. They are primarily weapons used in the realms of divine transformation and void refinement. Above spiritual treasures are the transcendent spiritual treasures, which are extraordinarily powerful, but without the strength exceeding void refinement, one cannot even unleash 1/10th of their power. Of course, if a transcendent spiritual treasure has given birth to a weapon spirit, and one maintains a good relationship with it, one can still request its assistance. Such items could serve as a treasure for the clan. At the level of transcendent spiritual treasures, there are basically no ranks. Because they are too rare, crafting one requires extremely precious materials, and even during the harmonization stage, not everyone can possess one. In ancient times there existed a celestial treasure known as the 5-Dragon Slasher, crafted from the remains of 5 supreme combined serpents embodying the 5 elemental attributes. Naturally, this celestial treasure was renowned even in antiquity and comparable to any ordinary celestial artifact. As for the Xiantian celestial treasure, Murong Yun paused and said, it is divided into postnatal Xiantian treasures and prenatal Xiantian treasures. Beyond that, I do not know the specifics. I have only seen relevant introductions in the sect's texts. Even the ancient Songlong sect possessed only one celestial treasure as the sect's protective artifact. Prenatal Xiantian treasures. Could such treasures be born of the heavens? Indeed, there exist Xiantian spiritual roots in the world which occasionally emerge in nature, such as the Xiantian vine, Xiantian flower, and Xiantian tree. The fruits and flowers they bear may transform into Xiantian celestial treasures when they mature. When this celestial treasure first manifests in the world, it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous upheaval in the heavens and the earth, capable of impacting regions spanning millions of miles. Su Due felt a shock in her heart and silently thought, I must inform my grandfather when I return. They flew for several hours. Suddenly, a massive silhouette on the horizon gradually came into focus, growing more imposing as they approached. It was a mountain peak entirely black like ink, as if formed from the purest darkness, reflecting not a single ray of light, silently standing upon the vast earth. The mountain was steep and perilous, piercing the grayish sky with no visible summit. Strangely, the entire black mountain emitted an inexplicable aura that made one feel a slight chill. As Su Due and Yi Fan flew within 1,000 feet of the black mountain, they both felt a sudden heaviness, and the flow of their inner power became noticeably sluggish. The power of flight was rapidly dissipating. A forbidden air domain. Yi Fan exclaimed, reacting swiftly as he immediately halted his flight and began to descend vertically towards the ground. Su Due followed suit. The two of them landed steadily on the ground. Looking up, they saw a wide stone staircase made of blue stone opening up at the foot of the silent black giant. The stone steps were ancient, each level polished to a mirror-like smoothness, yet unknown was how many years they had endured. The edges were overgrown with dark green moss winding upwards. It led deep into the mountain's misty depths with no end in sight. At that moment, on the broad platform where the blue stone stairs began, more than 20 figures had already gathered. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that 6 out of 10 golden core cultivators entering the Cold Mountain Secret Realm were present here. While the Cold Mountain Secret Realm had many rare treasures and unique herbs, none could compare to the allure of this black mountain in their eyes. The remaining golden core cultivators might be slightly far away, which is why they had not yet arrived. Upon seeing Yi Fan and Su Diyu's arrival, numerous golden cores merely glanced over and then returned their attention elsewhere. Only a scruffy old beggar from the loose cultivator alliance narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes as he approached, stroking his unkempt beard, and asked, "Yi Dao, friend, you and your wife have indeed come to this little cold mountain?" Yi Fan nodded slightly. Earlier he had sensed the enormous stone tablet standing nearby, which bore the 3 characters for Little Cold Mountain. It seems this is indeed the true Little Cold Mountain. Yi Fan mused inwardly. The old beggar did not delve further. After all, the Cold Mountain Secret Realm and the Black Mountain's legacy were well known in Liyue Manor. Most golden core cultivators were aware of it and had entered before. They found it unsurprising to learn this. Since it's your first time here, you probably don't know that while there are great opportunities here, they are not so easily obtained. The old beggar bets that over 90% will not find any connection to this place. Knowing the odds and still coming here, Yi Fan was taken aback. Just to join the fun, the old beggar grinned. Yi Fan chuckled in response. Even without being told, he could guess that most likely they were trying their luck to see if they could obtain an opportunity. However, he was very curious as to why these golden cores were so idle, waiting for half a month here. Su Diyue and Yi Fan exchanged a glance and moved to a slightly secluded area. Su Diyue contacted Murong Yun, asking, "Master, is this the place of inheritance you mentioned? What should we do next?" Murong Yun's cold voice echoed in her consciousness. Indeed, this mountain is the true core of the Cold Mountain Secret Realm, a fragment of the ancient Little Cold Mountain. It was taken by the people of Cold Mountain and placed here, transformed into a place of inheritance. Surrounding the mountain are not only restrictions against flight, but also prohibitions against spiritual sense probing. Do you see those bluestone steps? You must ascend them. The bluestone steps have special restrictions that affect both the spirit and the physical body. The higher you go, the greater the pressure. Those below the transformation stage, unless they are fully realized nascent souls with dual cultivation of body and spirit, will find it impossible to reach the summit. Even if they do reach the top, they may not necessarily obtain the true inheritance from the Cold Mountain people, unless that is they are compatible with his inheritance. She paused, then continued, "Climbing the steps is the test of inheritance. Going down will not bring any pressure. This mountain has a mountain spirit that will evaluate various aspects. If you meet the criteria, you will be automatically transported to the corresponding inheritance space to undergo the assessment. If you pass the assessment, you can enter the corresponding inheritance cave. The better you perform and the greater your potential, the higher the level of inheritance cave you will enter." Inheritance caves? There are many. Su Diyue was somewhat astonished. Naturally, Murong Yun replied. According to ancient texts, each cave has a piece of inheritance left by the Cold Mountain people. There are a total of 128 lower-level inheritances related to the Golden Core, 32 mid-level inheritances concerning both the Golden Core and Nascent Soul, and 8 upper-level inheritances related to the Nascent Soul and transformation opportunities, which may contain the Cold Light Liquid. This spiritual liquid is the essence of the cold veins of Little Cold Mountain, a true heavenly material and earthly treasure that condenses only 1 drop per year. 1 drop is worth several times more than 10,000 years of cold marrow. For someone with your cold constitution or cultivators practicing relevant techniques, it would be immensely beneficial. Immersing in it would not only refine your power, enhancing its quality, but also expand your foundation, making it more robust. Most importantly, it nourishes the constitution, enhancing bloodline potential. You must not miss this opportunity. After this baptism, you may be able to rival Su Dang's constitution and bloodline and comprehend the mysteries of the cold path more swiftly. Upon hearing this, Su Diyu's heart immediately warmed, enhancing one's constitution and bloodline potential. For any cultivator, this was an extraordinary opportunity that was hard to come by. Su Dang had undergone a transformation after being baptized with the blood of the flame phoenix, followed by a secret technique rebirth. Later she obtained the true spirit feather of the fire phoenix, refining it with a trace of true spirit blood, transforming her flame phoenix bloodline into a fire phoenix bloodline, and her spiritual eyes also evolved into fire phoenix spiritual eyes. Such a constitution and bloodline allowed her to cultivate at a speed several times faster than Chuan. While Chuan was still grinding through the late stage of the Golden Core's 3rd level, she had already reached the 4th level, and was even close to the mid-stage of the 4th level. It was uncertain whether such a constitution and bloodline would still provide similar advantages in the nascent soul stage. However, in the Golden Core stage, Su Dang's cultivation speed was undoubtedly among the best of her peers. Could she catch up to Sister Ling? She took a deep breath and firmly responded in her consciousness. Yuer understands, and will definitely give her all. By the way, the people of Cold Mountain cultivate both body and spirit. The upper-level inheritance may include body cultivation-related teachings, as well as treasures. You should encourage your husband to give his all too. Regardless of what happens next, focus on obtaining the inheritance and treasures first. Morong Yun added. Su Due shared everything she knew with Yifan. Yifan's gaze swept over the winding blue stone steps that seemed to lead straight into the heavens, and a blazing fighting spirit ignited within his eyes. Upper-level inheritance. Body cultivation inheritance. If they could obtain it, it would grant the Su family another body cultivation inheritance. A little over half an hour passed. Seeing that no one else was eager to ascend the mountain, Yifan and Su Due stepped forward together, walking towards the blue stone path, saying, "Since none of you friends wish to ascend the mountain, we as husband and wife will take the lead and experience how challenging the inheritance assessment of this little cold mountain is." With that, he said no more. They immediately passed through the crowd, preparing to step onto the blue stone path. The opportunities of the little cold mountain's inheritance could only be obtained once in a lifetime by any individual. Hence, all present were those who had never obtained their chance. Of course, over 90% of them couldn't even trigger the Cold Mountain assessment. This was why the old beggar was so certain that over 90% of the Golden Cores had no connection to. Some people were skeptical and perhaps wanted to try again. But most were waiting for their respective factions' prodigies to arrive. They too would need to ascend the mountain. In addition, there were many Foundation establishment disciples primarily responsible for searching for spiritual herbs and minerals in the various mountains and valleys of the secret realm. During this period, they would likely have to engage in battles with the beasts of the secret realm. Anyone who survived and obtained rare spiritual herbs and materials would surely receive focused training from their respective factions. For them, this was a trial. Yifan and Su Due disregarded the many gazes behind them, their minds focused, and almost simultaneously lifted their feet, firmly stepping onto the first bluestone step. Buzz! The moment their footsteps landed, an invisible pressure quietly descended. This pressure affected both their bodies and souls. It felt as if they had taken on an invisible shackle. The two maintained their composure. They had already undergone similar trials at the Prodigy Gala. Thus they showed no signs of surprise or struggle. Yifan's steps were steady while Su Due moved gracefully, ascending step by step along the ancient stone stairs at a moderate pace. Their pace appeared unhurried, yet their steps remained resolute. Their figures soon faded into the faint mist that obscured the view and spiritual sense of those below. The platform fell into silence for a moment. The old beggar from the Loose Cultivator Alliance took a swig of alcohol, smacked his lips, and was the first to break the silence. His murky old eyes scanned the golden cores from several factions, and he remarked, "Friends, in your opinion, do you think this couple has a chance at inheritance?" The mid-stage golden core cultivator from the Luiyue sect shook his head, saying, "Old beggar, it's too early to talk about obtaining inheritance. We must first see if they can pass the assessment." A proud latest-stage golden core cultivator from the Du family snorted and interjected, "It sounds as if they are guaranteed to be selected. The inheritance assessment is strict and bizarre. There are very few present who have participated in the assessment right." That is true, but whether they are selected is still traceable. The younger the golden core cultivators, the greater their chances of participating in the assessment. Old beggar, am I wrong? So what if you are right, said the Du family cultivator. Yet there are plenty of golden core cultivators who are 400 to 500 years old and still look youthful. Breath can be deceiving and appearance can be preserved, but a person's eyes, their gaze is something that cannot be altered by any means. It reflects the weariness of experiencing the vicissitudes of life and the treachery of human relationships. Just like this, wine, the longer it is stored, the more fragrant it becomes. The old beggar took another drink, wiping the wine stains from his mouth. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes, which was uncharacteristic of his scruffy appearance. I have conversed with them for a while, though I can ascertain that these two are quite younger than anyone present. In fact, they are even younger than some of the Foundation establishment disciples who came in. Many golden core's expressions changed slightly. If that is true, where did these talents come from? And they just happen to be a couple. Someone exclaimed in surprise. I can't guess, the old beggar. Many people's gazes flickered, unsure of what they were plotting. The old beggar grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and redirected his gaze towards the dark mountain. His murky eyes seemed to penetrate the mist, observing the young couple steadily advancing on the stone steps. This pair of youngsters is no ordinary matter. If no one probes deeper, it may not be safe. The pressure on the blue stone steps grew heavier the higher they ascended. Neither of them knew how long they had been walking. Their pace had begun to slow, and they were starting to fall behind. Yi Fan, having dual cultivation of body and spirit, was better able to withstand the pressure and had already created a distance of about 100 steps from Su Diyue. An hour later, he had completely disappeared from sight. If you enter the upper-level cave, I will teach you a secret technique to enhance your constitution. Although it may not compare to body cultivation techniques, it will at least prevent you from being so frail. If paired with the cold light liquid, it could quickly reach small success comparable to a second-tier body. Su Diyue had no time to reply to Murong Yun, as she was fully focused on resisting the pressure of the blue stone steps. After enduring for another hour and a half, she found herself on the verge of stopping. Suddenly a white light enveloped her, and she vanished from sight. Yi Fan, on the other hand, persevered for another 5 to 6 hours before reaching his limit and was transported away. It must be said the endurance of those with dual cultivation of body and spirit at the golden core stage is truly terrifying. In the inheritance space, the two consumed a certain spiritual liquid, and after a period equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, they fully restored their power and stamina before beginning the assessment. Soon after, the prodigies from the 6 major factions also arrived, starting their climb of the Black Mountain. Some golden core cultivators were likewise present. In the inheritance space, an illusory black dragon spirit observed Su Diyue and Yi Fan's performance in the assessment. The assessment was simple, consisting of defeating opponents. The first round faced a first-level golden core opponent. The second round faced 2 first-level golden core opponents. This continued until they failed the assessment. The dragon spirit was the manifestation of the mountain spirit of Little Cold Mountain, overseeing everything within it, and the entire secret realm was under its control. After the ancient battle, the world underwent great changes, and I have not seen such potential individuals since. The male, having dual cultivation of body and spirit and entering the golden core, should be a divine ability to form a core. His spiritual sense exceeds his realm and could barely be classified among the prodigies of the ancient times. The female, though slightly lacking, appears to be a divine ability to form a core as well. Her spiritual sense is also remarkable, and she possesses a fateful encounter with a birth spirit, which is a fallen grade innate treasure. Furthermore, she has a special cold constitution, neither purely yin nor extremely cold. The blend of yin and cold is quite intriguing. It aligns perfectly with the master's inheritance. In this lifetime, they are undoubtedly among the top tier of genius cultivators. They barely qualify to receive the master's upper-level inheritance. However, the inheritances in the remaining 2 upper-level caves happen to align with the 2 of them. Is it luck or fate? The dragon spirit's gaze flickered, seemingly possessing the ability to divine. Yet after a thorough examination, the profound connections of the 2 left it unable to see clearly. Yi Fan pushed through 9 waves before falling at the 10th. Su Diyue fell at the 8th wave. The primary reason was that the Taiyin flying sword was restrained by a force within her dantian, rendering it unusable. The trial concluded. A soft white light enveloped Yi Fan and Su Diyue, and they vanished from the spot. The sudden teleportation left Yi Fan momentarily unsteady. When his vision cleared, he found himself within a completely unfamiliar sealed chamber. A modest stone chamber roughly 10 zhang square and 3 zhang high, its austere ancient furnishings radiating quiet distinction. His gaze first fell upon a luminous white jade bed at the chamber's center. Even from several zhang away, he felt its penetrating chill. Could it be myriad year frost jade? He stepped forward and touched it, only to discover a subtle, soothing warmth beneath its icy surface. This was precisely the hallmark trait of myriad year frost jade, unparalleled in refining spiritual energy and nurturing meridians and vital essence, ranking among the supreme tier of 4th-rank rare treasures. A true treasure. Must take it, Yi Fan murmured inwardly. Then his eyes shifted to a similarly ancient stone bookshelf standing against the wall beside the jade bed. Upon its shelves rested no ordinary scriptures, but artifacts shimmering with divergent auras of treasure light and exuding formidable power. A peculiar metal ingot coiled with faint spectral dragon-elephant motifs, a compact, intricately inscribed ancient pill furnace, and several deep crimson crystals pulsing gently like living hearts. Several ancient scrolls, neither metallic nor leathery, but remarkably resilient in texture lay beside them. Opposite the bookshelf stood a heavy stone desk. Its surface gleamed like a flawless mirror, immaculate and dustless, except for a single dark silver storage ring of archaic design resting at its center. Both the bookshelf and desk are carved from fourth-rank spirit wood, so this truly is the legacy of an ancient grandmaster. He then turned toward the smooth stone wall behind the shelf where a portrait hung. Its backdrop depicted the towering obsidian-hued Chuan mountain. Before the mountain stood a middle-aged man clad in simple gray Taoist robes, not tall yet upright as a pine, hands clasped behind his back. His features were unremarkable, yet his eyes held a gentle, serene depth. Even as mere pigment on silk, the portrait exuded an aura of primordial simplicity and physical perfection, the seamless, harmonious resonance of the Tao. This portrait likely depicted the former master of this cave hermitage, the venerable cultivator who had bequeathed the body cultivation legacy. As Yifan gazed upon it, his mind suddenly seized, drawn inward. He seemed to step into the painted world itself. The profound Tao resonance of ancient Chuan mountains surged through his consciousness. Then the gray-robed master turned and met his gaze. Instantly, Yifan's mind shattered and the illusion dissolved. Terrifying. What was that? Yifan's face paled slightly, his spirit trembled unsettled. Almost simultaneously, Sudiyue underwent the same experience. His hermitage mirrored Yifan's layout, yet his bookshelf bore top-tier ice affinity treasures, 10,000-year dark ice, and ice spirit marrow crystals. The storage ring upon his desk shimmered with an icy blue hue. Moments later, a low, ancient voice resonated slowly and evenly within both hermitages. Descendant cultivators, you possess exceptional temperament, talent, strength, or destiny qualifying you for the supreme legacy left by my master. The voice paused as if allowing time for reflection, then continued, offer 3 kowtows before the portrait. Thereafter you shall be deemed formal disciple as a name only. The ring upon the desk contains your respective legacies, claim them freely. Additionally, you shall receive disciple tokens. Activating one will instantly transport you beyond the secret realm. No need to force open its sealed entrance. You may also cultivate here for 1 lunar month. Upon its completion, you shall be automatically expelled from the Chuan Mountain Hermitage. Should your cultivation one day reach the nascent soul realm, return to challenge the core legacy. Succeed in the final trial, and you shall inherit my master's full legacy. Assume sovereignty over the Chuan secret realm and become its celestial sovereign. Truly inherit my master's Tao lineage. May you diligently cultivate and never tarnish the august name of my master, the Cold Mountain Elder. Without prior agreement, both bowed deeply 3 times before the portrait of the gray-robed master, standing with hands clasped behind his back, faces solemn reverence absolute. Having received this legacy, gratitude was due. Next, they initiated the soul-binding ritual for their storage rings. Each ring's internal space proved vast, 10-fold greater than that of a height-year storage pouch. Yifan received a vial of heart blood from a nascent soul-rank celestial dragon, ideal for corporeal refinement, a bizarre spirit herb resembling knotted bone, and a milky white liquid, likely a body-refining elixir. Also included were 2 cultivation manuals, the Body Refinement Art and the Cold Mountain True Spirit Art. The former was an ancient human body cultivation technique widely disseminated. Even those without spiritual roots could practice it, progressing up to 4th-rank corporeal attainment. Yet even under ancient conditions, few ever achieved 4th-rank corporeal mastery. As for the Cold Mountain True Spirit Art, it refined the true spirit blood of mighty beasts to temper the flesh, and contains secret methods for extracting such blood from formidable demonic beasts. However, this manual was incomplete. Its cultivation path terminated at the nascent soul realm. He then examined the artifacts upon the shelf, though most remained unknown to him, save for the pill furnace, a peerless artifact-grade vessel. This furnace, perfect to present to my master. A faint smile curved Yifan's lips as he began studying the Body Refinement Art and the Cold Mountain True Spirit Art. He presumed Sudiyue would likewise remain in the hermitage for 1 month, honing his strength. Outside, danger might await, and should peril arise, greater power meant greater safety. After a while, Yifan decided not to practice either body cultivation art, believing the Fantian Holy Body Art far superior. Though hailed as a top-tier body cultivation art from the true demon realm, it bore no trace of demonic malevolence, instead embodying the Tao's primordial simplicity, rendering it profoundly adaptable. Of the remaining artifacts, I recognize none. Best to return them for my master's identification. But this celestial dragon's heart blood is exceptionally potent, surely surpassing 4th rank. Heart blood from a nascent soul-rank celestial dragon is undoubtedly a peerless treasure for 3rd-rank body cultivators. ideal for refining via the Pantheon holy body art to nourish the flesh. Still, even a single drop carries explosive energy. I shall extract but a filament for trial. Yifan seated himself cross-legged upon the frost jade bed, expression grave and focused. Before him hovered a droplet the size of a dragon's eye. Its hue a swirling golden crimson, faint spectral dragon forms gliding within. Though minute it radiated overwhelming vitality and ancient draconic majesty, distorting the very air around it. Truly formidable. With a thought his divine sense, precise as a master engraver's chisel, delicately peeled a single golden crimson filament from the droplet. Go. Guided by his divine sense, the filament pierced his body. Instantly a searing torrent detonated within him. It was as though a furious dragon imprisoned for 10,000 years had burst into his meridians, rampaging with energy capable of rending mountains and boiling oceans. Yifan's body convulsed violently, his skin flushed, burnished gold veins bulged like coiling dragons, and his bones creaked under unbearable strain. Anticipating this, he immediately centered his spirit and activated the Pantheon holy body art at full power. Within his dantian, his blood-chi golden core spun wildly, blazing with radiant gold light, flooding his limbs and organs with immense holy body energy, straining to guide, bind, and refine the invading fury. Refine. Yifan growled, low white vapor erupting from nose and mouth. Holy body energy clashed fiercely with the dragon's blood force, entwining, resisting, merging. Every meridian, every fiber of flesh, even the deepest marrow, underwent agonizing shattering and rebirth beneath this savage, pristine energy. Minute black impurities were forced from his pores, instantly vaporized by his surging vitality. The process teetered on the edge of catastrophe. One misstep meant shattered meridians or bodily collapse. Yet Yifan's will remained unyielding, his art profound. He anchored his consciousness in unwavering clarity, meticulously calibrating the refinement's rhythm. At last, after an indeterminate span, the filament was fully subdued and integrated. The golden radiance about Yifan slowly receded inward, yet his aura thickened markedly. Beneath his skin a subtle luster flowed, his eyes when open blazed with incisive brilliance. Clearly his corporeal fortitude had improved significantly. No wonder it is a nascent soul-rank treasure. Even a filament yields such effect. Yifan regarded the remaining dragon heartblood, carefully resealing it in its porcelain vial. This refinement demanded several days of recovery to mend his body's trauma. Only then could he proceed. Meanwhile, Su Due had likewise obtained the cold light fluid mentioned by Mu Rong Yun from his legacy ring. Beyond that, he received a single manual, the Cold Mountain Sutra. Indeed, the Cold Mountain Sutra? Mu Rong Yun exclaimed. This is the self-composed art of the Cold Mountain elder perfected after attaining peak mastery. Alas, it is incomplete, ending only at nascent soul consummation. Quickly, examine its contents. Does it record any of the elder's famed great arts? Su Due immediately scanned it, and indeed discovered a cultivation method titled the Great Xian Ming Ice Spirit Cold Heaven Divine Light. Though containing only foundational techniques, the discovery sent Mu Rong Yun into raptures. This is a genuine great art, one I myself never mastered in my youth. Yet its difficulty is immense, especially grasping its foundational intent. Its barrier rivals comprehending a common art to perfection. Study it patiently. Moreover, its dermic form draws upon 1 Xian Ming Divine Light Art, 2 Ice Spirit Divine Light Arts, and 3 Cold Heaven Divine Light Arts, far surpassing my own dermic form legacy. Once you perfect the Guanghan sword art, devote yourself entirely to mastering these 6 arts. Should you succeed, your accomplishments in the nascent soul realm will eclipse mine. In ancient times you would rank among the celestial prodigies, or even enter the realm of the monstrous genius. After calming herself, Mu Rong Yun continued, now I shall teach you a secret cold Dao technique, using 9 drops of cold light fluid to transform your constitution and foundation. It is called the Supreme Heaven Repairing Foundation Art. The rarer the heavenly material used as its base, the more profound its effect. Cold light fluid ranks equal to 6th rank cold Dao spirit liquids. 9 drops will utterly reconstruct your foundation, enabling complete metamorphosis. Thank you, Master. No thanks required. We share a common fate. The farther you ascend, the greater the benefit to me. A gentle smile graced Su Due's lips as Mu Rong Yun transmitted the technique's essence directly into her mind. Su Due stilled her breath and mind, repeatedly contemplating the esoteric verses of the Supreme Heaven Repairing Foundation art within her consciousness until every principle was perfectly clear. This art was profoundly abstruse, designed to trace origins, mend flaws and deficiencies in one's cultivation foundation, thereby paving the way for ascending higher Tao paths. It could be performed only once in a lifetime. Preparation complete. Su Diyue sat upright upon the myriad-year frost jade bed, raising her slender hand. 9 droplets, each a liquid sapphire condensed from Shaohan Mountain's essence, rose serenely from the jade vial hovering a foot before her. They emitted a purity of cold Tao resonance and a vitality so profound it was palpable. The Tao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Tao is impassive, guiding sun and moon. The Tao is nameless, nourishing all things. Su Diyue silently recited the opening lines of the Qing Jing Jing, her spirit lucid, all distractions banished. Then, following the supreme heaven-repairing foundation art, she began guiding the 9 droplets. The first transformed into an infinitesimal azure current seeping gently into her brow's ancestral aperture. It entered her consciousness, silently nourishing her soul's origin and purifying her divine sense. The second and third droplets became twin currents flowing along precise meridians, into her heart and kidney apertures respectively. Fire resides in the heart, water in the kidneys, aiming to harmonize yin-yang and the 5 elements. The cold essence entering the heart did not suppress its fire, but rather, by water's nature to descend, purified its volatile, restless heat, refining it into concentrated clarity. The water entering the kidneys, empowered by the cold light fluid's essence, grew purer and more vast, nourishing innate primordial essence. Instantly, fire and water balanced within her, dragon and tiger converged, establishing subtle equilibrium, making her qi flow markedly smoother. Droplets 4 through 7 simultaneously split into 4 finer currents, each infusing liver, lung, spleen, and the central huang ting, corresponding to wood, metal, earth, and the pivot governing the middle burner. Using the cold light fluid's unique spiritual resonance, they strengthened each organ's fundamental nature, aligning them more closely with the cosmic Tao. The 8th droplet descended directly into her Dantian Sea, the seat of her golden core and the very core of her cultivation foundation. It formed a faint azure halo encircling the core, not eroding it, but resonating and merging with its inherent cold affinity qi. The Tao patterns etched upon the core's surface appeared sharper, more dynamic. As it rotated, its efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy and the purity of its qi subtly increased, its foundation solidified, its sea broadened. The final 9th droplet dispersed, shattering into countless azure motes finer than dust, permeating every inch of her flesh, meridians, bones, and even the minutest cells. This embodied the principle of encompassing the 6 directions and mending heaven and earth, a holistic elevation of her entire foundation. 3 days and nights passed in a flash. Su Diyue's foundation had been utterly sublimated. Her every gesture now exuded transcendent grace. Her divine sense, the quality and potency of her qi, now rivaled those of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Strictly speaking, she had become a late-stage golden core cultivator. Moreover, her physique had subtly hardened, reaching the threshold of a second-rank corporeal cultivator. Cold light fluid is precious, each drop irretrievably spent. Only upon mastering the Shaohan secret realm will you gain an endless supply. Now your constitution has transformed, your cultivation stabilized at golden core tier 3, and your bloodline elevated to 7th rank apex. Your golden core journey shall proceed unimpeded. This is the perfect moment to begin comprehending the Guanghan sword art. Perhaps in mere days you'll achieve initial mastery. Yue understands. Both Su Diyue and Yi Fan cultivated in silent seclusion within their respective hermitages. Meanwhile, within Su Chuan's consciousness, his ancestral scroll trembled faintly. Under the withered tree, Su Chuan opened his eyes, gaining insight, and immediately began to probe the source of the anomaly. This physical condition, formed from the destiny's talent, has been refined into a unique constitution through secret arts, making it an extremely cold and shadowy spiritual body. Practicing these 2 arts will lead to tremendous advancements. The understanding of the corresponding divine abilities will be greatly enhanced. This top-tier bloodline will provide a significant boost when breaking through to the golden core stage. What a remarkable transformation. It has completely upgraded Diyu's foundation. It seems that this time they both have received great fortune. Then, using the Tianji Daoyan to calculate, he found that it was covered up and could not be determined. Forget it, I will try again in some time. They must be receiving the inheritance at this moment. Tianji is a path of calculation. If the other party is also adept in this area, they will surely notice. The dragon soul of Xiahanshan suddenly opened its eyes while Su Chuan was calculating. Is someone calculating Xiahanshan? I want to see who it is. Yet despite his calculations, he found nothing. The heavenly secrets were shrouded in dust, and he couldn't discern even a fragment of information. Forget it, I doubt he can figure out anything specific. The dragon soul of Xiahanshan circled around, changing to a more comfortable position to continue resting. At the foot of the mountain, various forces of Lu Yuefu made several attempts. Although 1 or 2 individuals were selected to enter the inheritance space, none succeeded. However, they were all shrewd. Yi Fan and Su Diyu had yet to descend the mountain, indicating they were likely no longer on the mountain, but had entered the inheritance assessment or even in the inheritance cave. Thus, the 6 major forces each left a golden core practitioner nearby to monitor. If they spotted either of them, they would send notifications promptly. But days passed. As half a month approached, they still had not seen either of them. Could the couple with the surname Yi have perished? Said an old man in green from the Loose Cultivator Alliance, transmitting to other golden core practitioners. It is a bit strange, said a golden core practitioner from Lu Yu sect. Let's wait 1 more hour. If they do not emerge, we must leave, otherwise we will be unable to exit and will remain trapped in the secret realm. Pavilion friend Pei makes a valid point. Let us wait another hour, said a golden core practitioner from the Du family. The others all agreed. In a flash, an hour passed, and the situation remained unchanged. A few sighed softly and left to report this news. This situation could only mean 2 things. Either they were still inside the cave employing some other method to escape, hence not showing themselves, or they had perished. No one knew the specifics of the inheritance assessment. Perhaps moving forward could pose a risk of death. Not long after, those still alive within the Han Mountain secret realm began to emerge. Finally out, many Foundation establishment disciples displayed joy on their faces. However, the true masters of the 6 top forces gathered together to discuss the matters concerning Yi Fan and Su Diyu. What do you all think about these 2 outsiders? If they truly obtained the profound inheritance of Xiahanshan, we cannot allow them to take it away, otherwise what face will our Lu Yuefu have? Said an elder from Han Yu sect. Indeed, even if the 2 come from some top-tier nascent soul force, if they die, then that's that. A robust man from Qingshan sect slightly nodded. Even if they have a powerful background, how could we know how they died? The true monarch Yin Shui looked at the old man from the Du family, Pei family, and Loose Cultivator Alliance, and asked, what do you 3 think? Send someone to monitor this area within 300 miles. If there's no news within 3 months, they are likely dead, said an elder in purple from the Du family, stroking his beard solemnly. As Pavilion friend Du suggested, we the 6 forces will seal this area within 1,000 miles, each leaving behind some Foundation establishment disciples and 2 golden core elders. Even if they come out, they won't be able to escape. Half a month passed again. Yi Fan continuously refined the blood of the divine dragon, with 1 drop completely melted. His physical body surged to the peak of the early 3rd stage. The energy participating in the dragon's blood also elevated his cultivation to the mid-2nd layer of the golden core stage. In just a month, his strength had significantly increased. Su Diyu underwent a transformation, reaching the early 3rd layer of the golden core with her magical power and divine sense foundation, at the late stage of the golden core achieving minor success with the Guang Han sword technique. In addition, with her 2nd stage physique, even utilizing a mid-grade magical artifact, she was not inferior to any latest-stage golden core practitioner. Using the Tai-Yin flying sword would be enough to engage in battle with a true monarch at the full golden core stage. As the month passed, the 2 were teleported out of the cave. However, before leaving, they stored the desk rack and jade bed from the cave into their storage rings. The dragon soul of Xiahanshan, seeing this, huffed and yelled, what kind of poverty are these 2 from? Even the tables and chairs are not spared. In a flash of light, the 2 appeared simultaneously at the foot of Xiahanshan. Husband, Yuer. They both called out at the same time, looking at each other with smiles in their eyes. Yuer, this harvest is immense, but I suspect the forces of Lu Yuefu are not fools and will likely have laid out arrangements outside. Su Diyu pondered, let me try to contact grandfather first. As she spoke, she took out a life jade talisman from her storage bag and quickly activated it 6 times with her divine sense. However, after half an hour, she had yet to receive a response from Su Chuan. It seems that contact with the outside is indeed impossible within the secret realm. The divine sense connection is completely severed. Su Diyu's eyes flickered. However, once we get out, I can definitely contact him. I wonder what kind of forces they have laid out for us outside. Those few true monarchs at the full golden core stage wouldn't be waiting outside. It's likely that each family has sent 1 or 2 golden core practitioners. What you say makes sense, husband. With our strength, it won't be difficult to break through a single forces blockade. The challenge lies in how to escape. Yi Fan smiled slightly. My master gave me a 3rd stage 1,000-mile talisman, which can be used 3 times. It should help us escape. But leaving Lu Yuefu won't be easy. At that time, there would be thousands of people searching. Once discovered, the likelihood of being surrounded is extremely high. Even nascent soul practitioners would be alarmed to come. Having obtained the inheritance does not mean it belongs to him. Only by truly digesting it and transforming it into one's own strength can one be said to have truly acquired it. Countless talented cultivators in the cultivation world have ultimately made garments for others. After a pause, Yi Fan continued. Master said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. After we break free from the encirclement, we can return and hide near Xiahanshan. I believe we can hold out for a while. You will contact Master again and have him come to assist us. The inheritance of Xiahanshan is of great importance to my Su family and must not be lost. I possess the second-tier top-tier Yuntian illusion array gifted by my father. Unless a golden core practitioner examines it closely, they will find it hard to notice any clues. That's perfect. Yi Fan's eyes brightened. The two agreed and immediately utilized the Xiahanshan registered disciple token to exit the Han Mountain secret realm. In the next moment, the two had appeared at the foot of Xiahanshan. On the wasteland, as they expected, several squads. These were the monitoring disciples left by the 6 top forces of Lu Yuefu, mostly at the Foundation establishment. As for the Golden Core stage, none were found. They were likely stationed at the edges of the arrangement. Almost as soon as their figures solidified, Yi Fan wasted no time in crushing the 3rd stage Jade Talisman he had held in his palm. This Jade Talisman was the only one owned by the Su family. The talisman glowed with a soft azure white light enveloping both him and Su Deyu completely. Hurry! As he called out, the azure light suddenly became blinding. The two's figures shot forth like arrows released from a strong bow, leaving faint afterimages in their wake. Their bodies had transformed into an indistinguishable streak of light shooting towards the eastern horizon at an astonishing speed. The 1,000-mile talisman activated, covering a mile in a single breath. Everything happened too fast. From the moment the two appeared to when they vanished as a streak of light took only a breath or two. The Foundation establishment practitioners present had not yet reacted when the people disappeared. Only the vast spiritual energy released by the talisman remained. Someone has come out. It's that pair of loose cultivator partners. What are you shouting about? Hurry and send a message. They've already escaped far. After transmitting, these Foundation establishment disciples soared into the sky, streaks of light piercing the heavens as they chased eastward. A 1,000-mile talisman. The mid-stage Golden Core elder of Lu Yu sect's expression changed upon receiving the news. Without saying a word, he had people contact the sect and flew eastward himself. The elder beggar from Han Yu sect, Qingshan's sect, the Du family, and the Pei family acted similarly. He initially wanted to hoard it for himself. However, the two had exceeded his expectations. They had clearly obtained an incredible inheritance from Xiahanshan. None of the families were foolish. In this situation, the inheritance could only be divided according to strength. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the high levels of the 6 major forces of Lu Yuefu. The matter of the inheritance is crucial. It might even involve opportunities at the nascent soul stage, so no force would easily give up. In a short period, tens of thousands of Foundation establishment practitioners, along with numerous Golden Core practitioners, rushed towards Xiahanshan, planning to encircle the area within several thousand miles. An invisible net was rapidly cast. However, after Yi Fan and Su Deyu traveled 1,000 miles, they quickly turned back, stopping in a forest about 200 miles away. After landing, Su Deyu quickly took out a set of array flags. It was the second-tier top-tier Yuntian illusion array bestowed by Su Mingxian. With a wave of her delicate hand, the array flags precisely melded into the surrounding void, activating the magical power. In an instant, an array space was formed. Su Deyu formed hand seals to activate the array, concealing their figures with illusions. From the outside, this place appeared completely empty and showed no abnormalities. Even a divine sense of a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner, if only casually sweeping through, might directly overlook it. The two held their breath and concentrated in the array, silently waiting. Sure enough, after a short while, several powerful auras flew overhead. Soon the Golden Core practitioners of the 6 forces coordinating here encountered each other. They scanned the area for several dozen miles. However, this location was over 100 miles away from where Yi Fan and the others were hiding, making it impossible to discover them even with careful searching. Half an incense stick later, small teams of Foundation establishment practitioners arrived one after another. The mid-stage Golden Core practitioner from Lu Yu sect said to them, "You all investigate nearby. We will leave for here. The rest will continue with me. They may have flown another 1,000 miles. I hope our 6 major forces can form the encirclement. If we let them escape, we will truly lose faith. Who would have thought they had a 1,000-mile talisman? My Du family only has one, and we wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary." It seems these two indeed come from some powerful nascent soul force. As they chatted mid-flight, the determination to kill and seize the inheritance remained strong. After all, the top force of Lu Yuefu was well aware of the significance of the Xiahanshan inheritance. If a treasure were to leak out, even nascent soul cultivators would personally come to contend for it. After waiting for half a day at their location, Yi Fan and Su Diyu concealed their presence and flew low, returning to Zihanshan. The most dangerous place was in fact the safest. At least for now it was so. As for how long it would take for them to realize, it might have already been 4 or 5 days. In a hidden valley about 10 miles from Zihanshan, Su Diyu set up the Yuntian illusion array again. Husband, I have contacted grandfather, he should know soon. Su Diyu said. Then we will wait for master to come. With our abilities, it will be very difficult to completely escape from Lu Yuefu. Then the two sat down on the ground to rest. In Yunshi City, Su Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. You contacted me. It seems they have emerged from the secret realm. After murmuring to himself, Su Chuan calculated the sign is like catching a turtle in a jar. Have they triggered a bomb in all of Lu Yuefu? Even Lu Yu sect would find it difficult to achieve. It seems the inheritance they obtained is indeed remarkable. The limits of his calculations were still not as good as directly inquiring from them. He refrained from using it before, because he guessed that the secret realm must have a spirit-like role capable of controlling everything within, and it would not be wise to use this power rashly. Su Chuan immediately invited Su Diyu into the Su family cave heaven. Su Diyu did not refuse, sending a wisp of divine sense into the void. Grandfather. Su Diyu's divine sense image bowed to Su Chuan. Tell me, what is the current situation? I just calculated, and it seems you are surrounded by a net. Su Diyu immediately recounted all that had happened in the secret realm and the current situation. The ancient Zihanshan inheritance, is it truly left by top-tier combined body powers capable of contending against great ascension? Hearing this, Su Chuan was also astonished. Senior sister Murong Yun has indeed invested a lot in you. Master treats you extremely well. This transformation of physique is largely thanks to Master's Taishang Butian foundation technique. Unfortunately, the foundational materials required for this technique are very high. The effects of grade 5 spiritual materials are quite general. Only those of grade 6 or above have significant effects. Otherwise, I could have had my father, uncle, and second uncle use it once. Although the cold light liquid is good, it is only suitable for people like me with cold physique talents. No worries. Su Chuan smiled lightly. With the secret technique in hand, we can slowly search for suitable spiritual materials later. You all wait for 2 days. Grandfather will set out soon to visit Lu Yuefu. MOU. After Su Chuan exited the Su clan's cave heaven, he called out immediately. A ghostly blue light flew out from the deep pool and landed before Su Chuan, asking, what do you need from me? Follow me to Lu Yue mansion for a visit. What for? Yi Fan and Diyu obtained an extraordinary inheritance, and I heard there is also the heart's blood of a transformation stage flood dragon. What, the heart's blood of a transformation stage flood dragon? Let's go, hurry up. MOU said excitedly. Although he currently had a low-grade water spiritual vein of the 4th rank to assist in cultivation, his progress was still slow unless he had corresponding heavenly materials to aid him. We will go through the Haifeng mountain range, and then pass through the Yunkong realm to reach Lu Yue mansion. This route is the fastest. If we go through the Tanling mansion, it might take an extra day or 2. In the Yunkong realm, there is a mid-stage transformation cloud Peng, a dominant flying beast, whose speed far exceeds mine. It's not something to provoke. MOU's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. Fly higher. I will conceal your aura. Although I can't completely suppress it, I can at least reduce it to the 3rd rank. A 3rd rank beast flying by won't alert that cloud Peng. Alright, I'll follow your instructions. MOU's demonic power surged, transforming into a ghostly blue stream of light that enveloped Su Chuan. He then revealed his true form as a flood dragon, but he didn't fully extend, maintaining a size of several dozen feet. With a flick of his tail, he transformed into a ghostly blue escape, light shooting straight into the sky, merging with the clouds above, and swiftly heading towards the Haifeng mountain range. Along the way, MOU sped ahead with all his might. Although there were shape-shifting tiger demons in the Haifeng mountain range, they were no match for MOU, so he did not pay them much heed. Flying at full speed, they crossed the Haifeng mountain range. A demon tiger in the mountains seemed to sense them, but noticing their departure, did not take any action. Having fought before, it knew that although MOU had just entered the transformation stage due to his true dragon bloodline, he was not to be trifled with, so it let him go. As time passed, the Yunkong realm came increasingly closer. Su Chuan sat cross-legged on the dragon's back, occasionally casting hand seals that attached to MOU's scales. After a moment, a layer of faint grayish light formed, firmly binding and diminishing his released demonic energy. After more than an hour, a peculiar sight appeared on the horizon. Clouds roiling like solidified waves, refracting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. This was the Yunkong realm, famous for its unpredictable clouds and powerful flying demon beasts. There were dozens of peaks soaring into the clouds. This was the dwelling place of the avian clan. Beneath the sea of clouds lay the Baitao forest, sea, boundless and vast. Mou increased his flight altitude, gliding close to the gale layers sweeping past the outermost high-altitude area of the Yunkong realm. He restrained his speed to make himself appear as if he were a peak, third-rank demon beast flying. Below in the sea of clouds a few powerful cries and demonic energy could be faintly heard, merely issuing a long cry as a warning without attacking. As for the cloud pung, unless it sensed the aura of a nascent soul or a transformation stage great demon, it wouldn't care. A day later, Mou passed through the Yunkong realm, and the picturesque landscape of Liyue Mansion came into view. You should enter the spirit beast bag to rest. I will handle the rest of the journey myself. If a battle is needed, I will let you out. Be careful then. Mou complied, transforming into a dark light and entering the spirit beast bag at Su Chuan's waist. Su Chuan shifted slightly, his bones cracking as his appearance transformed into that of a long-browed, white-haired elder with an ethereal demeanor exuding the aura of the early Golden Core stage. He discerned the direction and immediately performed the Imu Qingguang escape, his figure morphing into a green-red light as he dashed toward the northern border of Liyue Mansion. After 2 or 3 hours, Su Chuan had penetrated deep into the northern region of Liyue Mansion. He then ceased his escape. Soon after, he discovered teams of Foundation establishment cultivators. It seems that in the past day or two, the encirclement of the 6 major forces of Liyue Mansion has already taken shape, Su Chuan thought to himself. He blended into the mountains and forests, merging his aura with the flora. Like the most inconspicuous shadow, he effortlessly slipped through the seams of this seemingly tight encirclement without raising any alarm. Continuing to advance stealthily, he avoided several waves of search teams. After approximately another 2 hours, Su Chuan followed the instinct of his bloodline and arrived at Shaohan Mountain. His divine sense approached the limit of Golden Core, sweeping across and discovering the Yun Tian illusion array. Let alone him, even a latest-stage Golden Core cultivator would likely be easily detected with a sweep of their divine sense. After all, this set of Yun Tian illusion array flags was not as good as Su Chuan's, only reaching the top tier of the second rank. He directly charged into the array's space. The two who saw Su Chuan suddenly appear were both startled, but quickly stepped forward to bow and greet him. Master, grandfather. The two spoke in turn with respect. Su Chuan's divine sense swept over them, and he smiled slightly. Not bad. In just over a year you have made considerable progress, especially you to you. In a few years you might catch up to me. Yifan's cultivation hadn't improved much, but the aura around him had grown stronger. Every inch of muscle contained immense power. Let's skip the small talk. I will first change your appearances. Having said that, he extended his hands, lightly placing them on Yifan and Su Diyu's shoulders. A grayish glow flowed from his palms, a mysterious power containing the essence of life and death quietly entered their bodies. The two felt a slight tremor in their bodies. It was not painful, but rather a strange sensation of time flowing away. They distinctly sensed their life force gathering continuously towards their dantian. Having lost this life force, their bones, skin, and hair underwent visible changes under the influence of this. After a while the glow receded. Su Diyue, who stood in place, had transformed from a bright young girl into an old woman with a wrinkled face, hunched and emaciated. Her gaze remained bright, but her aura had weakened. Yifan had turned into a white-haired, frail old man, his complexion waxy with sparse long whiskers exuding the aura of a waning life. Not only had their appearances changed drastically, but the fluctuation of spiritual power emanating from their bodies had also been firmly suppressed by Su Chuan to the level of late Foundation establishment. As long as they did not take action, even latest-stage Golden Core inspections would have no flaws. Su Chuan himself had also lowered his aura to the late Foundation establishment stage. The three of them standing together resembled an inconspicuous old cultivator trio. Put away the array, let's go, Su Chuan said lightly. Su Diyu complied, forming hand seals. The array flags appeared from the surrounding void, then shrank one by one, flying into the storage ring. The three no longer hesitated, activating their Foundation establishment escape light, flying leisurely into the distance. After about 1 or 2 hours they encountered a 6-person Foundation establishment search team. Their attire was mixed, seemingly hastily assembled from several forces. Upon noticing a few people flying towards them, they immediately became alert, stepping forward to interrogate, while probing with their divine sense. How did you three fellows come this way? Naturally, we finished investigating over there, and wanted to check elsewhere. Since the elders have not given clear instructions, we can only stumble about like flies. If luck is on our side. Su Chuan replied in a hoarse, elderly voice, then chuckled twice. The Foundation establishment team nodded slightly. They did not find this answer problematic, as they were thinking and acting similarly. You fellows are from the Loose Cultivator Alliance, right? Exactly. We have already searched this area. You can go over there and try your luck. A middle-aged male cultivator in a moon-white, star-patterned robe said. Thank you for the guidance, then we will head over there. The two nodded to signal each other, and then parted ways. After Chuan and the others left, the young cultivator from the Du family in a purple robe said, Brother Wang is too nervous. These three don't look like the young golden core companions the higher-ups are looking for at all. Even if they could disguise their appearance and aura, they couldn't possibly add another person. That's true. The middle-aged male cultivator in the moon-white, star-patterned robe chuckled, but isn't it better to be cautious? If they really are them, wouldn't we be making a great contribution? That's also true. The young man from the Qingshan sect nodded. Let's go, we'll check that way. Immediately the six flew in the opposite direction of Chuan and the others successfully avoiding the right answer. In the following tens of thousands of miles, Chuan and the three encountered 7 or 8 waves of Foundation establishment search teams. They were even scanned twice by passing early Golden Core cultivators' divine senses. However, Chuan's secret technique only changed the life force and suppressed the aura, so there were no fluctuations of spiritual power obscured by illusions, hence, they could not be detected regardless of how much they searched. Unless one's divine sense reached the limit of Golden Core, or one was a nascent soul cultivator, they might catch a glimpse of the anomaly. When Golden Core cultivators swept by seeing a trio, they naturally did not pay much attention. If it were only 2 individuals, they might have called out to stop and check thoroughly. After flying for more than half a day, unknowingly the 3 had quietly passed through the web laid out by the 6 major forces. To be safe, the 3 did not immediately speed up, but continued flying at the pace of Foundation establishment. They traveled slowly for a day or 2. Only then did they completely leave the core area of the northern border and enter the central region of Liyue Mansion. The group made a brief stop in a valley. Half an hour later, Chuan waved his sleeve, and a surge of pure magical power enveloped Yi Fan and Su Diyu. Concentrate your minds and follow my lead. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast the escape technique, a faint smoke-like escape light enveloping the two, instantly breaking through the void, moving at a speed hundreds of times faster than before. In just 2 or 3 hours, the 3 had crossed over half of Liyue Mansion, reaching the edge of the Yunkong realm in the southwest border. Chuan flicked his fingers, shooting out 2 beams of spiritual light that entered Yi Fan and Su Diyu's bodies. In an instant, a torrent of life force erupted. A green glow ignited around the two. As the life restriction was lifted, they visibly regained their youth. Immediately after, Mou flew out from the spirit beast bag, transforming into a flood dragon of dozens of feet, circling in the air, booming, "Hurry up and get on." The 3 flew onto his broad back. Mou, while having Chuan conceal his aura, followed the previous method. They crossed the Yunkong realm once again. This time they remained safe and sound. Upon entering the Haifeng mountain range, Mou began to accelerate, flying back to Yunqi City at full speed. After more than half a day, a ghostly blue escape light tore through the sky, and the familiar outline of Yunqi City was now in sight. Mou directly passed through the Great Formation, rushing into Yunqi City and stopping above Su's residence. Chuan, Yi Fan, and Su Diyu floated down into Chuan's courtyard. Mou shook his body and transformed back into human form, landing. Chuan restored his original appearance. At this moment, Mou suddenly looked eagerly at Yi Fan and Su Diyu, saying, Chuan said you too obtained the heart's blood of a transformation stage flood dragon. Quickly take it out so I can have a look. Don't worry, I just want to see it. I won't touch it. Yi Fan glanced at Chuan and then said, Mou, the heart's blood of the flood dragon is with me. But what? Hurry up. Yi Fan helplessly took out the bottle of flood dragon essence blood, extracting a drop of heart's blood. The moment Mou saw the flood dragon heart's blood, 2 beams of piercing light shot from his vertical pupils, but the next moment, he suddenly froze. Because this drop of flood dragon heart's blood was filled with an incredibly scorching aura, like boiling magma brimming with violent fire energy. This is heart's blood from a fire attribute, flood dragon. Yes, Mou, I just wanted to tell you that if you refine this blood, it will ruin your own foundation. Mou's face turned grim, looking deceived, and abruptly turned to Chuan. Chuan, you rascal. You tricked me. Chuan displayed an innocent smile, raising his hands. When did I deceive you? Isn't this the heart's blood of a transformation stage flood dragon? This is completely contrary to the path I practice. Oh, what use is it? When did I say that the opportunities Yi Fan and Diyu obtain would be useful to you? You and I. Mou suddenly recalled that Chuan indeed had never said so. It was all his own assumptions. Damn, Chuan, don't think I'll be your free labor anymore. Mou angrily transformed into a stream of light and dashed into the deep pool. Grandfather, actually the cold light liquid should be very beneficial to Mou, Su Diyu said. Let it be. You can use it yourself for now. The growth of a demon beast to the 4th rank will be very slow, so he is not in a hurry. Then Chuan also instructed Yi Fan to put away the heart's blood of the transformation stage flood dragon. After all prolonged exposure would lose spiritual power. Yes, master. Yi Fan nodded and complied, then waved his storage ring. A ghostly light flashed, and several materials flew out from the ring, floating in midair. Master, please help me identify the uses of these materials. I don't recognize any of them. Chuan glanced over them, finally focusing on a bone-like spiritual herb. This is actually Qian Gu Chao. Chuan was surprised for a moment, then continued, I don't recognize the others, but as for this Qian Gu Chao, it grows a segment every 10 years and resembles human bones. This spiritual herb has 1,000 segments of white bone and is a 10th Asanier spiritual herb. A 1,000-year-old one is comparable to a 4th-rank spiritual herb, while a 10th Asanier-old one is comparable to a 5th-rank spiritual herb. Its only effect is to cause shattering bone fractures, specifically targeting the bones of body cultivators. For your 3rd-rank body cultivator bones, consuming 10 segments would shatter all your bones. Even for a transformation stage body cultivator, if they consumed this Qian Gu Chao, their bones would also shatter. Yi Fan gaped in surprise. Is there really such a spiritual herb? What use does it have? It should be used for body cultivators to break and then reform. Chuan said lightly. After all, the bones of a 3rd-rank body cultivator can also be used as materials for refining magical tools. To break and then reform is difficult to achieve on one's own. But with this Qian Gu Chao, it becomes much easier. The spiritual liquid in the other bottle should be the liquid used in conjunction with the Qian Gu Chao. I am not wrong, am I, senior sister Moro? Chuan, your divine sense is becoming stronger and stronger. You can even detect me. A cold voice echoed out of nowhere. The next moment, the Taiyin flying sword flew out from Su De Yus Dantian, spinning in midair and emitting a clear sword.